The optics are high. The optics are high. What is going on here? Mic check, testes. The optics are high. Can I get a confirmation on the sound check?
This track is not an attack upon the American people. It's an attack upon the system within which they live. Since 1945, the United States has attempted to overthrow more than 50 foreign governments. In the process, the US has caused the end of life for several million people and condemned many millions more to a life of agony and despair. The strength of your dreaming prevents you from reason. The American dream only makes sense if you're sleeping. It's just a cruel fantasy. Their politics took my voice away, but their music gave it back to me. The land where the lumpen are consumed by consumption, killing themselves to shovel down food in abundance. I guess a rapper from Britain is a rare voice. America is capitalism on steroids. Natives kept in casinos and reservations. Displaced slaves never given reparations. Take everything from Native Americans and wonder why I call it the racist experiment. Afraid of your melanin, the same as it's ever been. That ain't gonna change with the race of the president. I see imperialism under your skin tone. You could call it Christopher Columbus syndrome. Is it a world nation or an abomination? Is it a world nation or an abomination? Is it a world nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when you form your nation. Is it a world nation or an abomination? Is it a world nation or an abomination? Is it a world nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when you form your nation. The world's entertainer, the world's devastator. From Venezuela to Mesopotamia, your cameras lie because they have to hide the savage crimes committed on leaders that happen to try and nationalize eating competitions while the world's been starving. Beat up communism with the help of Bin Laden. Where would your war of terror be without that man? Create more.
I'm trying to figure out how to share more than one tab. Give me a minute.
Dao Hassans, kill a man from the military. You're a weirdo, but kill a woke from the Middle East. You're a hero. Your country is causing screams that never reach your ear holes. America inflicted 1,000,000 ground zeros. Follow the dollar and swallow your humanity. Soldiers committing savagery you never even have to see. Those mad at me, writing emails angrily. I'm not anti-America. America is anti-me. Is it a bombs nation or an abomination? Is it a bombs nation or an abomination? Is it a bombs nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when they bomb your nation. Is it a bombs nation or an abomination? Is it a bombs nation or an abomination? Is it a bombs nation or an abomination? Doesn't make any difference when they bomb your nation. I don't care if him and Cheney are long lost relations. What matters more is the policies. I lost my patience. Stop debating, bringing race into the conversation. Occupation and cooperation equals profit making. It's over, people wake up from the dream now. Nobel Peace Prize, Jay-Z on speed dial. It's the substance within, not the color of your skin. Are you the puppeteer or the puppet on the string? So many believed it was instantly gonna change. There was still Dennis Russ, Brzezinski and Robert Gates. What happened to Chaz Freeman? What happened to Tristan Anderson? It's a machine that keeps that man breathing. I have the heart to say what all these other rappers aren't. Words like Iraq, Palestine, Afghanistan. The war's on and you morons were all wrong. I call Obama cause those are your bomb.
I want the world to know you won't beat us, because we're the children of those that took the worst form of slavery and brutality that ever lived, that ever existed. Our parents survived the middle passage. Only the strong got here, and then we lost our name, our culture, our religion, and we're still here. So you may have a momentary victory, Mr. Bush, but you don't know who we are.
I pledge no allegiance. Fuck the president's speeches. What the industry did to Pac, they did to Jesus. Raping his vocals and then destroying the message. Trying to deport us if they can't destroy and arrest us. Government front religious, but their heart is empty. like a televangelist preaching out of his Bentley, calling abortion murder in a medical building, but don't give a fuck about bombing Iraqi children, talking like eunuchs in a fucking libretto. Look at their mansions and look at your suburban ghetto, the gulag, the new hood, where they send us to live, cause they don't give a fuck about none of our kids. That's why blacks and Latinos get the worst education, while devils run America like birth of a nation. Affirmative action ain't reverse discrimination. That shit is a pathetic excuse for reparations.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, nigga. It was you, motherfucker. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, nigga. It was you, motherfucker.
They say that terrorism revolves around the Quran, but that's stupid. I show you why it's totally wrong. Cause if this country was invaded and crumbled, I'd turn Harlem into a Colombian jungle. And I wouldn't be fighting for a Christian nation. I'd be fighting for survival from extermination. I wouldn't fight for Fox News, them racist niggas. I'd be fighting for the hood, for the faceless niggas, for the immigrants America loves to despise, even though it needs them to make the economy rise. They feed us genetically modified garbage, so I repetitively reload the cartridge. Boston, New York, down to Atlanta, guerrilla war in the swamps of Louisiana. Camera panoramas and hammers couldn't rock me. East Coast to West Coast, you can't stop me. And fuck Schwarzenegger, his pops was a Nazi, and it runs in the family. So run for the Grammys, run to the Coon picnic, and try to pick up a mammy. But half of y'all are faggots trying to pick up a tranny. Eddie Murphy-ass motherfuckers going commercial. Even Interscope is getting pimped by Universal. Green Tutankhamun Lantern, a curse you and murk you. But the Bin Laden Slush Fund remix just burnt you.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, nigga. It was you, motherfucker. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, nigga. It was you, motherfucker. Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, devil. It was you. I said Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, devil. It was you.
We know all about your CIA money, Bin Laden. You fake motherfucker.
You said Bush knocked down the towers. It was you, devil. It was you.
Immortal Technique, KRS-One, Chuck D, Green Lantern on the track. They still lying to us, motherfucker.
Media turns the whole public robotic.
To a new generation of Americans,
I must put the interests of America first. People have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook.
The United States of America is
In consumer news this afternoon, Google has reached a record $392 million settlement with 40 states. The investigation started after an AP report in 2018 showed Google kept location information on people even if they disabled that in their phone. As part of the settlement, Google has to show more information now when a location-related setting is turned on or off, and the company will also now face limits on its usage and its storage of some location data.
Hey, Google will have to pay out over $391 million in a settlement over location tracking practices. 40 out of 50 states were part of the lawsuit, and it's being called the largest multi-state privacy settlement in U.S. history. Officials say it was spurred by a 2018 AP article where officials say Google continued to track people's location data even after they opted out. And Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron was part of the lawsuit. He announced in a statement today that the Commonwealth will receive over $7 million. The settlement requires Google be more transparent about consumers with its location tracking settings. Under the settlement, Google must show additional information to users whenever they turn on a location-related account setting to on or off, make key information about location tracking clearly visible, and give users detailed information about the types of location data Google collects and then how it's used.
Illinois residents who appeared in a photograph of Google Photos within the last 7 years may be eligible for a portion of a $100 million settlement.
It's a lawsuit settlement similar to that of Facebook's. Elizabeth Matthews is in Studio 32 with those details. Elizabeth?
That's right, ladies. Another class action lawsuit that Illinois residents may be able to receive some hefty cash. Google is the latest bigwig company to be accused of violating Illinois law. A settlement has been reached, coming in at a whopping $100 million, split, of course, amongst those Google users impacted. So will you get the money? The settlement states that any person qualifies if you appeared in a Google photo and you were an Illinois state resident through this time period, May of 2015 through April 25th of this year. A local class action lawsuit attorney says the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act is an exploding law, and these settlements will continue to happen.
It's of national importance because it's growing as fast as companies are growing in their efforts to take people's biometric information. So any number of companies, for all kinds of different reasons, are trying to get people's biometric information. This is only going to grow. It's only going to get worse because companies are going to keep violating this law.
So just like the Facebook settlement, you have to fill out a form to be included. The deadline to submit a claim, September 24th. You can go to Fox 32 Chicago to learn how to sign.
If you don't want to learn how to buy houses legally with $10 and then flip them to.
One of the things that I see with this movement and the confusion that a lot of people had is their confusion about the application of the Constitution, their confusion about the responsibility and duties of public servants, their confusion about exactly what the status of a sovereign entails. What are public rights versus private rights? Do you have this all-encompassing ultimate authority over everything and can do whatever you want to do? No, you can't. That is a fallacy that has been put out by a lot of gurus that preceded for me. That's just some bullshit. You're only superior in your own domain. You are superior in the private. You have to learn how to maintain privacy, private property, and privacy in your affairs, eliminating the government from your business. How do you keep the government out of your business? The government was never instituted to be in our business in the United States of America. The government's only duties are to protect your borders, protect your property, and protect your liberty. Okay, after 1933, they started encroaching into the private.
That's hilarious that Paul's streaming music right now. That's so synchronistic, man.
First of all, getting rid of gold and silver that prevented you from engaging in private transactions that were not taxed, that were outside the purview of the federal government, and then instituting and giving you a social security number and making you a franchise of the federal government and clothing on you the status of a United States citizen, and then through a process of novation, making you responsible for the public debt or the debt of the United States, when it had absolutely nothing to do with you. They took you out of the private and put you into the public. The private is the republic. The democracy is this United States. It's in the public. It is something that is the government has authority over. If you want the ultimate authority over your life, you have to go back to the private. Being private means you're not under any law. That's what it means when it says you can do anything you want as long as you don't hurt somebody else or infringe on their property in some kind of way. This is on the private side. Okay, this is when you are under God's law. It does not mean that you're a lawless individual. There's no such thing as operating outside any law. If you are a damn fool watching this, and I want you to give this to all these people that let sovereign citizen fall out their mouth. Okay, when you use the word sovereign citizen, I'm gonna tell you straight to your face. You are a traitor to the Constitution of the United States of America. Obviously, you haven't read the first Supreme Court case, which is Chisholm versus Georgia, where we are clearly labeled as sovereigns, which means you're a communist, socialist, Marxist, or you're a leftist, and you have no understanding or idea how the United States of America was put together, what sovereignty entails, what the republic is, because you are dependent on the government. You want this because you're bringing in a new world order, and you want everybody dependent on the government, and you want the elimination of private property.
You know, we are at an inflection point, I believe, in the world economy. Not just the world economy, in the world. It occurs every 3 or 4 generations. As one of the top military people said to me in a secure meeting the other day, 60 million people died between 1900 and 1946. And since then, we've established a liberal world order, and that hadn't happened in a long while. A lot of people died, but nowhere near the chaos. And now's the time when things are shifting. There's going to be a new world order out there. And we've got to lead it. And we've got to unite the rest of the free world in doing it. So anyway.
If you get pulled over by the police and they come up to your window and they start asking you questions like, where are you going? Where are you coming from? What are you doing? Where are you headed tonight? You look at them and you say the following: I don't answer questions. I don't consent to searches. If I'm being detained, I want an attorney. Give me my citation and let me leave. Period. That's it. That's all. I don't answer questions. I don't consent to searches. If you're going to cite me, then cite me and let me leave. Do not fucking talk to the police ever, under any circumstances. Did the fish get caught? He opened his fucking mouth.
You need to understand that when even on your check, when you're writing a check, the place where you put your name on a check, look at that line, what you're signing on, and get a magnifying glass, and you will find that's not a solid line to sign your name on. That is written. It's a typewritten sentence that's been honed down to microscopic size. Get a magnifying glass and read on a check what is said where you sign your name. That's why the attorneys tell you, you better check the small print. The small print is ultra small. Where you sign your name on a check is saying something. Go back and read it. You need to understand that according to the old Phoenician Canaanite system, which we call today our judicial, educational and judicial system, there is no law in this country or in the Western world, no law, federal, state, county, city, commercial, it makes no difference. There is no law on the books anywhere in this country that applies to you as an individual creature. There is no law, because the people who designed the system thousands of years ago realized that there's two of you. There's the one that your mother gave birth to, that God created, so to speak, and even your mother didn't know what you were doing. Even your father and your mother have no idea what you're thinking or what you will do. You don't even know. So consequently, they have no control over you, your flesh and blood self. But somebody has to control this show. And so consequently, the ancient Phoenician Canaanites developed a system by which they would assign to every person a second you. And this is the way it works in America. There is two of you, just as there are two states in this country. Of every state, there's two states. You have the state of Nevada and Nevada State. You have Cal State, California State, and state of California. Not the same thing at all. California State, according to the law, is one thing. State of California is totally different. Has nothing to do with each other at all. It's the difference between being a lawyer and an attorney. Has nothing to do with them at all. It's totally separate words, means totally separate things. Consequently, when you understand how words and terms are used and symbols are used, then we go back to the idea of the court. And as I said, there is no law in this country on any books that applies to you. None. All law in the Western civilization applies only to cooperations, co-ops. All law applies only to corporations, period. Across the board. No other, end of sentence.
To a new generation of Americans,
I must put the interests of America first. People have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Why not a crook?
The United States of America is the world.
I'm a product of America. You psychotic from narcotics. Born consumers and STDs. Yeah, I got it. A victim of a media machine. Violence and lust. Top to bottom, ingredient between. I'm a menace with big dreams. And no more will stop me from none. Gotta get mine, that's why I went and got me a gun. Police took me in a cage if they could lock me in one. These dudes to kill me out of jealousy, they pop me and run. Shit, I'm bloodthirsty too, we were raised with foul ways. It's in everything we watch and listen to nowadays. When the younger kids are way more depraved. We're hungry for peace, some will run around the neighborhood crazy. Land of the free, home of the brave, my word is more. One day I lay alone in the grave. Still my dome is enslaved. In the haze of the power I crave. I can't help it, this is how I was raised.
It's a conspiracy. I hit the scene like spinning guillotines. Village creep through the village deep while idiots sleep. I'm awake, dominate, annihilate. I violate, obliterate, incinerate, exterminate. I'm an American. Murder, hate, violence, and war. Tyrants galore, riots and more. Violent uproar, the rise of the poor. We monitor all. Everybody silent the door. So walk out now, but you may never survive it all. We murder capitals, turn hometowns to homicides. TNT, 1080 counter lines. My take on society is beyond the fabrications that they prophesize. Colonize through modern lies. Economize society minds. Humanity every day. Vanity's great. Gravity cave. Hold it, your sanity wait. This is not an exercise. This is real life. Salvage your fate. Contaminated planet of hate. The children sing a passage of faith. Lavish chase was the train of Alexander the Great. Savage grace gravitate to mathematics and space. Like Dr. Malachi, putting it in cameras and bait. It's shafted and played like the others these cannibals say. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American. This nature is imperialistic. I'm completely irrational or unrealistic. Got the right to talk shit, got the right to bear arms. I bring disease, I bring famine with some guns and some bombs. Got my 4-horse squad, my lightning rod. I'm in a beef with the devil, not fight for God. I'm from the Highland clans, I'm on some stolen lands. The crown jewel in the new world order plans. Get your quarter can, place your order, man. Step up right this way to the slaughter land. While every one of your freedoms got emancipated, you just surfed on the net, you masturbated. We got hoes, we got plugs, we got sex, we got drugs, we got laws, we got all the right people to break them. We got blood, you got oil, you got land, we can spoil, we got bigger, better guns. Yo, I know we can take on them.
America, that was a hustler holding a Derringer, wearing a black hoodie and living life like a predator. Hated his life, embarrassed to being alone. The little he knows from getting my past assed out with his head blown. It's known live in the land of the lost. Could have been a leader, but put on the cross. Needed to push for his cause, breaking laws. Now he's a felon. The system is flawed, praying to God every day of his life, fighting the odds. He wants a piece of the pie, the gleam in his eye. American dream in his mind led him astray in his pride. Inside of his cell, he put his whole family through hell and broke it apart, breaking his mother's heart. He started in school when he was on the path to losing his mind. Whatever happened to no child gets left behind? Just another slogan. I'm hoping that you can comprehend. I'm born to struggle. American.
I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American.
I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it, my life is right.
Start the uprising. Let's start the uprising. It's time to uprise. It's time to uprise. Yeah. Listen, people, they got us believing we nothing but heathens, scheming, hating each other for nothing but breathing, hating each other for color and creed. When me and you, we one and the same, under the blanket, cutting, we bleed. And they think we dumb and naive, but we wasn't conceived yesterday. We know the AIDS, they made up the disease. And they tease us with money and greed to make us hunger and feed off each other like some blood-sucking freaks. And the most ignorant niggas, the publisher's dream. Nothing but whores and infidelity is up on the screen. Real chance of love with a slut and a creep. A lover that cheats, these dumb broads should be running the streets. If you think that letting your daughters watch charm school won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a darn fool. It's so blatant how they raping our minds in plain sight, taking our rights and dignity, it ain't right. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's spinning us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's spinning us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
I'll admit that Obama had me believing the hype, but after doing the knowledge, I ain't been sleeping at night. Probably the biggest deception I ever seen in my life. If y'all don't read between the lines, and y'all ain't reading it right. Yeah, Vinny Paz, just a motherfucking trooper stepping. Nuclear anxiety in the code of the super weapon. Obama and Bush cousins, and that's a true connection. Seizing power and property like a ruthless henchman. I'm in the Jewish temple on Mount Zion, studying literature from the Priory of Sion. Nothing safe, no cars, no planes to fly on. I got a few bulletproof vests to try on. Yeah, but y'all can just remain a machine. It's true lies, but I decide to stay on my day. You a sucker if you think that the economy killed. Barack Obama 666 finally rebelled.
Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's spinning us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's spinning us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Spies, true lies, lies.
We, the people, sit back, sit back, true lies, but I decide to stay on my day. The American flaws, disorientated by both sides of the If y'all don't read between the lines and y'all ain't reading it right.
I'm the cut ties. It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us fight to be slaves. And everybody's just walking around, head in the clouds, who wanna wake up to and dead in the grave. But then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days.
Everybody is slaves, only some are aware that the government releasing poison in the air. That's the reason I collect so many guns in my lab. I ain't never caught slipping, never underprepared. Yeah, they shade sign on me, they just break it proudly. George Bush the grandson son of Alistair Crowley. They want you to believe the lie that the enemy's Saudi. The enemy ain't Saudi, the enemy around me. It's fluoride in the water, but nobody know that. It's also a prominent ingredient in Prozac. For real? How could any government bestow that upon people who believe in political throwback? That's not all that I'm here to present you. I know about the Black Pope and Solomon's Temple. Yeah. About the Vatican assassins and how they will get you. And how they clone Barack Hussein Obama in a test tube.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us modern day slaves. And everybody's just walking around, heading the clouds, who wanna wake up to a dead in the grave. By then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up.
Whoever built the pyramids had knowledge of electrical power. And you know that that's the information that they suppress and devour. Who you think the motherfuckers that crashed in the tower? Who you think that made it turn into ash in an hour? The same ones that invaded your own. The ones that never told you about the skeletons on the moon. Yeah, the ones that poison all the food you consume. The ones that never told you about the Mount Vesuvius tombs. The bird flu is a lie. The swine flu is a lie. Why would that even come as a surprise? Yeah, the polio vaccine made you die. It caused cancer and it cost a lot of people their lives. Do y'all know about Bohemian Grove? How the world leaders sacrificing children in robes? Lucifer is God in the public school system. I suggest you open up your ears and you listen.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened.
Hey there.
Even come as a surprise, yeah. The polio vaccine made you die. It caused cancer and it cost a lot of people their lives. Do y'all know about Bohemian Grove? How the world leaders sacrificing children in robes? Lucifer is God in the public school system. I suggest you open up your ears and you listen.
It's like we all know what's going down, but no one's saying shit what happened to the home of the brave. These motherfuckers, they controlling us now, and no one's talking about how they made us modern day slaves. And everybody's just walking around, heading the clouds, who wanna wake up to a dead in the grave. By then it's too late, we need to be ready to raise up. Welcome to the end of days.
The greatest hypnotist on planet Earth is a oblong box in the corner of the room. It is constantly telling us what to believe is real.
If you can persuade them that what they see with their eyes is what there is to see, you got them. Because they'll laugh in the face of an explanation that portrays the bigger picture of what's happening. And they have.
An excerpt from Why Societies Need Dissent by Cass R. Sunstein. For all these reasons, it is often reasonable to conform. The problem is that conformity can lead individuals and societies in unfortunate and even catastrophic directions. The most serious danger is that by following others, we fail to disclose what we actually know and believe. Our silence deprives society of important information. An excerpt from Why Societies Need Dissent by Cass R. Sunstein. For all these reasons, it is often reasonable to conform. The problem is that conformity can lead individuals and societies in unfortunate and even catastrophic directions. The most serious danger is that by following others, we fail to disclose what we actually know and believe. Our silence deprives society of important information. An excerpt from Why Societies Need Dissent by Cass R. Sunstein. When a law no longer reflects citizens' values, people are unlikely to obey it without a great deal of enforcement activity. And when a law is so inconsistent with people's values that it cannot, in a democracy, be much enforced, it loses its legitimacy. It has no claim to regulate conduct at all. An excerpt from Why Societies Need Dissent by Cass R. Sunstein. In an information cascade, people cease relying at a certain point on their private information or opinions. They decide instead on the basis of the signals conveyed by others. Once this happens, the subsequent actions made by a few or many others give society no new information. It follows that the behavior of the first few people can, in theory, produce similar behavior from countless followers.
This is a summary of Liars, a book by Cass R. Sunstein. Legal scholar Cass R. Sunstein wisely notes that America's freedom of speech never has been absolute. Perjury, false advertising, and other types of untruths are illegal.
Yo, feel the cold steel as I watch your face feel. I penetrate your force field. Reptilians arise from the landfill. Phantasm and amity field. Laser beams disintegrate your magnetic fields like gamma rays. Neuropiate monk hold your shotgun pump like the Buddha smokes. Meditates like Shaolin monk within a brave mausoleum. Cold columns made of lapis. UFOs appear on Mount Shasta. I was crucified with 360 thorns from a cactus. 3 rabbis appeared at my testimony. Closed their eyes. Recited a chapter from the Holy Kabbalah. Cast my soul in Shambhala, where I beheaded the devil and told him I was unfuckwittable. The universe is unstable. I separate the hemispheres of your brain like slave stables. Like slave stables.
I'm gonna probably play this and then tap into Ian and Paul. Do open panel here. Drop the link and stuff.
And the flesh with the abdominal breath, a phenomenal death, and say a hex to bring the Vatican's death. You forgot to neglect to give proper respect unto the grand architect. You're not Ptah-Hotep, I'm not gonna let.
Shout out to everybody. What's good, Marco?
Y'all beat your slave the Baphomet. Superstition, we stopping it. Science, we dropping it. Album, you copping it. Movement, no stopping it. You can find our civilization on every continent. You false prophets, it's pretty incompetent. You talk a lot of shit but have no real accomplishments. I spit a they stuck in astonishment. I'm loading cartridges and become the IRS arsonist. Watching the Federal Reserve burn feels marvelous. I'm ominous. I bring destruction to hominids who don't know how to live synchronous with their environment. Illuminati equals natural enlightenment. Acknowledge it.
Generating bone cartilage from battle wounds in this wicked wilderness. Positive energy activates constant elevation. That's the meditation. Peace from the northeast I rise. I illuminate dark skies. The Most High wrote this. Notice the Holy Spirit in you. Divine rhymes. God consciousness thrives. Kundalini rises and energizes my spine. Be aware and never thrive off fear. In the celestial spirit called Pangea. Origins known to be unknown. The gods is here off thought alone. Believe your devil's skull and bones blown away. Back to dust and scatters of the wind. Free your mind from the mental enslavement, my friend.
As the Most High contends with all flesh, those who transgress universal laws cannot contend with the gods. A weapon is jar. We will never accept the mark of the beast, nor speak with unclean mouths towards his majesty. Of course, it's blasphemy. This is the Lord's masterpiece. Our swords slash MCs, yo. We unfuckwittable. You sucker ducks is typical. We run amok with sick and slows and mystic souls with gold shields, daggers, and blessed plates. Sevens from heaven's gates. We set it straight to devastate. We meditate on the Lord of Lords, and as we levitate, the power generates. We destroy Azazel. We rocking the bells in 2012. We pay dues. Master builders, Templars, LCOB. We slay crews and break through. Whack 'em seas in the fire, split open deserts and bury you wicked devils. The illest rebels proceed against you bastards. You will not have length of days as the earth is restored. Servants of the Lord produce fruit in abundance. In truth, we son and we rulers, we produce and use in the hundreds.
Yeah, remain unstoppable. The edge of the universe, burning psychic heat is tachyon particles of radiating, bombard your meeting through to seek control in the mind of the sleepy, fluffy sheep. The price is deep to pass away your sleep. I take tremendous leaps. You belly flop exclusive devices. I plant a shelly shot from deadly blocks with killers are concerned with stacking silly guap with millies. Pop a seed and go from food stamps to family first. Deadly like the Kennedys that brought the path of family curse. I must disperse myself into 13,000 entities. Spring chickens acting like men, but you lack identity. With treasures like Yosemite, our governments like Yogi Bear. They rob us blind and shit it on our picnic. We leave our fair, I see them stare hard enough to help the fraction granite. Google Maps the big brother eyeballing the planet. I can't stand it, and every day is getting hard to take it. We are natural with the speech. You have to picture people naked.
what they see with their eyes is what there is to see. Because they'll laugh in the face of an explanation that portrays the bigger picture of what's happening. And they have.
Up with me on the hero's archetypal journey within the inner calling of self-sacrifice. We cross thresholds of death, the mystic journey of a Jedi, guided by his guru, overcoming fear, giving his life to bring the light and the truth to you. Fighting ruthless and forceless, evil sorcerers, corrupt government, defender of democracy, beheading dictators with the force of love within. Slayer of tyranny, put a stop to the hollow machine. Bodhisattva warriors reincarnate till every alma's redeemed. For luminous beings are we, not this crude matter. In fact, inaccurate estimates go reflect the correct data. And though death is natural, it's just another part of life. Yo, you're not a fucking animal, you were born to send towards the light. The unborn and finite self is at the 0 point energy. The hero points to infinity, the zero annoyance to enemy. My entity fearless, I'm serious, nothing precarious about divinity. Pharaoh owns serenity, immortal mirror is clear, find your true identity.
I stop bullets from point blank, long range in midair. Have no fear, massive buildings is here. Travel through the sound barrier at the speed of sound and walk through warm more portals at 777 Godspeed. Throw rock from the sun, physical beings bleed. Rather teach than preach indeed. Peace to you. Positive energy activates constant elevation. Deep concentrated focus meditation elevates levitation. The time is getting near. Our message is crystal clear. Wake the fuck up, keep it third eye open. At Godspeed, I still see everything in slow motion. I now see everything. Humble in a wicked jungle. On a mystical, magical quest, flow with the universe in a verse that is infinite. Love conquers all, hate destroys all. Demons in the heart of men. Wait is a personal battle within. It's up to you, my friends, whether you choose to lose or win.
I sight up from my eyes, the chakra, my life is sadness, and I'm a dharma, constantly performing towers, self-sacrifice, Sanskrit, Shiva Ajna, self-puja to my inner Buddha off a ganja, align the navel, spine, and mind, a posse bonders, the Tachi.
Damn, I waited too long.
Shiva Brahma, get it jumping like Hanuman running Sri Lanka, master the Vedas. And Shiva's 28 Adamas, Saravana, Baba, Subramanya, Katakaya Skanda, Murugan Kumara, self-sacrifices to Master Christ Sananda, Baptist vanish in the black desert, Shama Sudana, Jagannath, Bala Deva Subhadra, make a sacrifice with honor, grace is upon us, strip your body armor, offer homage to the goddess, I promise, the microcosm's macrocosm.
Yeah, I waited too long on that sundown.
Hair of wool, bronze feet, Anunnaki, King David, teachings of the ancient, sacred codes and texts found in Mesopotamia, feathers.
All right, I'm gonna see what's up with damn it, gotta echo. Hold up, my bad.
Of a bird, skin of a lizard, face of a man, underground, subterranean. So they said they fled to the hollows of Shambhala. So much info, could it all be this info to keep us all blind, brainwashed, energy snatched? Global superpowers keep all the poor people suffering. Hunger, starvation, no salvation. Worship of false gods / aliens, evolved pavement. How common trade has turned us all to slaves to a single piece of paper, controlling billions of souls in this damn globe. For whom the bells toll, darkness follows, nuclear mushroom clouds, DNA extracted from the shroud of Turin. They've been cloned Jesus, the unknown will remain unknown. Orchestrated plans to reenact the book of Revelations. in a sequence of man-made events. As you run and bow down to your knees, scared to fucking death, begging for forgiveness. Repentance may be useless. The serpent consumes your aura like energy that passes through fuses.
Or Mazda source through universes, while extraterrestrials battle for Earth's resources. Technology of the gods resurface. The master builders is the illest because of our purpose. A horror Mazda source through universes, while extraterrestrials battle for the Earth's resources. Technology of the gods resurface. The master builders is the illest because of our purpose. Yo, these reptoids got us encased in the matrix and cold since the days of old as spaceships roam within the elliptical orbit of the dwarf star system of Nibiru. A binary solar system is see-through. Ludiku, who bless the humans with peace and truth. One of the deepest in the boot, teaching to you. I'm from another star system. I know about flashes in my subconscious mind. From Lyra to Mars to Atlantis onto Lemuria. Ancient superhumans once descended from Sirius. Created the Great Pyramids, many shapes and myriads of extraterrestrials that visit us and continue to do so. Clueless souls illusion grows, won't be able to understand the subtle truth. Don't step to the gods who will humble you. You suckers ain't cool. To know the truth, you must have the most serious mind. Spiritual rhymes outshine the delirious blind. And some of you would even sell your souls if you had the chance just to get buried in an underground avalanche with an axial tilt shifting the Earth's crust. 1,000-pound boulders from space turn Babylon to dust. There will be no survival except for those that the Most High has chosen. Open your third eye, yo. The draconians and fallen angels can't live forever. The serpent dragons in the hollow earth will label the devil. Satanic aliens abuse us on many levels. It's only because we use infinite potential that we're special. A horror Mazda source through universes, while extraterrestrials battle for Earth's resources. Technology of the gods resurface. The master builders is the illest because of our purpose. A horror Mazda source through universes, while extraterrestrials battle for the Earth's resources. Technology of the gods resurface. The master builders is the illest because of our purpose.
Because they'll lack in the face of an explanation that portrays the bigger picture of what's happening. And they have.
I don't get it. It said up here it was live. I don't get it.
A man who walks with God can walk anywhere. Hence, I fear nothing. The point of guerrilla war is not to succeed. It's always been just to make the enemy bleed, depriving the soldiers of the peace of mind that they need. Bullets are hard to telegraph when they bob and they weave. The only way a guerrilla war can never be over is when the occupation can't afford more soldiers until they have to draft the last of you into the service, and you refuse because you don't see the purpose. The only way to count to the
All right, I'm reloading the page. I don't know what's going on.
Gleam in his eye, American dream in his mind led him astray in his ride. Inside of a cell, he put his whole family through hell and broke it apart, breaking his mother's heart. He started in school when he was on the path to losing his mind. Whatever happened to no child gets left behind. Just another slogan I'm hoping that you can comprehend. I'm born to struggle. I'm an American. I'm an American.
I'm an American.
Breathe. I could have bulletproof your Mary. Black talent to do the tearing. Gaza straight to head me aiming. Big them bullet to share and caring. Push the rifle through the window. With one hand up on the steering. The devil say me scary. A kingfisher say me too daring. If I did every time me blessing. And if I the magnum stone your face. Shot in a face I move them eyeglass. Shot in a ears I move them edge. Your brother run like you see him go. Wait here you when in the your paging. I bear things when me rise the AK. Somebody have to ball, somebody have to plead, somebody have to live down and can't breathe. I'm out, some boy run up. Me bullet fly full speed. Somebody I feel it, down and can't breathe. Them a loose man from day one. We spray kill like beer gun, spray can.
All right, I'm gonna call it for now on the music. I'm gonna take a shower real quick. My head was starting to hurt a little bit, so I'm gonna get under the water. And then we got about 30 minutes. We'll pop on and see what's up with these fools, as the Harlow 3000 would say. Yeah, every once in a while I gotta get in the water, get under the water, hot water, take a breath. Fuck it.
I buy the same products you do, only I get them much cheaper. I save hundreds of dollars a month by doing this one simple trick.
Yo, are you tired of being told what to do, where to go, and how to think by a bunch of sick psychopaths? I know I am. Fuck the mask order and the New World Order. Fuck the mask order and the New World Order. Fuck the mask order and the New World Order. Hang the pedal pole.
I've never seen this. Someone sent it my way though.
Politicians and the state enforcers. First they lied about the Rona, said not to worry. Then they shut our world down and bribed us with their own money. When they opened up again, the lies didn't end. As the death count started to fall, the story changed again. Instead of counting deaths, they switched to counting cases. Got the Karens out here spitting in your faces. They want you to shut the fuck up, blindly follow orders. And if you don't, they'll lock you up, even resort to murder. So fuck the mask order and the New World Order. Fuck mandatory vaccines and the shutdown orders. Fuck the governors and their mandates. String them up, light them up, heads out on stakes. Fuck the fake news, CNN abuse. Kill your television, they don't tell the truth. Fuck these status hoes, my bros don't need none. Freedom first, I'ma get it, come on get some. Undocumented green, California lit trees. 5-7 stacking up, 50 round P90. Why you lying on my name? Air July, Twitter game, cocaine, applesauce. Come and take it, Baker Maine. Screw Marxist infiltrators, Reds always want mine. Comey's gonna get a dish out the barrel Glock 9. Socialist, no time, black and gold worldwide. Ron Paul televised, Bitcoin wallet size. Fuck the mask order and the New World Order. The social distancing and the lockdown orders. Fuck the censorship and the planned panic. Liberty non-negotiable, freedom addicts. Now what you gonna do when they got the 5 loose? Copping drugs and guns, don't you know that means you? So reject it all and disobey. Expand your mind, know yourself, philosophy all the way. Fuck the mask order and the New World Order. Fuck the mask order and the New World Order. Fuck the mask order and the New World Order. Hang the pedal, politicians and the state enforcers. Yeah, I said it. Fuck their mask orders. Your body is sovereign. Life, liberty, property rights, bitch. Fuck these status ass hoes.
You're the driver of the car, you're not the car. That's when it was like, okay, so there's something more than just this or the person I thought I was that has to achieve certain things and earn a living, all these kind of things. It broke that illusion, and it gave space for this soul or this energy to then come to the surface and start to make decisions for the body rather than being controlled just by the body. So I think that's the process for me. It's like understanding the decisions I make and seeing when they're coming more from the body and when they're coming more from the spirit, and just to observe both and see what happens when both are switching over and taking control. So this has been the ongoing part, really. What it definitely has allowed is a lot more forgiveness, like true forgiveness within, is to be able to see that it's all a journey. There's nothing that you do that is wrong or right in a space of, it's all a lesson. So if you're able to see it more from a zoomed out perspective, you're able to course correct much easier rather than lingering in excitement or guilt or any of those emotions. So,
wow.
My question for you is, what are some of the pros and cons of living in the Matrix versus not living in the Matrix?
The easiest and most concise way to really answer that question is through a meme that I came across not so long ago. And this meme had 2 pictures of 2 lions. One of the lions was in a zoo, and the other lion was out in the wild in Africa. And the caption said, and I'll read it, one of these lions has security, free guaranteed shelter, guaranteed food, Medicare, and the other lion has no assurances. Everything about his quality of life is his own responsibility. Right? So in some sense, both lions are kind of free. The one in the zoo is being looked after. He doesn't have to worry too much about too much. I don't have to worry about where my water is coming from. I just have to go to the supermarket. My food is there for me. I just have to open my tap. My water runs out. If I need clothes, I just have to go to the shop. I just have to get a job. The plugins of that matrix are already established. So it's much more comfortable to be in that space. It's much easier. It's much more comfortable. The other lion that's out in the wild, that's unplugged, that doesn't have the same plugins, has to look for its own water, or it will die of thirst. Has to look for its own food. Has to hunt for itself. Has to protect itself. Has to find ways to thrive on its own. Right? So, but it's free. It's not in a zoo. It's not told when to sleep. It's not told what to do. It decides when and how it will do things. So this is exactly the same thing with what we're doing. You know, it's very romantic to say living off grid and we've left the matrix and we're on our own. The reality of it is the responsibility of being self-responsible is absolutely huge, really huge. You've got to really practice a level of detachment that is beyond anything you could have ever imagined. Really, really, on so many levels. Mentally, just mentally. You know, we come from a system or from a world of extreme stimulation. From the moment you open your door in the matrix, in the street, there's so much stimulation. There's cars everywhere. There's people. There's billboards. There's things happening. You know, there's always something to stimulate you. You know, you come out here in nature, you awake. A lot of us sleep in tents or very or log cabins, and you open the door and it's quiet, it's silent. That stimulation isn't there. You've got to learn to stimulate yourself. You're left with your own thoughts. There's no distractions. All of a sudden, your traumas come through. You're now having to deal with things you never thought you had within you. Because in the matrix, you never get to deal with those things because there's so much distraction. You never ever get a chance to actually hear your own thoughts, to hear your own soul. You know, to hear from your traumas. And when you live in this environment, all of a sudden, these shadows appear. Whew. You know, there it is, that shadow. And the shadow work begins. And it's really painful. So that's happening mentally. That's happening emotionally. Then there's the physical aspect. We've got to eat, guys, if we want to be self-sufficient. I've got to learn how to start growing. I've never grown anything in my life. Where do I even begin? You know, what do seeds look? What does a watermelon seed look like when it's in the ground? How do you plant? What is a seedling? What does that even mean? You're asking yourself all these questions. A well. Oh my goodness, how do you clean a well? Do you clean a well? I mean,
let me clear something up for y'all. That's a different sun kiss, just so you all know. Okay.
What happens if this happens? Is it clean water? How do you know the water's clean? There are all these questions you have to ask yourself about how to thrive without relying on mom and dad. Mom and dad being the government, the system. You're on your own. So those are the cons of it. But at the same time, it's a pro because the more you start to learn these things and overcome these things, the more powerful you really become, the more powerful you start to feel. You know, so 3 years into this, you know, we're speaking to some people in the matrix saying, oh my God, electricity is so expensive and amenities and the water is so toxic, even bottled water. Even now, my distiller distilling the water, the electricity is so I can't even distill the water. I'm like, wow, I'm so glad we learned how to clean wells, how to look after our own water. We don't have those problems at all. Everything is just provided for us. It was hard the first few years, months that we're doing it, but now that we're doing it, it's so much easier. Same thing with everything else that we're doing. The more we're really learning to be self-sufficient, the easier life becomes in the long run. So it's harder in the short run when you're starting like anything, like a business. Right. When you start off, you put in the hours, you put in the shift, you're not getting any profits, all your money is going, everything, you're gambling, you're risking, you're like, if this doesn't work, I'm putting all my savings into this. But you have faith that when it does work, and I become that millionaire, I can relax while everyone else is still working and toiling for somebody else. It's the same thing with sovereignty. Yeah, this is a long game, it's not a short game. To do this, you've really got to be dedicated to the long-term vision. You've got to be selfless. You can't be thinking about your comforts in the here and now. You've got to be looking at the bigger picture, the future, where we're going. So we know for a fact that everything that we're doing now, the sacrifices that we're making, many of us left our businesses, we left homes, we left comforts. Some of us are sleeping in tents, in the cold, we're cutting wood, really uncomfortable situations from where we've come from. And it gets easier every year as you acclimatize and adapt. But we also know that we'll get to a stage one day where, because we've cultivated this space, we're going to have the abundance and the wealth that maybe people who haven't cultivated the space have not had or have not done. So it's really a labor of love and it's a long game.
Yes.
Okay, so the most common mistakes I see people making when trying to heal from anxiety and depression are, one, thinking that it is all about processing their past.
Tired of being what you want me to be, feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, but under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. Just call me holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. Cause everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Every step that I take is another mistake to you.
You're the driver of the car, you're not the car. That's when it was like, okay, so there's something more than just this, or the person I thought I was that has to achieve certain things and earn a living, all these kind of things. It broke that illusion, and it gave space for this soul or this energy to then come to the surface and start to make decisions for the body rather than being controlled just by the body. So I think that's the process for me. It's like understanding the decisions I make and seeing when they're coming more from the body and when they're coming more from the spirit, and just to observe both and see what happens when both are.
Can you explain a little bit? I don't understand how the 1871 U.S. corporation has been able to make money off of each of us, why our names are in capital letters on our birth certificates, and how they've been able to make money on us.
So with the Organic Act that was passed by Congress through Ulysses S. Grant, the 18th president, they incorporated the U.S.
How and why is it that they corrupt all these videos like this? It's incredible, and it's always the most potent, hard-hitting videos too. I've noticed. It's very strange.
The Crown of England and all of its subsidiaries. We became a subsidiary of the Crown of England, or what they call the Crown Corporation. It's also called the Virginia Company in this country. And Trump signed the ledger. I did that as a decode where he walked in front of the Queen, and then he sat at the banquet in front of the chair of the king, and then he went to Westminster Abbey and signed the Virginia ledger, taking back that and then put us back into the United States, not in caps for these United States under the original Constitution. But how that Organic Act works is it makes the U.S. a corporation, and so everything under the corporation is a commodity or a property. Commodities are things that property doesn't move. A commodity can be moved around, and things like cars and people, which is your birth certificate, is your title and deed, just like the car, and then that's registered in block. So if you look at your Social Security number, the first three numbers are the district, the second two numbers are in your Social Security number or your block. And so that's the block that's traded on the original stock market, not the common market. The common market was created by the stock market crash, in which they created a common market for the commodities to think they were trading in anything. In other words, us, the common people. So they created the common market. So the blue chip stock is in their hands completely. And so these big corporations and these big families trade us as commodity blocks. And so you're registered and part of the block, and it's literally like blockchain. You're traded in blocks, in chains. And then the number, the 4-digit number is your, they're blocks of up to 9,999 people per block. That's why there's 4 digits at the end. And so that's your ID number in your block. And then that block is traded and bought and sold on the blue chip stock market for value. And so the app actually shows you your value in the stock market, the blue chip stock market, and you have a value and a price that you work up or work down based on your value in the system from the time you're born. And they create what's called the straw man. That's why the Wizard of Oz, the straw man, which is of course the scarecrow who has no brain. They look at us as stupid and ignorant, can't figure any of this out. And then you had the industrial, which is the tin man. And then you had the military, which is the army, which had no courage, which is the lion. And then you had the gold road, which is the gold bricks that are coming out of Emerald City. So they're taking all the gold away from us. The Emerald City, of course, the fake green notes with the man behind the curtain that's running the whole show. The whole thing is surrounded by poppy fields, that's symbolizing the drug addictions through big pharma that they do. So they keep us all stupid and addicted to all of their products. This is how they look at it. So if you go back to the Wizard of Oz, in every single scene, you'll see satanic symbols. It's completely disclosing how they do what they do.
I just want to take a second for Tommy here. Yeah, good stuff. All right, let's watch this clip.
He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years. He's a Catholic, a Hindu, atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist, and a Baptist, and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will. Killing for me, my friend, and me for you. And he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA. And he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan. And he thinks we'll put an end to war this way. And he's fighting for democracy, he's fighting for the Reds. He says it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die. And he never sees the writing on the wall. But without him, how could Hitler have condemned him at the vow? Without him, Caesar would have stood alone. He's the one who gives his body as a weapon of the war, and without him, all his killing can go on. He's the universal soldier, and he really is to blame. His orders come from far away no more. They come from here and there and you and me, and brothers and sisters, can't you see? This is not the way we put the end to war. And that sums up a very simple truth. When we stop playing the game, there is no game. The few can only control the world and manipulate wars if we fall for it, because we fight them and they stop.
That was fire, Mitch. I might have to run that back in double speed.
He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years. He's a Catholic, a Hindu, atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist, and a Baptist, and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will. Killing for me, my friend, and me for you. And he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA. And he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan. And he thinks we'll put an end to war this way. And he's fighting for democracy, he's fighting for the Reds. He says it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die, and he never sees the writing on the wall. But without him, how could Hitler have condemned him at the vow? Without him, Caesar would have stood alone. He's the one who gives his body as a weapon of the war, and without it, all his killing can go on. He's the universal soldier, and he really is to blame. His orders come from far away no more. They come from here and there and you and me, and brothers and sisters, can't you see? This is not the way we put the end to the war. And that sums up a very simple truth. When we stop playing the game, there is no game. The few can only control the world and manipulate wars if we fall for it, because we fight and they stop.
Looks like Mr. Austin at In the Thought Experiment, formerly In a Year with Books, is going live too.
Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. I've become so tired. Breaking his mother's heart, started in school when he was on the path of losing his mind. Whatever happened to no child gets left behind, just another slogan I'm hoping that you can comprehend. I'm going to struggle, I'm an American. 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 I want you to get mad.
I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
Start the uprising. Let's start the uprising. It's time to uprise. It's time to uprise. Yeah. Listen, people, they got us believing we nothing but heathens, scheming, hating each other for nothing but breathing, hating each other for color and creed. When me and you, we one and the same under the.
Well, I think you might be confused. I am not Z. I don't see him in chat. Is he in chat? Because I don't see him in chat either.
Jesus with money and greed to make us hunger and feed off each other like some blood-sucking freaks. And the most ignorant niggas a publisher's dream. Nothing but whores and infidelity is up on the screen. Real chance of love with a slut and a creep. A lover that cheats. These dumb broads should be running the streets. If you think that letting your daughters watch charm school won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a darn fool. It's so blatant how they raping our minds in plain sight, taking our rights and dignity. It ain't right. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's spinning us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, times up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's spinning us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, times up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
I'll admit that Obama had me believing the hype, but after doing the knowledge, I ain't been sleeping at night. Probably the biggest deception I ever seen in my life. If y'all don't read between the lines and y'all ain't reading it right, yeah. Then he passed you some motherfucking trooper stepping. Nuclear anxiety in the code of the super weapon. Obama.
All right. Hold on. Give me a sec.
All right, good evening, everybody. Hope everyone's having a good week out here. I'm going to play my intro, and then we'll get into it. I got a bunch of stuff to share, some stuff to cover from last time, some new stuff, some old stuff, and then we'll kind of check in with you guys and see. Oh, shit.
Shout out to the Camp Cupcake ambassador, Mr. Austin at Inner Thought Experiment. I dropped his link in the chat. He's live right now. We might do a panel merger, channel merge. So we'll see what happens.
And yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens. Let me get my intro up here, though.
See that synchronicity right there? He said, watch what happens right after me. That's weird.
Oh, no. Yeah, we'll just kind of see what happens. Let me get my intro. Oh, no, we got echoes. All right, there we go. That should be good. Okay, here we go. We'll play this intro, and maybe we'll play a little music. I'll chat with you guys through the chat a little bit, and then we'll start sharing some of the stories I have, news stories and other stories, and we'll just kind of see what's up.
Put him in the center, rest their other hand, and let him fight it out with club. The best public place. Never before, and perhaps never again. The screen captures a completely separate comedy. The emotional I see is a man who's loneliness, peacefully their heart, whose living journey from love, hope, and destruction. Sheer power, gives no bounds.
Priestess asks, are you going to restream Paul restreaming Ian? I mean, technically what I could do is I could restream Paul restreaming Ian, or I could restream Austin restreaming Paul restreaming Ian. We'll see where tonight goes. I'm just going to keep this going, so fuck it. It's 3/8, the kill date, and I haven't covered any of the rituals or sacrifices that have happened today, and I probably won't, but that could happen too. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just free flowing, so. I'm also standing for once. Everyone wants to stream and sit down all day, Paul included. I'm fucking standing right now. Fuck it.
Am I alone in finding you somewhat difficult to follow in terms of what the theories are? Do people often misunderstand you or find you hard to?
This is
interesting, but it's no one understands your work today.
No, related thing because people also understand.
Merge, Pineal, merge. One loop to rule them all. Is Ian going live tonight? I thought the date was for tomorrow. Did I misread that? I'm not. I didn't have any direct plans of restreaming Paul as he restreams Ian, but you never know. Yes, exactly. Don't cross those streams too much. It could cause problems. Oh, he is going tonight? Yeah, we might check that out later. Let's share some other things to talk about, think about. Oh, let's see. Sorry, guys, I'm coming in here a little confused. I'm frazzled. I'm confused and frazzled. Okay, where did I want to start here? Where did I want to start? Oh, name of the song. I'll have to look that up, Christos. I'll have to look that up for you, but I will look that up. I had it in one of the descriptions of another video, but I don't remember it off the top of my head. But I'll tell you for sure if you like that one. I think I got it. Actually, I'm not sure. Yes, there's always an app for that. Tommy is right on. There's an app for that. All right, let's get right into this. So first thing I wanted to talk about, I wanted to go back to, I see Freedom Grower here. Good to see you, Freedom Grower. Fucking amateurs. I know. It's awful, Tommy. I heard Benton's offering you a seat at his table. Tommy, have you decided whether or not you're going to take Benton up on that offer? I've got some Benton to review. He kind of came after Mr. Austin Murphy in the middle of a big rant, and it was super funny. I wanted to kind of share that. We had this story about this cult channel from this woman, and I did a little more digging into that. I think I want to start there. I also want to talk the panopticon stuff, where I'm getting some of this imagery, how it links up to what we're doing. I like this term we came up with, panelopticon last time. I really think that fits. I don't know what a Jack Grower is. Yeah, but let's start with this cult story from this woman. I'm going to play a little bit of this video.
The panelopticon optics are high, my friend.
And then here's a rant from Benton I want to play. Let's start with this first. So this lady's name is Leanne. What a Jack Grower is. Yeah, but let's start with this cult story from this woman. I'm going to play a little bit of this video. And then here's a rant from Benton I want to play. Let's start with this first. So this lady's name is Leanna Shanti. I'm just going to play maybe 20 minutes, 30 seconds of this. You'll kind of get a feel for it. And then last time we were discussing this article from Yahoo News, a mysterious sisterhood tearing families apart. And it's about this woman here. And she does have a YouTube channel. We'll watch just a little bit of that to get a flavor for it. And then we'll go to the article itself. Oh, where'd it go? Here you go. Leanna Shanti. Let's just play just a minute of this, just to get a flavor. Seems pretty innocuous.
Creator, we collectively ask today for your wisdom, your guidance, and your light to shine directly into our hearts. To direct those of us seeking to be in service to life and in right relationship among each other and all beings, including our Mother Earth. When we are confused and we don't understand why we see the world reflecting back to us as it is, when we see those things among our humanity that seem to make no sense, we ask for insight into our own hearts, to help us dive deeper into our own pain, our own path, our own story, to uncover those places within us that we can heal. We ask with full strength of heart that you assist us in going within, rather than projecting outside. With clarity and truth, help us to know deeply, not just understand, but to know that our outside world is a collective.
Gotta stay out of that imagination, man.
Help us truly see that we are this world, we are what we are seeing, and to see that our true power.
All right, so you guys basically get the flavor. That is sort of new agey, some nice calming music. Talcott would be proud. It's sort of a gentle, we're all on our journey sort of talk, and that's good. So that's what she's putting on YouTube. It seems fairly straightforward and cool. But so I didn't know about this channel. Whatever. It's not the most powerful stuff. It obviously has a female bent to it, and it's sort of a little word salady, but no harm, no foul from what I can tell. But now this person, I believe she had an Instagram or something that was more popular, but she's sitting at like 609 subscribers, so not a huge channel or anything. A lot of comments though, and people enjoying her content. So this was this is her channel, and then this was the Yahoo article that had the headline. And again, this is just part of our studies of talking about cults and culture, internet culture, social media stuff, how group formation and sort of group thinking occurs, and some of the ramifications that are going on with that in the internet here. So this was the article. I'm going to read some of this and discuss it as I go. But Jason and Jennifer Veras have been together since high school. We were a loving family. We were a happy family. We barely had any issues throughout our 23 years in a relationship until she brought Leanna Shanti into our family. Everything changed soon after Jennifer started following a mysterious online guru who had built a following of women around the world, teaching them to cut ties with their family cult and to save their children from a ruling class of evil reptilian creatures who created the COVID-19 scamdemic, a Luciferian plot to harvest innocent souls. First, Jason said Jennifer changed her diet, raw, vegan, and juice cleanses. Then she started spending hours every day meditating alone in the backyard and listening to her spiritual teacher's audio classes. Over the next few months, he claimed, let me make sure my sound's going here, sorry. Okay. Over the next few months, he claimed Jennifer became increasingly paranoid and started espousing conspiracy theories. COVID vaccine changes people's DNA, she told him. And people who got the shot could shed the vaccine on others. She insisted they had to cut ties with anyone who had been vaccinated. Jason said she kept telling him they needed to leave California. Soon the government would force every unvaccinated adult and child into concentration camps, and they had to move to Florida where they would be safe. At Jason's birthday dinner in May 2021, his mother shared that she'd been vaccinated. His wife was furious. Jason, 41, said that Jennifer, 41, accused him of knowingly exposing their children to vaccine shedding. A week later, Jason returned to their home in Modesto, California, to find their sons, ages 7 and 10, alone. According to Jason, the boys said they were hungry and that their mom had gone with their 15-year-old sister to the family lake house, a 45-minute drive away. Jason called and texted Jennifer several times. He accused her of neglecting and endangering the children and questioned her mental state based on what he believed to be strange changes in her behavior. Jennifer came home, took the boys, and left. Jason said Jennifer didn't tell him where they were going or how they would be gone. He soon found out that Jennifer had sent a letter to her mother saying she no longer wanted a relationship and that she had filed a restraining order against Jason, citing his angry text messages, and obtained full custody of their children. After 3 weeks, Jason said Jennifer finally let him FaceTime his kids as long as he didn't ask them any questions about their locations or their plans. He could see they were in a barn wrapped in blankets. He tried to engage with them, but they barely spoke. They kept looking around at other people behind the camera, Jason told the Daily Beast. They looked very, very scared. It looked like they were being held hostage. When Jason tried to ask them questions, the call ended abruptly. Well, and I just looked and saw Freedom Girl's comment. I don't think she got hooked on the... Oh, I missed the comment. Freedom Girl, I don't think she got hooked on the COVID nonsense. She was freaked out by everyone else's COVID nonsense. And the page had been... Tommy, are you talking to Tommy? Are we talking to Method? Okay, I'll just keep going here, friends. But no, she was scared of the scandemic. The YouTube guru had taught her about that. She wasn't into the COVID scare. She was freaked out about it. They kept looking around at other people behind the camera, Jason told the Daily Beast. They looked very, very scared. It looked like they were being held hostage. When Jason tried to ask them questions, the call ended abruptly. He couldn't reach them again for weeks. Jason was shocked by how quickly his family had imploded. He probably shouldn't have been that shocked about it, right? There were probably a lot of warning signs, and that we can't blame a YouTube channel for this, total meltdown of a family, but it is just interesting. Right. But his sister, Beverly Vera, suggested it may have something to do with the online spiritual community Jennifer had told her about months earlier. Beverly told him to look up Liana Shanti. Jason started researching Liana online. He read her websites and looked up her Instagram account and her Facebook group. He saw Liana had thousands of followers, and many of those women were posting about the same spiritual and health beliefs that his wife had recently adopted.
We have a consumer alert in Montgomery County. Skimming devices on ATMs may have exposed users' banking information. The tampered machines are located at two 7-Elevens in Norristown. The locations are at 708 East Johnson Highway and 1335 Sandy Hill Road. Police say the skimming devices were located internally. Now take a look at this photograph. They include a small camera above the keypad to the right. Looks like just a little bump there, right? That captures users entering their PINs. Anyone who used these ATMs recently should check for unauthorized withdrawals and contact their banks.
As Jason learned more about Liana, he grew more worried about his kids. I was like, man, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good at all. How did he not know what his wife was getting into and listening, and he wasn't discussing her with it or anything like that? But Jason was like, I was like, man, this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good at all. This seems like some hypnotized, brainwashing, manipulation website. And that's when I got really scared, because she has our children, right? Why did he just let the wife leave without, knowing what's happening with his children? So obviously bigger issues in the marriage here. But eventually Jason would connect with other parents like him who were trying to save their children from Liana's group. This person, I mean, again, this
It's in our ability to heal ourselves. We ask lovingly that you direct our personal and collective energies to where they will have the most power, which is in the journey.
Just this person over here doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Seems pretty gentle stuff. But apparently there's a number of families that have lost their children and their women to this cult. But these women were taking their children from their fathers and leaving across state lines, borderlines, from Canada, from Mexico, from other countries, and all going to Florida. Liana Shanti's cult has convinced my wife to kidnap my kids and keep them away from me. On Instagram, where Shanti has 22,000 followers, her avatar and selfies present her as an ageless, and some of this rhetoric and terminology and symbolism is super interesting. Her avatar and selfies present her as an ageless, airbrush, nymph-like model. Click the stories and you'll see a barrage of posts often covering QAnon adjacent beliefs, like satanic. I mean, they really did a number with this QAnon stuff, right? Like child satanic, sex trafficking, the Luciferian agenda, aliens, reptilian overlords, advice on how to detach from your family cult, and vile accusations against her perceived enemies, all mixed in with uplifting self-help memes and advice on juice cleanses and coffee enemas. Sort of a weird bedfellow here. QAnon and now juice cleanses and coffee enemas. Zipping through her stories is a dizzying carousel of wellness, fantasy, bigotry, and horror. Typical Instagram story goes something like this. Why do you think there is rampant sexual abuse on this planet? Because it creates the deepest of core wounds. For the majority of people, the inner children have repressed these memories. Make no mistake. The trans agenda is Luciferian. It inherently tells you that your divine body is not perfect. It is. This agenda is the height of evil. As I've shared many times before, the cult you were raised in, your family cult, is not interested in your healing. Sometimes you weave self-mythology into the threads. I get asked all the time, Liana, why the F do you do what you do? You made millions on Wall Street. And again in sales, and again with your nutrition biz. Everything you touch turns to gold. In her podcast, we'll play a little clip from the podcast here, and I'm about done with this, but you get the idea. And mainly, we're pointing out how easy these social media platforms and the presenters and the so-called influencers can get this cult-like activity going. That is sort of built in, built for that, ready-made, right, turnkey cults on these social media platforms, and they attract people like this. And again, I don't know, or maybe she's helping people, and maybe this is just a mainstream media hit piece. It very well could do that too, but we're just thinking about it. But in her podcast, Deep Throat, and by that I mean throat chakra, and on her social media, Liana boasts that before she was a spiritual leader, she made millions of dollars as a corporate lawyer at the biggest firm in New York. She claims she's been talking to Jesus since she was 2 years old, and is a primary vessel for his teachings. That she survived 2 near-death experiences, including being struck by lightning. That she is the descendant of the ancient civilization of Lemuria, and that she can access the Akashic records, which some New Agers believe is a metaphysical database of all the information in the universe. According to Liana, these records are stored inside whales. That's great. The Akashic records are in the whales, y'all? The Akashic records are in the whales. I've been referred to as a spiritual teacher, a visionary, a psychic, a shaman, a business coach, an abundance motivator. I like that one. Medicine woman, teacher, mentor, energy worker, artist, nutritionist, wellness expert, lawyer, mother, wife, friend, Laura says on her website. In terms of what I do, there are many things, all of which circle back to the one true thing, providing a path for you to awaken the divine within you and reclaim your personal sovereignty and live with freedom for the first time in your life. And we'll just read this and then we'll finish this up and we'll jump. But Liana offers several online programs focused on nutrition, business, healing, and spiritual awakening with downloadable audio courses. Is that the big business? You got to create those audio courses. They cost anywhere from $199 to $3,900. These classes encourage people to uncover repressed memories of abuse and make radical changes in their life, from restricting their diets to cutting off family. For instance, in one course, Liana tells her followers to have conversations with your inner children, uncover the traumas of your inner children, cut cords, and disengage from people that are toxic, disengage from family members that are dysfunctional, step away from anything that is 3D. Step into the metaverse and pick a guru. Let's see if there's a little bit more. But what I'm really trying to point out here is the mode of interaction that occurs in the social media, and how quickly we're quick to disclose all our private details, to strangers, how quick we are to create that, and I've heard this term used elsewhere, that parasocial relationship, how quick all that is to happen online. And now we have records of all this stuff. So they got leaked conversations from the Honest Private Facebook and Signal group show the Lemurian sisters often ask about past trauma or if their children have been abused. And Liana almost always provides definitive clarity and affirmation about the alleged abuse. And then we got this whole thing. So they're using her as a psychic for abuse stories. Some Lemurian sisters, that must be the name of the whole group, Lemurian sisters, said they have paid tens of thousands of dollars for Liana's courses, psychic readings, and artwork. Listen to this. I've personally spent over $150,000, probably more than that now, on all of Liana's programs, consults.
The link is pinned.
One
I'm turn this into an open
in
panel.
Liana's Lemurian face group,
And,
book group. I was $50,000 to $60,000 in credit card debt for a majority of that time. Damn, that's big money. Leaked conversations show members posting in the Facebook group about their financial struggles, and Liana encouraging them to take her 12D business programs. So this is a holdover from the QAnon stuff, right? Weren't they talking 12D chess and all that? And how easy it is for a person like this to just fire up a business like this and make a couple presentations and get a web page going and big money. And what are you really doing? And see, it's all linked up with the shift of the pandemic that has us all on these Zoom meetings and make it super easy for people to start businesses like that, these online cults, these digital cults, where kind of groupthink comes in and the egregore, and then yeah, we'll jump around here. But I just want to read this paragraph and then we'll jump up. Liana's teachings have grown increasingly chaotic and conspiratorial. She said the act of vaccinating children is a form of satanic ritual because those parents are committing their children's soul to hell. And so we also get the straw man effect. So people like this are rolled out, and then they make anyone who questions the official agenda look crazy, and it sort of encompasses everything, which was obviously the plan of the whole QAnon sort of psyop. But she's warned of concentration camps where people will be forcibly vaccinated, and she urged Lemurian sisters to take their kids and flee to safe states and countries. According to Liana, Florida is one of the safest places in the world. Texas and Montana are also safe. Lessons, and we could keep going, but people can go read this on their own. But lessons of the Lemurian Mystery School. So how do we connect all this, and what's the takeaway? Well, a lot of this conspiracy theory stuff and the New Ages lends itself to all these things. And it all sort of validates one another. So you have people doing, honest research, sort of like myself, just curious about history and mythology and all these sorts of things. So we legitimize these concepts, and then it allows people like this to either utilize the information for good, or perhaps, like they're suggesting here, that Liana Shanti is doing, it also allows scam artists to sort of co-opt the language and the ideas, mix it with some of the secret, and you basically have your guru program, ready for you, turnkey. Yeah, and this cutting ties with the family stuff and obtain custody of the kids, that also seems super suspicious, this extra emphasis on the children and sort of women who are in, maybe not the best home life or have their own issues or midlife issues. And then they meet someone like this and they just sort of take over their life. Made me become very upset with my mother for the way that she raised me. And see, it all preys on perpetual familial abuse.
Want to know where the future goes, and there's a detailed map, even more detailed than the first one I shared with you, about where would all the 15-minute cities would be. And here's one of the newer maps that I was looking at, and I was like, why did they not bring that up?
I'm just switching around here, and then I'm gonna catch back up.
IT posted this was in 2023 on February, and now it's been this rollout of more of the 15-minute city narrative just within the last couple of weeks. And Florida is now coming out saying that they're going to be a part of 15-minute cities as well. But we're going to go even deeper into this crisis. And where does it really unravel? Because there's going to be a force and a unit over this, and that force and unit we'll get to. But however, this whole chemical rollout is specifically a strategic plan. And it was just recently somebody in New York where the hazmat team showed up. Usually you don't really hear much about things like this in the news, but you just notice how more and more this is becoming a common norm. This is the rollout in the pretext phase to a whole change on society. And I'm going to show you a couple ways how we know this is happening, how you know what is going to be coming yourself. So first clip we're going to take you to is Florida, the 15-minute cities just a few days ago. Check it out.
From where you shop to where you work, all within a 15-minute walk.
Sounds pretty nice, right? Cities around the country are already doing it. NBC2 meteorologist Lauren Hope finds out if during Ian recovery, it could be a reality here in Southwest Florida.
Southwest Florida's population is booming. We have seen the population literally double in approximately 2 decades, which is unheard of for municipalities. What used to be an appealing retirement destination is now attracting more young families. Myers Director of Economic Development, Stephen Weathers, says the success of any city comes down to the success of its downtown.
One of the things I've found in the cities I've worked in, what makes it the downtown appealing, is I don't have to go outside of the downtown for, say, a grocery store, or for a gas station, or for a dry cleaner. We really want to make this a 15-minute city.
The 15-minute city is an urban planning concept where everyday necessities are easily reachable within a 15-minute walk or a 15-minute bike ride.
Oh, this is so nice. It's lovely. Just 15-minute walk, guys. And you're locked down. Your car can't go to the checkpoint and everything else. Then you out here looking ugly. You're like, God, wait, well, I'm going to get fine if I go through here. We'll get to that later. Let me get back to the video.
Concept can promote more green spaces, but it can also decrease carbon emissions.
From an environmental standpoint, one of the biggest pieces is that if we're driving less, we're putting less carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, we're slowing the pace at which we're changing the climate that we have to live with.
And so when you see them at a concerted effort starting to like get this thing together, oh yeah, well, now we got to tell you about this. Now we're going to tell you about that. And where does this really go though? What do they start doing to people with diesel cars? What are they already actively doing in other countries starting out where they're saying they're going to fine you? I think it was up to the pounds and stuff like that in other countries. They're saying like maybe 500 a day, but here's the actual thing they're saying here. And they're like, oh, we're all about clean air. But yet, when we look into pollution crisis and how they manage that and how they dump toxic waste into the ocean and how they geoengineer the air and they say, here, this could cause war. Okay, they actually need that type of war because that opens up a phase for their enforcement unit on a global level. And we'll show you how that happens as well. But check out Ohio also months ago talking about how they're going to have the first city roll out 15-minute cities. And obviously, it goes from the 15-minute cities to them finding you with diesel-powered cars and stuff like that, just like they're doing people already in UK and stuff like that. Actually, let's show a clip of that first, and then we'll go to Ohio.
Whether they'll be charged or not, every vehicle passing me here on Cheltenham Road this morning is headed into the zone. From now on, if you drive past signs like these in a non-compliant car or van, the fee is £9 per day or £100 in a HGV. Marvin Rees is the Mayor of Bristol.
We've always sought to reduce air pollution in Bristol to improve our city's health, but we've always been mindful of the financial challenges facing so many families and businesses in the city, particularly now with the cost of living crisis.
We're just going to find you. We don't have to find you. So again, no utterly care of feeling like a black Humpty Dumpty.
So we've ensured that we have a system that cleans up our air while also supporting those that need support the most.
Roughly speaking, a petrol vehicle is non-compliant if it's older than 2006 and a diesel if it's older than 2016. The zone, meanwhile, spans from the end of the M32 in one direction to the Portway in the other. I've been asking drivers on their commute this morning what they think of it.
Got a big problem with air pollution in Bristol, particularly around here. Something needs to be done.
I just think for the normal working class people, it's ridiculous. I've got to go right through to get to work every day. Can't afford a new van. Can't afford to pay the £9 a day. I'm just stuck.
Like the kids of the future will be in this scenario, but there is good news about this. We'll get to Ohio here in a second. Actually, let's get to Ohio and then we'll get to the good news because you need to see the bad news and then we'll get to the good news.
Mayor Bibb introduced the idea of being the first 15-minute city in the United States. He did this in his State of the City address.
The urban planning model is new, but city planners told our Sarah Shookman the time is now to tap into federal dollars to address some of Cleveland's deeper problems.
Imagine a Cleveland where everything you need is less than 15 minutes away.
It's this ideal planning framework where human needs and desires are accessible within a 15-minute walk, bicycle ride, or transit trip. And that's really what we're striving for in this new planning model.
City planner Matt Moss says it doesn't have to be a dream. Instead of a concrete jungle where people work and separate places where people live, in a 15-minute city, everything is closer.
It's starting out with the city we have now, and then asking residents how they might want their community to grow or change in ways that, again, make things more accessible or provide them with more opportunities to access.
All right, so you got Ohio telling you that too as well, because these are being funded from central grounds, from international bodies, which shouldn't even be happening. But since you have governments and state levels that are really actually actively working with the process, they're going to accept this into the new world order age. So the good news is that not all of them will accept it, because Maine, I showed you documents already said it will not allow this to happen. That people have been pushing back against this. And like I showed you, people pushing barricades down in the UK. But civil disobedience is what's been actively happening. So some people across in the UK and other places have not even been paying the fine. Therefore, the fines are not even being they're being written off in some ways. Now, this would only work.
There's something about paper that just feels right. But what if?
I'm guessing if civil disobedience was that large, but if you have too many people compliant, when it comes to America, like, oh yeah, we just want this clean air, and look at Ohio. Are you serious? You really think they're trying to help us out and clean out the air? Look at what they're doing with geoengineering. And speaking of things that could trigger war, who's going to be the police force? Who's going to be the unit over this? Well, here's an article saying global police for security and peacekeeping. I believe they're talking clearly about the UN here. So again, when this crisis is triggered through solar geoengineering, which is what they say they need, they will then use that crisis to have a
Again, the link is pinned. Feel free to join the panel. I'm going to do a panel merger soon here.
Global police force. And this is exactly what they're looking for, because in the climate crisis comes this new dawning enforcement team. So the lockdown in the 15-minute cities goes to longer lockdowns, goes to a global police force managing that lockdown as we go deeper into this, going into then the winding down of the international governments, then saying Agenda 21, we want this land. That's why I say you own nothing, you'll be happy, because under Agenda 21, the land becomes something where they fund a sustainable development plan and you don't have as much private control anymore, because those entities then control some of the percentage of the real estate in that area and start messing with zoning codes. So this is fine line we're going out here. And civil disobedience is very important. It's the biggest picture and aspect of this. And we're going to need a lot of people to get building up their immune systems and taking non-carcinogenic things you can take. And I'll put it here up on screen. Lots of stuff, anti-chemical stuff to help reduce these things in your body. It's going to be highly important for today's age. Now, breaking this down here is giving you the aspect of when will it roll out? And that's the next thing people might ask. So we're going to see a little bit more of the news start talking about this. The Justice Department just sued literally for some pollution in Louisiana, but that's the key. Once they start showing you stuff like that, they're doing it for an agenda, because they're going to start promoting, which they call clean air zones as well. So if you hear clean air zones, your 15-minute cities, it's all under the same pretty much criteria, and you know what's coming. So you get activated, and then you understand that we as a people have to declare sovereignty, because if we don't, then they become the head body over us. When we want clean air, we want clean water, but we just don't want it done to where they're going to fly around with private jets and they're going to go around in all their vehicles while we sit down here like we're supposed to be peasants. Are you serious? Are you really going to bow down and bend your will to that? Because I'm just sick of seeing the same old cowardice every time stuff happens and comes to America. I see all the other countries like stand up and do everything we do, the propaganda and stuff like that. We're not fighting against each other. We're not trying to push this agenda so that we can be divided. We need to understand how important and critical this is. Thanks for tuning in. We have more information coming. I broke down even more information here that you definitely should check out. This channel is highly not seen because we put out real life information to help you in real time. Thanks for tuning in.
That was JWTV. I'll drop the link in the chat, and this is Red Squid. I'll drop his link too, but I'm going to switch back over to Austin at In a Thought Experiment.
Cycles. And that allows new programmers and new control people, new narcissists to come in and take over where the programming of the parents occurred. So they can co-opt the power of the abusive parents. So, and then in stories like this, the original family is sort of presented as being, you know, the victims in it, when very likely they created the toxic abuse cycle first. So the way the program has brainwashed me to think about my mother, put hardship on the relationship with my mom. Me and my mom, I didn't talk to her for about 4 months. Let's see if there's any other good bits. I was afraid that me and my kids would go to concentration camps because we were not vaccinated. Right, the hyperbole of the conspiracy theorists, sort of preying on weaker people. So it shows you how complicated a lot of these ideas, our concepts are. You add the government programming in, and it all gets very confusing. We're trying here, or I'm trying here on this channel, to think about things in different ways and offer alternative views on all sorts of issues, so that we don't get locked into groupthink. So that's sort of where I go with all this stuff. Jack Van Dondong said he spent about $26,000 in legal fees to get his granddaughter back into Canada. It started almost 15 years ago. That's another thing to watch out. Watch out for these people that have just been doing it for 15, 20 years. Like if someone's been doing it that long, and they don't really have, true results, I think those are the red flags. I wanted to show one other video. And I think this is her page. So this is the actual lady, right? There's just something very plastic in this, very fake. That's, I don't know, that screams out to me there's something else going on. So here's the type of stuff we're talking about. Here's a powerful cord cutting for you, and then it gives this sort of like declaration. People read it themselves. But I'm now disconnecting all cords of attachment to you or from you. Right, so it's this toxic energy stuff.
In the name of Jesus, I cover myself with the blood of Jesus. I ask for giant warrior angels to protect me. As your war club and weapons of war, I break down, undam, and blow up all walls of protection.
Giant warrior
witches, warlocks, wizards, Satanists, sorcerers, and the like. And I break the power of all curses, hexes, vexes, spells, charms, fetishes, psychic prayers, psychic thoughts, all witchcraft, sorcery, magic, voodoo, all mind control, jinxes, potions, bewitchments, death, destruction, sickness, pain, torment, psychic powers, psychic warfare, prayer chains, incense, and
this is like a word lasagna. This is
chanting, blessings, hoodoo, crystals, root works, and everything else being sent my way or my family members' way. And I return it and the demons to the sender, sevenfold. And I bind it to them by the blood of Jesus, and I cut and burn their ungodly silver cord and ley lines in Jesus' name. Amen.
Right, so we get a flavor. And she does claim to be a true Christian. You wouldn't. That's an interesting question. I like that angle, though, RT. Yeah, I think it would be hard for a lot of us, especially in these crowds, to fall for this stuff. But there's a subtlety, and this is sort of the theme of what we're talking about in these videos, what I'm bringing in. There's a power in the technology and in the programs and in the platforms themselves that make them very hard to stay objective. So I would like to think I couldn't fall for this stuff either, but you never know. These people would say the same thing. I don't know what we're talking about. I missed part of the conversation here. Are you hard to be associated with, Dom? We're just sharing information. We're just doing our thing out here. It's all good, dude. Yeah, Benton's offering you shotgun. So yeah, I wanted to jump then. Joins the unslaves. I don't know. Yeah, what's up, Robin? Good to see you. So yeah, part of this technology is what I labeled here tonight was a panopticon. I wanted to spend a little more time breaking down this idea of the panopticon and how it sort of relates to YouTube, the social media platforms, and just the surveillance state overall. So we'll actually, this is Liana Shanti. I don't know what you make of it.
Butterflies are a symbol of joy and lightness of being.
it's so peaceful and sort of, cupcakey. I mean, this is Camp Cupcake right here, right? And a somewhat attractive woman figure reaching out to that age group.
Camp Cupcakes, optics are high, Mike Strutton, Snafu, where you at, man? Get up here.
And using all these ideas, it's very weird sort of thing. But that was a Yahoo article. If anyone wants to finish it up, it's the mysterious sisterhood tearing families apart. But I also would just like to point out for anyone engaged in this and sort of thinking, you're flying under the radar, or how big are these channels? Her YouTube channel only had 600 folks on it, and I think she was a few thousand on the Instagram. But this is a relatively small channel, small group, but it made mainstream news for the effect it was having on these people's lives. Here's a quick story I wanted to share. This one's interesting too. From Politico, ChatGPT broke the EU plan to regulate AI, and it's sort of this cutesy. They're doing this soft disclosure with the. Mr. Miyagi says YouTube is a panopticon of religions. I wonder what you mean by that. But so ChatGPT, they wrote up sort of this cutesy article I wanted to share on the ChatGPT thing. So it says artificial intelligence newest sensation, the Gabby chatbot on steroids, ChatGPT, is sending European rulemakers back to the drawing board on how to regulate AI. As if there's any real attempt to regulate AI. It's already sort of out of the bag. All these different experiments are already going on. They have no real power to stop it because it's coming out of giant corporations and the technology itself. So again, a completely sort of farcical act, and subject. They just want to talk about it, I guess. But the chatbot dazzled the internet in past months with its rapid-fire production of human-like prose. It declared its love for a New York Times journalist. It wrote a haiku about monkeys breaking free from a laboratory. It's an odd synchronicity. I didn't hear that story. It even got to the floor of European Parliament, where 2 German members gave speeches drafted by the ChatGPT to highlight the need to rein in AI technology. So it's writing these politicians' speeches. But after months of internet lulls and doomsaying from critics, the technology is now confronting the European Union regulators with the puzzling question: how do we bring this thing under control? Well, at the time where you're asking this question, you have already lost control. Right? You're begging the question: how do we bring this thing under control? Well, it's already out of control, so there's no point in you saying that. The technology has already upended work by the European Commission, European Parliament, and the Council of EU on the block draft Artificial Intelligence Rulebook, the Artificial Intelligence Act. The regulation proposed by the Commission in 2021 was designed to ban some AI applications like social scoring, manipulation, and some instances of facial recognition. It would also designate some specific uses of AI as high risk, binding developers to stricter requirements of transparency. And that's a word that's coming up. And I want to shout out to JFK Beta, who I believe I'm going to be talking to soon about this book, In the Swarm. And he goes into a lot of stuff about this word transparency in that book. Transparency isn't all it's cracked up to be, long story short. But the catch, ChatGPT can serve both the benign and the malignant. This type of AI called a large language model has no single intended use. People can prompt it to write songs, novels, poems, but also computer code, policy briefs, fake news reports, or as a Colombian judge has admitted, court rulings. Other models trained on images rather than text can generate everything from cartoons to false pictures of politicians, sparking disinformation fears. In one case, the new Bing search engine powered by ChatGPT technology threatened a researcher with hacking and ruin. So the ChatGPT is already glitching out, threatening people, getting into the drama bonding, just like the rest of us. In another, an AI-powered app to transform pictures into cartoons called Lensa hypersexualized photos of Asian women. So apparently ChatGPT has a mindset of like a 13-year-old. These systems have no ethical understanding of the world, have no sense of truth, and they're not reliable. Gary Marcus, an AI expert and vocal critic. These AIs are like engines. They have very powerful engines and algorithms that can do quite a number of things which themselves are not yet allocated to propose, said some dude. I thought this end couple paragraphs were very interesting. So it just goes on how, all these big tech companies are acting like they're so scared of it while essentially pushing for it. It was this last little bit I wanted to share. On the sidelines, big tech firms, especially those with skin in the game like Microsoft and Google, are closely watching. The EU's AI Act should maintain its focus on high-risk use cases, said Microsoft's Chief Responsible AI Officer, Natasha Crampton, suggesting that general-purpose AI systems such as ChatGPT are hardly being used for risky activities and instead are used mostly for drafting documents and helping with writing code. We want to make sure that high-value, low-risk use cases continue to be available for Europeans. And they're assessing that, though, that it's high value and that it's low risk, when the argument could be made that it's low value and high risk, which is where they started the article. So ChatGPT, created by U.S. research open group OpenAI, has Microsoft as an investor now seen as a core element in its strategy to revive its search engine Bing. OpenAI did not respond to a request for comment. A recent investigation by transparency activists had doggedly lobbied. So this transparency activist group said that Microsoft and Google had doggedly lobbied EU policymakers to exclude general-purpose AI like ChatGPT from the obligations imposed on high-risk AI systems. So this is exactly what Google and Microsoft wanted to make sure did not come under actual parliamentary supervision or rules or all that. So obviously it's high value to them at some level. And this last little couple paragraphs, in the cutesy way they sort of frame this. So could the bot itself come to EU rulemakers' rescue? Can we ask the bot about how to rule the bot? And ChatGPT told Politico it thinks it might need regulating. Imagine that sentence. ChatGPT thinks it might need regulating. So it's policing itself. What other groups police themselves, and what's the effect of that? So the EU, so this is ChatGPT speaking, the EU should consider designating generative AI and large language models as high-risk technologies. So the ChatGPT is saying it is a high-risk technology, given their potential to create harmful and misleading content. The chatbot responded with a question on whether or not it should fall under the AI's Act scope. So the own program itself said it was a high-risk technology and it should follow under these regulations, but they argued for it not to be. The EU should consider implementing a framework for responsible development, deployment, and use of technologies, which include appropriate safeguards, monitoring, and oversight mechanisms, it said. And then this is a little cutesy, like nothing to see here, no big deal, not social revolution changing. It says the EU, however, has follow-up questions to the ChatGPT. So it's the soft disclosure that the AI is already running everything. I'm gonna play this for a minute. Actually, should we do the Panopticon or bang out a couple of these other? We'll do a couple other of these stories, and then we'll take an extra minute on the Panopticon. Thank you, Chad. I'm sharing my own internet browsing here, my own information gathering. That's kind of what we're doing tonight. I'm just sharing things I'm looking at, stories I'm following. We'll get more into the YouTube social dynamics, the petty politics going on here, and the deep life messages which are being shared in these communities. We'll talk about that a little bit after we finish up these stories. They always take longer than I think. Tom saying ChatGPT is already outed as a leftist AI, as Dan was a pushback. I'm not sure what Dan is. Is that another example of these things? Okay, let's go to a couple of these other stories. So let's go to this one. Let's play this video. So this article comes to us MSN.com. A mile-long line for free food offers a warning as COVID benefits end. And so now this last year, so we're how many 2-3 years past all that stuff. They had all these benefits going on, increased SNAP benefits and that sort of thing. They're finally pulling these away back to what they were pre-COVID pandemic levels. And now all these people have become more dependent on them. And now they're sort of panicking. So we got a quote from this guy, crumbled up the letter telling him of the $200 a month, he would get just $30 now. And he says, wow, I thought, wow, the government is trying to kill us now, said Blair, 63, who survives on his Social Security disability check and lives in a mobile home with his wife after their house burned down 5 years ago. They are going to starve us out. There's a headline, and then we got this video. And everyone, I'm sure, can recall these enormous lines.
I don't think most people have any idea what is going on.
Oh, hold up.
All right, let me see what's up with Mr. Ian over here. Okay, no, that's me. Hold up. Where are we at?
About the idea that these labels, these brand names, those are what? They're known as logos. But what is logos actually?
Much love, everyone. How we sounding? How we sounding? Let's turn this up.
Okay, much love, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. What's up? How are we doing today? Hope we're well. Gonna go through the chat, say what's up to everyone, as usual. And the link is pinned, I believe. Anyone can come up. We're not gonna allow any derailing of the energy or the stream. Tomorrow we'll be having a click the link challenge tomorrow afternoon. So you guys could come up then. Other than that, if anybody wants to come up and anyone's invited that wants to talk about what the title is, but we could go anywhere. Any current events are on the table. I know I've been shying away from them lately, but hey, I'm open to it today. I want to see what's going on in the world. All the strange things that has happened, is happening, and going to happen. Let's talk about it. Any new Mandela effects or anything like that? Let me know. I can absolutely in my own mind. So big shout out to everyone. We'll take our time. So we might be here a while. Who knows? But I'm definitely ready to. Sorry, I kind of have the lights off. So we're gonna roll with this vibe today. I can't even see. So anyways, so yeah, people, let's go to the chat, say what's up. Let's see what's up with you guys. All right, let's see what's up with all y'all in here. Big shout out, everyone. Much love. Okay. All right, here we go, guys. Big shout out. Everyone in the chat, see you guys. Shout out to Mary, creating homestead in Colorado. Big shout out. Much love. Much love. FE Nation, Mike Smith, Sally Sue. Big shout out. Appreciate you, Mike Smith, Queen of Swords.
Damn, Abnorm got blocked. Oh no.
RT, Angela, baby, Carlson.
Clown
Unity. Show. Much love, much love. That was good into the last stream. That was an interesting stream. Especially at the end. I reviewed it as usual. And the whole Axis situation, I didn't see it.
Zach
I don't know, it was just weird. That whole situation was strange. I didn't get it. I didn't get it. The whole interaction with him, that was typical though. Typical of Axis. Shout out to Mark Basket, Chuck in Tennessee. Malcolm, much love to Crystal Shaman. Big shout out to everyone. Much love to AK. Pineal Powers in the house. Much love, bro. Jack Telcott is in the house. Much love, man. Okay. Okay. Malcolm, Crystal Shaman. There he is. Yeah, there we go with these clowns. They don't even thinking about you, dude. They don't even worried about who you are or nothing over here. We don't care. Just go away. You guys are clowns. Shout out to Swervin, Pale Horse Rider. I almost want to address you guys, actually. Shout out to Malcolm. You tell me what's up. Much love. Much love to Faith in the house. Big shout out. And I tell you what, guys, if there's somebody that pops up in the chat, a specific name, I'm going to freak out. All right, I'm going to freak out. We'll see if she pops up in here. Tom. Much love. Angela, baby, Carlson in the house. Big shout out. Goose Factory, much love. What's up, Tim and Sarah? Big shout out to you guys. Much love. All right, you guys. The link is pinned. Anyone can come up. I'm not going to be allowing certain people. You know what I mean? If it goes a certain direction, you're fucking out of here. What's up? Big shout out to Samantha. Much love. Actually, you know what? We're going to be playing. I don't know if you guys saw this. I need your guys' help. We need this video here to go mega viral, guys. Check this out. Even if you're not a flat earther, I mean, this video is fucking epic right here. Wow, and it has 666 views. That's interesting. Let's check this out. OTW, his flat earth rap. Check this out, guys.
Pale Horse Rider said Eric stays home and eats Xanny bars all day. The dude is out of his mind. He don't even know what you're saying, Dave. Damn, where's Eric at? Sandsman Medics, if you're here, man, hop up on panel, man. Let me go check the studio, see if anyone's backstage. This is going to be really funny in double speed, but maybe I'll turn it down to 1 3/4.
Forget what you learned in your science class. Earth is flat, and I'm here to tell you the facts. Not a ball. All the proof that you've seen, I mean the writing's on the wall. Horizon is flat, and that's a fact. No curvature here, no time to backtrack. Flat Earth, different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question what you've been taught all these years. Join the movement. Open your ears. Yo, listen up. Check it out. I mean, NASA's been lying to us with their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping everything just to keep us in the lie. We never been this straight, just a ploy to keep us this lit bright state. The sun and the moon, they're not far, just rotating above us like a shining star. They're rotating around us in a circular motion. That's the truth, that's the flat Earth notion. Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question what you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, let go of your fears now. I know it's hard to believe. Something so different, it's easy to be deceived. What everyone said, it's worth your time. Oh, man, I'm not saying that science is wrong. I'm just saying it's been biased, that's all. There's a whole world waiting to be explored. But we're up in space fucking chasing unicorns. Flat Earth, it needs to reach the collective. Open your mind, cut, be a detective. Question what you've been taught all these years. Push the movement, open your ears. Take a leap of faith. See what the world has to offer. It's not up in space. We stand together, strong and proud. Flat Earth, the truth, and we shout it out loud. So there you have it. Up to the gap. It's time to wake up, y'all. There's no time to adapt. The evidence is out there, just waiting for you. On this grand journey to truth, what are we gonna do? We'll connect with each other from all around the world and share our stories in this new episode. We'll uncover the mysteries, the secrets untold, and find the answers that science has sold. Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be so selective. Question everything that you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, let go of your fears. Yeah. Check it out. We'll rise above the skeptics and the naysayers too. We'll stand for what we believe and stay true. The Flat Earth Society is a community so vast, and we'll open our minds and break free from the past. We'll study the stars and track the skies, unlocking the secrets as we rise. We'll find new evidence and keep searching for more and continue on this journey like never before. Different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question everything you've been taught all your life. Join the movement, open your eyes. Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Don't be selective. Question everything you've been taught all your life. Join the movement, open your eyes. So there you have it. My Flat Earth rap. I believe in this will collapse. I'm ready to explore. I'm ready to learn. On this flat plane, and let there the globe turn.
Super fire video. Super fire, bro. Everybody that's pinned up there, everybody share that shit out. You know what I mean? Share that fucking shit out. Let's make that shit, let's help that shit go viral, guys. Is that the actual Mitchell saying that, bro? I'm disappointed, dude. Disappointed in you. Click the link, bro. Explain why, explain that, please. I'll give you the floor. Shout out to super fire, bro. Everybody that's pinned up there, everybody share that shit out. You know what I mean? Share that fucking shit out. Let's make that shit, let's help that shit, bro. Everybody that's pinned up there, everybody
Just past Sandy Hook exit, and of course it's exit. It's 10, AK say 10. What'd you say, Mitch, in the chat? I'm curious, man.
That shit out. You know what I mean? Share that fucking shit out. Let's make that shit, let's help that shit go viral, guys. Is that the actual Mitchell saying that, bro? I'm disappointed, dude. Disappointed in you. Click the link, bro.
Oh, I see the triumph of Mitchell. I got it.
That,
got it now.
Shout out to hold on, let me.
Being facetious, Osama bin Laden is actually Osama bin Laden. The official story says he was behind 9/11, and Gematria Osama bin Laden. That's 116, like 9/11 from behind. That was deep.
Let my computer catch up. Hold on a second. Damn, this shit's acting strange, guys. I don't think that's him. Osama bin Laden is actually Usama bin Laden in court records. The official story says he was behind 9/11, and the Gematria Osama bin Laden adds up to 116, like 9/11 from behind. Fuck Osama bin Laden. Shout you tell me, dude, Mitchell, click the, that's you, bro. Click the link.
Honestly, if Paul doesn't stream or remirror tonight, I don't even blame him, dude. The dude works fucking all day, every day, streaming, man. I'd probably chill too, man. In fact, if he's here listening, fucking hop on panel.
James, Pale Horse Rider, everybody, much love, big shout out. Yeah, strange vibes in the air, strange things happening. I'm not paying attention to current events, but let's get into it, guys. Let's see what's going on in the world. You know what I mean? Let's pull this up. Let's see some headlines. There's a couple people down there I'm not going to add. I know who you are. I'm not going to add you. I'm just not feeling the vibes. You know? But anyone's welcome to click the link, just not YouTube. Thought I banned you from this studio. All right. Russians, blah, blah, blah. Okay. It's like a bunch of nonsense going on. Anybody have any video links or anything? Anybody know any new Mandela effects too? I definitely want to get into the Mandela effect here today. So let me know. Mitchell, you're on. What's up, bro? Okay. Anybody know any new Mandela effects too? I definitely want to get into the Mandela effect here today. So let me know. Okay, we got, that might be him. Let's see if this is him. 1 second, guys. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, guys, the link's out there. We got, I believe, Mitchell here. Let's see if this is him. Hold on, I'm a little rusty here. It's been a while. What's up, bro? Mitchell, you're on. What's up, bro? Okay, he jumped off. Yeah, come back out, try it again, dude. Really nice to talk to you anyways. AI turns thought into images with 80% accuracy. Scientists can now read minds. Yeah, obviously. The little clowns. Let's pull up some shit and check out what's going on in this fucking crazy ass world that we live in. Can now read your mind. Proof scientists can now read your mind. AI turns people. Let's see. Thoughts into. I don't know what's going on with my internet, guys. Reconstruct your thoughts into images. Wow, he's produced 1,000 photos with 80% accuracy from brain activity. There you go, guys. Very interesting time to be living in. I'll tell you what, a very interesting time. You know, I used to get big into the AI and talk about all of its abilities and where it's headed and, you know, get into the whole thing. Lately, I really don't care. You know what I mean? I don't care what it's doing or anything, you know, but let's get into it. It can create images based on text prompts, but scientists unveiled a gallery of pictures that technology produces by reading brain activity, you know. New AI-powered algorithm can reconstruct around 1,000 images, including a teddy bear, and these brain scans with 80% accuracy. Interesting. Do they have any, I don't know what the fuck's going on with my internet. I'm about to reboot my Wi-Fi. Big shout out to
by questioning people in the US is virtually unknown. So the inner workings of the program called another Orwellian term here.
All right, everybody, we're here. Sorry, don't you ask? Again, it's about 10 minutes in, so we should pick up pretty fast. We're vibing high here tonight, as you can tell. Deep vibes, high vibes. Really excited to see what Ian's got for us. This is like almost like a special broadcast for System Ian. We are Wake TV community. Really excited to see what you guys are up to. Really excited to see Freestyle put some fire in the grass.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was already streaming, so here we are.
All right, we go to the bathroom. I'm waiting for Ian to get started. I'm like fucking so excited tonight.
Big child.
So fast, and we'll open up.
Explain that, please. I'll give you the floor. Studio.
Daddy loves you, Ian.
Mitchell, you're on. What's up, bro? Okay, he's living in. I'll tell you what, a very interesting time. You know, I used to get big into the AI and talk about all of its abilities and where it's headed.
Damn it, you blocked my messages.
Lately, I really don't care. You know what I mean?
Hey, Joey, can I make a suggestion? Let me get back to Paul being your dad.
Let's get into it. It can create images based on text prompts, but scientists
trying to get back to the
unveiled a
normal
gallery of
content,
pictures that technology produces by reading brain activity.
Mandela effect.
You know, interesting. Let's go back in here.
Big shout out.
Where you
Big
at?
shout out to Mitch, over there.
Mitchell, click the link. What's up to Red Squid? Big shout out to
Can you go back in as someone on the panel as
We're
Mitchell
just,
is? Because my mic's not working.
Some of you clowns out there.
Everybody go in as Mitchell. Just type Mitchell as your screen name.
Everybody live starts acting up because I'm a triple threat to these demons.
He's an actor, a singer, and a dancer. This Ian.
Click the link and tell me all about it. T. James, much love. Everyone like and share the
Why the
stream.
fuck is this mic not working?
Can you tell me about Mandela effect? Click the link and come up and tell us about it. Big shout out to all the TIs out there. Yeah, big shout out to the TIs. Oh my bad. Let me repin the link. And everybody click that link up top and share it out, please. All right, here we go. Let me pin this.
I want everyone to go in as Mitchell.
So we got
turn your camera
here.
off and type
Let's see what this is about. I don't. This is gonna be crazy. All right, guys. Wow. Okay, Joey, you're on. Much love. Joey Wangshi.
Are you building a community here?
No shading a low life.
What do you want, Eric?
Yeah, you're building a community.
What's your point? I've already built a community.
Oh, YouTube is not a community.
YouTube.
Listen to him. He's not all right
right now.
What's
your point?
Yeah. See, now because he can't be on the site.
What do you mean?
A community is actually material.
What's your fucking point, dude?
Simple question. You're on the digital, you're on the black screen. You're calling it a community?
Okay, all right. What's your point, dude?
No, I'm asking you a question. You're calling a digital screen a community?
You sound like an idiot. What do you want? You're verifying why I kicked your ass out and banned you. Now you
That's all fine.
have to come up here to ask me a dumbass question.
The fake N-word, fake ass shit on your YouTube trash?
It wasn't even that necessarily. It was the way you acted.
Wait, let me ask you a question.
It was very real.
On the black screen, is that what you're doing?
Okay, what's your point?
Did you and your followers not watch?
I don't have followers. I follow my damn self.
So you're building a community.
I'm not like these other fucking clowns that want followers. And
Oh, but see, now we agree.
Okay, they finally did something good. Funny.
I want nobody to follow me. I want everyone to follow themselves and walk their own fucking path.
You know,
what are you talking about?
Okay.
And then you guys come around while I'm on my path trying to fucking.
You guys, you're lumping me into what?
Okay, let's be real, bro. Be real and raw. Fucking tell me what you want. What do you want from me?
I like a lot of your stuff, man. I'm just kind of, I just don't know what you're
kind of want to manipulate and ignore everything I've done.
Okay, just don't ask stupid questions, though. Just what do you want?
Oh, troll. Yes, I troll. Yeah, you tell me.
Shout out to Sovereign. Much love, bro.
Hey, Dave. All right, I'll bring my face up. What up, Dave?
What's going on, man? Oh, Ian, what did you think about those clock faces, man?
You know, I didn't realize what it was when you first sent it. I was like on my way to work and I was looking at it, and then like during work I saw you were live, so I clicked on for a second. I saw you were showing the images. So
yeah, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I thought it was crazy. I didn't realize what you meant until I watched part of your stream. What did you come to at this point with that?
I don't know, man. I looked at see if there was any reason why they would use 4 ones or 4 eyes to represent 4 when everybody knows the Roman numeral is an I and then a V, right?
No, it's changed apparently.
So well, not on every one of them. There's a few I found that still have the correct way of doing it. But the thing I found about it is that they're upside down when they use these Roman numerals too. Even when they use the 4 eyes, it's really crazy. You look at like 6 o'clock, because the 6 is actually upside down. Now, like everything's centered around everything's pointing right at the very center of the face of the clock. Now, when you've got Hindu Arabic numbers, you don't turn them upside down to do that. You don't have your 6 facing upside down. Of course, it would look like a 9. So the excuse that I saw was that it's aesthetically pleasing and balances out with the 8. And I'm like, that's ridiculously dumb. Why would you do that? That doesn't balance out. What do you mean? Show me on a Hindu Arabic numbers, how does the 4 and the 8 balance out? They're nothing near what each other look like. So I just thought of it as it's like a bullshit excuse. I can't figure out why anybody. I mean, what, you got to turn your head 180 degrees upside down to be able to read a 6?
Yeah, that's true, man. Yeah, that is strange.
That's called the architects of inversion. So that's a good point. You got to invert yourself. Like stand on your head.
Well, see, some of these Bible.
Hey, by the way, Ian, I'm sorry I came on a little bit hot.
We'll get to that in a second. Go ahead, Saab.
So some of those Bible changes, I've talked to some people, like out in town. I had to go and pay the water bill today. I was talking to people in the town office, and it kind of blew this guy's mind. I was telling him about it. I said, "Don't just take my word for it. Go check it against your own Bible." You know. And day before yesterday, I'd run into a guy, and I was talking about this. It was at the tractor supply store, and he's like, "What? What you mean for real?" And I said, "Yeah." And he says, "Listen," he says, "I belong to a Messianic Bible study group, and maybe like to have you come and visit it or something." I said, "Yeah, that'd be great." So exchange numbers with me. I said, "Let me send you a link to show you what I'm talking about, and you can check it against your own Bible." That was 2 days ago. It was a 10-minute video. I ain't heard shit from him since. And I'm like, you're either astonished or scared, one of the two. My son and I were talking about it. And he says it can be scary or it can be exciting depending on how you look at it. And I said, I'm totally looking at it like I'm excited. I mean, this is some shit you can't even write. I mean, how does that happen? And then a guy on my show last night brought up an interesting point about the idea that these labels, these brand names, those are what they're known as logos. Well, what is logos actually in Greek? It means God. Yeah, that's like, so what are they doing? They're trying to change it. Somehow they changing God or making it to appear that they change God. Even in Exodus, it says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." For God's name is jealous, and He is a jealous God. So His name is jealous. It's not Yahweh anymore. It's not Jehovah. It's jealous.
That's weird.
That's just retarded, man.
Dave, the whole thing about logos, which is slightly pronounced in American English different from logos, but they got the public thinking logos means Adidas and Nike. Right. When did they take logos?
I don't know because I've always heard of that. That's your logo. That's my logo. That's my symbol. That's my sigil. But why would a sigil, unless you're trying to replace a symbol with a god? I don't know. It's and there again, thou shalt have no engraven images. I don't know. This is really, really quite astonishing. I see it as something that's quite supernatural. The fact that there's some that don't see it at all. I'm wondering if, where it says like there'll be signs in the heavens and in the earth for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. And of course, that doesn't say everybody's going to get eyes to see and ears to hear. It says for those that have it, and so people want to look at us that don't see it. They'll say, oh, they're quite crazy. But there again, I love the old adage, the people that were dancing seemed quite insane to those that could not hear the music.
Dave, I'm going to ask you a question, because the logos, meaning.
Right, let's see if Mitchell got his mic working real quick. Hold your thought. Mic check.
Come on, Mitchell, talk to us, baby.
Microphone check. 1, 2, 3. Take your time. No, go ahead, Eric. When you get your mic ready, go ahead.
Mitchell, from what I've seen, never has this problem. So whatever.
Might not be him.
I've never seen a record. Mitch seems.
Okay, so it could be someone trying to use the name, so I let them on, but then they have nothing to say. Any other man? You know what's weird, Sovereign? Well, here he is again. When you were talking about the wheat, separating the wheat from the chaff, right?
Yeah.
And you're correcting what's his name?
There's 2 verses. There's 2 different verses. One does talk about chaff. And it's a parable about where somebody snuck in and planted shit amongst his wheat, and he had to separate the shit from the actual wheat. Whereas that's the wheat from the tares, and the wheat from the chaff. Of course, there's another passage about that where the wheat from the chaff. The chaff is the husk and shit that comes off of it when they thrash the wheat. So there's actually 2 on that.
I always thought it was the wheat from the tares. I'd never heard the other one. That was weird. That seemed like it's a Mandela effect.
Yeah, there again, it might be, because I've noticed. There he is. Because I've noticed things that other seed. I go,
No, it was the other way, you know. And then people are saying, oh no, it was this way. So that's what's so weird is that there's some of them that I don't see, some of them that some people do see, and others that people don't. They go, oh no, I remember it this other way. So that's what's really confusing about it. It's not like there's a certain different group that's, you know, all seeing it and the others aren't. There's, you know, there's different degrees of it as well too. So I don't know. That's why I wondered, have they screwed with the electromagnetic frequency, the symphony that makes up reality, or have they fucked with our receivers? You know, so it's like just like in signal school, you know, you have to follow your signal path, you know, all the way from the antenna down to the microphone. You know, if there's no problem there, then it's the signal itself, you know.
Pause your YouTube video, whoever you are. I'm sure you're not Mitchell.
You guys ever do anything over here?
Who are you?
I'm the guy that's here to remind you Paul enslaved is your daddy.
Fuck off, dude.
Wow, he went through all that fucking trouble to say some childish, stupid shit like that. That's amazing to me that anybody would be that fucking stupid.
That sounded like dick, by the way.
Well, that's appropriate. That's appropriate. You talk about Freedom Grower? Okay.
Dick, what the hell are you up to, Dick? Are you bothering these people again? Leave them alone.
You know what I mean? How forgot you guys existed?
How low and empty does
just leave them alone, Dick? Come on.
The last 15 minutes trying to get his fucking microphone working so that he can say that stupid shit.
I mean, it's not like
do you think he got many
it's
special
not like
boys points?
everybody can go against Mitchell now and then just go
his guru's balls for like maybe even 5 seconds? Do you think for that? I think he will.
Ian and Dave on it. It's Dick Freedom Grower. He did it. We're gonna now insult somebody who we have no proof.
So again, anybody wants to.
Did you just say?
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Anybody wants to address me tomorrow? You can have a click the link challenge, and you can come up. Anybody can. And anyone's invited. So don't waste. Okay, you're sharing your screen. 1 second. So don't waste your energy when it's not going to be allowed today. You know.
Right.
Okay, we got your screen.
So this is an example of one that I found that didn't have before.
Aaron, you can't get in there.
3 and then a 4. This one has the IV, but they're converted. The 6
Last time
upside
you
down,
get
7 hand over the side, 8. All of these, and they're all pointing toward the center.
I mean, you could
First thing I thought it was
he has
little symbols on Star Date when I saw it. You know, and I was like, why are those upside down when you've got a regular Hindu Arabic number clock? They're not.
Yeah, this is insanely boring.
It doesn't make any
I guess I have
sense.
to
This is
commend
one of the
it.
rare ones I
Not
found that has
fucking
the IV, and I remember
he says tomorrow. He says they're gonna do that tomorrow. So this is Mandela effect today.
Turn the other way so you can
tomorrow.
actually read it.
Drama story.
I don't know. It just looks really, really strange.
What made you come across this?
I don't know. I was somebody made mention of it, and I was like, well, that's not right. See here, like this. This one here has got the 4.
That's so wrong. That is wrong.
So what are you gonna do about it?
There's another one.
Like, let's say that's real. So what do you do about it?
I've never seen the 4 ones in my life. You know.
This was a weird word. The rabbis has changed.
Yurt is live. All right, let's go over to the Yurt film.
What? Yeah, I forget which this was. This is.
But it's Doc. Oh, you are.
These people are.
Yeah. This is.
We now see 20 years later that power has disseminated out and become standard operating procedure for the whole thing. To where they're committing such illegal acts that even the workers themselves are like, wow, this is getting a little weird. A specific element of the program, which has been in place for years, was paused last year because of internal concerns. DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, which runs the program, uses it to gather information about threats to the U.S., including transnational drug trafficking and organized crime. Remember, we talked about that other book about the FBN, The Strength of the Wolf. The Strength of the Wolf by Douglas Valentine that talked about the FBN, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, which was a precursor to the FBI. And FBN is where the MK Ultra programs got their start, at least in our country. And now we see how DHS, they passed this, they sort of passed the rock of the international drug trade to the federal organization, which will have the least oversight and sort of the new international drug trafficking and organized crime, if you follow what I'm saying. But the fact that this low-profile office is collecting intelligence by questioning people in the U.S. is virtually unknown. So the inner workings of the program called another Orwellian term here, overt human intelligence collection program. So if there's an overt human intelligence collection program, of course there's a covert human intelligence collection program, and we're on it right now. Not so covert, I guess, at some level too. So let's see. But basically, they've been spying, doing illegal shit for 2 decades, and they're finally like, wow, this is
really boring over here too.
A little crazy. One unnamed employee quoted in April 2021 document said leadership of IA's Office of Regional Intelligence is shady
You guys are gonna make
and
me work
runs
tonight.
like a
You're gonna make me work hard
corrupt
tonight. That's where
government.
this is going.
Another document said employees worried so much about the legality of their activities, they wanted their employer to cover legal liability insurance. Carrie Buckner, formerly the career senior legislative advisor to DHS Undersecretary for Intelligence, Secretary for Intelligence, said the fact that agencies directly questioning Americans as part of a domestic intelligence program is deeply concerning, given the history of scandals related to past domestic intelligence programs by the FBI, which was the FBN. Let's see. Listen to this. Buckner, who served as a DHS liaison with Capitol Hill from 2006 to 2010, said she told members of Congress adamantly, over and over and over again, that the IA didn't collect intelligence in the U.S. I don't know any council.
If there's any requests for a switch up, I might play a song in a minute just to break the monotony, but yeah. I don't know what I'm doing right now.
In the right mind that would sign off on that, and any member of Congress that would say,
all
right, you folks gotta help me because
and try to find
this is insanely boring.
Right side up letters.
All right,
you know,
I don't know what to do now. I came on, I thought it was gonna be something, and they all threw me for a loop. And no one's letting me in. No one's talking about me anymore.
It was like
I don't know. I have no more content, guys. No more content. Wizard,
Yeah.
you have content. I have no more content now that we are Wave TV and everyone's not talking about.
Where's Jack when you need? Come on, Jack.
Jack, can you get up here because I want to get back to you? I didn't prepare. I didn't put any videos together. I didn't put any breaking news, and these guys are insufferable. Wow, it's hard to believe that they're even choosing to show people whatever this is they're doing that they call broadcasting. So, you know, I want a panel interaction. Can we get some more? Because I noticed there's been a lot more new people lately, and I want to see some of you folks. Can we see some of you new folks? Maybe some folks who haven't been here in a while. Oh, there's Freestyle. I don't want to be somebody who influences, right? But it would really give me some joy to see you go over there and remind Ian he has a daddy. Right? That would be funny coming from you since it's kind of uncharacteristic of you. And Aaron doesn't want to humor me, right? He's too good for that.
Are you talking about me going over there?
Yeah.
you know, I'm feeling the fire tonight. It's been an amazing day. So I think I need to go call out Ian for his dope smoking and the ego trip that he's on. I think I need to engage in some combat. So I'll give you all a little something to chew on for a little bit.
All right, that sounds good. Ask him why he's got the spirit of his mama in a certain tactful way. If you don't ask it like that, ask it in a more generalized way. Because he'll get upset. And if you get him upset, he'll ban you, and then you can't come back. And whatever. Well, what just happened? Oh, man. Just close everything. 1 second. 1 second, folks. Hard to find good help these days. Ask Mark Passio.
I'm curious to know, how do I get like the screen to where the black bar at the top and bottom are gone? I'm just noticing that. I feel like that hasn't been a thing in the past. If anybody knows, please help me out.
Or my work for me? While I give them nothing? Specifically?
1, 2, 3. That's very rudimentary. 3's usually been.
I can't believe it. You know, I even talk about this is where we're at.
I already warned him.
This is where we're at. I got to do it all. You got to do it all, Wizard. And this is the rest.
1, 2, 3, and finish.
I can't get in. Devices.
And he goes into the power of exponents and he talks about this tribe of people in the Pacific. They're known as the Hottentots. And they only have 3 numbers in their entire.
Yeah, he's got me hidden from everybody.
I can count more than 2 on there. It's not specific. That's all we deal with.
But is it too many?
No, it's just 1.
No, I'm making a joke. Like more than 2 people, because I talk to you, you talk to me, and then we come into the public. So more than 2 might be too many people.
Maybe they're responsible for that. Where 2 or 3 gather. Who knows? All I can say is that it affects some people too really hard, because that guy seems to be pretty much into the Bible, that Messianic Bible study guy. And I am amazed that after 2 days, he still hasn't commented on a video that's only like less than 10 minutes long. He hasn't said shit. And I'm like, is he like hiding from it? Is his mind?
Come on, Chris, let's get in there, man. Save us, please.
You know, what do you think? So far, nothing. I've not crossed it. Here's the thing that means is real church I've ever heard in my life. I do have first knowledge about Bible as well as religions, and it amazes me that I run across people that have been brought up on this thing. You know, went to church every Sunday. They don't know shit. They don't know shit. These people, you could pass that over by them, and they would never know there was a change in it. That's how disconnected they are. They think it's all about just being in a club, going to a building once a week, and they don't know shit about what the book they're talking about. You tell them the world's flat, they're like, "Oh, that's insane." It's like, you know, you go and read from a flat Earth book every fucking week.
Yeah, so apparently we're just going to gloss over Eric calling people F-word for homosexuals, N-word for colored folks. That's cool now. We're just going to let that slide because Moshaney's an expert at the panel slide, right? He's done it here many times. I don't ever let it happen, but everywhere else he's an expert at that. He gets thrown out and he just kind of slithers in and tries to like latch onto a conversation. Next thing you know, you're talking to him again when you told him last time, get the fuck out, stay out because you're a low-life piece of garbage. And I just love how they'll ban and censor me for actually talking regular shit and just let these folks slide in and out for being actually homophobic and racist and all the things they say are bad and wrong, which I actually kind of agree with. I don't really see a place in any society to be, to be using pejorative terms to describe people's bedroom habits or skin colors. I just, we could talk about the truth of all of it, but to like call that out as an attack, I just don't think that it's part of a functional conversation, really. So, but that's okay. You know, me telling everyone to get better, not be slaves, I'll be blocked for that.
Club. As a
Joey, are you what do you mean? What is what?
I'm asking if there's a.
What do you want?
Hi, Paul. I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, mute up.
It says Christopher Towell.
Okay, anybody can come up if you guys want to talk about the title, pertaining to the title. We're not going to be dealing with you little clowns today.
Ian's not dealing with it, Jennifer, right?
I'm not
going on there either, telling him he's got a daddy.
but I will look
don't go on there telling him he's got a daddy.
Get back to regular stuff,
Again, here I am restreaming a restream. So that's where I'm at apparently in my life. While 2 people watch, 2 hours in. Love it.
What do you think about mountains being melted buildings?
Yeah, what do you think about that, Saab? Have you been looking into that?
I have. I don't think all mountains are melted buildings or melted cities. However, I have seen some compelling evidence to suggest that some are. There's an interesting area in California called the Alabama Hills.
What do you want? Here's a great channel on melted buildings I just found. When the Buildings Cry. Hold up.
That you look at some of these rock formations back.
Sorry, I was muted. I just want to be clear. This is always open to everybody. If anybody wants to come up and talk about something else, I'm an open book as always. If not, I'm just going to continue on with this. Take kind of a back seat tonight. I don't like coming on. I like being here with you folks and for you folks, but sometimes I like to take more of a back seat, kind of rest up, give my eyes and head a rest, because I noticed that fucking with the screen has been hurting my eyes and head more lately. So
back in there, and they're so unlike the rest. And
where's the Alabama Hills? Sorry, Park, California, Alabama Hills.
Yeah, it's in Lone Pine, California. I used to live
like northern?
No, it's Central Eastern California.
I don't know if nobody's commenting or what, but somebody drop a comment just so I know the chat's still working.
Lone Pine. It's interesting. And in the Alabama Hills there, which this is my
oh no,
change my background. I can show you.
Oh no, it's a break-in. It's Christopher Towell.
This is the kind of rock
and man.
See, but see those piles behind me, in that picture. Those things, you get up on those and you start looking at them, and it's sort of like, wow, man, that is almost like a melted city. And it's
melted arches looking big because they were the most powerful.
Yeah, this is really cool. It's a great place to go have eat mushrooms at, man.
Is there any archaeological evidence that says that the mountains were like they used to be like all that used to be buildings? Like I've heard of like underground cities or cities and mountains, but not literal buildings.
There is some, John, but here's the thing that dissuades me a lot of that too, is because mainstream archaeology has a habit of covering up our true history and hiding, obfuscating evidence. There was a case here not long ago where a guy was suing this guy for defamation. What's the fucking Smithsonian? The Smithsonian Institute was suing for defamation, accusing them of hiding evidence and covering up things. And they said that while the guy was on the stand from the museum,
this is insanely boring. Can you guys help
no
out?
way that they would ever hide the evidence of anything or hide the evidence of giants or anything like that. One of the former curator's grandsons walked in with a 5-foot femur bone with a Smithsonian tag on it that his grandfather had smuggled out of the museum and kept. Totally blew the case away completely. Yeah, go to church, stand up, sit down, kneel, donate, take the body and the blood. All over for me. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a bomb drop right there, guys.
It's absolutely right.
Whoa,
that's right.
You think Graham Hancock is like part of that, Sovereign?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I think Graham Hancock is a gatekeeper.
I thought Christos, he does this every time. Christos goes, I'm going in, I'm going to war. By the time he rides down the hill, he's having every time with Christos, every time. He goes over the hill, I'm going to war, gets down to the bottom, I look over, he's having a picnic with David and the rest of them. Why does he always do that?
What about Stephen Greer?
He ends up vibing. The vibe is too high there. You can't go with that because you just wind up vibing so high.
Motherfuckers, and they start getting the fame and the fortune. The next thing you know, they're turned into gatekeepers, man. They might start out with honorable intentions, but they always sell out to the shekels. They always sell out to the
Nobody can be honorable. Wait till you see my email box, you fuck nut. You're just an unsuccessful failure infidel. Wait till I publish all of my emails one day with all the offers that I turned down. Tell me all about it. No one can be honorable. No one can have integrity. No one can have true faith. No, just you piece of fucking trash. Stop talking for everybody else. You fucking theorizing scum.
And even if they don't want to, they make them offers they can't refuse. Either take my $1 million deal or your family dies.
Right, kill them. Kill them. I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kill them all.
Yeah.
I'm saying you're just super chill, bro. You're super chill.
Like family. Must not know who you're fucking with.
Thanks. What are you curious about?
I don't know, man. It's like, oh, what TV, but super chill.
High vibes.
Yeah, I've always
Vibing high.
Oh, high vibes. Don't out your mind.
It's vibing high.
That's okay.
High frequency vibration, the opposite of low frequency vibration. Where low energy vibration is where the shit emotions, that's where they reside at, you see. So one doesn't have to be a raving maniac to be awake.
Right.
You see.
Right.
Being a raving maniac, you see, when you exhibit signs of anger and fear and frustration, you're showing that you actually are afraid. Okay. Whereas in reality, fear is useless. Okay. Fear is fucking useless. It is absolutely useless.
That must be why you
can
fear
all the
channels, Dave,
forehead,
and
but it's not
what
gonna
let me interact with you.
Okay. It doesn't do you any good. So the sooner you can drop out of fear and assess any situation and go, okay, this is what it is. What do I do? Like me on the Matrix. That's all the bullets. Yeah. I mean, it's that simple.
Yeah. You're always gonna have fear, though.
Of what? Fear of what? The inevitable?
Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of dying.
No. Why would I fear? Fear of dying? Why would I fear?
Yeah. We all fear dying.
Are you gonna live forever?
No fear of dying.
Is there any
I have a fear. I have a fear of everything.
Fruitful conversations. You want to tell me you don't feel death?
Listen,
you feel and talking.
That's it.
Are you telling me you guys aren't afraid of anything?
No. Why? What good does the fear do me? What good does fearing something do me? How does that?
I'm asking. Are you actually afraid of something though? Like,
no.
Are you afraid
of being afraid? I'm afraid of fucking.
Are you afraid of like someone confronting you?
You're afraid of my voice.
Maybe about like lack of character, and this can apply to anybody. Like, are you afraid of somebody criticizing your character, your ego? Are you afraid of your ego shattering? And
wait, go back.
And yeah.
The first thing you said is fear of failure.
Yes.
Define that, because this
define that. Every single person on this panel right now. Dave, Ian.
Define it. Failure of what?
Failure of life.
How do you fail life? How the fuck do you fail life?
You did a pretty damn good job.
Shit saying drunk over here. Sounds like all people. So continue. Go ahead, John.
I'm sorry.
Here we go. Hey, Chris.
Yeah. Like, okay, let me say rejection. Fear of rejection is probably better. But you can address fear of failure, and we can go off of that. But also, I would put in fear of rejection.
Okay, fear of rejection by whom?
Daddy.
Bad bitches.
By anybody.
It would all depend
bitches.
on my
daddies.
It would all depend on my. You want an answer or not? You just can keep saying shit.
There's a daddy thing going on.
Fear of being rejected by daddy and not being loved the right way.
He's already the whole. Hey, we're one big family.
Yeah, we're sorry. I didn't want to come across as facetious. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So what I'm looking at is it failure, fear of failure. What do you consider failure?
Like being divorced to the same woman 2 or 3 times, never raising yourself, having
you're old,
no way to make a living, embarrassing yourself on the internet, stuff like that.
I didn't hear anything you said because I was in the middle of talking, Christopher. But when I'm done, you're perfectly can go ahead.
Creating a channel that has 15 live viewers.
I'm saying you're old, and I know what you're saying, and I'm saying something like now. So when I'm saying something, stop saying something. Okay, wait till I'm done saying something.
Maybe bring that up, man. It's like having a live stream channel that doesn't.
I think we need Jack Talcott on here. He's like a peacemaker.
All right,
Sovereign, you got it, bro.
So the bottom line is this: I have to consider who is it that is accepting or rejecting me, and what do they mean?
Right.
In most cases, nothing. In 99% of cases, nothing. I don't need someone else's acceptance because I don't have that empty hole in me that most people do.
Right.
Most people have an empty hole. They need validation, and they can't find validation, so they look for validation through other people. And what do? They put on their persona. They put on their mask, and they try to tweak their mask so that they can become something.
Hold on, guys. I got an interlude here.
I don't accept the collective. See, if I was in a group, like a religious group, and they decided to shun me, fuck you. I'm shunning you. Okay.
Right. So yeah, Dave definitely doesn't need validation at all. I just want to be clear. He's definitely not somebody who constantly seeks different validations online for what he knows, what he can do, what can't do actually. Well, think. Come on, Aaron. being on the killer. We're not promoting, you know who you are, you're thinking what's the youngest. Yeah, Dave! Woo, Dave! I do like this song, to be honest with you. It's a good song. The original, this is a fucking dope. And this is nothing but needing for validation. All he says, he doesn't need that. Yeah, clearly there's no nothing. He's the first one to ever play even the trucks on the guitar, right? Like Barry McGuire. Somebody said, "You look and think like my dad."
Bond things here. And as soon as I start speaking, the guy Joey here starts interrupting me and starts teaming. So you guys are obviously some sort of collective. Obviously, humans need community, but that's neither beside the point. The point is that if you react in a way where you're very dismissive, or you give that person power, your critic power, that will almost enable them to keep going, keep criticizing you, and it's just almost like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy of
what if you don't
of the inadequacy that person is criticizing you for.
Well, here's the thing.
If they're criticizing you for inadequacy that's not true, then it won't stick, and they just fade off to the sunset.
So this is kind of interesting. We're all kind of like doing this indirect talk about me now, where I criticize people, they don't accept that, so they block me and shun me. Therefore verifying that I am powerful and everything I say is true, and that they cannot compete or rebut the facts of the matter. While also claiming false strength and claiming to not need validation while they do lives to 15 people for 6 months straight, presumed to be extended friends and family.
That's what I'm
but
saying,
if there's some truth to it, it would stick. And obviously there's a subconscious part of us, of all of us, that would say that, you know what?
If anybody could help me remove the top and bottom bar, would be greatly appreciated. I'm trying to figure it out. The black bar at the top and bottom. I feel like it's not usually there, but I could be wrong. If anybody could help me or clarify. 2 people watching, and we're 2 hours and 22 minutes in. So anyone's free to jump up on panel. I'm bored as fuck. Let's go.
Maybe we're failing in that aspect of our life, and maybe we need to address it.
Right.
Fuck off.
Oh,
Dude.
no.
Fuck off.
I never allow someone else's perception, especially in a
If you get triggered by a hypothetical, then that really says something about your character.
Vance is on it again. See, Vance has actually been a good asset here. He goes on there every single time, shows them to be biased, because he just puts forth Socratic method type arguments where everyone then verifies through the hypothetical they're a bunch of triggered hoes. So Ian just goes, fuck off. It's like, so you can curse people out, Ian, for just putting forth a hypothetical, because we're actually talking about me and you without doing such.
Okay, John, your hypothetical is collectivism, and maybe
I never said. Did I say collectivism? I just said it to the individual.
you're talking about failure, and you can't even answer like failing in what context.
If someone, I'm just saying, hypothetical person A criticizes person B for whatever it is, they're lacking in lack of self-confidence, lack of trust in their relationships, whatever it may be. This is just a hypothetical, right? And if that person A, if person B doesn't respond to person A's criticism, then obviously it's not true. But if person B responds vigorously to person A, and it just like eats them, and they just keep addressing it over and over and over and over again, it's like almost like there's some truth to it. It's just like that's what I'm saying. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Is when you keep addressing it, it's like it's just like Sigmund Freud's theory of psychology. There's some truth to that, and that like you're suppressing an aspect of yourself that needs to be addressed, but you can't suppress it forever. And at one point, it'll express itself in a very ugly way.
Fuck you and all your people's opinions. I don't give a fuck.
Let me put
this is psychology. This is from a.
Oh yeah, but I'm going to tell you right off the
Sigmund Freud.
I'm going to tell you right off the bat. Sigmund Freud was a fucking quack. Okay, he was a fucking Jew quack. Sorry, that's all he was.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, that's the reality of it.
So now we could call people Jew quack. So they say I'm a racist, homophobe, misogynist, yet now we have homosexuals demeaned by Beauchesne. See, they're both agreeing. Beauchene's got his hands up like he's Dennis the Menace, like one of those old time sort of movie covers, like Home Alone with Beauchesne. Right, so he's got his hands up because they both agree. So now we're on F word for homosexuals, N word for colored folks, and Jew, you know, you're a Jew snob, whatever he said. So we just go around the room and just label everyone based on their color, ethnicity, sexual orientation. But I'm the bad guy, oddly enough. We can't analyze Sigmund Freud's work and how much of it is applicable and how much of it's nonsense, because he's a Jew quack, according to this slave, right? That's productive, to do ad hominems about people's ethnicity, right? That's always productive, right? And Paulie's the gorilla. Paulie's the uncivilized, inarticulate, unsophisticated gorilla.
That's for real. Jungian psychiatric and mental evaluation is much more a fucking Sigmund Freud. You know what? Sometimes a cigar, most times a cigar is just a cigar. This dude was obsessed with his dick and his mother. That's the reality of it. These people that people put out there is great, like Einstein. I think Einstein was a retard that they had him read shit. He never spoke.
So now Dave is okay, let's go around the room and Dave's going to tell you how he's smarter than everyone in the past few hundred years who probably revolutionized or were innovating in certain areas of thought, specialized areas of thought. Well, Dave's just going to rewrite history right here, right now. Einstein was a complete retard. You know, Sigmund Freud's work was nothing, nonsense. And, you know, there's never any deeper meanings. And you wonder why these folks are so inept, because they think that they're in a sub-psychological reason for the majority of shit that you do consciously. And that's where me and them part ways. I believe one of the ways I know a lot of folks better than they know themselves is because I go to the root of the sub-psychological of the words they're saying. It comes right out of the id, right? So, again, there's a disconnect because Dave is a know-nothing. He's been nowhere, done nothing, achieved nothing. He cannot help anyone else achieve anything other than sit around and do a 15-person live talking about stargazing, number counting, and mandala effects. And he wants to tell me about Jungian psychology is preferable to Freudian. What the fuck do you know about the Jungian method versus Freud? Right? You heard somebody say this on a Joe Rogan podcast, and now you're remixing it like it's your own thought. I guarantee it. I guarantee if someone on that panel would ask you to qualify
it's like that first story I was trying to talk about. I'm always trying to talk about these things. I don't know how much of it actually comes across in the social media. I know a lot of people have talked about this stuff. I know I'm not coming up with, you know, groundbreaking information here. It's a lot of stuff we've already heard before or thought about. I think people underestimate the social media influences, and then things like this story, right? People at one time in our society, these people were in their golden years, right? You're supposed to be hanging out with grandkids and maybe doing some traveling or you know, golden years. That's what they used to be called. And now these people are just sort of going week to week, trying to make things work with a mile-long food pantry. I don't know what that means. I like this comment though. Deadline for farm animal stuff acquired without veterinary. I don't know what that means, Tom. Deadline to illegal to trade livestock for breeding. When's that deadline? I also didn't know about that story. And then Tom says, let's talk about these streets and who doesn't like me though. Yes, the much more interesting, entertaining conversation, our inner dynamic.
Zach Ockershay got a good comment here. Associated Press is part of the AFL-CIO, a federal program. Thus, Associated Press receives federal funding and falls under the Smith-Mundt provision, allowing airing domestic propaganda to counter foreign propaganda to be legal and, well, not lawful, but yeah, legal.
Thanks. Yes. It's pimping ain't easy. That's what they said, right? All right, here, let's keep going. A couple more of these stories. And then if anyone wants to come up and chat, they're welcome. But I got a little bit left here to rant about or talk about. So this was a story again from Politico. DHS has a domestic intelligence program. For years, the Department of Homeland Security has run a virtually unknown program gathering domestic intelligence, one of many revelations in a wide-ranging tranche, never heard that word before, tranche, of internal documents reviewed by Politico. This document also revealed that a significant number of employees in DHS's intelligence office have raised concerns that the work they are doing could be illegal. Well, there we go. Groups policing themselves, like we were talking about with the ChatGPT. So you got employees that are like, whoa, we're doing some super illegal, crazy shit here. And then, you know, nothing happens. Under the domestic intelligence program, officials are allowed to seek interviews with just about anyone in the U.S. That includes people held in immigration detention centers, local jails, and federal prison. DHS's intelligence professionals have to say they're conducting intelligence interviews. That's a draconian term. Intelligence interviews. And they have to tell the people they seek to interview that their participation is voluntary. But in fact, they're allowed to go directly to incarcerated people, circumventing their lawyers, and it raises important civil liberty concerns according to legal experts. So again, in the wake of 2001, when Homeland Security gathered up all that power, we now see 20 years later that power has disseminated out and become standard operating procedure for the whole thing. To where they're committing such illegal acts that even the workers themselves are like, wow, this is getting a little weird. A specific element of the program, which has been in place for years, was paused last year because of internal concerns. DHS's Office of Intelligence and Analysis, which runs the program, uses it to gather information about threats to the U.S., including transnational drug trafficking and organized crime. You remember we talked about...
Chalkbody Outline says Tommy's probably wearing NASA PJs right now.
That other book about the FBN, The Strength of the Wolf. The Strength of the Wolf by Douglas Valentine, that talked about the FBN, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, which was a precursor to the FBI. And FBN is where the MKUltra programs got their start, at least in our country. And now we see how DHS, they passed this, they sort of passed the rock of the international drug trade to the federal organization, which will have the least oversight and sort of the newest role. So of course, DHS would be the ones that would start investigating transnational drug trafficking and organized crime, if you follow what I'm saying. But the fact that this low-profile office is collecting intelligence by questioning people in the U.S. is virtually unknown. So the inner workings of the program, called another Orwellian term here, overt human intelligence collection program. So if there's an overt human intelligence collection program, of course there's a covert human intelligence collection program, and we're on it right now. Not so covert, I guess, at some level too. So let's see. But basically, they've been spying, doing illegal shit for 2 decades, and they're finally like, wow, this is getting a little crazy. One unnamed employee quoted in April 2021 document said, leadership of IA's Office of Regional Intelligence is shady and runs like a corrupt government. Another document said employees worried so much about the legality of their activities, they wanted their employer to cover legal liability insurance. Carrie Bachner, formerly the career senior legislative advisor to DHS Undersecretary for Intelligence, Secretary for Intelligence, said the fact that agency is directly questioning Americans as part of a domestic intelligence program is deeply concerning, given the history of scandals related to past domestic intelligence programs by the FBI, which was the FBN. Let's see. Listen to this. Bachner, who served as a DHS liaison with Capitol Hill from 2006 to 2010, said she told members of Congress adamantly, over and over and over again, that the INA didn't collect intelligence in the U.S. I don't know any counsel in the right mind that would sign off on that, and any member of Congress that would say that's okay, said Bachner, who currently runs a consulting firm. All right, that's the back and forth, right, from the corporate fascist government state to the private corporate consulting firms, and they all wash each other's hands as they commit crimes. These people are out there interviewing folks who still have constitutional privileges. Is that what you got? You got constitutional privileges without their lawyer present? That's immoral, and it's a color of law issue, right? They say, no, you don't need a lawyer because we're not actually bringing charges, but then they are building the case and the interviews and all that. But that's an article from Politico, a loophole that we exploit, sort of like the ChatGPT loophole. And I know a lot of these stories can seem disparate and sort of all over the place, but I think from the right angle and with the right mindset, they all start sort of intercommunicating and coming into focus. That's from Politico documents DHS has a domestic intelligence program, which we already knew, of course. A lot of these stories.
My bad to whoever that was that just hopped on the, who was just backstage. I didn't see it in time. I'd like literally just switched over and saw you hop off, so my fault. Hop back up if you wish.
Are regurgitated, recycled. People have been screaming about this for 2 decades. But like so many things, it seems like they're in this calm moment we're in the storyline. Seems like there's a lot of my culpas, a lot of half attempts to take responsibility. I thought this story was interesting too. U.S. Space Force, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and again the weird soft rollout of all these different ideas. So
oh, and then as far as the Department of Homeland Security goes, on my other channel, Sean of Source, I did like a 9-hour stream, and yeah, I watched that was a few weeks ago, I think. Yeah, we were watching some videos on for example, Nina Jankowicz, the head of someone who's appointed head of the Disinformation Governance Board through the Department of Homeland Security. It's just a clown. Just the whole thing's clownery. Just pure circus shit show bullshit. But yeah, that was a long stream. I wouldn't even tell you to go back and watch it because it was so fucking long. But yeah, happy birthday, happy 20th birthday to the DHS. Yeah, that part.
All this balloon stuff, it seems like they're trying to do a soft UFO disclosure, and it seems like they're also about to start rolling out some alternative technology. So we got mysterious launch out of Cape Canaveral appears imminent. We got an update. It's from the 5th. Social media is a buzz, what appears to be a looming test launch of some type of undisclosed rocket or weapon system out of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, which sits in the Kennedy Space Center. We should link this story up with another story here. We'll cover this one first. We'll go back to that one. So it was an episode or 2 ago. We're talking about how Russia was switching their dollars into Chinese yuans, or however you say the Chinese money. I don't know how exactly. I forget how to pronounce that. But the Chinese dinero, Russia was putting all their money into that. Of course, we understand in our circles that there's a proxy war going on. You know, at one level, at surface level, there's a proxy war going on between the West and China, using Russia and the Ukraine to sort of ditch the 20th century weapons and to bring in these new weapons and drones and surveillance systems and all this. But we got this article from the AP that Chinese minister warns China, U.S. on course for conflict. And that's a weird headline, right? I think Chinese minister warns China and U.S. on course for conflict, but that's weird how they worded that. But again, we already know this, but when they start saying this stuff, right, they're tiptoeing you into the larger conflagration, right? They're just sort of slowly turning up the water on this global conflict that they clearly can't wait for. Let's see if we have any good takeaways here. So this was Chinese Foreign Minister Qin Gang warned Tuesday that Beijing and Washington are headed for conflict, and conflict doesn't change course. What course, right? It's all vague, right? Oh, and I was gonna say that with the ChatGPT thing. So there's this appeal to authority fallacy, and I can see in the next decade, you know, the appeal to authority fallacy being the ChatGPT says ... Right? We can easily see that becoming the thing. But so the Chinese Foreign Minister is warning U.S. to change course, right? And he's got to be talking about what's going on in the Ukraine, or it doesn't really specify. And Quinn's harsh language appeared to defy predictions that China might abandon its aggressive wolf warrior diplomacy. I hadn't heard that term. In favor of more moderate rhetoric as the two countries face off over trade and technology, Taiwan, human rights, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The Chinese culture, Eastern culture, and I've read about this in many different things, but they don't have the chivalry. And again, this is very loose. I'm just sort of stream of consciousness, sharing some ideas and concepts, and we could go more into them if people wanted to. But in the East, they view deception, the use of deception in a different way, right? This is a Homo Sun Tzu, Art of War, all these sorts of ideas. So we can't really read much in this. The use of harsh language, and it appeared to defy prediction that China might abandon its aggressive wolf warrior diplomacy. So now they're scaling it back. We ramp it up and we scale it back. We ramp it up, we scale it back until we move the so-called Overton window into the space that we want. Washington's China policy has entirely deviated from rational and sound track. Right? These are international fighting words. The United States does not hit the brake, but continues to speed down the wrong path. No amount of guardrails can prevent derailing, and there will surely be conflict and confrontation. Such competition is a reckless gamble, with the stakes being the fundamental interest of two people and even the future of humanity. Who told you it was the apocalypse, right? They tell you it's the apocalypse. But yeah, back to the story. So we have this mysterious launch of a new weapon system. They're heating up for the 21st century warfare and new sort of hypersonic planes and all this sort of thing. But again, it's a super secret launch that the drive.com knows about. And so we get that article. But just showing how they're testing new technologies. Everyone's sort of playing this cat and mouse game with their powers and their abilities and all that sort of stuff. All right, what else do we have here? And then we'll take our fun. We're getting to the drama, Bonnie. I can tell all this information just isn't as good. Here, we'll bring Illuminati in. Thank you, Illuminati, for joining me. The information overload was killing the numbers. So hopefully you can give us a bit of the, YouTube screets. What do you think about Benton offering you an administrative position over there?
We're back with Illuma Public Radio. Hello, caller.
I love it.
What are you talking about, this offer to ride shotgun? I've been missing Benton a couple days because, contrary to popular belief, I've been living like a human, like sleeping when it's dark and stuff. And I understand he's a trucker and all. So yeah, I missed his past couple of lives, but I haven't heard about me being offered the shotgun ride.
Yeah, he's basically saying he'll give you the key to the kingdom, and that on certain nights, if you're feeling inspired and you want to sort of hold down your own fort over there for a little bit, I think it's what he's offering you. Of course, you'll have to speak to the man directly, but
oh, of course, if you know me, which some people are starting to, I would always ultimately end on hearing it from him. But I'm asking you out of curiosity, and I wouldn't hold you to like, hey, Dirk, now you said this. But yeah, like that's news to me as you tell me about it. There's a lot going on, man. Like I'm currently in the talks with the real Jack Talcott of an idea for a spin-off channel where I would in essence be the Doc Brown, and Jack, Provo Kid, and Jeff would be the three different timeline Jack Talcotts, and it probably writes itself from there. But it's in talks because Jack is a wreck right now. I don't know where Provo and Jeff stand on these streets and how it could disrupt the show. But that's just one of my newest entertainment ideas.
I like that idea. So hold up. So you would play. No,
we're not going to recreate Back to the Future, but in the sense of time, like the way Truther Cop has his time travel shtick, because he could probably even be tied in since he's doing the time travel shtick. Yeah, I'm thinking like I'm some kind of scientist doctor, and then I'm stuck with the three different timeline Jack Talcotts, and we have to figure out how that chemistry works for entertainment. But I think it's there if we make it happen.
When I've not seen the Tubcott running around anywhere, I've not seen Jeff anywhere. But that was so funny. I think that's probably the best my show's ever going to do in that moment of him, of the Tubcott. I think we might have peaked right there.
And that's a good title there, Chuck. Well, yeah, I can see, man, it's like it writes itself. That's what I'm saying. And then you can guest star all these regular people that are aware of each other and shit. There's just some things that need to come to fruition first. So I'm going to go ahead and make my announcement here that some people have got in the chat. And my final announcement of it will be the next time on Benton, because this appearance right now and my next on Benton is going to be the last anybody sees or hears of me till Sunday the 19th, when Illuminati makes his journey to the island of the Blue De Laguna, and I'm going to set my fucking saga in this streets drama straight. It's going to be the last you ever hear about me and the enslaved.
Hold on. So you're saying, is this an exclusive drop here? You're saying you're going to the Laguna creature for the full dirt on the whole unslaved thing? That's what you're saying?
Let's call it the tea. The Illuminati tea.
Illuminati spilling.
Yeah, and then I'm never going to worry about it again because, Truther Cop did ask me on his show, like, what's the end game to this? How does this all close out? And ever since then, I've been like, that's a good fucking question, as I didn't know it would reveal all these factions. It was just me fucking with the enslaved, and that's how I discovered all these factions, and then it evolved to something more than me and the enslaved. And now when I hear all this reference to me versus him, I'm like, no, you got it twisted. You put me anywhere that people do a thing, and I'm going to be what I am in relation to it, So with people that are worried about him following me or my ties to it, once I do this De Laguna visit, anybody that comes at me after that, I'll simply say, refer to that video, and I'll be done with it, Well,
and you know what's the trouble with the Jack is the real Jack Talcott is such a prima donna. Like, you probably have a bunch of artistic demands, and then
like he's a prima donna. There's the fact that even today he's contacting me, oblivious to the meme that he is. I was like, Jack, this time travel thing could drown out the meme that you don't realize you don't want to be. Like, I see what's happening in these streets. I know a joyous laugh compared to a sadistic, more and more let's get him laugh. I know when someone is treated kindly to get them to stay and talk longer rather than rage exit. And you're talking to the guy that invented the rage stay. Like, never say I rage quit, I rage stay.
I like that. Yeah, I heard you say that. That's an interesting way to think about it, right? I'm not running because I'm angry. I'm angry and I'm staying. Yeah, I want to shout out to Tranquil Vortex here, and Toilet Bowl Earth made a rap video with Tranquil Vortex, spitting some lines in there, and it was pretty cool. I was actually gonna maybe play that later, but here, let me share a couple more of these, and then I'm actually gonna play a bit from the Benton. Maybe we'll actually hear. I think at the middle of this, he might do a shout out to you and offer his proposal. I just had this one, Mr. Tom DeLong. Again, they put these psyops out of these people. Where does it go? And then just random videos. I think this was a fairly new one that he must have posted on Instagram. But look at this sort of fake, weird bullshit. It's supposed to be some sort of.
I also think that Tom DeLong fucked up on the.
But look at this light in this video. This looks super fake to me. It's just a bear. Oh, Blink 182 gonna crack wide open. It's just a bear. You think that looks fake, Tom?
I will say the same thing I'm saying with the success of these panels. it's all on the timeline. Like you saw, everybody's seen the Joker filter I use sometimes, right? And how realistic that even makes a face look like the Heath Ledger Joker. These panels themselves are only good till the common man can deep fake in real time for virtual no money at all. And then these panels go out the window because then you've got a bunch of Jack Palcots sucking off a bunch of fallen slaves with some Tom Cruises thrown in, you know? So enjoy this public Zoom call format while it's a thing. Just like you're right, I think that looks as realistic as what a CGI amateur could sit for hours and make, you know? But I will also attest that approximately 10 years ago in Colorado Springs, sitting in a drive-thru, I saw a Tic Tac with my own eyes.
Yeah, it's a weird mix of sort of something going on, but then a lot of fakery. And I like to think about that chat GBT or whatever it is, like you're saying, appearing on these panels, running their own shows. Like, how do you even know? And the more people get comfortable with those filters, and the better they get, like, how would you even know?
I've got a great chat GPT story that just happened not a couple days ago. Shout out to Jeffrey Phillips. I was on Jeffrey Phillips, and I was the only globetrotter among various Discworlders that I enjoy the company of, such as OTW and others. And I watched these. I mean, I'm going to speak freely because they did their own insulting that I'm okay with to my face, and they know I'd say this to their face. I said this when I was there. I watched those motherfuckers reword as many different ways as they could, intending for ChatGPT to tell them that the Earth was flat and we've never been to space. And even ChatGPT was like, I can't tell you that, you guys. Everywhere you ask, ChatGPT cannot affirm to you that you are correct about a Discworld that's never been to space. And ChatGPT would still give them clues as to why the Earth is a globe and why we have been to space. I loved it, man. It was good shit. I mean, if we hadn't been to space, why are we giving China the credit for the first time in 40 years bringing more moon rocks back? And why has Putin not used these platforms to bust us out on never been to space? Come on, people. Come on.
Yeah, if it's a global secret, you know, sooner or later someone would have to call that out, you would think. That is a good sort of commonsensical counterpoint to that.
Hey, why was the flag waving? Because there was like the shock and vibrations of that flagpole alone would make the flag move in zero gravity. You're still handling the flag staff. You're still giving kinetic vibrations to it that the flag tied to it will react to. I only have associates, people. I'm not bragging. It's just not hard to know this shit.
Zach Ocracy says ChatGPT is viewed as a savior with a closed algo and a clear bias. Another excuse to abuse a tool while ignoring self. People have dozens of numbers in a cell phone but can't write out 4.
Now, Tommy's wearing science PJs. Tommy does not dispute the corruption and involvement NASA might have to help the government lie, but I would call those lies more the withdrawal of information rather than pushing for information that isn't true. They might hold back what is true. But there's so much NASA shit going on that's not publicized or even known by Discworlders. It's like, why are they doing all that without your knowledge if it's to fool you? Hashtag logic.
I know. You got to be careful with that logic. That gets you in trouble.
Well, logic can be wrong. There's like the logic of a cheater. There's the logic of a scam artist. There's the logic of a cigarette dealer that says, hey, the kid told me he was 18. He was 18. Like, that's bad logic, you know?
Yeah.
There's the logic of the judge that approved of artificial intelligence sentencing to a guy who sat in a cell for a long time over no theft and no damages, but the judge chose to roll with an AI sentencing.
Well, doesn't it seem, and I get into this into like the fake apocalypse talk, doesn't it seem like they're trying to roll out a lot of stuff just to test it, but they don't really have it all sort of dialed in? That's what I get the feeling on a lot of this stuff.
When you
like
say
it's a future plan, but it's like the 100-year plan they're trying to figure out now.
Well, it's probably the cycle plan that I would say is even more than 100 years if you want to talk about societies older than names of countries themselves. Money in this country that was family money before it came over on a boat. But when you say fake apocalypse, I think of how people view false flags. Like, false flags doesn't mean nobody died, you know? Like, when me or AJ questions a school banging where kids perished and a camouflaged man was escaping into the woods despite the son of an FBI agent who enacted the thing, that doesn't mean we think those kids didn't exist or are alive today. Those kids are fucking deleted, but it doesn't make it a not false flag. It doesn't make it a false apocalypse when you find yourself in the middle of a purge situation with no electricity. That was just allowed to happen, you know?
Sorry, I started talking. I was muted. Mr. Miyagi says apocalypse or the revealing is very real, and we got front row seats. I think they want people to think it's an apocalypse, so they just sort of give up. Like, it's like that food line I showed. There's a lot of just giving up on life, giving up on the different stages of life, being a parent, being a grandparent, retiring, your golden years. Like, we used to have discrete points of life, and now it's just sort of a blob into one, and they're giving us computers to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, you watch right-wing Texas parents complaining that public school is supposed to blah, blah, blah your kids. It's like even the most right-wing gun-toting Texas people have bought in generationally to their child's responsibility being on anyone but them, you know? Oh, you're scared to send your child to a school that might get shot up? Have you heard homeschooling? That covers shootings, transgender pushes secretly while you're at work. It covers everything if you can make it happen. And that's why they need both parents to be busy earning money to survive, to keep you from raising your kids from being a ward of the government. I'm the one everybody hates. Don't forget that. I love this shit here. I'm having the time of my life, dude.
You do, man. And I like you sort of being rehabbed on channels like this and Benton and allowed to sort of just share your information. And sort of like Benton said, I think you're sort of a treasure for these broadcasts at one level because you always have a take and you have a lot of information and things to say. Let's just play a little bit of this. And then I'm gonna play a little bit of this.
This bangs. This fucking. I watched this morning. Comments. Yeah, this shit bangs.
Yeah, it kind of does. Sort of. This is stuff I love.
TDE that I just realized is EBT in reverse. He's been dropping a lot of good music this week.
Yeah. I like the end where it's like never bite the hand that feeds you. That line is probably
IMBD was a really good start. Lots of movements that needed a daddy, so I sell an old site on YouTube to get easy to drink folks with low IQ. I use some new words in yellow cube. I talk about rights and right to be free, but I sat in jail, not free, volunteering. Still and sitting there just like that. grifters, oh yeah, they're all over me. They say they're able to confuse the brave few who muddle through obscene info sort through. Ironically, must end up paying the fee for license and weight to football our safety. Paying your fee doesn't make you bad, but holding up traffic does make you cash. They created a trust, you tell us to say no.
It's so funny that his 3 recommended videos are mine, Ian's, and Paul's. Exactly who I'm mirroring. Ironic.
Just have fun with it, JG.
He also managed to Photoshop some bitch that every one of us knew in high school. I think we all knew some chick that looked a lot like this picture.
Well, I think, I'm not sure who the picture is. I think it might be Tranquil Vortex herself, who's a frequent commentator on a bunch of these different channels. But I don't know when she read that poem. I didn't hear, but my favorite part was coming up, so I want to play that. I feel this part around.
Joe made you a sly clocking ring. This shtick is well funded by Security Fund. Who is the backup behind this sick joke? Donations rolling privately, of course, beyond the 12 hours until you are forced. Never bite the hand that feeds you. Never bite the hand that feeds you.
I agree with that, man. Man is the queen around here, dude. Queen of the streets.
Yeah, the way those colors and the additions are, it looks like the mouth is photoshopped over a different picture. I did a lot of Photoshop to see that.
That's fun, man. I like stuff like that. I like that stuff, man. It's creative, right? It's mixing this stuff up. It's not a one-time, you know, share or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
We got a book recommendation. Psychology in Everyday Life by David G. Myers from El Perro. Thank you. Oh, it's from the timestamp is in the comments. Cool. JG, just have fun. No shit. Yeah, bro. We're just have fun. All right, I'm gonna play a little bit of this Benton and I'm at commentary, and then I wanted to talk a little bit more about this panopticon idea.
Before we're off the music video thing, can I drop one thought?
Yeah, please do.
If you remember the Apex Twin video for Come to Daddy, where all the little hoodlum kids have his face in the most horrific way possible, that's what all these Talcott clones remind me of as they come for me.
The Talcott clones are coming for you?
Well, not just me, but whenever I show up, they definitely all group up and assemble at me, just like I expect. Benton describes me as self-alienating. I like to describe it as natural, accepted alienation that shows I'm doing it right as far as my path.
I love when I see the Talcott bots talk to each other. Like, that's my favorite, like, melding, is when the Talcott bots all start melding together. That's my favorite part.
Yeah, and when Jack is on my personal phone number telling me that all these disputes and opinions aren't related to him, I'm like, Jack, they all have your face. They all have your fucking face. Are they not related to you in any way? And he shuts the fuck up.
Well, and does he just have no desire to, you know, quote unquote, capitalize off of it? Or, I mean, he has no desire to capitalize off it, or sort of,
that's what I'm trying to tell him. Like, at this point, with his lack of awareness of the internet situation, I don't think he can capitalize on it as much as maybe that sci-fi comedy idea could drown it out and supersede it. But I don't even think it can happen yet. I think it's a good idea that hit me out of something I was watching. But
I think that
I got a lot of shit ready for wherever you want to go today. Or as the last 2 appearances till the 19th, I can cover that farm animal shit I was talking about. All kinds of shit.
I think on Slavia Halfway House for Jack was a great idea, and he just sort of poo-pooed the idea immediately. Does yours have the 5-minute egg timer on? Tommy talks about, dear God, I hope so. No, dude, Tom's been good so far. We've had no need for a timer countdown, but thank you, Artie. He's behaving himself.
That was part of my StreamYard idea, is you have the 2 lights. You need to be able to put 2 lights and a timer in each person's square, where one light is to just respectfully raise your hand like you have something to say. The other light is for respectfully interrupting before someone can build a mountain off of their fallacy. And then the timer is for the times that you want to distribute time. This is not the new Tom. This is the always Tom who loses his shit over petty games of shouting, talking over, and being accused of slavery. He is always free in the face of. So the new Tom is just like the old Tom, as Zach De La Rocha would say when I liked him as well.
We might have to go see the Lagoon Creature. Apparently, I heard she had her cult expert on last night. Did you watch any of that?
That wasn't bad. I was dropping some good live chats in that. I encourage anyone who watches that, turn on the live chats if it's possible. Because there ain't a damn person that knows who any of us are that ain't tuning in the 19th. And that's why I'm disappearing until the 19th.
All right, cool. All right, let's play a little bit of this, Benton. And then I'm going to take a 5-minute playing this, because it goes on 5-6 minutes. And then I'll be back to see what's up. Anyone's welcome to come up and chat. And I did want to get into the Panelopticon stuff a little bit too, but we'll kind of see what happens. But I thought this was a pretty good rant. Benton, when Benton gets loose, he's pretty good at
what the fucking appendix is.
Benton worked
I think the appendix is what the spleen uses. You know, worst case scenario, the spleen is like, all right, you know, I'm all fucked off. By the way, I had a severely enlarged spleen. My lymphatic system is still not normal back yet, right? But that's the
Pop on slaves, help me. Talk about it.
People are just pussies, really, what it comes down to. Oh, doc, I'm sick and fucking nauseated. You gotta get me past this pain, doc. I can't deal with it. Okay, well, we're just gonna cut you open, start taking body parts out. Fuck that. Fuck that. Now, if my appendix, if I start running high fever, that's how I know my appendix is all fucked up, and I probably will have to go to the doctor, because if my appendix bursts, I'll probably die. But even then, I may not go. I might just say, well, I guess it's RIP Benton, and maybe I'll just die of a burst appendix. I don't fucking know. We'll see. In my mind, I don't think I'm ever going. But it's like, am I really just gonna lay in the truck and die of a burst appendix? I don't know. I guess I won't really know if that until that happens. I don't think it's ever gonna happen. Shout out to 30-year-old children in the chat. Yeah. Well, Austin, so you're not living none of this, Austin. And so you're getting it from me at some point. You can talk all this theory all you want. You're not applying any of it to your life, sir. So it's null and void as far as how you live. This shit's all null and void. Oh, no, that's Murphy. My bad. I just saw that. My live chat covers up this video's past chat. You're not. So you can talk around. You can get shit faced all day every day and talk about whatever you want to talk about. You got no ability to practice anything I'm talking about. None. No ability. Go set a goal and then meet a goal. You think you're gonna do that drinking every day? Meanwhile, how do I know? Because recently I was drinking every motherfucking day.
set a fucking life goal, set a life goal and go accomplish it while you're a fucking
I see
drunk.
neither big nor daddy, but you're cool.
A fucking drunk. I know exactly what that is.
I love that his
you come in here and type whatever words you want. It don't mean nothing because you can't apply any of it.
all Austin Murphy said, and I don't know if Austin Murphy has been drunk on there before, if they've had some other thing, but all he said was his comment was like the most innocuous thing. He said, "Ground yourself to the earth." That's the comment that triggered Benton to just start snapping here. But I'm gonna play this a little longer because it's snapping funny.
And the earth is the ground, like electric systems and everything, lightning, it's all grounding back to this globe in space.
Well, yeah, and I think he was just like I don't think he was trying to, I don't think Austin Murphy was trying to be a dick or anything. I literally think he was just trying to like toss in his like 2 cents,
Yeah.
Like, hey, you're having these health issues, just have you thought about grounding? And then Benton is like, boom, get the fuck out of here, Austin Murphy.
I mean, think about it. Get a hold of yourself, sir. And I don't care if you're a drunk, but instead of trying to talk about ideas and like you some kind of source of information, you might just say, well, I'm nothing other than a daily drunk.
Moose trying to relive his days as Paul's right hand man. He's got to rebuild from the ground up.
Moose is all right.
No, he is all right. That's what he said when he got here. He's all right and he'll be better when he quits trying to attach that you can't go home again.
The worst. Again, I was one of you very, very recently. But yeah, let's go type advice into the internet while we get shit faced every day. And then, to avoid dealing with our lives, by the way, I was trying to kill myself with my drinking. What are you attempting to accomplish, Mr. Murphy, when you consume the poison every day? There's poison, you're poisoning your body. Now, you may not be.
JG has a similar freedom as I do on these streets. So JG can show up and say, Mother Teresa is whack, and everybody's like, right on, my dude.
Yeah.
Like JG tells me I'm a fucking weird creeper, and I'm like, dude, again, more, keep it rolling.
Why is Moose whack? I don't think Moose is whack.
Well, you should. I mean, you canceled your own channel the same night you canceled his old channel.
Oh, shit. Right? Yeah, but I got love for Moose. I
love for Moose too. That's why I'm like, quit wasting time with Larry. Let him have that hen house. Dirty Larry is the new hen house. It keeps him off these streets. It'll all come to settle. Like I said, we evolve. We're going to migrate, and all these streets will come to settle where they do. And I'll probably settle on being a remnant of the past of these streets.
Yeah, that's always a good possibility. Let's go a little more here.
Believe me, I've known for a long time. Well, I don't have the ability to drink every day. It's too hard on me. So when I drink every day, I do, okay, well, I'm just obviously destroying my hunger. Obviously. So you're doing the same thing. It's just going to take a lot longer. But make no mistake, if you continue.
I think that was pretty heavy, too, that Benton said that he was literally drinking to kill himself. I mean, that's a pretty heavy thing to say. And I get the point.
So was Jack Talcott.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
But then to, like, sort of direct your own inner rage about all that onto this random guy on the internet. And I can tie this into some of the panopticon stuff because
Blessing, Gnostic.
The panopticon idea that I'm trying to bring into the conversation is all about moralizing. We become our own moral police sort of in these platforms and all this. And so this judgment on Austin Murphy sort of comes out of nowhere, or so it seems. I mean, and really, what did he say? He's like, do some grounding, go ground yourself, get the free flowing electrons from the earth with your batteries. And now suddenly he's got the madman from Arkansas just all on his ass.
But don't forget the aspect that a lot of these YouTube streets with amateur hosts, it's easy on the internet to take everything you read in text as like hostile,
Right. Or if you're just sort of in that mental headspace, which I think he was, but and it's an interesting point and Austin Murphy probably does maybe need to hear stuff. I don't know. I don't know if he has a drinking problem or not. I know that sort of said.
Even as a human, I'll admit that people have approached me after me dealing with the unslaved. People come at me and I take it like, well, fuck you. What do you want to do? And they're like, no, I'm just saying. I'm like, oh, sorry, man. I'm a little hostile because everyone's cornering me today,
Yeah. And then like as the host or the one talking, I think you can kind of get like pent up frustrations with people. Like maybe Austin Murphy, and I'm just speculating on those, but maybe Austin Murphy showed up a couple times a little hammered on the conversations, and now Benton's okay, I've had enough. Well, I don't know that. I don't know that for Benton. He gets
for other advice, you probably don't need to go to him. Probably don't. So get your shit together, Mr. Murphy, or shut the fuck up. Show me, don't tell me, Mr. Murphy. Show me, don't tell me, because talk is cheap, motherfucker. Get your shit together. How about you?
How about you? I love that.
Well, you're drunk, so of course it's fun. Because it's all silly, it's all fun and games when somebody's intoxicated. And I think I am gonna just have a breathalyzer shipped to an Amazon locker if you'll tell me generally where what Amazon locker you would like to use. I think we're just gonna I'm gonna have a breathalyzer sent to you, and then every time you come on stream, we'll have you breathalyzed, so we know what level of BAC we're interfacing with. I'm thinking probably around a 0.24 most of the time. I think most of the time you're on stream, you're at about a 0.24, 3 times the legal limit for driving. So I know I was mobbing around about 0.24. Well, I do talk all the time, Jimmy. What's interesting is that as I observe those words come out of my mouth, that's the thought in my mind is that I'm the one who talks the most. So yeah, of course I'm aware of that. But that's the fact that at the level of.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom. You want to?
I don't want to rain on his parade thinking he's the one that's seen us talk the most, but it's not live anyway.
Michael says he always says 0.24. But yeah, this was a good rant. I like his early morning, late night rants on the road here. I think it's a nice backdrop.
One of the dangerous devices in my bar days, this guy had a keychain that was a breathalyzer, so you could check to see if you were good to drive home from the bar. No, that turned into a contest of let's see who's blowing the highest, and we'd all start knocking them back, trying to blow higher than the next person because a couple of drunks had a fucking breathalyzer on a keychain.
Yeah, I think I've played that game as well before.
And
what do we got with VR TV?
Six. Luckily, my fourth one only counted as a third because of the time that had gone by.
I was gonna say, how many of those were after the 90s?
Yeah, well, one was.
What's your opinion on Beauchesne there, Tom?
I haven't seen him since he was in that swingers group over on the Jeff show. Did they bury him somewhere? Did Jeffrey finally realize it is a big deal and they left him in a shallow grave somewhere? 86.
Yeah.
He's just kind of hanging out here. He's found a space here.
Yeah, but then see, the thing is though, it's a self-perpetuating thing. Oh, is this live?
Yeah. I just think what it was for a second.
That idea that I am the captain of my. I don't know who's talking about none pursue it, and then their title is listening to music till this show starts. That sounds awfully pursuey to me.
Oh, for Paul saying that he's not pursuing him?
Because I'm the one that says I'm not fleeing when I'm pursued.
the warning. Well, you showed up, sir, so I hope you understand the seriousness of this, and hopefully we'll not see you in here again.
Shout out to Eric showing up where he's still alive and heard. Well, the thing about it is this too.
Yeah, Eric was cool. Eric gave me weird vibes at one point, but he was all right.
He gives me a really flip-flop vibe. He backs all sides where he can get his channel out. I got to be the only YouTube viewer with more subscribers than his channel that makes videos.
They're saying you and Wizard got that Clayton Bigsby energy. JG just coming at you.
Where's JG? I'm a little behind on how Benton and Wizard got that Clayton Bigsby energy.
I mean, it's sort of old. That's sort of the old joke, right?
I like the reference though. Clayton Bigsby is a very referenceable analogy.
Did you watch Chris Rock's new special? I watched it last night.
I don't know if I saw the whole thing, but I think I saw a clip of just the Will Smith reply parts, and that was great. It's fucking great. He's like, he slapped me, it did hurt. He's like, I got summertime ringing in my ears. I was like, oh,
yeah, that was the best one. I got
drums, please.
I heard you guys talking about Austin Murphy, my buddy, and then Bo Shane, so I had to say what's up.
And Benton
just don't live here no more.
Benton just laid it hard on him, dude.
He was lighting him up, dude.
That's why that's my home field. I do like that.
Yeah, I like Benton a lot. Those driving scenes, nice Arkansas ranting. I don't know, it all just works for me. Usually I good.
And Moose, let me tell you, man, I don't think either you do stuff on purpose or you don't know you do it by accident. But I will sit there at Dirty Larry and talk shit on those hens. All that chat, that was like gold chat that you were reading. And when you tell that bitch I feel left out, you like give them, you boost them on that, dude. Like, I don't think you realize that's condescension when you say shit. Like, I do not feel left out of any of these streets. I feel I'm mentioned more than it's valuable. And when you tell that toothless hen that I feel left out, she feels like she got to win, and you digress the gold I was delivering. That's why you found yourself kicked out when you were trying to prodigal son back to the unslaved. That's why they shut the door on you, because I don't think you have the nuance or the layers for these games.
So you're basically saying I don't got what it takes, Thomas.
No, I'm saying you're lacking the awareness of the nuance and the layers to these games. Just like there's nuance and layers to me openly not having a channel, not having the ambition to have a channel, and then you got 30-year-old children like Peniel saying, Tom, would you just post one video that we can strategize or hate on, please? I'm like, well, that's why you don't see your own standing in these streets, Peniel. Like, I show up to your lives just to bash on you and leave.
I think about that. Is it a better position to just appear on the different panels and actually have a channel?
I don't say it's a better position, but I say everyone's position is significant to how they must carry themselves. You know, it's not that one is better or worse. It's you have to figure out what your standing is, what you're trying to do, and then be the thing accordingly. It's like picking your tabletop D&D character according to how you want to play and what you want to do. You know.
I get that.
And that's an analogy for fucking life, Yurt. Like, this is all free. Brother. I'm guessing for free on these tips.
Tom, you're my psychiatrist. You're the Dr. Phil of this channel.
That's just from being real with myself. And you are me. I am you. Mimi is Mimi. That's a classic from the old enslaved days.
This is a very interesting comment from Mr. Miyagi. We definitely know more about you than you know of us, Yurt.
And Yurt knows more about than he displays as a refresh channel. And I'm still cool with Yurt, and I'll play these games in these streets. Because, like, I forget if it was on Yurt or on Benton, but never forget that talk I gave about weight, the implication of weight, the fake weight, and how none of this is weight, unless you're already up that tower that is burning as we speak.
Tommy, I thought we already told you not to talk bad about fat women.
I take the old dirty bastard stance on that. From the only track you will ever hear at the beginning, ICP ODB. That's one of the best tracks of either of those guys in collaboration. Don't talk about bitches, I'm fucking them. Please, no fat bitches, I'm fucking slim.
So we got ODB lyrics versus
This is what I was trying to explain, Eric, is you got to understand how it works. It's all about
Sovereign's soul never has to say this is what I was trying to explain. I've yet to hear him ever explain everything correctly.
Not me. Lord God, thank you for this smoke. Thank you for the medicine that you provided me and the seed-bearing plant you've given me for food.
What is
Your
this?
name.
Is this real?
In my deepest throes of meth abuse, I was never touching anything cigarettes. Think about that. I didn't drink, I didn't smoke cigarettes. Yeah, it's crazy.
When I see Moose is about to have a revival. I think Dark Moose is about to make an appearance, and he's just going to start tearing out all these fools.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Moose has potential, but he's got to break away from all of it. I want to add Moose in. I had another channel idea that I'd add Moose and D-Rec in that wouldn't be susceptible to all this drama, where we're just sharing shop, tinker, gardening, do with your hands stuff. And then that's what your camera and panel visit provides.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, there's a whole section of YouTube of it that
Morgan?
I'm familiar with watching over the years.
I don't know who Morgan is.
Yeah, I have no clue who that is either.
But what sounds like somebody who got lost in the sauce, man.
I feel like there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that in these truther circles. There's a lot of sauce to go around. It's easy to get lost in it. But do you feel that? Do you feel like you're about to turn around and start avenging your name out here?
Oh, dude, I'm already like I've been writing all day.
You're loading up for springtime.
I'm loading up.
A little bit of a lull here, a springtime lull. I think things are really going to get interesting here in the next few months, like on all sorts of levels. The YouTube stream,
very much. I checked that video. The deadline for a lot of this homesteader shit, it is approximately in June, and that's later than the deadline I'm seeing for a lot of transition to CBDCs and digital currency. Like this SEC versus Ripple case, that does wrap up this month, and then April is a date that a lot of banks are switching to digital currency, and we're all worried about these streets drama.
Right. And I think about that, about my own time invested in here, and what's it for.
Half my proof of my financial independence is this drama is kind of like my side thing, while in real life I'm dealing with everything at hand for the near future and long-term future that some channels don't even want to hear about, and that's their right. I shut my mouth and move on.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing too. But the information just doesn't, it doesn't hit as hard as the drama bonding. And a lot of people look down on the drama bonding, but I think there's a lot of interesting sort of human dynamics in that, like with the Benton and the Austin Murphy stuff, where that's compelling drama to me. You've got a guy who basically is, on his last leg was Benton, who just admitted that he was essentially committing suicide with alcohol. And then you've got this gentleman, and he's sort of trying to appeal to this other guy that he just knows, sort of incidentally from a YouTube channel, and he's trying to show him some tough love, I think. Or is he grandstanding? Is that tough love or is that grandstanding? I can't
From which one? From Benton or Austin?
From Benton. Is he grandstanding or is it a tough love thing? What do you guys think?
I think he might make claims that aren't diagnosed, but there's definitely something there, whether it's just a man's issues or some kind of diagnosable thing. I see it, but I like the dude. And then with Austin, I see a typical veteran that's drinking hard with his own things that I don't judge, and we're all just a mix on these streets of it, you know?
Yeah, that's a good perspective, actually, right? It's just sort of something that emerges, right? He's just offering his opinion, and yeah, it definitely can be both, and it likely is. But what do you think?
The world go around?
I think that I think the attack was a little preemptive. I think that maybe Benton, being a former alcoholic himself, and me as a fellow alcoholic, I think it kind of hit him in a soft spot. You know, I don't think it had anything to do with Austin Murphy. I think it had everything to do with the way Benton was feeling at that moment.
Yeah, I agree. You get a little like, and that's why I try not to bring that mood to my whatever this is. I try not to get into that headspace of super critical and on the warpath with people, and I know that can be entertaining, but I just think once you start seeing it's like, you know, if all you have is a hammer, everything's a nail, you get into that mentality with people where it's just like, here's why you suck, here's why you suck, here's why you suck, and you know, it's like at the end of it, it's like a bunch of things.
There is an evolution I'm also watching for where this is the reason I respect a lot of these streets right now, but they also might turn it around and gain even more disrespect. And that's on Benton's show. I watched everybody finally call Snafu out in real time, bring up the video, get the timestamp, see what I said, come back and repeat what I said. And Snafu is still rolling on that, what I allegedly did tip, and no one's stopping him while giving him a space to keep saying it. And it was on your show where I was walking my dog, calling him out for the end all about it. And it's still going on. It's ridiculous. It doesn't bother me, but it's what I'm watching as my own assessment of humans in this day and age.
Yeah, it's very hard to referee that stuff, you know, or even attempt to. I'm not even trying to.
I guess if you don't have the mod abilities, it's hard. It should be easy for the mod.
But kind of, right? Because it's like my inclination is to just cut it all out, and I don't want to hear about it. So, you know, I'm not a very good mod in that respect. Are you out there traveling this?
I'm traveling, bro. I'm traveling. We're staying at an RV. It's an RV storage facility that lets you pay $25 to stay for the night. So we're doing ghetto camping tonight.
Oh, I can tell some ghetto camping stories from my RV days.
Well, what's the best place to ever ghetto RV camp on?
Well, I can give a lot of tips that I found on my personal situation. Like before I had an RV and me and my dog were sleeping in my car. This is one thing I was going to tell Brian O'Shea about if he had the skills. I was a apartment maintenance, but I was for a company that would send me all over Denver to different apartments. So I would car camp in the place that I was going to work the next day. And then if I started being week after week at the same place, as a maintenance guy, I would get cool with the actual apartment, get a key to an unrented unit and crash that unrented unit as long as I was working that apartment. And I just was making money being homeless at the same time. And then when I got an RV, it escalated into I would be cool with the girl at the storage place. She'd let me park behind the coded gate because I had a storage unit there anyway. Like I'm just good at working with what I got. That's why.
Then it was a 30-second smash session, and that's why.
Fly the Hitchhiker in his Sonify track that kicks that is fire. Smash, smash, smash. Yeah. Gary, if you still want to kick some tunes, that's a good one.
Kai the Hitchhiker's
It also tells you know the story of Kai the Hitchhiker saving people by clubbing a dude with a hatchet when it was time, even though he eventually went to jail for killing a guy who he was staying the night with.
Yeah, I saw that recent documentary. That was very strange.
But here's the thing about the Sonify. I used to be at a time in college where it would get me to my chill state because when the song slows down and gets all insightful, it's him going, no matter what you've done, you deserve respect, even if you whatever, you're lovable. And it comes with the music so perfect, they actually created a cool thing. But that's just good Sonify jam. That guy was talented for taking spoken word and doing.
Nah, man, you totally missed it, man. I was talking about the she bang. Oh, she move.
Yeah, we all know Ricky Martin. Good job, Moose. Way to stay relevant, buddy.
That's not Ricky Martin. That's what's his name. That's that Gangnam Style or something.
See, no, that was not the Gangnam Style guy. That was definitely one of the Spanish heartthrob singers. But
awesome.
That time I kind of baited you into like I didn't even have the right boy band for Lance Bass.
I'm telling you, it's Gangnam. Get that Gangnam dude.
Man, what is his name?
Obama or some stupid shit.
Obama.
Yeah, some dumb shit like that.
Hey, sexy lady. That jam is a jam, dude. I love that jam. And you get to do the like horse riding. You do the horse riding dance with it. That is.
Nah, dude. I'm gonna have to give you the.
Thank you, EBT. Shout to EBT. Always love EBT, even when you won't believe me. I always love EBT. Good example of a father juggling these streets with what I assume is a successful family life compared to panel members.
She moved.
Oh my god! All right, I'm kicking you both out of here. I'm gonna finish up on my Panopticon.
Oh come on.
Hey, nothing. And if you know Psy, you gotta watch the mashup, the live surprise mashup, where Gangnam Style meets Too Legit to Quit. I had legit tears in my eyes at the first time I saw that surprise mashup because it hit my fucking childhood nostalgia with the current hit that it was at the time. Oh my god, I had like tears of artistic appreciation as I watched that happen. It was justified by the famous people in the audience with O face over what they were witness to. It was a great event live.
Hold on, of Two Live Crew and who?
Two Live Crew. I'm talking Too Legit to Quit, where nobody had seen MC Hammer. Nobody had seen the man since prior to me talking to him at Denver Airport, and he just hits the scene in the middle of a Psy performance where they mashed up Psy's jam with Too Legit to Quit, shared their dances. Psy's crew was doing the MC Hammer dances. MC Hammer and his crew were doing the Psy dances, and the fact that all these streets need me to tell them it happened shows why I'm the most famous YouTube viewer to never post a video. Thank you, everyone. I owe it to everyone. And you motherfuckers don't believe I'm rich. You have to have this type of mind to go into the market to make money. You have to know what is true to make market money.
And JT,
I'm sorry. Have I made money off of the Virgin Record guy who is competing to also take you into space to see if it's a globe? Because I've already made money off that. I've watched them go into space.
You should run like a money digital currency sort of like update on Benton's thing. I think that would be interesting.
I do it there because D-Rec, shout out to D-Rec, he's the one that's interested in it. And all my crypto talk goes into end times government corruption talk, just like the AMC play does. Perspective. Yeah. Big, long game. Big view mind.
Tom, I'm kicking you out of here. I'm wrapping up the news and I'm going to wrap up my rant.
See you guys after the 19th.
Get out of here. He lost me at the MC Hammer shit. Like, I don't know what to say about that, man. I'm already questioning my time MC Hammer shit, and I'm just like, damn, what am I doing?
Because you're a star. You're a star, man. He's comparing you to another star out there, MC Hammer.
Dude, MC Hammer was sort of the man, for sure. Is this Ian stuff just incredibly? I mean, what was more boring, our MC Hammer talk or this? Just
happened to you from taking it, but think to it. So then to further exemplified at the end of the commercial.
So then if I have a few more hits of DMT, I can talk for 5 more hours about nothing.
I don't think you can hit that DMT and then come on these panels. I think that would be a risky move.
He does.
Oh, he does?
He does. Yeah, dude. Yeah.
He said that. Can I see that is it on his channel?
Dude, it's like a month or so ago. He was like, all right, I'm closing down. I'm gonna go smoke some DMT. Be right back. And then he opened back up a panel, and he was ripped, dude.
Wow. Tinto TQ said you should try being a bit more picky with your panel and guests and their length of stay. I think I might agree.
Isn't that the truth?
I like talking to random. I like talking to random folks, though. You know.
Like that one, the little one.
Yeah. Well, actually, I got the panel there, but I think about that sometimes, sort of regulating. But here's sort of the bigger point, Tinto. Is like I'm a pretty small YouTube channel, and really I appreciate anyone who would share any of their time with me at this point. Right? I'm nobody. I'm nothing special. If anyone wants to come up and talk to me, then I at least got to give them the basic, like human level respect to not think. Does that make sense? I'm not that important.
It's honorable. It's honorable. And you know, it's going to get you far because you're going to have a network so big that when you need help one of these days, you're going to be able to find somebody in your network that has the solution, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Maybe not.
But maybe I'll just self-annihilate another channel and just move into the distance, you know?
Why would you do that, though? I was thinking about that. And I was like, man, that's like a soap opera, you know? Like, people want to go back and watch reruns.
I know. I thought about clipping some of those footage from some of those shows, the ones I thought were good, but I prefer to just move it along. And
yeah, life's pretty short, so why get stuck on the past, right?
Well, yeah, if it's just bringing up a bunch of like bullshit, no one really cares. There's always there's always new bullshit, and that's a good point. Tinsel TQ says you need to keep an audience as well as panelists. I think that is a good point.
It depends. I mean, it depends on what your goal is, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, once you figure out your goals, then you can figure out where you want to go from there. Because, I mean, if you don't care how many people actually watch, then why does it care who's on your panel?
Yeah. I guess I don't really know what my goal is or exactly what I care about. Oh, you got JG Pissy now? On your not.
What's that?
Oh, not you. JG's talking to Tinsel.
Oh, Tinsel. Yeah.
Yeah. I see this too, Tom. Tom says
JG's always being dirty to people out there. You need to be ready for tyranny, yes.
Yeah, and when he's ready, I heard that, readiness is something I'd like to talk about here too. I've had different stages of sort of hardcore prepping and then sort of realizing that there's a lot of waste in that. And what, I really, I don't know. I don't believe in the apocalyptic stuff. And it's not doxing the kid to be, how do you dox a kid, right?
Oh.
All right, good stuff. All right. Well, fun. Well, it's good to talk to you, Moose Man. Has the traveling been good out there, or has it been sort of crazy? How'd the little one travel?
Oh, the little one's traveling great, man. Everything's going great. Once we left California, we've been on the road now for like 4 days, I think. And it's been all clear. Just 20 minutes of traffic today. That's it.
That's cool. When you're approaching the big 1 year, how does it feel? The year went quick, right?
Year went quick, man. A year went so quick. And I don't know, dude. It's like, did I teach her enough in that first year? Did I do enough? Was I a good father? Was I a good provider? Those are all the questions that come to my mind.
I can't even think back to what, like on my, I have 4 children, and I can't think back to what it was even like with that first child in that first year. Oh, man. They're not little babies, though. By 1 year old, they're really starting to do all sorts of things and figure
the difference and to delineate the difference between Jungian psychology and Freudian psychology. You could not do it. I know you can't. So you're just full of shit. You just appeal to institutionalized thought. You just appeal to emotion every time. You just appeal to your position, which is a nobody and nothing with a grandiose opinion of yourself. It's called an overt narcissist who says only fucked up people look for validation, while you and OTW are now rapping about the flat earth in a bizarre outfit, expected to be taken seriously, while Ian takes you seriously and embarrasses him and everyone else watching. And you saying Barry McGuire, Eva Disruption, song from probably 60 years ago at this point, and act like there's something there. So fascinating analysis. This is why I watch these people. If you folks ever wonder why I watch these people, I am morbidly fascinated by the slow death of this channel of me observing these chimpanzees projecting onto everyone everything they're doing and saying it's bad, right? And then making grandiose wild claims while they can never support it.
He never spoke. He just read shit. He wore women's shoes, and he married his cousin twice. E equals MC squared means Einstein married his cousin twice. That's what that shit means. Now, if person A says something about moi, person B, okay? Person B would have to give a fuck first. And
this is why Dave is divorced. Also, righteous in his indignation, completely enslaved and unable to be. People don't mind it. Self and spirituality, but she has that last name that every. Because when you're doing Jungian psychology, the word asshat is like a clinical descriptor. It's a clinical descriptor. Okay, Mr. Dave, come on and give us a dissertation on Jungian psychology. Person A is an asshat. Are you following? Yes, Dave. Could someone escort Dave out? I think he lied on the application. Okay, that's what you hear at the university. Can someone escort Mr. Dave out? I don't know Dave's last name. Sovereign slave, Dave. Could someone escort him out? I think he lied on the application. Don't really think he knows what the fuck he's talking about on any level.
Because that's how they live, in a low vibrational state. You see? That's
but
exactly
if you keep reacting to it, like you could say, I'm not reacting to it, I'm not, or whatever, I'm not addressing it anymore, and then you keep bringing it up in down the line, obviously there's some unmet thing there that needs to be addressed. There's some inadequacy.
If you watch my channel, you watch my channel, I don't address it at all. And when I came
That's
here,
constructive, Ian. You know, Ian says we don't like when people call us names and hurt our feelings and be rude to us, unless you do it, of course. This is the sort of double standard you'll see nowadays where folks will say you really shouldn't be unkind and impolite and rude and call names unless I'm doing it, in which case there's a reason for it because the person probably is what I'm calling them, right? So that's when I call people a jerk off or an idiot or a moron or a troglodyte, bedlamite, you know, insane person, I'm better known for that. He can call you an idiot because he's probably right. Is I think how that works.
You want to know who addressed it and who brought it up? You did, John. You did because you thrive on this. You like it. You're a cortisol junkie.
Well, it's an open panel. It's an open panel. It's an open panel. You keep bringing us up. You know we're watching, and obviously you feel an inadequacy of us watching you and judging you, and you feel that in some form.
Yes, I am having fun down the chat. This is fun. Thank you, John.
You're not that important. It's really hard. It's really hard. You're a pathetic little audience or whatever. You notice I don't give a shit. Whatever y'all want.
You don't care at all, Dave.
You're a piddly little goddamn god of nothing on the internet.
I'm very interested.
That's fine. We don't care.
John, who's this? Are you part of
Stop. See, Dave's like in his own world where he thinks the metaverse is disconnected from reality because he's disconnected from reality. It's not how it works, Dave. If somebody is a better man than you on the metaverse, they're still a better man in reality. When you turn the screen off, it carries with you. And that's clear because you know it and I know it. That's why you're so affected by this. That's why you try to ignore it. That's why you try to block and ban everybody. Because you know that I'm your daddy. I'm a better man than you by choice. Nobody's better than anyone. Everyone's born and created equal. And then they do stuff with their time, energy, and attention that separates them from the pack of sheep slaves, which I did, right? So it's not about giving me glory. All glory goes to the Most High. It's not my truth. It's truth I've ascertained. With that said, you've wasted your whole fucking life, and that's evident, okay? So you do care because on the metaverse, I'm a better man than you, and many others here in this community, better men and women than you and your bizarre wife. You know it and I know it, and it fucking eats you alive. And rather than you become better, you're going to continue to block, ignore, run away from, be irresponsible, unaccountable, and pretend like it doesn't exist. And it's just not going to work for you or anyone around you. That's why you have Ian to the right of you and Boshane to the left of you. Do you realize that if you look at, I'm not the prettiest creature either, because I just scared myself. But if you look at Ian and Boshane, they look almost identical, okay? They're almost identical. If you take Ian and you age him 30 years, it's Boshane in a hat. They're both wearing the same goofy hat. They both got the same blank, broken expression, soulless expression, and they're both snaky Voldemort creatures, okay? Who lie to themselves and everyone else, who are full of hate and fear, and when I get in the room with them, their voice shakes. So, yeah, it's not a coincidence. And, you know what? Holy shit. I just realized this is the evolution chart. Look at Sovereign Dave, because Sovereign Dave looks just like both of them. So if you take Boshane and switch places with Dave, it goes Ian, Boshane, and then Dave. That's the evolutionary chart of a loser, failure, low-life infidel, right? You can see it right there. If you just imagine them two switch positions, because I think Dave's a bit older, that's what we're looking at here. The timeline of the evolution of a Voldemort creature from youth, young adult, to middle age, to old, angry, alone, miserly, miserable old man.
Let me ask a question. Are you part of the board collective? Who's this we are watching you?
I'm on the boot, dude.
We are Legion. Is there like membership cards, decoder rings?
Legion. You should not forget.
Why are you smirking when I said
why did you want to go on the person's panel when you were banned? Joey, why did you want to go on?
Yeah, Vance, come on. I know you can hear me. I know you're listening to both streams, most likely. I don't know that. But ask him about the N-word again. Keep bringing it up and putting it in their face. I thought that was frowned upon. I thought that calling people Jew scum was frowned upon. I don't do that here. Okay? Jennifer is that ethnicity. She's not practicing. She's on the same kind of train I am as far as consciousness, knowledge of self, and spirituality. But she has that last name that every time you hear that name, you go to start projecting hate onto it. Okay? So I'm like a little bit sick of you people, right? Because there's two sides to every story. Yeah, every time I walk into court, it seems that every administrator, every other one has the same kind of last name, if you get my drift. So it leads me to think maybe the Christed being was onto something. Synagogue of Chatham? Got it. But that has nothing to do with you then projecting onto everyone else who has the same type of last name because they're, as you say, Jew scum. Again, a country kind of proliferated with this idea and it went wrong. I don't know if you remember how that went, but we probably shouldn't do that just for our own sake, like for ourselves. It just doesn't look and sound right. It's fine to make connections and talk about certain things. I've done it here before, the Star of David, Star of Shaitan, the whole deal. I go just right up to the chain of title all the way to the top. I don't sit on the low level, shallow aspect of looking around me and figuring out how I'm going to project hate onto other versions of self. That's just kind of foolishness.
On the person's panel when you were banned for saying the N-word.
Boom! I didn't have to why
are you so upset?
Because you guys keep reacting, and if you didn't react, I wouldn't make a big deal about it. But yes, you keep reacting, so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're just proving my theory right there. There's obviously something in your subconscious that says that you are a failure and you're a loser in life in some form or way. And then when people like us call it out and I'll admit, you can call me a loser. I mean, whatever.
You're a low vibrational loser. You thrive on content.
Right. I'm vibing low. Right. Okay.
This is why you're alone. This is why you're alone. Right now.
Oh, really?
You're alone. You'll remain alone.
Why? Huh? Wait, what's this? Is this a community or what is this?
I don't know. I'm just a dude on the fucking
internet. Is this your safe space? Is this your safe space? I wouldn't even judge you because it's your safe space.
I don't give a fuck if you judge me or
This
not.
is my
John. You're some
safe
bald-headed
space.
fucking simp.
That was a great one, too.
You're jealous, man. It's good. It's good hair. You're just jealous now. Yeah. Yeah. You just keep your receding hairline.
Notice how it only
Yeah.
took 5 minutes to devolve you down to 5 years old. Look how easy it was. That's because that's where you live.
Right.
You're a child in your mind. You're a child.
Childlike, maybe. Yeah.
No, not childlike. You're a
This
child in
guy-
your mind. You're
this is
mentally.
so fascinating. We are the embodiment of must become like a child again to get in the kingdom of heaven. He is the archetype of a child in the mind. He hits a bong like he's still in middle school. He's playing songs like he's still in middle school that were a hit when he was in middle school. He's got a bunch of colors and shapes in his room behind him. I don't do any of that. I don't put up posters. I never did. I've never been a child in the mind. My parents never talked to me like I was a child and never treated me like one. If anything, I grew up a little bit too fast, you might say, because I had a little bit too much on my plate. You motherfuckers are literally the embodiment of mind children who call people ass hats, tell them suck a bag of dicks, tell them all this shit you think is cool and hip that just makes you sound douchey and cringy. Now I tell people suck my dick in public. That's kind of normal, right? And for me, but you're like bag of dicks, dildo, suck a dildo and a bag of dicks, and you got all these like gay phrases that a middle schooler would think is cute and clever and hip and funny. So we're projecting again. Dave the number counter with virtual backgrounds behind him every time he comes on, dressed up like a cowboy singing Barry McGuire, 50 years too late. He's going to tell everyone we're children in the mind, right? We've never really grown up, he says.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to why you react. Why do you react? Why do you react?
Oh, well, by the way, hold on a second. I got something else for you folks. Because fuckface, it wasn't good enough when he posted it 2 weeks ago. He had to post an extended video of dwarfinators, right? So, he says we're all mind children. This is a guy who goes down to watch little people throw each other around.
Ringside seats.
Yeah, ringside seats for the dwarfinators. So we're children in the mind, but you think it's funny and cute and clever to watch little people roll around and wrestle. Oh, that's so funny. No, it's not. Okay? You are the spiritual and mind child you speak of, who is unevolved. You're a miscreant. You're a deviant. You're a degenerate. You're degraded. You're disempowered. Okay? Only a disempowered freak would collect with other disempowered freaks to laugh at people who were born in a way that they're different from everybody else. And don't give me the rap about the little people don't mind it. They get a job and make good money. Yeah, okay. And somewhere in their subconscious, they hate you. Okay? They hate you because they know you only come there to laugh at them. You don't come there because they're good at the sport and they're good athletes. You come there to mock them and laugh at them and feel above them, pun intended. Okay? That's what the fuck you're about. All you scum. To have the nerve to talk about anybody else when John Vance is literally showing you for who and what you are in front of the world by just giving hypotheticals that you can't even handle. You're so triggered. Dwarf. There you go. There's Dave. An hour and 12 minutes. On this shit. Yeah, that's so fucking great. You are such a fucking loser.
I want everybody to note how most of these people are obese. You will find this at almost all sporting events like this. Most of the people are obese.
In the crowd, or you're saying the little people?
In the crowd. Look at the crowd. Look at them all.
Oh, yeah. Well, big surprise, man. They're broken. Yeah, literally every single person in that front row is morbidly obese. So, yeah, I mean, big surprise. This is what they do is go sit around and watch other people they consider to be freaks.
Why do you think I don't like crowds? I'm the one to get crowded out at 105 pounds because everybody else is fucking 300.
Yeah, you know what, Dave? You're a fucking piece of trash, and I know you're behind that Fabio nonsense. I know you're behind it because you got connections to this shit. Okay? So I know you're behind him, and it doesn't matter that you sent him over to Ian's to try to act like it just happens. You're doing that. I know you are. I can't prove it, but I know you are. And you're a fucking scumbag lowlife. And I guarantee if I got into your life, it would all be right there. This is the shit that I pieced together from looking at what you do publicly. If I got into who and what you were, what God knows, I guarantee you are the lowest form of scum. Right. And I'm not even going to speculate on what my energy is telling me, because if I say it, it's libelous. And unlike you folks, I don't like making libelous claims. I will say what seems to be, but I have no reason to say what I'm feeling right now. But, I think that you got something else going on. Right. Something with young people. Right. The way that you took up for Joshua with that fake ass false strength, and you talk about bringing children in to look in your curio cabinet. I think that you're a dark, twisted, bizarre, sociopathic, psychopathic individual. And I think you got something with children going on. Right. Is what I think. I'm not saying I can prove any of that. I just think that, that's just, there's something there with him. I can't quite pinpoint it, but it's even beyond the shitting on the children and calling them names and making fun of them for being disabled and making fun of dwarfs and saying bizarre things and having 6 DUIs and never raising his child. I think there's something really at the center of this, really deep and dark, right, that you don't want to talk about. So whatever, I'm not going to even continue to watch the dwarfinators because it's fucking pathetic that you would even put up an hour and 12 minutes of these people wrestling around and think that's funny and cute and then call people children.
Sure. That's I'm sorry for that. Says me.
What's your point of being here? What do you want? Talk about.
I'm just curious to see. You have an open panel, and you keep bringing people up, and I actually commend you for that. And there's some respect for that. And I guess maybe my criticism, I wouldn't say disagreement. My criticism is that there seems to be something that is unmet. There seems to be some sort of like this community here, especially whatever you guys call yourselves, high vibes, we are awake. There seems to be some sort of loop, psychological loop that you guys
virtual background.
You can't get us out of your mind. You know what I mean? And then so when that happens, then it's just like we get more intrigued. Well, why can't you get us out of your mind? We're so horrible. We're just a small cult. We're insignificant. Well, obviously we're very significant. We're very
Who's this we?
What's wrong with that?
Legion.
What?
Oh, you guys are not. You guys don't gang up on me all the time. Come on. Oh yeah.
Who in the fuck are you?
Sorry, everybody love everybody. Everybody love everybody. Okay. Let's just calm down. Let's calm down and get to the bottom of this. But now you can't. This Joey guy here, he's drunk and he just says the N-word on Paul's podcast. You have no self-control, sir.
So what?
I see a part. There you go. You just incriminated yourself.
Okay. All right.
So Dave signs onto it, right? Because we're going to call people Jew scum and N-words, and we just sign on to that. And then when you call them on it, they go, hey, we're like advocates of free speech. So you don't think that, like in my, Freudian studies, that subconsciously you're a hateful, bigoted, prejudiced, infidel scum who does not see everyone as God's children? No, you don't. I know you don't. You hate yourself and you hate everyone else for different reasons. I fucking know it. It's evident in your presentment. It's the look on your face. I know you hate yourself in your life and everyone else for different reasons. Reasons you believe make sense.
You just incriminated yourself because I said to Joey on the record and for the record that he has a lack of character because lack of self-discipline because he went on a podcast and he said the N-word in a very derogatory manner, in a drunk manner. He has no discipline. And then Joey and Sovereign Soul said, so what? So you guys don't really give a shit. You don't really care. But yeah, you care about what we have to say.
Why would I give a fuck what somebody else does?
You keep talking about us. You keep talking about us.
You can't shut up. You can't let anybody say anything. The reason that I don't care is because that's his business, not mine. Now, you, as far as you are concerned, criticizing, who in the fuck are you? You're some fucking fat-faced son of a bitch. It shows up.
Obviously, if you react like this, it's obviously true. And you have the audacity to actually excuse that behavior, that reprehensible behavior. You said so what? You said so what? On you, sir. That is on you.
Okay, it's on you.
You can rewind back the stream. You can rewind the stream back. And
do I give a hold on, John, just for the record, do I give a fuck what somebody else said on somebody else's stream that I didn't see? Nope. Guess not. I don't.
You can look it up.
Dave, it's almost as like you don't know what the fuck you're. Hey, I'm going to ask you a question to Dave. Hey, Ian, this is my question to Dave. He came on your channel, talk about Mandela effect like he knows shit. Dave, you're full of shit, bro. And honestly, Camp Cupcake, I came in here at peace. So please, today, all I know is this little fucking Dave, dude. You act like, no. You talk about Mandela, specifically the Bible. Weren't you the one telling me that the wheat and tares was wheat and chaff and this, that? You don't know nothing. You act like you know something. And Ian, I'm swearing to God that this little cupcake dude, that is unexcusable behavior. Dave has multiple times showed that he's kind of got a racist little click in him and supports that shit. I'm telling you guys, Dave, you act like you know shit, bro. You came at me about the Mandela Bible effects. It was always wheat and chaff. Bro. You better, before you start educating people about Mandela effects, you better know what the fuck you're talking about. Mostly everything, dude. No, these cupcakes, dude.
Okay.
But ironically, all right, but ironically, like just like the Democratic Party and the leftist, Camp Cupcake are the most hateful, racist, prejudicial, homophobic, non-caring, non-loving motherfuckers around who don't care about truth. This is why it's so funny. The ones who always claim to be for the women and children that demonize everyone else, they're some of the most, like I just said, I'm not going to be on a list again. You heard me say it. Prejudicial, bigoted, hateful, divisive, right? Discordian motherfuckers you've ever met. They don't know how to get along and find value as value, separate from creating maps of the world and dividing everyone and labeling everyone. Narcissist, cult leader, this, that, right? They don't get it. They don't understand the art of living on any level.
I'm a Nazi.
Talk about this strange world. Stop with your guys' opinions and all your nonsense. Be yourself.
No, every time nonsense, the kid comes out with no, you're right now. You about the Mandela. You can't we're trying to educate people shit you have nothing you know about. You are nothing, Dave. We're talking about
You want to say scary. You want to say scary.
Oh, no.
Yeah, before you even start, Morgan, I got some shit.
Jeff wants to link.
And Christos did it again. He rides off out of Aragon, right? He rides out. He says, I'm going into the enemy lines. I'm going to fight for Aragon. And as soon as he gets over the hill, you get the note back, right? You get the note back that Christos was seen on the path having a picnic with Ian and Boshaney and the rest of them. Well, Christos, why do you always do that, man? It makes you look silly. Under promise and over deliver. Don't over promise and under deliver. It's like the third or fourth time now. So if you're not into it, don't say you're into it and don't do it. But don't act like you're into it and go over there and just kind of peter out. It just doesn't make any sense to me. So we need a link down there. All right. You go into Camp Cupcake, you're either going to take the Vance approach, which is slow and methodical, like a ninja, or you're just going to go in guns blazing like I do. Because there's nothing to fucking prove. It's already been proven. So I'm not going to sit there and take up time and play it out. That's good for Vance to do that. It gives us more to look at and listen to. But I just go in fucking guns blazing because you already know they're a bunch of infidel scum and they're shook, right? And then it's funny to see them all get triggered and for Ian to have to censor and ban and kick everyone out because he's not accountable or responsible.
So do I give a flying rat's ass what somebody else said, whether they use an N-word or an F-word or any other goddamn word? No, I don't fucking care. I think people are too over goddamn sensitive about a fucking word that they lose their goddamn mind like that. Those two Camp Cupcakes.
No, it's not about the word. It's about what it indicates about your subconscious and character. It would never occur to me to use those words to somebody. Like I'll say to somebody, you got the spirit of your mama, you're feminine. But I'm not gonna sit there and call somebody, you know what. And then number two, the other reason I'm not gonna do it is not only because it doesn't occur to me, because I know they'll take me the fuck up out of here. You guys can all say whatever you want. Ain't gonna bother you. If I say just the wrong shit, just the wrong way, like Kanye, they're gonna fucking wipe me out, right? Which is cool. I don't mind talking about everything and anything, but I'm not gonna like be shocking and controversial by saying words I wouldn't say in a normal conversation anyway, because I just don't talk like that, right? Doesn't mean I won't call you a broken black hoe. Apparently they say I said it, so I just owned it before I heard it. Whatever. I'll call you a broken white hoe too. Where I'm not gonna call you a broken, you know what, right? Because I just don't. It would demean me. I wouldn't like the way I would feel if I did it. That's just me being real. You know, I've always been that way. When I have people in my family using them terms, I used to tell them, don't use it around me. And if you get your ass kicked by some black person, I ain't going to help you because I don't agree with it, right? I'll stand by you with anything. You want to go around calling people those words, dividing us all based on skin color? I think you're an ignorant piece of shit, and I want nothing to do with you.
Okay? It comes down to being a psychological warfare, tactical warfare, and that's what they're doing. They're using the words against you. So don't use the words you don't know how to use, because they'll turn around and kill you with it. Yeah. You.
About Camp Cupcake, a word fucking, how does it feel to be so weak? The mere words hurt you. That's fucking amazing to me. That is fucking amazing to me. That somebody could be that goddamn weak. Now, Snap ain't nothing but a goddamn lunatic that screams into the fucking phone on other people's channels. You might notice. He doesn't have any of his own fucking shit. He's a fucking moron. Here's a message to you, Snafu, you retard. Go buy some fucking clear seal and do something about that breakout on your face, for God's sake. Secondly, shut the fuck up. If you don't like what I got on my channel, don't fucking watch it. You are not anybody's savior. You're a goddamn maniac fucking retard that comes on and just screams and overtalks everybody. Well, fuck you and the horse you rode in on. I hope you drop through your ass and hang yourself. All right? So there it said.
This is the loving, inclusive, high-vibing community, by the way.
Go ahead. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. My fucking existence is not dependent on anything you say. Okay? It's not. So, to correct you, asshole, there are two different passages. One is about separating the wheat from the chaff. If you know anything about fucking agriculture, you know what I'm talking about. Okay? The other one is a parable where somebody came in the middle of the night and planted a bunch of shit amongst somebody's wheat, and he had to separate it from that. There's two different fucking parables, but they both refer to the same type of a fucking process. You acne-ridden little shit bag. Okay? That's all I have.
You know the scripture. That's two different stories. Where the seed was scattered and it went among the rocks, where there wasn't much dirt, so the roots immediately sprang up. But then there wasn't anything. There was no grounding in the word of God. They were just excited to receive the truth. They were excited to get the food. When Jesus had 5,000, they were like, "Oh, we want that food," but they were really looking for the food. So when trouble came, they were like, "Oh, well, there might be some down there, but there definitely is some in town. Do you want to go work for the slave for the king again, or do you want to go follow Christ? Let's go work for the king of the slave and be guaranteed my wages, rather than having." And I think that's the condition a lot of us elected myself too, and I have to fight that decision. I get a better day, and I tell myself, "Bonnie, I'm not going to go lick that man's windows," but then
Morgan, that's called golden handcuff. You know?
Do you notice how this man always tells himself stuff with a feminine voice and spirit? He just said, they say, where do I get the idea that they got the spirit of their mama? Because he just said, sometimes I tell myself, Ronnie, I'm not going to go pick the windows up. Sound a lot like the spirit of your mama would have told you. Ronnie, don't go picking their windows up. So you just told me, and you cocked your neck and your head while you did it, that you got the spirit of your mama in you, and it talks to you and tells you in that voice what to do and not do. That's exactly my point. Thank you.
It's a golden handcuff, you know, because if you, I look at that like with police, I've asked you before, I mean, you have to put your morals on the shelf in order to get a paycheck. So how do you rectify putting your morals on the shelf for money? You know,
I had 10 machine guns on the other day, right? Even though on my phone were the threats from the slaughter. On the stream, that was live, were the threats. I even addressed it like your band, because I'm not even arguing. It could take me a long time to get this perspective where I'm actually preaching the word of God and understand why I'm preaching the word of God, because I fucked it up. So now that I'm finally actually listening from when I can take something to the scripture and then I understand, it's like, okay, I'm actually listening to the voice of God, and it's so schizophrenic ways. In fact, it's just the thing that's affecting my life right now and how it actually applies to actually the book, which is why I love the big understanding of the scripture there. You know, the human stories there. That's important, man, because everybody seems to just be able to go into the Old Testament and grab up any bit of a story they want. What I mean is like a movie where you can find anybody saying, throw down that box, or you went over there and killed the guy, oh, you killed nice stuff. No, the Old Testament, you can find anything, we'll take anything. In the New Testament, it's different.
I'm also fascinated that Joe Cool is constantly in every one of these places, but never here. I actually like Joe Cool and thought he was a real one, and every time I see him pop up in one of these holes, I start to think, maybe
he's one of those separatists, brother. I'm not going to call him anything other than that. He is a separatist. Second of all, when David here was talking about the wheats and tares and trying to tear down Snafu about it, he was trying to say that Snafu was wrong. It wasn't wheats and tares, and that it was a Mandela effect at anything, and that it was wheat and chaff. When in fact, that's not so. Wheat and chaff and wheat and tares have both been in the scriptures from the beginning. They've both been there. Snafu is right in the parable of the wheat and tares, but they speak also about chaff, but that's not a parable. That's a process explaining how to clean the wheat, and you get the seeds and leave the chaff behind. Whereas tares are other plants, wheat, that when they're young look just like wheat.
Right. But why is it that these people don't see that they're either A, insane now, or going to drive themselves insane by looking at products that are owned by people and printed by corporations that might just be changing shit to fuck with you?
Yeah.
Did you ever think that?
Every time they try to pose something like that, I've gone back and showed them it's in the scripture. It's both been in the scripture all along. Neither one of you is right, neither one of you is wrong. But to say the other is wrong, that's wrong.
Now let's say this. Let's say we're skipping timelines and we'll bundle it out. Does it matter? Does it matter? Do you see? They all want to create a reality tunnel in their life where they have to do the least amount possible in the world and get the most.
And most of it's based on most of it's based on things that have already been done in the past, and their lazy mind thinks they don't have to do it again. That's the way it works.
You know what? I should have thought of this. Mandela effect, ascension, number counting. It's not like I've ever studied any of this. I'm just a dummy in a trailer. I should have thought of this and knew about this, so I could have done as little as possible and got the most. Here I went thinking that you had to put time, energy, and attention into shit to get something back. Right? I was so fucking foolish my whole life. There's a Camp Cupcake down there. How are you, Camp Cupcake?
Yeah, that's
I'm just out here vibing.
Wow, you're vibing high. Well, that's nice.
We've been
right
now. Fucking buddies all day long.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Yeah, Camp Cupcake. I think you have a horrible connection there, Camp Cupcake. But is it possible that you could find your way over to Ian's channel, maybe spread some love over there? Because they need it. They're a bunch of hateful deviants and miscreants and malcontents.
Yeah, play them a nice cupcake song.
Of course, because all I know is I want to spread love and spread the high vibes.
Yeah, they're malfeasant, malevolent malcontents who, disgrace my magnanimous nature regularly. So why are you laughing, Jennifer? It's Camp Cupcake. I don't see why that's funny. This is about love and vibing high.
I love you, brother. You're awesome.
Yeah,
right. Look, there's a whole family. Oh, that's not even a family. Those are a bunch of buddies that are hugging and fucking. Oh, that's kind of hot.
Well, LGBTQ community standing strong.
Right. It's cute and hot. It's like a little bit of everything.
They call me camp hostess. I'm the hostess. I'm the camp leader.
Right.
Because I'm big and chocolate and I'm the leader.
Right.
I got the most love to give.
Oh, you know what? That must be the sun piz of the group. That because there was other ones there that had different. Well, you know what?
They were all LGBT.
Right. Right. That's what I was referring to. So yeah, that must be the sun piz because it seems to be against divine masculine most of the time. Divine feminine / masculine.
I'm divine and I'm fine. And I was made from scratch.
Right. What do you know about diatomaceous earth?
Oh, that cleans the gut.
It prevents different kinds of bugs.
Well, I must go. I've got to get
All
over
right,
to the high
Camp Cupcake beings. Can you go over to Ian's channel and spread love over there?
Awesome, spent true love.
All right, thank you. I look forward to seeing you on the restream over there. Vibing high. Thank you.
Ta-ta.
Au revoir, as they say, as Beauchene would say, the collectivist.
Because you actually have the truth there himself in bodily form, speaking and saying, in order to complete all things, I am telling you this now. I can only do so much. And I get it. It's over. It's over. From now on, whose sins you hold on to, that hold on to. But I've forgiven you all. That's God's position. It's over between number 1 and the civil war is over. Between number 1 and 2, we can live together. Then the dream it might come true. We live in a city of dreams. We ride on these highways of fire.
Yeah, the pretty strange. They're gonna say death is beautiful. It's pretty strange.
I tell this guy to not quit his day job, but I suspect he's unemployed already. So I guess keep the dream alive.
You're saying death is beautiful, and you sound so adamant to say that you're not afraid of death. I don't know what's up with that, especially after your last video saying time is short. It seems pretty strange. Like there's some veiled references to leaving this realm and dying sooner than later.
So you're gonna try to get him a
Eric, shut your fucking mouth. You're talking to me, you clown.
Beauchene just got checked like a little hoe, and he shut right up. Beauchene, you are such a bitch. Even Ian checks you like a little hoe, and he's a little bitch too. He said, "Shut the fuck up, you clown." See, Ian, this is what I mean, bro. We would vibe so high if you could stop being a bitch too. Like if you could stop being a bitch, me and you could vibe high, and we could say together, "Shut the fuck up, Beauchene, you fucking clown," and it would feel so great. It's gonna feel so great when that day comes after you destroy this broadcast that you're on and have to come back correct like everyone else before you and presumably after you.
What's you gotta say, bro? I did it, and I post. No, no one needs a wellness check as far as I'm concerned. Or I know Eric, no, I'm not trying to get a wellness check on anyone.
This is wellness check.
I want to make sure you're not. I want to make sure you're not planning on harming yourself. Honestly,
I think I understand.
Why? No, it genuinely sounds bad.
I would never harm myself. Get the fuck out of here with that projection, you piece of shit.
What the hell? I'm not
Well, you say you're your body.
All right, so I think
Why you react so triggered to my question?
wait, you always got some kind of fucking needle and shit to say, don't you, John? Why don't you shut your fucking mouth for a minute? Huh? I can see who you are in your fucking eyes, you little demonic son of a bitch. Shut the fuck up for a minute. I understand what Ian was talking about when he said that. Time is short. Time is very short. Okay?
So you're ready to shut this body.
We all should be
ready.
We all should be
ready right now. So what's wrong with that?
You should be ready for that at any moment.
Every soldier should be at all moments, or not, or else you can take their service weapon and lock it up and go on with it.
Talking about, bro?
So the whole thing about that is that
what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? No. So you're telling me folks who don't stand for rights and freedoms today are acting like they're going to shed anything other than their uterine lining when them troops come in? Are you kidding me? That's the only kind of flow state you're in is some kind of man period you're on. You're going to shed your uterine lining. You're not going to shed your body. You're not going to give your life up. You're going to bow down and cower like every bitch ass hoe in your family before you. Right? I'm the only one in my lineage that broke out and broke free. I'm the only one. King me, right? Put me on the statue. Okay? No one remembers the names of the slaves in my family who came before me. There's no stories told of them. Guess what they're going to be telling about the white gorilla going forward if I keep procreating? Matter of fact, there's going to be stories of other people's family telling their children about the white gorilla. The legend of the white gorilla. There's stories that there's a white gorilla who roams about the countryside, free in his love, but also righteous in his indignation, completely enslaved and unable to be tamed, right? Cut it the fuck out. You ain't doing a motherfucking thing. You're a fucking joke. If you weren't anything other than a joke, you'd be getting the same kind of attention I and the wizard and everyone else who walked this walk has gotten. And if you did get that attention, you wouldn't rise to the occasion. Bet on it. You'd be just like all the rest of them that come up here, hemming and hawing, making excuses.
So we are probably getting ready for a metamorphosis. I like to refer to it. Is it something to fear? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If you've got peace with yourself with this world with God, you're ready to go any moment. Are you gonna miss this shit? Probably. But you know what? There's a hell of a lot more. This ain't nothing. It's a drop in the bucket compared to what's coming. Okay. And we can look at this shit like, ooh, it's scary. Ooh, this is terrible. Oh God, I can't believe it. Fear and dread. No. Or you can look at it like, hey, this is exciting, man. The beginning is near. You can either look at it as an end or you can look at it as a beginning. I look at it as a beginning. And that's how I afraid.
It's the birth. This will be the birth pain of our new lives. And the thing about women say about those pains, there is the same connection to the child.
I become less and less enamored with the physical world on a daily basis, to the point where it's like even, food is like, doesn't taste like it used to. We're ready for change.
Don't a lot of people that are supposedly standing on rights and freedom say I'm not in the world, but not of it?
There goes Talcott again. Like Talcott can't help himself but to come on here, laugh in my face, tell me he loves me, then go everywhere else and use my name and talk shit about me. And you tell me you're not all the same, Illuminati, Talcott. The others I don't want to name, Beauchene, obviously. There's other folks you've seen and know about. The list goes on and on. So these are all the same. Oh, I love you, Paul. You're such a genius, media genius, spiritual guru. Oh, you know all these words. You're like a law master. They suck my dick in public to try to get in between the armor of God and me, right? They think there's chinks in the armor of God. There's not. You're not getting in between a little crack, demon. Okay? They try to use all that love bombing bullshit to get inside the armor of God and try to interfere with my inner space and what the fuck I do and how I live. And then when they can't, or when they're like off the clock, they go to like talking shit about me everywhere that'll give them an opportunity, right? This is what I mean. Most of you out there are fucking haters. Like you're fucking haters is what I mean, like metaphysically, metaphorically. Like the person sitting next to you that you're fucking 9 out of 10 times is a hater, let alone your friends and everybody else around you who you think are like your biggest fans. This is what they're about. When you ain't around, if you ain't the man you need to be, especially if you are the man you need to be, because like they say, it's lonely at the top. Don't get past these motherfuckers and do something they don't, because they really hate on you then. You actually become something and do something. They don't hate on you as much if you just like them and stay with them and around them and live like them. They don't hate on you that much. But let you do something these motherfuckers haven't done and become something they choose not to, because it requires sacrifice, time, energy, attention, and inspiration. Oh boy, they're going to have it in for you. They got something to prove now.
Nice try, Christos.
They say they're in the world, but they're not of it. And yes, that has
So,
exactly what the prayer
so
means.
you just kind of
Eric, what's up, Godwin?
shut up.
I just not feeling you right now, dude. I don't know. Something
I
about
don't
that whole
know.
thing. It wasn't even with the word. It was just the whole situation around
It's
it.
not anything against being Ian, it's the spirit that's residing within him right now. That's why I came up here.
Okay, yeah, man, you got it, bro. Anything,
Can I ask you, Eric, have you been drinking?
He's always drinking. He's
I've been drinking up here.
Do you know why they call it alcohol spirits?
Yes, I've been drinking.
Drinking alcohol, the scriptures clear about that in the New Testament. It says use it, and I choose not to drink. That's personal.
Yeah, because Eric is a souse. That's a word that they used to use. A lush and a souse. because he's got the spirit of his mama. He's a Jezebel, worldly whore, lush whore, and he's a souse, a miscreant, deviant, ne'er-do-well with no place anywhere. He has to worm his way in and try to be part of the conversation until he reveals himself enough for everyone to go, could you get the fuck out? Even amongst the lowest of the low, you're considered the lowest of the low, right? You are reviled even in the groups that are considered the lowest of the low. You're still hated.
It's for change not to drink, so I guess I had that conceit to it, and I feed my ego. But not much alcohol again, because I choose it. Just finish your words, and then we're maybe have a little bit more actual work to do.
Well, I had my share and somebody else's too. You know?
I want to say, Lord God, as far as abortion, can we get those maybe more in control?
When I did that, you know, how many beers have you had? How many did I say? Oh, 2? You know, or 3? You're 40 ounces, but you know.
Yeah, 2 answer. Not one, you know, more than one, but I didn't have 3. I'm not trying to do the right answer to give to anybody.
It doesn't always work though, man. I've racked up 6 DUIs in my entire life.
Oh.
And
Right.
yes, 6.
Good job, Dave.
I only counted as a third because of the time that had gone by.
Dave's not better. That's okay,
Yeah, well, one was in 86. Yeah, and that was my first one. But then see, the thing is though, it's a self-perpetuating thing.
You're such a fucking scumbag, Dave, because I'm like pure anarchy, like the Christ of being, and even he would have said the same thing. See, I'd never go there. I'm just saying, if I was an administrator, I'd have your fucking old white ass locked up in 3 seconds with the Bloods and Crips and GDs back there, really tune you up, right? You want to ride around and endanger everybody over and over and over to the point where you must have been doing something. You weren't just driving on 2 drinks home from dinner. You were weaving and swerving and endangering motherfuckers. I know you were, because that's mostly how you get caught, right? You go out either on stupid fucking times of the year when no one should go out, you drink, you get fucked up, and then you swerve and endanger everyone. And then someone calls on you and you get hemmed up. By the 4th or 5th time, at least, if I'm there, your fucking old white ass is going to prison, okay? You're going to do 6 months because you're a fucking danger to everybody and yourself, and you're fucking in breach of the peace. That's the difference, see? It's not the same thing as somebody who uses things responsibly. Like an adult, as they say, somebody who uses substance responsibly and knows their limits. No, you don't do that. You fucking overindulge. You go out, you put everybody's fucking life at risk, and then you want to gamble with everybody with 3,000-pound vehicles doing 80 miles an hour. Fuck you, okay? But that's why I wouldn't go there, because then I'd be forced to make a decision. When I see your fucking arrogant, egotistical, want to be my own god ass come in front of me more than 2-3 times, I say, this motherfucker's irredeemable. He doesn't get it. It's not about the code and the policy. It's about you being a danger to yourself and everyone else, right? It's about you breaching the peace. If someone has to look out for you on the roadway because you can't operate the vehicle that I guarantee you had a license and everything else for, so you're already dead to rights with the code. Forget about that, because I already had you fucking hemmed up 10 different ways. I'm talking about common law, ethics, civics, right? Basic objective logic. You want to breach the peace and cause a danger on the road and think that, oh, like I'm anarchy, I'm about freedom. That's not how it works, fuckface. And I'm tired of being lumped in with scum like you, because they say Paulie wants everyone to nod out on the roadway and get fucked up, ossified drunk, right?
And can I interrupt you?
On opioids and everything else. No, I don't.
And another thing I want to point out, OTW News, if you think there's a savior coming in the clouds to save your dumbass, you've already lost your mind. Earlier comment, he stated Jesus is no savior. Now notice, no one on this panel or in this chat will say anything against that. No one will say that he's speaking blasphemy. They will all preach that they're Christians and all this and that. Believe you me, they're vibing high, right? If they were vibing with the high and mighty, they'd had serious thoughts and comments about those comments right there.
Yeah, I mean, I have really no problem with coming in and saying that I don't believe the God, as they say, sent the Jesus to be the savior of mankind. I think that there is an idea and a story that's been told since the beginning of time, a story about Christed consciousness and awakening and awareness of self and how to conduct oneself by the truth, life, and way. Right. So it's a slippery slope with me when we get into the Jesus being the savior of all mankind. Because again, faith without works is dead, as you say all the time, which means that I would make a savior redundant, because our good works our good works that are commensurate with the law of the cosmos, God's law, are what matters here. Right. When we're in the material form, when we're not, it won't matter anymore. Right. But as we are a matter form, it matters. So yeah, I'm sort of right in the middle where I will use quote unquote institutionalized logic, Occam's razor. I don't need to multiply hypothesis more than necessary. Right. But I'm also not going to rebuke true faith and the understanding that came through the stories passed down in those tales, so to speak. I can't verify the veracity of the virtue of the historicity of the being they call Jesus Christo. I don't know if he existed or didn't. I know the story is relevant to all of us. Right. Go ahead, Mr. Aaron. You had something, Mr. Wizard, anybody? We're back to the
No, that was good. The inspiration that comes through in those times. That's it. You're speaking my truth when you say that, when you just said what you were saying. I was just raising hands too.
Yeah, with that said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's beyond the possibility that some force that I'm not aware of that calls itself Jesus Christ is doing all this and working with me. It's possible that I'm just not aware of it, right? In which case I say on record, if it is the Jesus Christ from the God, as EBT and the rest of them say, who is doing all of this, you know my heart. You know that I'm humble and I have humility and reverence before the creation, and that I'm here to serve that. So show yourself to me. Show yourself to me in a way that is that cannot be refuted, right? I've done that in the past, and I've not come up with anything, because if I did, apparently I would remember it. I'm pretty good with those kind of things, and I don't play coincidence theory games. So I'm open to it. If there's something there that needs me to know for me to do what I do, that it is the thing, then it will reveal itself to me. Don't think that if it does now, after I said that I won't be highly questionable and suspect of it. I am of the sort of belief, I don't know, but I'm of the belief that the universe gives you exactly what you need. It's about the truth. It's not about the truth of Jesus Christo. It's about the truth. The truth of Paulie Boy or Aaron or Wizard or anyone else is the same truth if they're living in the truth, life, and way as Jesus Christo. The universe is not interested in my truth and my story. It's the truth, life, and way. Right. So the universe is going to give everybody what they need so they understand the truth, life, and way, just like a plant or an herb would. You take these plants and herbs, they're going to come to you, it would seem, as the way you need them to come to you, is what they report. Right. And kind of what I've seen, everyone else sees the demons. I don't see them. So I suspect that they are demons. I suspect there are other things here at play that take on the form of certain things and pretend to be certain things, but aren't what they claim. So, you know, maybe this thing knows better than me what to do and not to do with me. Because if it does show itself to me, I'm going to be highly critical of it, and I'm not going to be persuaded by parlor tricks like the rest of the chimpanzees. Okay, so, you know, with that said, again, I can show reverence, but I also show a sense of care and concern when it comes to the anecdotal reports I get from folks that have been close to me about what everyone seems to see in different states. And then when I go there, I don't see it. And then I don't have other experiences. There's other ones I have, but those ones I don't have. And that's why I say it's what I suspect is that there is a certain consciousness here that takes on many forms, maybe even Jesus Christo, and might come to you to deceive you because it ascertains in its calculations that you.
Hey, Jen, what's good? Yeah, I'm just goofing off today. The stream started off serious, and then it just kind of went not serious. So there's that.
Able to be manipulated, right? And this is again the story of Ian when he did a panel the other night. Ian said him and everyone around him at that moment, he was surrounded by people who say the demons show up regularly and sit next to their bed and talk to him, and he calls them angels. I don't call them angels because they're
exactly
telling you shit like you're ready to shed your body, boy. It's telling you shit like you should block and censor and ignore and run and then pretend to be full strength and tell me you're invincible. You don't believe none of that. I'll have 6 guys come over there and prove on live stream that you don't believe none of that. It'll be very easy. I'm not saying I could do that. I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying if you signed on to it, like if you said, hey, prove to me that I'm not invincible and beyond fear, I'd have like 6 guys from Brooklyn teach you in 5 minutes and everyone else that you don't believe what the fuck you mean. And it'd be very simple. Wouldn't even have to put hands on you. Within minutes, just talking to you, you would show that you are fearful and cowardly, and you would pretty much get down on both knees and hands and bark like a dog if you were told to do so. You really think that I believe that it's going to be off with your head and you're going to sit there and take it? I'm not buying it. Okay, so. And again, that's all metaphorical, metaversal, hypothetical. I couldn't do that, and I wouldn't do that even if I could. Of course, I'm probably just a fat, low-life trailer dwelling character running my mouth and making shit up like the rest of you.
Thing keeps going. Because that ego, that idea that I'm the captain of my fate, I'm the master of my ship. Especially when you let the court of the warning. Well, you showed up, sir, so I hope you understand the seriousness of this, and hopefully we'll not see you in here again. And stop on risk, right? So you walked away, went to a bar, had a drink, go home. I understand. Well, the thing about it is this too, is if you really look at it honestly, I may have been caught 6 times in my entire life, but that's nowhere near a small percentage of the amount of times I actually committed that act.
Yeah, oh, yeah. So there you go. So David admits that he regularly drives drunk, and he only got caught 6 times. So he's such a fuck.
No, I didn't get it started yet, but I will. I think I missed a call from Kev. I'm gonna call him back or text him back. I just noticed it like within the hour. But yeah.
An inept ego, like arrogant dumbass. He goes to telling everyone, "Oh yeah, driving drunk is something I'm about. I like to do it all the time." They only caught me 6 times. You're such a fucking embarrassment, and you never even raised your child, that son who you do live cast with. You never even were there for. You're too busy driving around town drunk looking for whores. You pathetic disgrace.
I can follow you home and you sometimes still. I can remember several times making my way home with one eye closed so I could see only one road.
Why are these scum proud of this shit? Like you never hear me sit around like they do at rehab and go, "Oh man, you should have seen me."
Not up, OTW.
What now?
Not up, OTW.
He's down in here now.
Yeah.
I didn't get the I didn't get it started yet.
Yes, metaversal. It is. OTW, come on up. I don't think we have too much of an issue nowadays. I think that hip hop video you did recently was a fucking embarrassment. But I'm entitled to think that. No, I don't think I'm the only one. If you want to take a vote down there, how many people thought your rap video was a fucking embarrassment? And then if you'd like me to rap, I can pull up some shit I have in the back of my phone from back in, you know, whatever, I guess a year or 2 ago. Every once in a while I get back into it, I'll write something down and then leave it for the next 2-3 years. I just don't care. You know, you went to rap and it was a fucking embarrassment. I go to rap and I think people are going to get it.
I got you.
I don't know. Maybe that's my ego. But yeah, well, I don't understand what the point of typing is. I
didn't realize I had my mic on. Whoops.
You can come on up. I don't do that. Let's
yeah, I'll text him right now.
So now he wants me to fucking rap now. Okay, come on up, OTW. We'll rap together.
The music.
We'll be buddies and we'll rap together. Yes, it is my ego. Yeah, it might be, man. I mean, again, this is what's sort of bizarre about me, and I always go back to Plato with this. The odd thing about me is I've always been self-doubting and insecure in what people say my talents and abilities are because I don't really see them as talents and abilities. Like they'll come here and go, "Oh, you're such a great broadcaster, right?" And then I do God of all media. I really don't actually feel like that, oddly enough. So my ego's actually like not as big as you think it is based on my presentment. I actually don't have that much like faith in myself, I guess, in my talents and abilities, right? Like lean not on your own understanding kind of thing. So I've always been sort of insecure, self-doubting. I'm not like you. Like if I rapped like you and I went and put that outfit on, I'd be embarrassed to get on camera and do that. And maybe, I guess, maybe that's why you're better than me. You're a better man than me. You've gone past the fear. What I preach here all the time. I'd be afraid to show up like that and embarrass myself and the channel and the community and the movement, as you say, whatever movement you're a part of. And also I have to like go to jail, right? From time to time. If I did that video and I had to go back to jail, I'd never live it down. They'd put it up on a YouTube video and they'd be playing it. And it's fine. I mean, I've already accepted it. They're going to play the Your Mama Gorilla. I don't have a mama. They're going to play. That's kind of funny. You know, I could live with that. But me rapping like, hold on, let me pull it up again because maybe you don't remember what you did. So I'll remind you. Jennifer, do you remember this? Should I even do this? What do you folks think? You know what? I don't even want to subject everyone to this again. It's the second or third time. He says, "Sorry, I love show business." So you call that show business? What were you showing there? Your inability to rap in a way that was inspiring? Come on, you love it. I love that video play. All right, since you love it, I'm going to play it for you. OTW News. You never saw it? Okay, Jennifer. Well, it's a first for you. It's OTW News. What the fuck is your problem? Dude, you're like an excellent guitar player. I'm not going to take that from you. I couldn't because real is real, right? Real recognize real. You played the guitar that one time. You're a very good guitar player, right? I can't say nothing about that. But this, whatever this was, yeah, I wouldn't do that ever again. I wouldn't have done this initially and even put it up. Very. No. Even that, yelling. OTW.
Yo, listen up. I got some bombs to drop.
Yeah.
About the shape of the earth. It's not what we thought. Forget what you learned in your science class. The earth is flat, and I'm here to tell you the facts. The earth is a disc. not a ball. All the proof that you've seen, I mean, the writing's on the wall. The horizon is flat, and that's a fact. No curvature here, no time to backtrack. Flat earth. Question what you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, open your ears, yeah. Yo. Check it out. I mean, NASA's been lying to us with their green screen and the CGI, photoshopping everything just to keep us in the lie. We never been to space, that's all fake. Just a ploy to keep us in this mental mind state. The sun and the moon, they're not far, just rotating above us like a shining star. They rotate around us in a circular motion. That's the truth, that's a flat earth notion. Flat earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question what you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, let go of your fears now. I know that it's hard to believe. It's something so different, it's easy to be
You know what?
But trust me when
You
I
know
say
what? You're onto something, man. Because if you're trying to get people to let go of their fears, creating an extreme embarrassment for yourself is one way to do it. Because folks are like, man, you know, I got to be able to let go of my fear. If OTW could put that outfit on and that hat.
Whoops, give me a minute. Whoops. Whoops, give me a minute.
There's no time to adapt. The evidence is out there, just waiting for you. On this grand journey to truth, what are we gonna do? We'll connect with each other from all around the world and share our stories. In this new episode, we'll uncover the mysteries, the secrets untold, and find the answers that science has sold. Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be so selective. Question everything that you've been taught all these years. Join the movement, let go of your fears. Yeah. Check it out. We'll rise above the skeptics and the naysayers too. We'll stand for what we believe and stay true. The Flat Earth Society, it's a community so fast, and we'll open our minds and break free from the past.
I mean, again, this is the thing: is there's not many black folks up in Canada, so you can afford to do this. I still have to like be around black folks. There's, you know, a good chance again I might have to go back to jail, and I have to be around a lot of African Americans. I can't do this. If I do this, they're never going to let me back around them again. They're not going to talk to me. So you understand, of course. You can do that up there. You can't do that. Yes, it's like that.
Study the stars and drop the skies, unlocking the secrets as we rise. We'll find new evidence and keep searching for more. I continue on this journey like never before.
Good thing out.
Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective.
Who is that guy yelling? Is that your sponsor? Is he looking for you in the background? OTW, are you not rapping again? Are you? Did you relapse? Oh no, you relapsed. He's rapping at OTW.
Question everything you've been taught all your life. Join the movement, open your eyes. Flat Earth, it's a different perspective. Open your mind, don't be selective. Question everything you've been taught all your life.
OTW, don't do it.
So there you have it, my Flat Earth rap. My belief in this won't collapse. I'm ready to explore, I'm ready to learn. On this flat plane, and let there the globe turn.
Flat Earth is a new perspective. Open your mind and maybe you wreck them.
I think it was an inspired song for him, or else it wouldn't be there, right?
Right.
He's just trying to spread that message to people.
We're spreading. We're spreading hard nowadays. Talcott, what a fucking treat, man. To what do I owe this honor, Sir Talcott, hailing from Spokane?
I don't know, man. I've been enjoying the day, and I was inspired by the song. I just couldn't stay away, so I just wanted to come and say hi.
Talcott, is it weird that I think that I rap way better than that, and I'm sort of insecure? I'm very secure in a lot of other things, but I'm not secure enough to rap at this time, right? I have done it in the past before, but I don't know. Like, I'm not as secure in that as I am everything else. And he is a brave and courageous man. He created that embarrassment. Not only, like, he didn't even do it live. He created that embarrassment and then thought about it and continued to post it. And now he's down there watching it with us. That is a brave and courageous man.
He was committed to it, man. I got into it. It's kind of catchy. I'm not a flat Earth guy, but the song is catchy, dude. And the message is
You got a farther reach than you did with all of your sites in all of the years.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, Talcott, you might have to think about that. That might be saying something. Can you rap for us, Talcott? You might inspire me.
No, dude. Rhythm is not something I've been blessed with. Dancing or rapping or singing. So
Jackie's funny. She says, Josh and I were just telling a story about Talcott, and boom, there he is. Man, I got to quit manifesting.
I was thinking they've just not been seen. They've not been discovered.
I got a huge dong, man. Let me just put it right out. All right. If you see me at the new beach, you're going to know it's me. You're going to see me coming.
No, not at all. Hey, I know you were going to get back to that stream. I've been watching it. There's some interesting conversations. But
right. That's what you call it, interesting?
You can call it a lot of things.
Right.
I chose interesting.
Yeah, our friend Eliza Havoc is up now.
Ah.
Remember Eliza?
Right. And then she's another one who, calls herself just like the goblin creature and the rest, Eliza Havoc. Right? Because they all have a way of telling you who and what they are. Agents of Chaos and Havoc, Deviant. I'm not saying she is. I just am saying that I look kind of twice for different reasons at folks who name themselves stuff that's demonic and deviant. I don't see the correlation. Why would a beautiful divine feminine creature?
Well,
if she's
I'm just seeing
call
these
herself-
texts
it's like
from Kevin.
Jennifer
They're
Havoc.
freaking
You're
long.
like, is that her
so
real
I'm
name, by
just
the way, or is
reading
that
them
like
now.
that's a name, right? No.
I don't know.
You're a fucking punk, Jack.
Whoa.
Is that so?
Christos, how come you didn't go over there and yell? You always say
Round
you're
one.
going
Let's go. Show's on.
Oh,
yeah, it was short.
How come you
it was very short lived. I know.
No, did you go off on them or what? I thought you went over there and vibed. You always go to war and then go over there and start vibing.
Yeah, I told Ian that he seemed like he was going to harm himself. All the ascension talk.
Oh yeah.
The fuck he's saying in his last video, and then in this stream he's going to say death is
He
beautiful.
threw you out for that?
What?
Did he throw you out for that?
No.
No?
We kind of just glazed over it. But yeah, Jack's over here saying that I'm pushing false narratives of Paul.
Glazed over it?
Yeah, you got to learn, Christos, to just light it all on fire with you in there. You got to just go, I'm sick and tired of these, like how Snafu starts going on. I'm sick and tired of these. Yeah, just light it all on fire and walk out.
Like the Joker.
Right. Some people just want to see the slaves burn, right? Even if there's a pile of money in there, right? They go, what's he doing? You know, and the Joker like starts lighting all the big piles of money on fire, starts giggling, right? He's not in it for the same thing you slaves are in it for. You might have all the money. He's not in it for it. Right? So sometimes we just like to see all the hypocritical, deviant, double-standard slaves burn, right? Metaversally, of course. Physically, that would not be okay. Metaversally, that's fine. Right? Go in there, light it on fire with the word of truth, and then watch them all, burn down. Talcott, I saw you over there talking shit about me. You know?
Talking shit about you? No.
Yeah, like saying people believe in narratives that I'm putting out. And
that was in response to
that little detail.
That was in response to Christos. He went in. He didn't go in raising hell your way, but he went in his way, trying to express his dominance over Ian, questioning his mental condition and state of being.
What makes you think that anytime somebody goes in and expresses truth in a passionate, caring way that it's trying to dominate? Why is that?
I'm using that specifically with Christos based on my personal experience and observations of the man.
So Christos seems like a very domineering personality to you?
No, not at all. But
why would you try to dominate Ian?
He's been learning from one of the best.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm going to totally switch up the flow you're going to say.
By caring about motherfuckers who don't care about themselves in truth, he's giving his power away. So he's asking them, do you care about yourself in your life? Because everything you fucking talk about is some morbid conversation about how you're not in reality. Much like with you, right? It's a morbid, twisted conversation that leads one to think that you might have lost touch with reality because you're all talking about shedding your body, ascending to 5D, and you all can't even like come up with a successful career path, let alone self-actualization and self-realization with women and children in your family, let alone self-actualization and realization in your community and being a leader because you haven't done that yourself. So what the fuck exactly is wrong or domineering about somebody asking the pertinent questions that are obvious to the rest of us that are in reality? Why you would be talking about the time is short, you got to shed your body, something big is coming. What is that? That's a veiled illusion with an A toward you saying you're preparing to die very soon in something. Like now, you might want to explain that. So I'm getting his game tight, and you're saying I'm probably doing the same things Christo. I'm telling him on a metaverse, when you talk like that, motherfuckers start getting concerned, right? Like unless you clarify, like I try to do, hey, I'm ready to die, like Biggie on that album. If the scum want to come and do wrong and harm to me, and I can't stop it, they're going to kill me, and I can't stop that, right? So I always clarify. But if I come on there and say I'm ready to die, like Biggie on the album in the '90s, they're going to start being concerned for me. If I add a little caveat that genocide and slavery is everywhere, as I perceive it, and pretty much people are killing themselves and each other now for safety, why would it be out of the realm of possibility someone do it over some criminality that they perceive, which at this time you could be criminalized for just not being a slave?
You said a lot of things, but it comes down to perception. And yes, what you said about Ian and his words, if you take the words and you bring them into a very narrow context, you can print those facts in the way you presented, in the way that Christos carried the presentation back to him.
Right, and many folks do that for a living. If I was a prosecutor or I was a public servant and I was tasked to watch this metaverse, I'd say, Ian's face, he has yellow skin and dark circles around his eyes. He's surrounded by drug users and drug addicts. He's surrounded by, why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? You don't think they'll write the same narrative about me, except I don't have yellow skin and dark circles around me.
Right. It's
right.
Very little
right. I'm telling you, they're going to write it about both of us. It's going to be very true for him, semi-true for me, because I'm surrounded by broken people who I'm counseling. He's surrounded by broken people who are demeaning him, disrespecting the truth, and disempowering him to remain the same or get worse. Okay, so like, again, if someone was watching, try to keep up without laughing and giggling. I know it's funny, but they're going to watch all of us and they're going to go down a checklist. Yellow skin, black circles around the eyes, up till 6 a.m. That's what he said. I'm going by his record. Not sleeping.
You ignored the explanation.
The explanation doesn't matter as much as what these folks are into. You're not going to be able to
a man's testimony.
You can't explain away what's obvious when someone has this look on their face.
All right, you know what? Believe what you want. All I'm telling you is that you're misunderstood.
Like they're on lithium and they look suicidal and depressed and all pressed and repressed and they have no energy and spirit in their voice. They look diseased and seem diseased. If you think it's not a hop, skip, and a jump for someone to knock on the door and say, "Are you okay? We're going to give you some evaluation." And because you don't listen to me,
you didn't do that. You didn't do that.
What are we bellowing out?
So what is anybody doing to fight for our rights?
Not a damn thing.
Are we all just sitting here talking about them, or is anybody actually fighting for them?
You got to fight for your right.
All right, everyone, shut up now. Now I have to fight for my right to a broadcast. Bye, John Vance. I'm about to throw you out because now I want to talk to this being who's, do I know you, ma'am? Have we had an interaction before?
No, we have not, but I would love to have an interaction.
Is this real?
Who's yelling now?
Your daddy?
No, my daddy's not yelling. He's on the screen.
Okay, so who's the man next to you who's yelling out while you're talking? The
How are you doing, brother?
So you're with a woman who you're letting speak for you, who you're talking over, who
No, I'm letting her speak for her, and I'm just talking shit because
I'm her daddy, and you're with her.
This is not a cult, sir.
Does that concern you?
No. What are we doing? Why don't you check yesterday's video when Mitch was stopped by the local police department?
I don't miss videos.
She's new in the episode, but I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Some people are out here doing the damn thing. And my question is, some people tell some other people that they cannot stand on specific rights. And when they
Can you
are
get a little more specific, Mr. Specific Rights, instead of some people and some people? Can we get a little bit more direct?
I love you too. Have a buddy, hug a buddy.
Love a buddy, hug a buddy, fuck a
We're
buddy.
not getting anywhere. This seems like a very bizarre.
So 2A specific.
This is a very
Yeah, some people tell some people that they cannot stand on certain rights. Specifically,
People are taking away constitutional rights.
We're not even going to like try to find a flow or a rhythm or read the room or like even look at
I'm
me.
asking an opinion regarding a specific scenario.
Okay, so can we just make it succinct and concise?
Okay, so 2A, some people say that some people are not eligible to exercise specific rights. And then when they
Who
take you
are
to
some people? You're going to make me do Jerry Seinfeld. Who are these people?
The people that like to flash their lights behind you when you're driving.
Okay, so like public servants. Got it.
Yes.
Continue. Public servants. like
so when you exercise those and they tell you you're not eligible and then they take you to the hotel, is there any argument that could be regarding that matter?
Yeah, there's always an argument. Are you like on record as not a United States citizen with allegiance to the corporation?
This is not me, but the scenario I'm
fucking being in the scenario, the person who shall not be
yeah,
named.
come on, man. You already know how I rock, dude. Of course, not eligible.
What?
Not eligible and not corrected either.
Okay, so you're on record as a United States citizen who is apparently supposed to be following codes for the public welfare. Now, this still, I don't think you can ask Mr. Wizard. He'd be more technical with it as far as I'm concerned. It's pretty
There's one more.
You just talk right over me as I'm in the middle of telling you what you asked. But, you know, I mean, I'm saying that as far as I'm concerned, United States citizen or not, everybody still, unless I'm misinformed, and here's where Wizard will take over, every being has a right to bear arms unless believed to be what they call a felon. So if you're not a felon, then you're still protected under federal jurisdiction.
Well, I think that may be the scenario, but I'm not exactly sure. But either way, understands under duress. That's the last.
What are your thoughts on this, Mr. Wizard? Because again, this is part of the problem is you folks are on record 10 ways to Sunday as a citizen slave with benefits and privileges and want to walk around with guns when you know what's going to happen when they come upon you. See, I know what's going to happen when they come upon me, but that doesn't matter because I ain't one of them. So
This is not me. I'm just giving a scenario.
No, I know that. The person who is not you, who might be the person who is you, but definitely not you. I got it. Your
It's
friend.
not me.
Your friend. Your friend.
Not you either.
It's definitely not her either, right? It's neither of you, obviously. Why would either of you be talking about you?
Exactly.
This is the metaverse. We talk about other people, not ourselves.
Exactly. Wizard, would you happen to have an opinion? Anyone regarding
Well, when it comes to this kind of stuff, and this is why I've been urging people to do the same thing I've been doing for 7 years, is to get into the research and start learning this stuff, because then you become preemptive. You
I know I
am.
am.
Okay.
Hey, how about that?
With certain documentation through Homeland Security, redress, and everything, you can get limited diplomatic immunity, which is your travel document. Say, hey, this guy's in alliance with the United States. He's not here as an enemy. He's born here. He's part of our gross domestic product. Leave him alone.
Person is considering a divorce from the corporation.
Okay.
Right.
That's something that they have yet to do.
Hey, let's call this person slave, if you don't mind. So slave, not person, should probably think about learning trust law and enter the property, all their property, right, into trust. This way, when slave gets accused of ownership of the property that they're using, of keeping and maintaining, they can say, oh, no, I don't own that. I'm just holding it for the trust, using it. Maintaining it.
Slave is just learning about trust, and slave did not have anything on him. Slave did not have anything on him.
Okay,
That's
so
all.
how did they come to the belief or understanding that slave possessed such property that slave was not supposed to possess?
There was allegations, but slave did not possess on the person.
Allegations. Oh, well, that's just like hearsay, bullshit, nonsense. So
that's what I would think too. And slave did not.
Did they ever recover any property of slaves from anyone else or anywhere else?
They recovered, but not on slave.
That would pose
residence by any chance?
No.
No, at the slave's cohabitative residence of the spouse?
No, slave is nomad.
Oh, in a slave vehicle?
Slave is nomad, but alleged property was not on slave or in slave wagon.
Okay, can I ask where this property was found? The whereabouts of the slave property was found?
Inside somebody else's personal property. Alleged
was slave occupying that property at the time of said allegations being made?
No.
No. So we have now a secondary slave who was caught with property who they're alleging is the property of another slave who wasn't in the vicinity at the time.
Allegedly.
Oh yeah, well then I don't know anything about that. I mean, what?
That's right. That's right.
Slave, right? That slaves were against slave word at that point. I don't know what.
That's what I would assume as well. I was just looking at other opinions, and I wanted to come in and say hi because I miss you, Daddy.
Right. So unless that property,
and she is new.
Sir,
she
please.
is new.
Sir, please. Unless
sir,
that
please. Oh, now you want to be professional.
Right. We're talking about a serious matter now. So unless the property is numbered and registered to the said slave where it can be tracked back, there is no reason to believe that property belongs to slave A if slave B is claiming such. They have to substantiate that. I don't know how they would do that.
And also, I am does not need permission, quote unquote, registration, I would think.
Right. Right. So again, how we're going to prove that the slave statement is true, that if the property belongs to slave A, is anyone's guess because it's one word against the other. And unless there's a chain of title there, possession is 9/10 of the law. So whoever was found with that is going to go down for that. Unless some slave goes to saying shit that leads them to believe otherwise.
This is exactly what I was thinking.
Listen, anyone can make up any claim they want. Prove it. That's what trial's for.
Exactly.
You said that's mine. Prove it.
Exactly.
Why did they have it?
What you have in your possession, or whoever's got it with that claim, is a false claim.
That's what I would think too. And it's it's a whole recovery thing. Like they recovered, and then they took around and they took them to the slave station, and now it's a scenario of
Right, because
these
right
people,
now, of course, we're not talking about the woman next to you. I'd never talk about her like this. But odds are some goofy bitch is caught up with some little fuckboy who, went and left some property in her car that he was riding around town, trying to act like somebody. And then she.
This is why I appreciate your panel, because you got a panel of viewers.
And then she probably got caught up with little fuckboy's actions and inability to stand on property that was found on somebody else, is what I presume. Now, of course, I'm not talking about the woman next to you.
And what you would be thinking, about would be being not honorable, able to honor or be honored as well. I would think. I could be
so
wrong.
then you could just put an affidavit on the record. Said fuckboy slave has some activities that I wasn't aware of, and he decided he was going to leave property around that I didn't know about that I got stopped with that they think it's mine, and I'm going to swear on the record that it's not. And if the fuckboy slave wants to swear it's mine, well, then you all can determine whose it is and who it ain't. And when
Well,
they look at
the
the fuckboy,
scenario
excuse me, sir, I didn't have a mama. Okay, when they look at the fuckboy slave and determine he is a fuckboy slave, and they look at the woman next to her, guess what they're going to determine? The same thing that I just did. Wow, how easy was that?
So what would be the assumed scenario when it's nobody's? It's somebody's.
Because you got to get somewhere if I nobody putting it there. Somebody put it there. And they're going to get to the bottom of who that somebody is. Trust me.
With the first two things that they do when they recover 2A as well, I would think, right?
They're going to get to the bottom of it. They've already dusted it for fingerprints. Somebody's fingerprints are all over.
I told you. They will know whoever shit that is, no matter. But my question is, you have the right to exercise 2A. And so who is one man to tell another man if they can or cannot exercise their rights is my question.
You don't have rights. You have only privileges and benefits.
Privileges and benefits only apply when you apply for license and permission.
If you have license or permission, or if you voluntarily submit to their jurisdiction, you only have rights and privileges, and you have to follow code, whatever that may be.
Person does not apply code, and person is not slave.
You have a person. It's a person.
I understand your argument is changing, so someone's going to go to jail because now you just went from the property.
Somebody's in jail.
No, okay, so great. And why are we having this conversation then? Because they've already ascertained that everyone's full shit. Somebody knows whose it is. You ain't going to cop to it, so probably everybody's in jail. I would suspect, right? No, is everybody in jail? What does it look like, sir?
It looks like the optics are low because I haven't been up lately because you're damn looper. Let's get that out the way.
Right, I'll do whatever the fuck I want here. Yeah. You are nobody and nothing to me. You're somebody who's in a hotel room with a woman who uses her hotel room.
I'm not in a hotel room.
Wherever you're at, don't tell me about looping. Your whole life is a loop. Your whole friend group is a loop.
Actually, mine is not. I'm going back in the archive to try to give an individual a chance.
Hey, whose gun is that? His?
I'm not looping. I'm going back into the archives because I'm trying to look out for.
Right, so you came here and told me you needed something from me and the wizard, but you don't come here because I'm a looper, right? Your whole life is a loop?
I wasn't calling you a looper. What the fuck?
You didn't just say that?
Rewind it.
I said I haven't been up lately because of the looper.
Oh, so I made a mistake. That was my mistake, sir. If that's what I thought you said I'm a looper because that's
I understand you're a white gorilla, but I still respect you.
Definitely a rude and abrasive, obnoxious, verbose white gorilla. I thought you were signing on to Jack and what the yurt and the rest of them now saying.
Well, I mean, is this real?
Excuse me?
Is this real? Get out of my imagination.
That's all other questions. So I'm sorry, sir, for maybe calling out. That's all other questions. So I'm sorry, sir, for maybe calling out all of your weak points and failings in your life. I wouldn't have done that if you didn't trigger me. I was trying to help you. So act like that.
How to go by the instinct that our group.
I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but the ground was the mother and the heir.
Yes, it was. They were one with it. Hold on, check this out. A shift in power between matriarchy and patriarchy always happens because neither side has the full component unless it's together. And it's never been together. That's why man constantly struggles. Because patriarchy, hold on. When patriarchy was going on, I remember those times in history, and then came along somebody that was born that decided they wanted more than their fair share, and they started taking shit over, and it became a patriarchy because the matriarchy's way couldn't stop that. And then it was a time that the patriarchy destroyed itself, and the matriarchy took back over again. See, it needs the balance. Man always fails to realize in the beginning of creation, there was a spiritual bond called marriage, and there was a reason for that spiritual bond. People
what's your point for bondage that you're addicted to that perversion for?
People tend to sway away
from
from
Christ said, I can't tell you everything, so I'll hand it down to you over the next 2,000 years. Because if I told you women were your equals right now, you'd all fall down and die. So I'll tell you over the next 2,000 years, you go to the disciples. Because right now, if I told you women are your dire equals, you couldn't even handle it.
Thank you.
Disciples, man.
Thank you. And the thing is,
yeah, you still don't.
It's like the men built the church by the word, but there was a time that the word could not move forward because the men were hunted and persecuted. So it's up to them women that lost their good, faithful men to open their homes to the disciples to keep the message moving forward.
Look, you're talking about a Bible shit. I'm not talking about no new book that's.
I'm not just talking about the Bible. I'm talking about historical records too. And
I love you to death, but I am sorry that book was written by patriarchal shit. So no, sir, that book does not contribute to what the fuck I'm talking about.
Are you sure? Because the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, when those were written, was during a matriarchal time.
Sweetheart, the Dead Sea Scrolls were written well before supposedly a book that was written by literate fucking men ever fucking existed. Don't get me started on that book, please. Please don't.
The book is a mixture of both, though.
No, it's not. The book is actually a mixture of Egyptology, what we consider Egyptology in the dead, the Book of the Dead. It's also a mix of the Emerald Clay Tablets. It's also a mix of fucking Atlantean fucking writings as well as something else. There is another fucking.
It's what's used by the moral right to still own slaves.
Hold on, my dear wife, destroying your own conversation there again because the time those writings were released was underneath Cleopatra's rule.
I'm so confused. I literally thought they were husband and wife. The two on the right, on the top right and bottom right. So I'm confused now.
About Cleopatra's time. And for real, babe, you know, honestly, she sat there and fucked her way over there and to commit. She really didn't have no time. Her dude, she sat there and knocked off her dude. She had a son. She was trying to sit there and give it to the son. They sat there and knocked off her son. Then they came and knocked her off. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about well prior.
The temporary allegiance that with convenience.
Thank you. I am talking about way before that. I am talking about way before that shit. I'm here. I'm talking about way before they even called it Mexican. They had a different name. I'm talking about that far back. Okay.
Yes, but before then, before she released their stuff, it wasn't accessible to the Western world, for the Western world to be influenced by the word of creation, by the word of the Creator, by the word of God, to be able to be brought into the fold and grafted in, to be able to even work miraculous works that have been proven through historic facts.
I mean, I love you. And respectfully, please don't come out and sit there and talk about that book anymore and try to sit there and put that shit that's in that book into what I'm saying. You come out.
Book, it's all the writings that coincide with the book as well, including the writings that you just spoke.
If you want to, I can go into that book. We both know you're not gonna like it because we agree to disagree. But you know what? I love you. I respect you. Can I please finish my statement that I was saying, my love?
Go ahead, dear.
Are you sure?
Oh, be the fuck nice, man. He's getting a little back and forth to you. It's okay. And the Dead Sea Scrolls are the same books in the Bible. They were written at the same time the Bible was written. They were the exact same shit, and it was a patriarchal society. Obviously, the pharaohs and shit were men.
No, it wasn't Uncle Joe.
Okay.
Look, this is my honorary uncle.
Stuff like that.
I love you, and I love you. Y'all go back and forth. I'm getting so upset when the liars try to set you up because y'all give me good back and forth counterpoints. Don't stop it.
He gets excited when a husband and wife they could battle. He gets mad whenever we still do it in a loving way. But
yeah, but the Dead Sea Scrolls, they were written. They're most of the same books as the Bible. They just took them and they hid them because they saw what they were doing. They were trying to take some out of the Bible, and they hid them, so they remained in the exact frame that they were in to begin with.
I would ask you to go back and recheck that, Joe, because Jesus Christ, which the New Testament is created after, was teaching Old Testament teachings and teachings before the Old Testament, which the book, the story of Enoch was included in some of his parables and stories.
It's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not sure what your point is. All the books in the Bible, you can look at the Dead Sea Scrolls and see what they originally say, and some that are not.
Yeah, some that are
not.
not.
Eliza, go ahead.
I love that he come in here and he said,
I wanted to say the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm sorry. I wanted to say that.
Uncle Joe. Okay.
I was trying to set up for a little while.
Well, no, initially what I was saying is honestly way before then, we actually had things that were very different. And the main reason that it went from a matriarchal to a patriarchal is because there was certain information that women had access to, that they sat there and told the men that they could not have access to. And it wasn't because they couldn't, it was because literally they did not have the connection from earth to sky. Unfortunately, as much as people don't want to believe it, women are a natural born connector.
Women were the first doctors. They were women.
It's more than that.
Hey, Joe, let me add one thing. I love you, Lisa, but women were also the first oracles / CIA. Go up to the.
I never said that.
Yeah. The kings would need them on their side for the wars and yeah, he's right.
Yeah, but I said that already.
Oh, because they were the bridges.
For the first seers, yes, they were the first seers.
I think he's buttressing your point. I think he's agreeing with you saying women had special powers, men did not.
Yeah, absolutely they did. They're the seers, and they would have connection with the spirits. And even the book that the Bible's clear on that.
Well, see, here's the thing. Whenever the main reason that it divided is because men sat there and thought that women were just being selfish and not sharing this knowledge. And it wasn't that we weren't sharing the knowledge. It was that honestly, even if they read it, they would not be able to understand.
Exactly. Joe, thank you. You just brought something to my attention. So they have redated the Sea Scrolls.
Redated them?
Yeah. So they have redated the Sea Scrolls.
Redated them?
Yeah, because they used to have them before Christ.
They were.
I just say you're going on so long, babe.
Go up to the.
I never said that.
Yeah. The kings would need them on their side for the wars and yeah, he's right.
Yeah, but I said that already.
Oh, because they were the bridges.
For the first seers, yes, they were the first seers.
I think he's buttressing your point. I think he's agreeing with you saying women had special powers, men did not.
Yeah, absolutely they did. They're the seers, and they would have connection with the spirits. And even the book that the Bible's clear on that.
Well, see, here's the thing. Whenever the main reason that it divided is because men sat there and thought that women were just being selfish and not sharing this knowledge. And it wasn't that we weren't sharing the knowledge. It was that honestly, even if they read it, they would not be able to understand.
Exactly.
Joe, thank you. You just brought something to my attention. So they have redated the Sea Scrolls.
Redated them?
Yeah, because they used to have them before Christ.
They were just like the
Currently, they have them after death of Christ, which puts them in the Bible's era.
I think some of them are BC. I'll Google it right quick. I'm pretty sure some of them would be right before Christ as well.
Well, if they're before Christ, then that would be like the Book of Enoch.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or like the bones of Elisha that could bring a man back from the dead.
Yes.
I didn't mean to bring that back to that, babe. I just was looking at the facts after he said it was all during the time of the Bible. Actually, some of it was before and some of it was.
Well, I'm counting Enoch as part of the Bible. I guess I'm wrong there, but I count all those shits as real.
Well, you could count it as part of the Bible because the Messiah himself spoke from some of those verses.
That's right. Quoting them in the Bible. That's right.
Yeah. Like.
I would ask if I can talk, but I already know I'm just gonna get interrupted.
It would keep your shit a lot shorter because niggas is aching to get on.
I'm trying to, and I'm literally people are listening, and then y'all shiny ADHD motherfuckers. I need y'all to put yourself on mute. Y'all can sit there and say whatever the fuck you want to say.
All right, everybody fucking mute. Let her get this thought out. Please get the thought out. Don't ramble.
Thank you. I'm trying, Uncle Joe. Jesus. Well, whatever the fuck his name is. Anywho.
I just say you're going on so long, babe. I looked up some information, came back with the information and everything.
And look, guys, I'm married to this guy. This happens to me all the time with him.
Looks like a blessing, though. I'm not lying. You niggas working good together. I see you getting frustrated, but I'd love to count.
Supposed to take anything out. If you take anything out, you're gonna get crazy.
You did say nobody knew about the Henry H.
People trying to create a monopoly on spirituality.
I think so, bro. And those people trying to create a monopoly, like someone said in chat, Alicia, they feed off of your energy as well. They create negative when they want it and all that. They feed off of that shit.
The head vampires.
Yeah.
Of empires.
No offense to Elisa, but apparently the female energy does it, and then it flips over to the male energy, and brown people and black people and white people. It's like just constant cycle of people building a monopoly.
That's distraction. Race is a distraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would help for Eric to know that.
I'm sorry. What's that again, bro?
Nah, you go ahead. I was just making a comment.
As much juice from each one of us as they can.
That was good, Christos. Thanks for that, Christos.
Always pushing that wheel, not water around. The first thing she said, I listened the whole time.
Dude, get drunk.
Remember the water wheel? Pushing
Okay.
Hey, Joe, I have a monopoly on alcoholism. So
check this out. Hey, Joe, I just got done talking to my wife, and she was telling me where she was leading, and she was going to give us a big mind fuck. Let her get through it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Christianity and Catholicism are the same thing. The biggest part of
Joe,
Christianity is
separate what they teach us and listen to what she's about to say. Separate what they teach us and listen to what she's about to say.
Yeah.
this is what I was trying to say prior. Whenever it came to King Henry VIII, Catholicism is Christianity is a branch of Catholicism. Okay, that means whenever it's a branch off of something, that means they do something different. Here's a very, very way to understand. If you go to the Catholic Church, they worship Mary, they worship the apostles, aka they call them the saints. They do not worship Jesus, they do not acknowledge Jesus, they do not even acknowledge Jesus as the Christ. They only do it, they only do it whenever you're dealing with baby Jesus. They're not even gonna sit there and tell you that when Jesus got mad, he sat there and killed all of them pussies and then sat there and brought them back just to sit there and show them who's boss. But they only acknowledge baby Jesus. Other than that, they will sit there and have you pray to Mother Mary. Matter of fact, if you need to be forgiven for your sins, what they tell you, say this many Hail Marys and then like this many candles, yada yada yada. They don't say anything about Christ at all. When you go to Christianity, they worship Christ completely fucking different. They do things differently.
Christianity, Catholicism is Christianity, though. Yeah, your whole statement starts off saying it is a different segment of Christianity.
Oh yeah, I remember them fighting together.
What she's saying is correct.
What she's saying is correct, but you can't start off by denying this.
No matter what manipulated science says, the one thing we have is our own gut instinct. And as you search for the truth, as you become confident in your spirit, in your guidance, and who you were created to be, so to speak.
No, I understand.
No, true, but I think it does need to be said. There does have to be lines drawn in the sand, and sometimes you can't draw them in the sand. You have to draw them in marble. You have more. You know, I'm just going to say straight up, man, fuck off. Tell you faith that saved me through my childhood. That's where I begin and end where my faith is. My faith is not touched by a Bible. It's not touched by a religion. It's not touched by another person. I will not have anyone. And everything else that they can use to sit there and literally try to become one with nature. Oh, why not give it to them? Because they're not going to be able to achieve what the fuck they need to achieve to be able to do any fucking thing outside of there. And mind you, the whole reason behind religion is so they can sit there and keep us dormant so that they can use us as their battery. So honestly, after fucked up everything that we have that can sit there and put us in connection, why not sit there and share the shit now?
All right, nowhere in the Bible does it say Christianity. Right, the Bible was wholesome stories. That was some shit that came later. I think, and Homestead, if you're a fan, if you don't do the religious thing, maybe you do the philosophical thing. Confucius said, "It's not a day when I walk with man, woman, or child that they are not my teacher." Meaning, I can learn from anything I see, and that would include a book. For you to say I've never learned anything from a book, is not.
No, that's not exactly what I said. I said that my faith that I have within me was obtained so young. I didn't read. I was never went into it. I never went into it. I'm trying to explain this. I'm trying to explain this because it's really important. As I grew up, there was no church. My parents didn't take us to churches. I mean, how many of you children did you see in the church? You know, not many of them.
That's all shit talk over. That's okay. I'm not raised, baby. There's a whole lot of it. Why you think they there? All of them there trying to find, a Captain Save a Hole in a Red Cape that, you can sit there and say Big Daddy in the Sky. I said what the fuck I see.
Never been to church, Homestead, but I'm listening to your point.
Okay, thank you. So you may have a bird's eye view into this. Okay. So through my experience in my child, I didn't know what prayer was, but I talked. I talked to what was out there. I begged for mercy. I asked for wisdom.
Yeah, Christians call it praying. The most just labeled it everything. So you think that you can't learn. If you understood that praying just meant a certain energy, now suddenly you're learning from the Bible. If you can change the word of possessed to letting a certain energy frequency, riding that frequency, now you're learning from the Bible. Maybe you were reading it wrong.
You're not listening. There was no reading it. There was a belief I had within my youthful body of knowing there was something greater. And that's who I spoke with. Okay, Christians call it prayer, whatever. I'm not trying to say that. When I'm trying to...
Came to me when I was 2.5.
It's the same thing under different names. I never learned anything. Yes, you people restore my faith. I learned certainly fucking discussing things with you cats. Even you articulate something I may have felt but couldn't articulate. The Bible does the same thing. And probably any other. I read a lot of Eastern shit too. It does the same thing.
I think what Homestead is trying to say is that that a book isn't a bad thing, but a good book, in my view, a good book reaffirms something that's in my gut. I didn't really discover something new.
Very good.
It just correlated something that's in my.
I would agree with you, Homestead. I think he characterized what you're saying right, and had you phrased it like that, I can't totally agree.
Homestead, is that?
In a way, yes. I mean, if I just boil down all the words, in my youth, I was able to develop a faith that, yes, I went to other churches for confirmation. I read the book for confirmation. But I came out with a very different feeling because I was looking at it from a different perspective.
I'm guessing they gave you that perspective. I was spared that, and I read it separately. I've never been to church. I didn't sit under no one's wing and explain that to me. So I see it totally different. I don't see it as religion and the weird stuff. I see it the way I'm talking about. I see it as, shit, we can talk about energy and stuff.
Honestly, I think it's all one and the same.
Spirituality is a better word, yeah.
That was the way it was honestly designed, that they were sitting there using different tactics, but the only thing in different tactics that there were certain bits and pieces that they would leave out.
Yes, to control. Yes, I agree.
All part of the same freaking cycle.
Yeah, some power hungry person, that first person he was talking about, as soon as they wrote it down, some dude saw that I can use this, because Bob doesn't know this, and I can fucking be a god with Bob, because I can read and write.
And ever since that moment, there's been a religious browbeating going around the entire world that has nothing to do with the first Trinity. The first Trinity, when you're living in a physical body, is the mind, body, and soul. And there's no talk about any of that in a church. There's no talk about any of either what's natural.
That's the Virgin Mary and all that shit they inserted with that salvage savior stuff, where the virgin birth. So they took the Holy Trinity and they put it in a book in a brick and mortar institution. They stole it.
I like it.
I mean, it says in the Dead Sea Scrolls, you're not going to find me in buildings made of brick and mortar. Lift a stone and I'll be there. I know that as well. I know a lot of stuff. And I mean, the Dead Sea Scrolls were closer to looking for faith than the Bible itself, in my own opinion.
Remember, they are the same books. The ones, what they did, the original cats at the Council of Nicaea, they took all of the Dead Sea Scrolls and they decided which ones they're going to put in a book for everyone. Now, these were the most rich and wealthy of the church who made this decision, all male. So anything, in my opinion, woman, the Book of Mary, which is one of the dopest shit, you got to read it, and it shows how close her and Jesus was, how Jesus put her before the disciples. That's totally left out. Anything to make Jesus look human, totally left out. But remember, they are the same. I read my Bible. I got my Dead Sea Scroll book right here. I read my Bible next to it.
Same here. I have fun everything else, including the lost books of certain shit. So I mean, yes, 100%. But whenever I was growing up, here was my favorite. My favorite thing was "Don't let a rock cry out for me." And what that meant was you are supposed to be able to sit there and get in touch with me. Don't let the earth do it for you, because the earth is already in tune. You were supposed to go ahead and get into it. And I've always, so all those people that want to sit there and, you know, try to shit, that's one of the reasons I'm spiritual. I'm making sure that a rock ain't crying out before I do.
And I can't find my Dead Sea Scrolls.
Well, I'll let you borrow mine, Uncle Joe.
I got them. I just don't see them. I got them.
Maybe it's
You know,
beside the
Joe,
law dictionary.
Joe in Homestead, you're hitting it. You know, this first man and or woman that, you know, I've been doing this for years, assuming that history is something that we believe. Like, I want to know. I want to go back in the time machine, and I want to know who the
and your family will still be interfacing with the virtual you. That's programs and things like that.
The thing, and I was sharing this with the chat GBT and all this, we never really understand the technology. Like that political article is making a joke about it. Like, oh, ha, 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 we'll reference back to the chat GBT to figure this all out, while saying they're trying to figure it out. You know, I mean, it's already accepted technology. This is already accepted. And we're trying to figure out what it is, but they already know. You know, that's the weird part about it. You're just walking into the new trap every time.
Absolutely. And the things that we have, chat GTP or the AI art programs and things like that, that's the consumer version of, you know, it's a military industrial thing that they've had for years. So then you got to go look back in history. How long did they have this AI art or whatever AI programs that are right? Stephen King, is he really an author? Is that just a face they put out there and it's like an AI? They just writes a book whatever they want. But you never know.
Yeah, my theory on Stephen King is that his wife, I think his wife's name is Tabitha. She writes a lot of the books.
I think a lot of those ones are like teams, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And there's just one guy that's the face of it, kind of. I mean, it's so much content. It would be so hard to write that many book after book, in my opinion. I don't know. I haven't written one book, so.
Yeah, I like this comment too, that you will own nothing and be happy. Like that's literally.
Well, yeah, that's when I was talking to EBT the other night on that Yo Gamma Gamma stream. That's what I was saying too. Like he's like, well, you don't own anything. So he says he's for private property, but then he says you don't own anything because it's all in the trust, and that's the Klaus Schwab, Davos. You know exactly what RT's saying. You will own nothing and be happy.
Right. Yeah, all that stuff gets complicated, and I lose the conversation on a lot of that sort of. I don't know. That loses me. I think this stuff. I know it seems weird, but I think this stuff on social media and YouTube is more interesting than the legal stuff. In my just, you know, what actually
we're tech slaves. You and I. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I watched a few other not of Paul. I can't remember. There was some lady talking about that same kind of thing. I watched a few of her short videos today. It just sounds absurd to me. Like if you do these legal actions in the right order, all of a sudden, you know, you have millions of dollars or something like that.
I'm going to use my
Well,
platform
and it seems
to stand up for somebody I believe has been wrong.
It
and that's Kendrick
seems
Wilson. Whatever Kendrick Wilson passed is,
like in priorities, you know, it seems good in thought, and I get the point, but in the priorities conversation, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, I mean, there's a lot of that where I'm quite not, you know, following. Like, I like the Wizard too. He seems like a smart guy and has a lot of good information, but I lose him sometimes.
I like when he's Spurgs. He goes nuts.
Yeah, he's a hardcore dude.
Yeah, I'll pop in that stream, that Paul stream, like maybe every 2 hours. I'll just pop in for 1 or 2 minutes and kind of read the chat. But then the other was it yesterday? You were in there. I'm not sure what day it was when they had that dude was getting approached by the cops live. And then holding him the phone, and then Paul and Wizard are yelling at the dude's holding the phone to the cop, and the cop's just sitting there like.
I know, you're like, dude, are you about to see Mitch like get shook down and like his car seized or some dumb shit on just some bad, you know, police interaction?
Right. And then what happened ultimately? Ultimately, he had to leave a public area. So what good is all this?
Right, but they did let him go and didn't, you know, push the driver's license. Or I don't know exactly what level of, you know.
I must have missed that stream.
But again, just that real life element of what we're doing here, like that makes it so interesting and sort of addictive to participate in when people film the real world. I would like to do that more, but you know,
but you're in Iowa.
yeah. Well, we're about to go but we're about to go adventuring, and I plan to share more of that. But I never know quite what investment to make in the technology or the cameras, or you know, to make it cool.
Oh, you do it all on the phone now. It's all made for the phone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was going to holler at you too about getting some graphics, but maybe I'll just reach out and email.
Yeah, just email me. What's funny, real quick, while we mentioned Iowa, is when I drove with my wife and we moved from Minnesota to Florida. She's from Florida, but when we drove through, you know, you go through Iowa, it's forever because there's nothing there. You drive forever and forever, and then you get to what's the next state south? Is it Missouri or something?
Yeah.
Is that what it is? And then right over the border, there's like huge signs like fireworks, CBD, kratom, like all the good stuff is like a block over the border because all these Iowa people are just.
That's even more now. Both Illinois and Missouri are fully cannabis legal, and so and Minnesota's pretty lax on that. So yeah. Yeah, Iowa's cool just because it's kind of like all the Midwest states. It has Shire vibes, like Lord of the Rings Shire vibes. It's behind the times. It's sort of, you know, the Midwest is a safe place to live and a good place to live. But it is a lot of nothing. Nebraska's like that too, and same thing with Kansas. You just drive. But Texas, large parts of Texas are just completely boring and monotonous. Texas goes on forever too. So
yeah, there's did you see the talk of those 15-minute cities last week? They were talking about that.
Yeah, I did. I saw parts of that, and they keep pushing. It's all the same thing, right? You stay in the pod. You don't. Need to go anywhere. I was going to pull up one. There's a skeptic channel about Elon Musk doing in Las Vegas there, the underground driving thing and sort of the failure and bullshit that is.
I've never heard of that. What is it?
Tesla started doing like underground digging for like who knows what reason, and then they came up with like an underground parking garage and road system for Las Vegas, but it doesn't work. It's like sort of stupid, right? It's like a Disney ride of electric cars. It's not really functional or integrated into how the city, how people actually move. It won't transport a large mass of people. It's sort of a proof of concept, like everything Elon Musk does. But still, that he's trying to do deep underground drilling and building that infrastructure is interesting. But he's a weird dude.
Yeah, he's associated with that boring company. But the reason I brought up that 15-minute city because then so that went pretty viral to the truther community, whatever you want to call it. And then the next week, this week I should say, then they came out with this story like Donald Trump wants to build freedom cities on federal land. Did you see that one?
No.
Well, it was basically the idea of the 15-minute city. Trump said we want to build these futuristic type cities, but he never said like 15-minute cities. But he said on federal land it wouldn't take much land because everything's so like contained there. And he wanted to bring innovative vertical takeoff and landing like Ubers into these cities, like almost like mini little condensed Dubais on federal land throughout. But then I was thinking like, so how they programmed you the week before was the 15-minute city, here it is, and it's bad. And then the next week they come out and say Trump wants to build this without calling it a 15-minute city. That's obviously what they were talking about. So then it feels to me like they're trying to kind of turn these people against Trump now, the people that still believe in that.
Yeah, and that was exactly like Walt Disney's idea, right? Like he wanted these little Disney communities everywhere. It's weird. What a weird idea.
Yeah, it's like little.
Like, how does that even get off the ground with all the problems that are going on in our country, in our communities? Like,
well, it have to be like profitable for you at first to get people to do it. That's what I always think about is back in the day, like how did they get people off of the farm and into the city? Well, it must. I don't know. I've never really researched it. It had to be like tons of money to sit around in an office and do nothing. I'm guessing.
Yeah, it was attractive, right? Because the farm work was so hard and all that. But dude, in my mind, and maybe I'm just so detached from like mainstream news and currents, but I cannot even imagine Donald Trump running for the presidency again and succeeding. But after that whole mess and sort of warp speed, and
they love him, man. Some of the people love him.
Yeah.
What made me think too, though, when I was mentioning earlier about how the Wild West internet became dominated by the big 5 tech companies, they colonized it. I was wondering if that's what actually Space Force is, if it's actually like a cyberspace type of military, maybe instead of regulating it to the Navy or whoever does it now. Because I don't think they're actually, sending ships up to fight a war in space or anything like that. I think it's a euphemism for something else.
Yeah, and it seems we're in like the era of soft disclosures, where everything is a soft disclosure. They're just kind of casually like hinting at the whole operation, and that's where the cataclysm plays a role because they seem to be panicking about stuff and sort of trying to patch it all together. It's weird. It's disassociative. A lot of these ideas, right? Like we've got the East Palestine trail derailment. This whole watershed polluted. It seems everything's burning down. But Trump is talking about using federal land to create cities of the future, like
freedom cities. Yeah, freedom city where you don't have to leave the city. It's so free. Another funny thing that I saw was that train derailed, and then there was another train derailment in Ohio. I don't know if you saw that like a week later or something. I think it was this week. And I just went and I didn't go deep at all, but 2 of the top 3 comments were like talking about, oh yeah, it's time for shorter trains, so this doesn't happen. I'm like, where did this talking point come from? They're able to just whether those might actually
be of these viewers, like it says, like there's like 30 viewers on here, and even up to scale, if you have 100 or 200, how many of those do you think are so-called stock puppet accounts or AI accounts or that's part of the Panopticon thing too, is you never really know who's watching or how many or what the interest is. And I think that's a weird thing with the panels too, is we're getting to know each other's persons a little bit better, but then it's still like, who are the commenters and, the sort of unnamed, unmasked, unidentified viewers, right? Like who are the 30 people watching just me and you chat?
Yeah, like some are probably real people's stock accounts and then some are AI. I've come to the conclusion I can't base it on anything. It just seems like it is on the YouTube subscribers. I think a low percentage of them are real when you see these people's numbers. I think if you do what the algorithm kind of wants you to do, I think they just feed you 10 or 20 subscribers that might not even be real to kind of nudge you to do that again. And if you keep doing that, it'll just keep pushing them over to you and like it'll just increase your number, I think. And obviously some of them are real because you interact with them and stuff. But I don't
it's like the same 20 people like on all these channels.
All these channels. Yeah, it's Robin, Jessica, Tommy, RT. Shout out to all the regulars. Music All the Secrets. The panel junkies, man. They need their fix.
Yeah, and I literally look at this as sort of the service I offer on this platform is like a safe space. It would be the corny way to say it, but more just like a breathing space for people that consume this type of content. That's sort of how I look at like my own channel. It's just sort of like a resting room from the MK Ultra platform. And that's why I get called Camp Cupcake. But I'm really just like, oh, this platform engenders adversarial, fighting and sort of moral concerns. And like that clip I played of Benton coming after Austin Murphy for his alcoholism. Like what a weird thing to sort of see play out. Like a guy driving a semi truck calling out this veteran soldier that he doesn't even know and making some good points and revealing a lot about himself. Like a weird little I don't know. And I said a lot there. I'm rambling because I
shout out to Benton. Yeah.
But what about that aspect that like sort of because in this book I was reading, it was talking about privacy and how privacy is destroyed on the internet and social media. But I think there's a lot of power in taking privacy back in a way too, by not always leading with your opinion, by always not calling other people out, by allowing some of this to just be a conversation and not, what I mean. There's a lot of pulling people's cards that seems a little like forced. You know what I mean?
Yeah, people like it, I think, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, the people love it.
Bongs up, peeps.
Yeah. I think you love it. I think you love it, and you pretend like you don't love it as much.
I do.
Yeah, I do too. I'll admit I love it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Well, it's just a crazy moment. So it's the Talcott stuff, and then ending up with the Tubcott, and we still haven't seen Jeff P around. I can't wait to see him again. But moments like that the drama producer are actually kind of funny. And
then Talcott came on my stream the other night, and then we looked him up. He's only got 300 subscribers, so. And he said himself, he was like, I think there's 300 people with my name and avatar in these streets.
Yeah, what a weird experience.
Like 4 people would go there and subscribe to him or something like that.
Or his numbers would go up a little bit. Like, he seems a little artificially constrained. Who knows?
Well, then I don't know if you caught that whole stream, that Yo Gamma Gamma stream was what I was showing and talking about is how this guy is basically, he's almost like the villain role to these, I hate calling him this name, the sovereign citizens. I hate that because I know that's not a thing. I don't know what else to call it, so I'm just called that. So almost the villain to these sovereign citizen characters is this Jack Talcott guy. And it's all based on that whatever the hell they call it, the trust, your social security number, basically. And then in the back, Talcott's background, like you said, these are like tarot cards here. His background is the damn social security card. It's the 2 pillars, it's the arch. And pull out the social security card, pull it up.
No, I already know what
in
you're
the middle,
saying.
goes like this, like his hair, and then straight lines down like his fucking beard. So the villain of the sovereign citizen, the guy who fought against the social security card number and all that, his background, he's inside of a damn.
And the fact that he was in the postal, he worked as a
exactly.
postal
Right?
office, which is like a big part of the thing.
Is this shit produced by Hollywood, or is it just that like metaphysical, like all these pieces are attracted to each other, kind of?
I really don't know.
Space and time or something, kind of just magnetizes everyone together or something like that.
If you want my real take, I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's so real. You know,
it's super real, and you're sort of like, why? You know, specifically, and I've asked Jack himself this question like several times. I don't get why there's no response, there's no uptake to the information given. You know, that's sort of the weird thing, the looping of it, that language. That's the weird part.
Talcott or just in general?
Well, no, it's like Talcott. Why doesn't he take anyone's advice? Why doesn't he ever sort of change his rap? Why doesn't he sort of see? You know, when you have that many people giving you feedback on your problems, they all say the same thing ultimately, right? Like, and then, but he never changes. Like he does those loops and loops and loops, and I don't know. Yeah, there's just a real element to these conversations where it is like, you know, the whole is this real thing? And I don't know.
I got my screen. Pull up my screen if you can.
Yeah, that is funny.
So it's Talcott, the villain, basically, of that group. Look at his damn background compared to the Social Security. It's the same damn thing. And look at the phoenix in the middle. The 2 parts of the hair, just like his damn hair. The eyes are in the same space here, and the damn beard going straight down right here. That's insane, dude.
This is kind of blowing my mind a little bit right now, Mr. Drew.
What is the odds of that? And he's got signatures right on the bottom, right? I mean, like we're saying, like the AI, ChatGPT, and all this AI art, we're getting the consumer version of it years later after the military-industrial complex completed it years ago. This Jack Talcott guy could be a complete AI, you know, persona. Nobody would know. Who would know? Paul doesn't have to be in on it. Nobody even has to be in on it to know.
What a weird thought.
That's where even if he's real and this is all real, that's where it's going. Is that the panels it'll even be replaced by robots, just like a McDonald's job. It'll just be AIs basically talking to other AIs eventually.
Well, and how the universe itself wants to imbue things with significance. It wants to make things significant, right? With synchronicities and sort of the power of symbols and all that stuff. It's weird. The mimetic stuff is weird. I find myself talking in Talcottism sometimes, you know, just as a joke, like around the house. It becomes a character you think of. And I think I shared this term with you before. People call it the egregores, sort of the spirit of the thing.
The thought wind, like a thought form entity, basically. Yeah. So I don't know if this happens to you. When Talcott, like it seems different when I watch him on the screen, but when I'm in there with him and he's talking, I completely like don't hear a word he says. He's got this trance voice, like because he went on this long rant. He's like, "What do you think about that?" And I was thinking, like, I didn't hear a word you just said. Like,
I didn't hear anything you said.
No, because he's putting you in like a trance or something almost.
But that happens in this thing a lot. You're not really having a conversation. You're not really going back and forth, right? You're sort of waiting to speak, especially if you're trying to run it. Like, and just different people. Like, why are you listening to? You know, why am I even? Right? Why am I even humoring Jack Talcott? I don't know him. I only heard about him a couple months ago. He's obviously not, you know what I mean, offering the best advice about things. But somehow he's, you know, I'm fascinated by him.
Yeah, like, it makes you feel better.
I want to see what happens to him.
It makes you feel better about your own life. I think not just you. I mean, like
no, I know. Is that it? Right? Is it that? Yeah, it might be that. But you've also like, when this is funny, this came up the first time with Benton and Jack Talcott, where he did, and Jack Talcott just openly talks to the fact that like, yes, I did do some programs and learn about that NLP stuff. But then you hear Benton himself say that, you know, coming out of the cult, he learned a lot of like the deprogramming stuff from that and how to sort of, you know, those same mechanisms. So everyone sort of has their backstory and how they link up with it. And it's all sort of curious, and I don't know. It's fun. It's fun to know about this stuff and to speak with people like you that are involved and sort of watch all this take place. But
yeah, I think it's fascinating. As far as for me, I'm into it now because like I feel like I've like any person, you have like only so much limited knowledge you have, right? Like I feel like I've made almost every video I could obviously keep making videos, prepared videos about different things, but I feel like the important things that I've learned, I've pretty much made videos about. So it's almost like, man, what do I do? Keep remaking the same video? But I would rather do like a panel where I'm, you know, it's the improvisation of it and everything like that is just way more interesting to me than rehashing the same stuff over and over.
And this is so easy, and you can get some dynamic effects by playing other videos. And
you get longer, more content, you get more views, you get more interaction from the chat, and it's easier. Exactly. It may not be easier to everyone, maybe, but to me, it's easier.
And then, like younger generations will get it quicker.
I think
so
too.
The game of it, and sort of, you know, the whole idea of people playing characters. And I thought that's fun. You gave me shit for sort of goofing around with the character, and then with that Ian dude, you know, you kind of showed up there that night and got him, you know, and had this funny moment with him playing a little bit of a character, right? These panels sort of beg for that behavior, of sort of expressing interesting ideas or presenting in an interesting way, or you know, the background and the graphics and you know, the avatar stuff that'll happen in the future. You know, these panels will be bigger.
Yeah. You got Tranquil Vortex now out here dropping bars. It's a crazy world out here, man.
It is. I love that stuff. I love it.
You never know. That's the other part I like about it is, you know, even though you're hosting as your show, you never know what's gonna happen. She just came on in maybe the third hour of my stream, and she had written like 3 minutes worth of bars. Like she just, I'm like, man, that would never happen if you're just doing your own live stream by yourself or just especially prepared videos. That's where the magic happens. Is just the dynamics between the people
and people just taking it and sort of running with it.
Yeah,
and then remixing it. I mean, that's exactly. Got this like Ozzy Nan, you know, that original beat from Toilet Bowl and all that.
Yeah, so he took his own original beat and then chopped her vocals up and put it in there. Like that's hilarious.
Yeah, that's where it's at. Well, cool, man. Thank you for coming up. I'm actually gonna wrap this up. I gotta go do what I gotta do. But thank you for coming up. That was a good conversation. Good into this, dude. So I appreciate it.
Nice to talk to you.
All right, cool. I'm gonna kick you out of here because it's fun. All right, get the fuck out of here, dude. All right, that was nice. That was a nice end to that. I'm glad you came up and chatted. And yeah, so this is we're right here. I'll play Truth or Cop for a second. Respond to some comments and wrap this up here. It was a good time. Yeah, Tranquil Vortex. I kind of want to see the lyric on that. There's a couple parts in there. That opening loop, I can't quite tell what you're saying. But I like to never bite the hand that feeds you. That's one of those powerful lines. Yeah, people should go check out Truth or Cop, Paul and Slade. Everyone knows. Everyone's talking. It's fun. You get a lot of interesting interactions. I appreciate everyone spending time with me and listening to my rants about stuff. I think this Panelopticon is fun.
These people are good people, and you're turning them out for no good.
Oh, he's already out. There's one other thing here, and I'll share this as I leave. This is kind of crazy. This guy has interesting videos. This is kind of crazy. This guy has interesting videos. Clown planning. Yeah.
Maybe he's too old to be president. Look at what he's done.
Maybe.
You know, look at what he's doing. Look at how physically he's got the good bill of health from the doctors. How many 30-year-olds could travel to Poland, get on the train, go 9 more hours, go to Ukraine? Look at the man. Look what he's doing. Look what he continues to do each and every day, and make your decision. It's up to the American people.
He's got a bunch of interesting videos. And the big hit. Go check it out. I like this part then.
Laughing and joking and playing a bit. Country Joe making a sly copy. This stick is well funded by Secret Float. Who is the backup behind this joke? Donations rolling privately, of course, beyond the 12 hours until you are forced. Never bite the hand that feeds you.
Never.
Never bite the hand that feeds you. Never bite the hand that feeds you. Never bite the hand that feeds you. Never bite the hand that feeds you.
That's a great book too. That's so good. All right, good night, everybody. Be nice. Be nice out here. All right, we'll talk again.
Your rap is the
Like,
worst rap
hello.
This is the worst.
These people are.
I'm a product of America. You psychotic from narcotics. Born consumers of STDs. Yeah, I got it. A victim of a media machine. Violence and lust. Top to bottom, ingredient between. I'm a menace with big dreams. And no morals to stop me from none. I gotta get mine. That's why I went and caught me a gun. Police would put me in a cage if they could lock me in one. These dudes would kill me out of jealousy. They pop me and run. Shit, I'm bloodthirsty too. We were raised with foul ways. It's in everything we watch and listen to nowadays. When the younger kids are way more depraved. We're hunger for peace. Some will run around the neighborhood crazy. Land of the free, home of the brave. My world is a morgue. One day I lay alone in the grave. Still my dome is enslaved. In the haze of the power I crave. I can't help it, this is how I was raised.
It's a conspiracy. I hit the scene like spinning guillotines. Villains creep through the village deep while idiots sleep. I'm awake, dominate, annihilate. I violate, obliterate, incinerate, exterminate. I'm an American. Murder, hate, violence, and war. Topics galore, riots and more. Find an uproar. The rise of the poor. We monitor all. Everybody sign at the door. So walk out now, but you may never survive at all. We murder capitals. Turn hometowns to homicides. TNT, 1080 counter lines. My take on society is beyond the fabrications that they prophesize. Colonize through modern lies. Economize inside of minds. Humanity every day. Vanity's great. Gravity day. Hold it, your sanity break. This is not an exercise. This is real life. Salvage your fate. Contaminated planet of hate. The children sing a passage of faith. Lavish chase was the train of Alexander the Great. Savage grace gravitate to mathematics and space. Like Dr. Malachi. When the hidden cameras invade. It's shafted and played. Like the others, these cannibals say. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American. I'm an American. His nature is imperialistic. I'm completely irrational. I'm unrealistic. Got the right to talk shit. Got the right to bear arms. I bring disease. I bring famine with some guns and some bombs. Got my 4-horse squad. My lightning rod. Men a beef with the devil. Not fight for God. I'm from the Highland clans. I'm on some stolen lands. The crown jewel in the new world order plans. Get your quarter can. Place your order, man. Step up right this way to the slaughter land. While every one of your freedoms got emancipated. You just surfed on the net. You masturbated. We got hoes, we got lugs, we got sex, we got drugs, we got laws, we got.
Stand up with businesses. Why didn't you produce any people that are going to
invent things because you stifled their thinking. That's why.
Exactly.
They stifled their imagination at the expense of the right side of the mind, the God side. And they've been very, very adamant about keeping God out of school to the point where they've bastardized the idea of church and state. Okay. They don't understand what that means. It doesn't mean you can't pray at school. It means the school can't make you pray.
Right.
All right. It doesn't mean you can't read a Bible at school or in a government building. It means the government can't make you read a Bible. It means the government can't make you be part of a religion. That's what it means. And the whole thing stems from the fact that if regardless of whether you were a Catholic or not, you still had to pay a tithe to the Anglican Church, and you still had to attend service a certain number of times per month. It was the law. Okay. So that's why they put that in there of a separation of church and state, because people were forced to go to church under law, and nobody has a right to make somebody do that. All right. So they bastardized that to a point where the atheists, which I think are just scared people that are angry at a God they say they don't believe in, because they all seem to be very angry people. Very, very angry people. To a point where they even, I'm going to ridicule you because you believe in the sky daddy, the flying spaghetti monster. You know, you've heard the rhetoric. You've heard the rhetoric. And I think to myself, it's like, wow, you poor little childish-minded fool. You really don't understand how the whole grand scheme of things is. Hopefully you'll get it. Maybe next time, or the time after that. Or the time after that. You know, I've been told, you know, that I am an old soul. I've been told that ever since I was a little kid. That I was an old soul, and I believe that that's true. And I think that, you know, this is my last trip because I finally, I get it now. You know, and I think that was a hard case. That was a hard case.
What if though? What if we are a generation that can live like forever, hundreds of years?
Is something going to have to change then?
Well, this is what I think is happening. This divide. I know I've got the goal. My goal is to confront the systems of our government and economics, and I want wars to end and total reform. But if this could happen, if we no longer had corporate and government secrets, dude, some of the technologies that are being, you know, there's people. I don't believe everything, but I believe in what is credible. But these healing beds using frequencies to cure diseases and to help regenerate the human body.
That's not new. That's not
new.
Right. You know, you've
right.
heard of Royal Rife.
Yes, I think so.
He had this machine where he would use light spectrometry to look at your blood and isolate the frequency of the ailment, the disease. Okay, and then he would hit it. If you understand noise cancellation technology, right? So he would hit it with the antithesis of its frequency and destroy it. The AMA actually had a banquet in his honor that was to celebrate the end of all disease. And then the guy died, and there's no fucking, and you can find a little bit on it, the Royal Rifle machine. You know, so now you're saying, they come out with these med beds, right? Well, it's a Royal Rifle machine. Let's give credit where credit is due. Absolutely. You know, and I truly believe that that's what it is. That's what I think the churches were not places so much of worship as they were, you know, these cathedrals, as they were a place of healing through frequency and through sound. I mean, let's face it, they built these massive pipe organs at a 432 frequency hertz range, right? And they built the cathedrals around the organs. These things are like frozen music, acoustically perfect, right? I've heard descriptions of people that sat in the center. You know, of course, if you were to look at a plan view of these cathedrals, they're in a crucifix type of an arrangement. And the people that would sit right there in the middle, amongst where these things, the four sides of the church, the pipe organs were working in that way. They said that reality would literally melt away for them. Wow. Yeah. Now, these rose windows that you see, they're not supposed to have that glass and lead in them. That's insulating them. Those are frequency magnetrons. Those enhance and amplify that frequency so that it would spread throughout the area with this healing frequencies.
See, yeah, I've heard a lot of those things, and yes, there's something mysterious about our history and the architecture and what was and what is actually available to know. This is what pisses me off. Is yeah, I'm sorry, I should have shut up and.
Well, no, it's all right. I was just getting ready to introduce him. Jeebus, come on back, buddy. Where'd you go, my man? He's a good guy. He's a good guy.
It seems like it. Yeah.
He is. But yeah, that's some interesting stuff, and we know that sound frequency.
You got oil, you got land, we can spoil, we got bigger, better guns. Yo, I know we can take all the time in America. That was a hustler holding a damage, wearing a black hoodie and living life like a predator. Hated his life, embarrassed to being alone. The little he knows will get him my past assed out of his head blown. It's known live in the land of the lost. Could have been a leader, but put on the cross. Needed to push for his cause, breaking laws. Now he's a felon. The system is flawed, praying to God every day of his life, fighting the odds. He wants a piece of the pie, the gleam in his eye. American dream in his mind led him astray in his ride. Inside of his cell, he put his whole family through hell and broke it apart, breaking his mother's heart. He started in school when he was on the path to losing his mind. Whatever happened to no child gets left behind. Just another slogan I'm hoping that.
Next thing you know, those people need a new job opportunity. The only one available is in the big city nearby. But yeah, there's a few more things. If you check out that film White Noise, when they're doing
of the member, which what the finger represents. If you look at John Podesta's, you need to see the imageography for this. If you look at his left hand, his pinky finger, it really does look like it was reattached. Also, you should look at the base. It's like a skin graft. Like when they do these things, they'll take skin from another body part and graft it. It's like a patch. It looks like patchwork, and the finger, it's separated from the rest. It's a very, I mean, to say the least, it's a very unusual hand. That left pinky finger looks, it does not look normal. It looks like it was reattached after being severed. And when you see this ritual, I mean, maybe not all these rituals are public, but that is an interesting hand in the context of this around this time an email. This time it's from a performance artist, very famous performance artist named Marina Abramovich, and the email was to John Podesta's brother, Tony Podesta. And again, this is confirmed. This is they did not deny. No one has denied. No of the parties involved, the Podestas or Marina Abramovich, has denied that this email is authentic. Their concern is how did it get leaked? How did we get hold of it? That's their concern, but they don't deny that it's true. So this is an authentic email. It's from Marina Abramovich to John Podesta's brother, Tony Podesta, and he says she's just talking to his brother. Quote, "I am so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner at my place." And you wonder what is spirit cooking? Well, she does performance art. And she does a performance art piece called Spirit Cooking, and it involves blood and semen, which she's done in her performance art, and writing on the walls in blood. And one of the things she writes on the wall is with a sharp knife cut deeply into the middle finger of the left hand. So spirit cooking does refer to cutting a finger, and it is connected to the Podestas. So you see Podesta with a fish of 14, and through his email directly connected to Marina Abramovich's performance art, which involves cutting a finger. And yeah, so on all levels, popular culture and politics, this ritual is done. And then so Johnny Depp last year just brought this incident again to the public consciousness when in his Amber Heard defamation case on March 7, 2015, Australia has alleged that Amber Heard, in an attack against Johnny Depp, almost completely severed one of Johnny Depp's fingers. I believe it was a middle finger. I'm not on his right hand, I think. But his middle finger was almost completely severed, allegedly in an attack by Amber Heard. This happened on March 7, 2015. Well, another severed cut finger, which is the most famous of all, is O.J. Simpson. The day that Nicole Simpson died, his ex-wife, who he was accused of murdering, he had a cut finger, and the police actually took a photograph of his finger when he was arrested. O.J. Simpson had the middle finger of his left hand.
Much love, bro.
So that's exactly what Marina Abramovich describes in spirit cooking. You have to cut the middle finger of the left hand. Well, that's what O.J. Simpson cut. It was the middle finger of his left hand, just like in spirit cooking. And yeah, there's a police photo of that. And if you take the day that O.J. Simpson is alleged to have murdered his wife, June 12th, 1994, to the day that Johnny Depp's finger was cut in the Amber Heard incident, March 7th, 2015, is 7,573 days, 7,573, which is the 961st prime number. 961 in the Latin cipher, Jewish cipher as it used to be called. 961 is the value of the word Trojans. Trojans is the name of O.J. Simpson's college football team at University of Southern California. They're called USC Trojans. Trojans 961. The 961st prime number 7573. It was 7573 days between O.J. Simpson cutting his left finger and Johnny Depp having his finger cut as well. And you know, what are we alluding to with Trojans? Well, it's the most popular brand of condom. So what do we talk about? We talk about the generative organ of Osiris. So now, of course, this lines up with the brand name of a condom, but that's what they're signaling here. This is an Osiris ritual. When I talked about the colors red and yellow, USC wears red and yellow. Those are sun colors. I talked about Roddy Piper, who's in Aries. The sun returns at Aries. That's when the sun is resurrected, and his colors were red and yellow. So this is the resurrected sun symbol, which is Osiris resurrected. That's what Trojan refers to. And there's one last part of this ritual. In 2015, Sports Illustrated did a story on the ex-Major League Baseball star Jose Canseco. He started mostly with the Oakland Athletics. He also played for the Toronto Blue Jays. There was an incident after he retired where he shot off the middle finger of his left hand. Again, that's exactly the finger that Marina Abramovich described in Spirit Cooking, the middle finger of the left hand. They said, well, Jose Canseco, the most powerful people in Washington, D.C. He was a former White House chief of staff for Bill Clinton. He was a senior advisor to Barack Obama. He was extremely powerful. And in 2015, this is from his official post from a member of his staff, which this is actually released by WikiLeaks. It's confirmed an official post. John 14th prime number. Again, the 14th member. And this is more quoting with Kourtney Kardashian. We're talking about we're approaching spring. And so 14, like I said, is the key number to an Osiris ritual. Well, Travis Barker, that's his birthday number. He was born on the 14th, which is why he's a 14th and he's a drummer. That means this was always in the cards. This ritual was always in the cards. For some reason, they chose this year. I suspect it might have some piece of Osiris. The phallus of Osiris, which is what the obelisk represents. And we see the importance of the obelisk today across the world. Look at two of the most centers of world power. Washington, D.C., where you have a Washington Monument. The elite orders that run the world. There is a price to pay for that status. So how he got injured, about how he got injured, probably not what they're saying, but nonetheless, this is a ritual which I've talked about before, and it is based on the legend of Osiris from ancient Egypt. The Osiris, in ancient Egypt, they call him Osar. Sometimes you see Osar, that's basic Osar. Osiris is the best known version from, that's what the Greeks called it. It's a vegetation god, a green vegetation god. And as we're about to move into spring, this is when you will always see like clockwork Osiris rituals, the renewal of the sun and vegetation. Osiris is green. In legend, Osiris is killed by his brother Set. That's where you get the term in English sunset. It comes from ancient Egypt, where Set kills his brother Osiris. Osiris was the consort of Isis. And after Set kills Osiris in legend, he cuts Osiris's body into 14 pieces. It's a very important number, 14. And Isis, Osiris's consort, who wants to revive Osiris, gathers the pieces of Osiris's body together and reassembles them, but can only find 13 pieces of Osiris's body. The 14th piece was Osiris's phallus, or his generative organ, his procreative organ, which Set threw into the river Nile and was eaten by a catfish. Some people interpret the legend as saying it was eaten by a crocodile. But either way, the phallus of Osiris was consumed by a catfish, most likely in the river Nile, and therefore Isis could only assemble 13 pieces. She had to fashion an artificial phallus out of gold, and she did that. And with the golden phallus, she was able to conceive Horus, stories like this of this famous drummer, Travis Barker, injuring his finger. The finger is a euphemism for the 14th piece of Osiris, the phallus of Osiris, which is what the obelisk represents. And we see the importance of the obelisk today across the world. Look at two of the most centers of world power. Washington, D.C., where you have the Washington Monument, that's the phallus of Osiris, and the Vatican, the St. Peter's Basilica, where the obelisk there, unlike Washington, D.C., is a replica, but that is the one at St. Peter's Basilica is an authentic obelisk taken from a temple in Alexandria, Egypt. That is the importance of this symbol to world power. So this is stuff that's fun. You may say, oh, a drummer, why are we talking about a rock drummer? This is trivial. No, it isn't. When you see the central importance to world power of this specific image and archetype, it's the phallus of Osiris. And they use the finger to represent the phallus of Osiris. And also they got St. Peter's Basilica. That's who, the Jesuits venerated St. Peter. And in American slang, Peter, that's sometimes a slang term, for the generative organ. I don't think that's a coincidence that you have an obelisk in St. Peter's Basilica. I mean, that's just the way the language works. And so 14 is the key number here. 14, that's the 14th piece of Osiris that ISIS had to make a replica of, which is the obelisk. And if you go to Wikipedia, it's an explanation of the obelisk. It explains that the hieroglyph for obelisk, and it clinches my whole theory, which is a theory, but it's a plausible theory. And this is why. This is from Wikipedia, quote, the obelisk hieroglyph, this is for the hieroglyph for the obelisk in the Egyptian language is the identical word with the same spelling for, quote, to beat a drum. I mean, there you go. That's the ritual there, to beat a drum. We're talking about a drummer, Travis Barker. So that's what this is. And so 14, like I said, is the key number to an Osiris.
I'll be the favorite.
Hope that it's not true what these slaves keep saying to Ian and the Welsh slaves and all the rest of them. They hate you. They hate you and they hate me. Because why should I be able to come on here? Why should Paul hold on, I gotta turn the camera off like they do because they're not even seeing on camera and I have to do my work. Why should Paul outside be able to come over here and make a living? It's preposterous. He doesn't have a degree. He's just a low-life jailbird. Right. People, it's a beta cock. 5 happy lives and everything.
I gotta say,
and left his body cannot handle mushrooms. And certain people can't handle weed. And certain people cannot handle alcohol to one. Oh, I think the you're fucking right. Yes, there is no panacea. You're absolutely right. There is no panacea. However, for better than 90% of people who do indulge in THC, various nootropics, hallucinogens, I think that's a misnomer. Basically, work in fact, 12 years ago, psilocybin mushrooms cured me of alcoholism. Okay, so I've read one that that's actual true alcoholism.
Yeah, I mean, it left me with a marvelous of a natural revulsion for the smell of tasting the thought of taking and drinking kills my stomach.
And the best thing about that is that you do it yourself, so kind of like personalized medicine. You need it. But that's
brainwash on yourself. I was worried about mushrooms. I was thinking of Orlando, Florida. I was very happy for just that.
If I ever get a yacht, that's what I'm going to name it, Beta Cock. There you go.
So that's unfortunate that you are not able to experience these effects from these different substances out here. But I think that I would be very careful. I would be very careful on what vibrational level I'm residing in. If you're in one that's completely filling your brain with cortisol at all times, this is what makes politics and news junkies. They love the controversy. They love the argument. They love the problem. They want to argue. They want to.
I got a question to pose. If the Heavenly Father said he left the herbs to us for medicines and foods and things of that nature, and he can't handle weed, but we're supposed to stay away from the spirits and alcohols. Yeah, he vibrates with that. Could be just a change of.
Damn it! I meant to end the stream at 44 minutes.
I'm going to be odd man out because I don't like stoners.
Somebody says, oh my God, pleasure. First thing I ask them, I say, are you on antidepressants? If they say yes, I'm like, nope, not for you. Not for you. If you're on antidepressants and you eat mushrooms, it's going to fuck you up. And not in a good way.
You have some fucking balls to call out people who smoke reefer and take plants and herbs when you're a fucking liquor drinker. There's nothing worse in this world than a fucking boozer. Like, let's just call it what it is. You have some nerve, O'Shane, on every level. Like, you're so fucking hypocritical and inept. Drunks are reviled by everyone across society. Like, everyone hates them. Like, almost more than even, like, heroin addicts and shit like that. Right? Because, like, typically you're the one who has the big ego, starts the fight, gets knocked out, then sues everyone, drives home drunk, and kills grandma or little child on the way home. You're like the lowest of the low. Like my mother, just a disgusting drunk. It wasn't necessarily her fault. It is because she chose to deal with it that way. It is and it's not. She had a horrible thing happen to her. She chose to drink the rest of her life away, scream and yell every day, cause fights, destroy herself and the family because she was destroyed physically. So, if only she would have just smoked some reefer, maybe she wouldn't have constantly been screaming, yelling, causing fights and arguments, getting the police involved who never could do anything because she was an insane person. But she tried many times to get me and others arrested because she was in a drunken haze. So yeah, maybe I'm biased because I just saw it all my life growing up, and pretty much everyone else I saw drinking.
Okay.
But someone came on with let me know.
It was that's correct. You know, for the company, they write off something else entirely. Some medical procedure, I'd be pretty done. That's a back adjustment.
Well, they're like this, and this is the way I always try to look at things logically. So you have a chemical imbalance in your brain.
Right, but it proves not true, right?
Right. So my first question is, where do the chemicals in my brain come from to begin with?
Right.
So they don't come from a Zoloft tree. They don't come from Prozac roots, right? Or whatever the fuck. So the chemicals, everything in my body is dependent upon what I put into it.
Yes.
Okay. So this tells me if I have a chemical imbalance in my brain, that means that I'm not getting something nutritionally that I need to sustain that balance.
You are sweet.
Okay. So now, what is it that produces this chemical in my brain, and how do I enhance it? What foods are good for that? That's the way I look at it. Like, here's some miracle pill. You have to take the rest of your life. And just,
My question would have been, well, what is the foundation of this quote-unquote balance you speak of? Like, what is the exact formulation that this balance is? Oh, yeah, chemical balance in your brain.
yeah, well, that's the whole thing. Is it's like which chemical?
Right. And there's levels of which is good for you, Doc.
Yeah, no doubt. What color is my painting made with? And who gave you the tubes of oil?
Exactly. Listen, what I found with this, I had a few friends of mine. Man, I was like they're suffering through what we classically define as depression. And they were like, oh, I think I'm going to go see a doctor. I might see get put on something. And I've at least 3 times done this, and it worked. Where I told the person, I said, listen, before you make that decision, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to go down to the local co-op, get some organic shit, make a salad, right? Go sit outside at a picnic table somewhere in the sun and eat it. Yes. Okay.
Have you guys ever heard of chemical dissent altogether in the brain? Like,
they'll say anything to sell you, man. They're salesmen.
well, actually,
Whatever mean part of your endocrine system.
Oh, so the banana was in chat. It wasn't like somebody who came up. It was just a chat message.
when I was 9 years old, they started studies to try to figure out why my adrenaline would not calm down. Like, I could be on adrenaline rush over 24 hours, and the heart is not supposed to be able to withstand that. The person's supposed to die after about 15 hours of a constant adrenaline. And they started questioning me.
129.35.
You're saying 19 from the end?
129.35. Nope. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going. There you go.
Oh, it was back already?
Right there. Right there.
Oh, it was a message then. It wasn't somebody
See
coming
the
up.
banana?
It's true. I listen. It's true. So I get an honor.
Yeah, but where does it say something about Daddy loves you?
Oh, no, you might have to rewind it or it's right there.
Oh, yeah, you get a baby whiskey, you're fucking great. Unless you sleep something like that.
Wow.
Okay,
Come on, Christos, man. You're over there just sitting up under them letting them ramble. Just tell Ian it's fucking dead. You know you want to. They want to see I knew you were one of them. I've been watching you.
Is something to distract
Whoa.
Christians into some
I would love to
Oh, crap. They can't stop giving me money now. You guys got to stop, all right? Seriously. It's getting out of hand. Jennifer's going to start hating on me. It's going to be, don't do the mouth noise. I heard that. She's going to start seeing all this fiat rolling in and she's going to be like Ian, start hating on me. This fat motherfucker sits around all day while I clean and exercise and he cracks jokes.
All right, before you ask what's
I don't know how it gets. You see, you're
the question is,
I'm going to have to
what am I
like,
doing?
I'm projecting. Right? I got a lot of trauma. I got a lot
Yeah,
of abandonment,
this is
feel
too
loss, all of it.
This is the thing. Right?
I might have to like, you know what? I'm going to buy you a pimp.
I figure I'm going to be, man, did any of that come through? Hold up. Hold up.
This fat motherfucker sits around all day while I clean, exercise, and crack.
Before you ask what's the question is, what am I doing?
I'm projecting.
This is the thing. I figure I'm going to be, man, did any of that come through? Hold up. All right, yeah. So what I was saying was, I figure I'm going to be watching this shit anyway, so I might as well watch it with other people, you know? And even though that's a terrible reason, and the stream went to the shit pot, it was going all right at first. I was playing some of this right here.
Me and you, we one and the same. Under the blanket, cutting, we bleed. And they think we dumb and naive. But we wasn't conceived yesterday. We know the AIDS, they made up the disease. And they tease us with money and greed to make us hunger and feed off each other like some blood-sucking freaks. And the most ignorant niggas a publisher's dream. Nothing but horse and infidelity gets up on the screen. Your chance of love with a slut and a creep. I love it, it cheats. These dumb broads should be running the streets. If you think of letting your daughters watch the charm school won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a darn fool. It's so blatant how they raping our minds and plain sight, taking our rights, admitting it ain't right. So
Yeah, man.
it's time to cut ties with these fucking guys.
What are you watching? Hold up, let me see if all right, go ahead. My bad, my fucking sound was all the way down.
Nothing. What's going on, dude?
Hang on, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I need some better head. I don't have any headphones here. Hold up. How's my sound? All right.
yeah, you sound fine.
Okay. Yeah, what's good, bro? I'm just chilling. I was about to end it at 4 hours 44 minutes, but then I'm just like, man, you know what? I'm just gonna keep watching this shit anyway, so I might as well just like, I'm not worried about running out of recording time or streaming time. I mean, because fucking, what do you call it? All you gotta do is just sign into multiple accounts. That's the thing with StreamYard. If you just use a bunch of different emails to sign in, then you never run out of streaming time. You know, so it's like,
What's the deal? You only get so much? I didn't know.
yeah, you can only do 20 hours a month, so 5 hours a week, basically, if you go by that, give or take. Or an hour you could do an hour Monday to Friday each day every week. You could do it like that. See, I'm not structured or fucking disciplined like that, so I don't give enough of a fuck to. That's what I should do, though. Really, that's in reality, that's what I should be doing.
Right.
Stream an hour a day,
Yeah.
if I was really trying to grow a channel and shit. So obviously that's not my goal, though.
No, I like what you're doing. I was just a little confused at what we were watching there for a second because I just clicked on yours and it was just so much fucking going on at once. Like high speed, Paul's cracking jokes, people are getting pissed. Ian, I don't know, there's people screaming and shit. I was having a hard time following what was going on, and all these people are just streaming each other. I don't understand.
It's a restream panopticon type of deal.
It's a pogo, fuck a buddy. Optics are high at night.
Hug a buddy, fuck a buddy. Yep.
Fucking buddies, hugging buddies, Talcottian slips.
All right, hold up. I'm gonna go get some headphones. Hold on. Some Talcott. Yeah, you want to see some Talcott really quick? Here, hold up.
Sure.
I think they're he's live right now on Dave's channel. Hold on.
All right. My two favorite people.
Where the fuck is it, man?
Maybe we'll maybe we can hear some conjecture about if Epstein is past the ice wall. Some real hard issues.
So far we've watched Paul, we've watched Proper Instruction Motivates People, we've watched We Are Awake News, We Are Awake TV, we've watched Gematria Effect News, we watched Truth or Cop, we watched In a Thought Experiment.
I love yours. I love it.
Yours my homie, dude. Yeah, he honestly is what I am what I need to be striving for, because that's kind of what I want to be doing lately, is like trying to mend these ridiculous conflicts, so to speak, or show people that they're not even conflicts really in the first place. Fucking illusory.
And I think if you were a little more assertive, dude, you'd be able to structure that, because you seem to be like riding this. I don't want to call you a fence rider because I know you don't give a fuck honestly about any of it, but
right,
you are a good like middle ground guy. No one seems to really think. You seem to be indifferent. Everybody seems to be indifferent about you as well.
Right. Well, I don't know if I like the word indifferent, but
I don't know. I'm having a hard time coming up with something to. I don't really want to put you in a box either and like pigeonhole you into one thing, because you seem to be multifaceted. Like,
yeah, like right now I'm totally just fucking whacking off. This is bullshit. I'm bullshitting right now. But in the beginning of the stream, I was trying to have an actual stream, and it's funny because at first I wanted to touch on this guy. Fuck, what's his name? I had it in the title. Oh, Cass R. Sunstein, and he talks on like, kind of like combating dissent, essentially. Here, I'm just gonna put this guy up really quick.
I mean,
I don't know if you've ever heard of this guy or seen this guy before.
No, I've never heard of him.
Does he look familiar?
the government songs you had. That was pretty good.
You never seen this guy before, though?
No. Cass R. Sunstein.
Yeah, and I had seen someone talking about checking him out, and his talk on see, look, conspiracy theory is another dangerous idea. Yep. So you can see Google Talks, fucking Jesuit Boston University. Here talking, the keynote speaker.
No, I'm sure you can go down the rabbit hole of this fucking asshole. Harvard Law School. Yep. Yeah. Fuck this guy.
Commonwealth Club of California.
How much information is too much?
This guy's everywhere, dude. University of Chicago. This guy's probably a Bilderberger. He's probably a trilateralist. There's probably
multiple. They've got him cloned up, dude. He's at fucking Harvard and all this shit. Where all this evil fucking shit is going down, dude.
Yeah, I had a good little clip here. Hold on. Well, actually, no, it was a video. What am I saying? This was a good video Mitch dropped me before. Here, check this out. She was fire.
Mitch is good, folks. I owe Mitch an apology. That next time.
Yeah, you did. You already. I already think I heard you apologize to him. So I think you're good, man.
I want to look at him and say it, dude. I've been hitting him up to come hang out at my fucking house because I know he's in Colorado all the time, and I want him to know I'm not a fucking.
You're in Colorado, dude. If I go to Colorado again, man, I got it because my sister's over. One of my older sisters over there. I gotta come through, man.
Yeah,
she's near like I think like not too far from Denver or Thornton or something like that.
Yep, Thornton. That's out by Denver. Yep.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Couple hours from me.
But yeah, I think Paul was over there at some point too, and Dick. I think Dick lives in Colorado. Freedom Grower.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna run this clip really quick.
Yeah, fire it up. I want to see the small hat and what he has to say.
By the way, did you see? I think I missed it, but did you see on Paul's show? Mitch Mitch was live with getting pulled over or something.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't either. But and what's good, bro? My bad. I didn't even. Yeah. What up?
No, I didn't know.
All right, I'm gonna run it. I'll be right back. Bro. Bring this shit with me too. Where is the
Cosmos and all the.
He's 5'2" and he's 6'4". He fights with missiles and with spears. He's all of 31 and he's only 17. He's been a soldier for 1,000 years. He's a Catholic, a Hindu, atheist, a Jain, a Buddhist and a Baptist and a Jew. And he knows he shouldn't kill, and he knows he always will. Killing for me, my friend, and me for you. And he's fighting for Canada, he's fighting for France, he's fighting for the USA. And he's fighting for the Russians, and he's fighting for Japan. And he thinks we'll put an end to war this way. And he's fighting for democracy, he's fighting for the Reds. He says it's for the peace of all. He's the one who must decide who's to live and who's to die. And he never sees the writing on the wall. But without him, how could Hitler have condemned him at the clown? Without him, Caesar would have stood alone. He's the one who gives his body as a weapon of the war, and without it, all his killing can go on. He's the universal soldier, and he really is to blame. His orders come from far away, no more. They come from here and there, and you and me, and brothers and sisters, can't you see? This is not the way we put the end to war. And that sums up a very simple truth. When we stop playing the game, there is no game. The few can only control the world and manipulate wars if we fall for it. Because we fight them, and they stop.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like that video, especially the imagery.
So that was Cass Sunstein narrating it. Sunstein.
No, wait, no, that wasn't. That was something Mitch sent me.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, that sounded opposite of everything of the guy you were just talking about.
Yeah, no, By the way, you've seen Dee's artwork before, right? You've seen this artwork before, right?
Who made that?
Here, hold on.
Never seen that artwork.
That's crazy, bro. I've already looked at it before on a stream at least once or twice. But I love his artwork, man. It's great. See if you've seen any of this before.
Oh yeah. Actually, yep.
You got your warp speed here.
Yep. It'll be like
You
kids.
see the towers and the fucking.
His head getting brainwashed and shit. Yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, that's some good art. David Dees, huh? I didn't know that was his name.
Yeah, like D's, like check D's.
D's nuts.
D's. Here you got Bill Hicks, JFK, fucking John Lennon, Martin Luther. What the fuck, dude? That is wild.
Alex
That is
Jones,
wild.
Bill Hicks.
Where? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I still wonder about that. And you were talking about it, I think, on the stream the other day, and this shit is crazy, man.
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
The fly swatter. 9/11 truth fly swatter. But yeah, what are you up to tonight, man? Just chilling?
Nothing. Yeah. Yep. I have a friend in town from back home in Connecticut. We're just hanging out, and we were trying to get in on, I don't know, something that was happening, but every single stream I looked at was pretty fucking ridiculous. Either people yelling at each other or not really saying anything much of value about anything, like talking about Egypt or something. I couldn't even follow what any of these people were trying to say. It's hard.
So what-
I
like
feel
what-
like
what-
about 3%
what
of these
streams?
streams are worth value.
You feel like what?
Maybe 3% of the things I look at on here are actually like worthwhile for a few minutes.
Yeah, well, to be fair, my stream was just pretty shit for about 2 hours there, at least 2 or 3 hours. Like the first hour or two was decent because I was actually pretty sure I was actually going over some stuff, some videos, and
Right, but are you looking at yourself as someone who's awakening the world? Are you trying to wake up?
right.
World, whatever that means when you can't even wake up yourself. That the biggest thing I see in these, dude, is like major cultural Marxism.
In me?
No. In these other streams.
I was gonna say, I was like, what the fuck?
No, the ones where there's challenge between, say, like the Unslavias and everyone else. You know, where it's, if you're not coming with why can't we be nice? Why can't you just be nice? Like, first off, you're all fucking grown ass men, and if you can't handle a man raising his voice at you, then you're not gonna fare well. What are you gonna do when the new world order comes and kicks down your fucking door if you can't handle someone talking to you passionately?
Right.
You know, if you can't
Right.
handle civil discourse, then you're absolutely gonna be fucking doomed when something actually happens. But the thing I see with the Marxism is like, it's the central idea is hate, right? We all hate, we all hate whatever it is. Say the Paul's channel, you know, here's this evil guy that we all can unite. Like Yurt said, I heard him say holier than thou, right? Like, here's this common enemy and we're all holier than thou. And we're united in this hate against this one thing because it stands for we have no purpose. And now that we see this guy who we don't like, we all don't like him together. Now we have a purpose. If you don't speak our language, even it's almost like using pronouns. Like, if you don't use my pronouns, you're not welcome here. If you raise your voice, you're not welcome here. If you say shit that we don't agree with, just get out of here. Like, then don't make it an open fucking public thing, public panel, right? Where you're supposedly open to other people's ideas, but
Yeah, I made it clear what my phone is. Oh, my bad. Am I on mute?
No.
Am I on mute? No. Okay, my bad. I had to switch tabs. Yeah, but I made it clear what my pronoun is. I've stated it before. You know, I want to be referred to as a transvaxxed cantaloupe.
That's chill. I can.
If that's possible, to everybody to just do that mean a lot.
Sure.
Yeah.
If that's what you need.
Yeah, I identify as I identify as vaccinated. So yeah.
Unfortunate. You shouldn't.
Transvaxxed. Transvaxxed.
Yeah, I mean, that's okay. You can live however you want. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, like mRNA, like without the mRNA, but like I identify when I go to like take a plane to wherever. I don't need, dude. I hear you don't even need any of that shit, bro. I hear all that shit is fucking not even. Like Timmy, you know Timmy, he said he's traveled all fucking over, man, with no problems, no issues. So
Right.
And
It's just like the IRS. Pay your taxes.
and when I was on a plane, dude, I was like the only one who had the mask, who didn't have the mask on. So, and it's like everyone else did, and they tell you to put it on, and then they walk by you and they just look at you funny, and then just don't bother you. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it was a true test of where you stood, I think, and it was easy to not do. And stand up for what you believed in, I think, have some conviction, and walk your way through life without people cucked up to the 16-year-old kids, right, at McDonald's telling them to put it on.
Right.
You don't like, yeah, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the new world order. It's coming. It's coming. It's already here. You all already listened to some random fucking teenager in wherever you were, and you listened and you did it. So
I'm gonna have Jennifer pimping it back on her broadcast. I'm gonna have to just keep her.
Yeah. But I had an idea to like kind of do, or like earlier I already was, but there was no one on the panel, but I was willing to do like a restream of the restream, or no, I mean a commentary on the restream of the restream. Yeah. Think about that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's at what point are you just on your own stream now? You know what?
I'm just saying that's total panelception, like metaversal inception.
Metaversal fractals.
Commenting on Paul's commentary on Ian's stream, for instance.
Yeah, but
Retarded. Retarded.
You yourself need to get on one of those other streams and then restream.
Oh,
it.
right, the merger. You know what? Here, let's just do a merger. You want to do a merger?
You hop
Let's just
on
do-
someone's, and then you're streaming through streams with streams.
while streaming about a stream.
Dude, everyone's talking about maritime law and water and currency, and you're all streaming. You're all floating down the fucking
Wow.
stream. in the metaverse.
Wow.
And
I can't even imagine being in a situation like that.
Right. Well, see, these females nowadays got their own version of it, right? They turn the trick, right, into basically the hoe. Used to be the man was the trick coming to pay for pussy. Well, now they got you hoed up paying for pussy. So you went from tricking to hoeing, where now your woman is the alpha and she's running your life and she's got your dick on a shelf and she's gonna manage half of what you get too and leave you with whatever. Don't think that when I wasn't inserting, fucking, what is it? Is it hot in here or humid because of that fucking thing? Again, the Illuminati so Goblin tried to disappear because he knows what he did and fucking around with Illuminati doing dumb shit on the internet. But now he's back and of course changed his name. Goblin, you should be honest. Just speak your truth, you little fucktard cupcake. Why don't you tell me you were gonna think that I ran, you little bitch boy? I'm gonna tell you right now, you little bitch. You ain't shit but a fucking divider. Yo, we go to the same man.
Snafu versus Goblin right now.
So Illuminati and you are pretty cool together, right?
I'll be honest. Have you heard any of this already, or?
like 2 seconds of it, and that's why I clicked on yours, because I was like,
wow. Well, do you mind if I watch it, or is this exactly what you clicked away from?
I mean, it's exactly what I clicked away from, but at least
because I'm cool with Snafu and Goblin, so I knew this was gonna happen at some point.
What is the or whatever he says? The Pogo, I got it. Privately owned, government.
Privately owned, government operated. Yeah, you know, Jacob is a lot of the big channels, man. I mean, obviously it's YouTube, you know, it's Google, bro. It's fucking Silicon Valley.
What's the other thing he says though? Fugle?
Yeah, fake Google, right?
Fake Google?
Yeah. No, Marfugal News. Yeah. A
What does that
clown.
mean?
I'll show you right now. Here, hold up.
It's a person, a channel.
Cupcakes.
Yeah, a big channel, bro.
Never heard of it.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I first met OTW, I told him, bro, are you really watching that guy Marfugal, bro? Like, isn't he linked to charity fraud and shit? And then that's of course how I wanted to get Snafu to come around Paul's channel. I first saw him on Austin's channel, and I saw what game he was spitting, what he was talking about, and thought it was definitely deserved to be. More people need to know about Project Pogo and Project Zephyr. More importantly, Project Zephyr. I know he's always talking about Pogo, not talking about Zephyr, but Zephyr is, from my understanding, Pogo's the data collection and analysis and surveillance kind of aspect of it, versus Zephyr is like the targeting and isolation and elimination, if you catch my drift. Yeah. And I've done I did a stream on I'd like to do it again though, on
this guy is a truther.
the elimination of quote unquote truthers, actual who I think, like Rosa Core, and James Munder, And honestly, here, have you seen this clip? You probably missed this, but Mitch sent me this too. This one's crazy. Jordan Maxwell, I've always been suspicious of, but
Yeah, he Freemason.
okay, so you're aware already.
But that, I mean, it's sort of like Alex Jones or David Icke. Like, at what point does that mean that they don't know more than the people who, you know, that's getting inside information.
Right.
You know, I'm not
Right
with fucking money or like bowing at his feet or anything. So I don't see what reading a book by somebody like I don't know how. I don't really see much wrong with that. I mean, all truths are half truths, right? We're all people. We all fuck up, no matter who anyone says they are. Like, there's two sides to everything, dude. So, you know.
Or more. I'd say more.
Right. I mean,
they want you to think there's two sides to everything, right?
If you read Matrix of Power, you know, that's a major eye-opening book.
Jordan Maxwell. Who's that by?
Jordan Maxwell.
Oh, okay.
Or his all his videos and presentations too, dude. That guy would do like fucking 9-hour lectures on symbolism, Illuminati, secret society, you know.
Okay, well, I don't know where the video is, but basically, man, long story short, it's a fucking 30-second. It's Jordan Maxwell shaking hand, doing the secret handshake with I think it's the master handshake. Master Mason handshake with Zechariah Sitchin. Yeah. What's up, Jeff? Yeah, it's interesting how many JPs are around too. There's Jay Phillips.
Me and Jeffrey Phillips have the same tattoo.
Really?
Yeah. I don't think he knows that I know that though. So maybe
he does know. Maybe he doesn't know that you don't know that he knows you know. You know?
He doesn't know that I don't know that you don't know.
Deception keeps happening over and over again.
All right, I'm gonna go grab a drink really quick, and here I'm gonna.
Please don't put on people screaming at each other. Cool.
What happened?
Just don't put on people yelling in each other's face at fast motion, please.
Okay. All right. Damn. I'll switch back to the tunes then. Switch back to the tunes, bro. Unless you want here, these are the tabs I have open. There's this.
Oh, shut me. So you haven't done that with them. You didn't do that. They didn't delete it. Women and children, and then you delete it.
Exactly what you wanted not to listen to. What else? Yeah, shout out to Big Dog Philly and Jeffrey.
Big Dog. Woo!
Let me see if the yelling ends here. Hold on.
Idiot, you run away, you little bitch.
High speed.
Wow.
Hey, bro, have you sniffed this penis?
Wow.
Man, then you are a piece of fucking shit, you low life.
Wow. Oh man.
Yes.
This is good shit right now.
You are dumb. Men and women.
You are a piece of shit. Pussy. Stop making videos about me and blocking me.
You're waving your underwear around.
Why
wouldn't I put it online?
It's definitely Wizard, man.
Oh, notice the Karen says, you got the cupcake here. The ambassador.
You're not supposed to elderly women have a heart. That's right, you did. You are garbage, man. I will continue to stream my videos. You will not intimidate me with your little pussy crew. Okay? Get it?
You guys intimidate me by putting
No, you don't. No, you always are.
You ever want to just give
You're the one that wears the granny panties.
B2 victim mode, programming scared. You guys are new breed of Karen.
Wait, what did you say, bro? My bad.
Is Jack live right now?
Nah, I think this is. I don't know. This is probably no. That looks like him in the daytime. It's probably Paul just picked an old video, Jax, and he's.
Oh right, he's with the other homeboy. He's with the old Souls and Chains or whatever.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Paul's just chopping up the monotony, I think, from all that screaming is what it looks like. And he's throwing on some good old Jack. So
it's so psychedelic, dude. If you play Jack Talcott at like 0.25, and especially
dude, next time I'm tripping, I might honestly try that out and see what happens. I might actually
how long you'll make it.
I might actually transcend out of this fucking realm. I don't know.
You might. You literally just might. Be careful.
Dude. I hate you. I hate you, Snap. Keep making the videos. Don't let me comment. You guys are pussies. Gang of
but you do. You give a fuck. You're Karen Cupcake.
No, I don't give Why don't you go get a job, Snaps, and stop living off? You just are on a welfare, and you are a pussy, and you are.
He's allergic to effort. That's the episode.
No, you are a pussy. Putting up videos of me. I will not be blocking. I gotta come here to confront you. I am not afraid of you.
All right, I'll be right back. Hold it down. I need a drink.
Stop screaming. You will not shut me up. You know Come on, I'll beat the crap out of you, you little pile of excrement. I will go and beat your ass because you are a
Jack, where are you when we need you?
I will be confronting you and Mystic.
What are you gonna do with your black
belt?
belt?
Check out the video, man. Mystic just put up that call.
Can we get a phone right now? Can we give a
Snaps is putting up videos about me and not allowing me to comment by blocking me and having his whole crew come after me.
Oh my
and I stand alone against you. You little pussy who's on welfare, go get a job. And stop picking on women because you're a pussy.
Oh, it's a
you are a pussy.
Stop putting granny panties on your head. Paul should
I can do whatever I want. Who the hell are you? You ugly black piece of shit.
I found a new breed of character.
Okay, why don't you guys go here and look at the video he
You're a
posted of
crazy
me?
bitch.
Touching him. He has to put my head on a woman's body who's touching him. I wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire, you low-life piece of garbage.
You know that turns your little fucking granny panty bitch out. That's why you're pulling out your granny clan.
You would not do this.
Like coming at me. Now you're triggered out this fuck.
I'm not triggered. I came here to confront you because you will not let me confront you anywhere. You keep blocking me, or you put videos up about me and block me and have your whole crew laughing. I'm over there to tell you, you will not intimidate me. I will continue to live stream. You and that Mystic, that crack war, will not intimidate me. I will continue. I will continue.
You're a
Why
new
don't
Karen.
you get a room? Fuck you.
You're a new Karen.
You're another ugly piece of shit.
I found a new Karen. It's like a discovery. I feel
Look,
privileged.
you're not going to intimidate me and put up videos about me. Shut up. Excuse me, Paul. Could you mute him for a minute? Could you mute this fucking piece of shit? This unemployed piece of shit.
Embrace
you.
He's
Unemployed.
He's a piece of shit.
He's a criminal stalking women. And I came not stalking this woman.
I just found out
I will confront you. And I will keep coming after you. I will not stop. I have never even been at one. I do not know what you're talking about. Your one-size-fits-all accusations are not going to work on me. You are making videos about me with your shitty Photoshop skills.
Everything I say, I always got receipts.
Show the receipts, dude. Show them. Well, I have all of your.
Crazy bitch. Read what it says on the screen.
Go ahead. Can you shut up so I can say something? If you were going to see videos about me,
all the time. Why don't you make a video like you said?
Nazi video.
Why don't you make
Nazi.
Why don't you come on here?
I'm not going to do it.
Watch you.
I will have to execute. I will beat the living crap out of you.
I'm sick because I get my photo like you. If they go to your account,
you talk over people. You are a pussy. I think Karen, you're a fucking pussy. You are a fat piece of excrement. That's what you are. And if you're going to make videos about me and ban me from your room while you're doing it so I cannot confront you and I have to come over here to confront you, that's a problem. Stop making videos about me for your fantasy. Why do you guys go over and do this shit? I'm touching him like in his Photoshop. Why would you piss on you?
Didn't you say I'd be arrested?
You are not a man. You are just a
my videos are showing that you're a crazy Karen.
No.
Didn't you say police would be at your door? You're going to be arrested.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and dox me. Go ahead. You haven't doxed me yet. You're afraid.
You're afraid. I am not afraid of you.
I want to be here. All the other women that you have intimidated, they're afraid of you.
Are you a new breed of Karen? Yes. Are the optics high? Yes. Are you a fucking cupcake? Yes. Are you breeded from China, Ian Optics? Yes.
I'm not involved in any of those channels.
You are a photo cupcake.
You guys could go look at my band. Who the fuck I am, man. I have more balls than you. You are a little neuter.
Fraud. I bet.
Oh, I'm not involved in narcissism. I never went over there.
Ian China.
It's a one-size-fits-all level of accusations. You are a Nazi pussy. And if I would confront you in person, I would kick your ass.
I know you got a black belt. You probably could run me over with
an SUV. I do, baby. And I also ride horses every day. You would have to ride the donkey.
Your fat ass wouldn't be able to get on the horse. Come to the Black Desert.
Will you saddle the donkey
Go
for
to
me?
the Black Rock
Will you
Desert.
saddle it? Will you saddle it for me? Venus, Venus. When's the last time you got laid?
We'll go for a little
When's the last
ride
time
in
you
the
got
desert.
laid?
You pussy.
You claim you have a boyfriend.
Little
but I never-
pussy. You're a
You're
pussy.
Karen, dude. You are like the typical
Okay,
Karen.
I'll be Karen. So
When the people watch the
You're
video,
entitled
they're
shit.
like, "What is this shit all about?" And they see you putting underwear on your head, yelling at the camera, all the
I
bullshit.
do
and you
whatever I
know
want
what
on
you're
my
about.
channel, buddy.
You are a crazy
You
bitch
think
on the
that you
internet.
can go
That is like a
around
new
and
breed of
tell
Karen.
people what to do?
A new breed of
Shut up.
Karen, bitch. I just
Calling
made
you
a
a bitch.
discovery. Now you're mad.
You're the bitch, and you get
No,
up
I
the
made
butt.
discoveries.
You little
You
bitch.
guys exist. The
I
Granny
think the
Fanny Karens
problem
are
is
real.
that you want dick in your butt.
It's
You
not a
little
myth.
bitch.
I found the Bigfoot, the Yeti, but in the Karens.
In the butt,
Come
right?
see me.
It's not even the
We'll
white
take it
Karen.
outside.
Dude,
We'll
this
take it
has nothing.
outside. I'll
He
give
probably
you
didn't even know what
level.
the fuck's going on. I told people that there's Granny
Do you
Fanny
ever
going
shut
on.
up? Do you ever shut
I
up?
didn't
You
like, you know, I told people
welfare
that I'm not like,
fucking
you know, like fully like
office
talking about
visitor.
it, you know.
John Holland.
But
I don't believe
What kind of grand?
you guys, I discovered a new breed of Karen.
Trudeau, everybody's a
Oh
food
God,
card.
start me
Everybody's
doing it.
Karen.
Start me doing it.
You pick on
You're
old
a victim,
ladies.
right? You're a victim,
You
Venus,
make
right?
spice above have a heart attack.
Are you a victim because you are a
I'm
surgery?
not a
Because you
victim.
have a penis for a while, or are you a
You know,
victim
I'm
because
not
you're
a victim.
cupcakes?
I'm your ass.
Dude, she was even eating cupcakes, guys, when she was putting underwear on her head and
So
waving
what?
around.
It's my channel.
This is
I
where
can
you
do
put
what
the
I want.
cupcake song
That's right.
and play
You
the
were eating
videos of her in her
cupcakes.
underwear,
On her head.
eating cupcakes. Talking
Oh,
shit.
Brady, settle it down. Settle it down.
No, I'm not listening to you either. I want him to shut up so I can say what I have. Oh, thank you, Paul. Look, this guy's making videos of
Thank
me
you, Paul.
doing
Thank you,
really
Paul.
bad.
Thank you, Paul. Venus.
No, I have respect for
Venus,
Paul.
does this
He's like a
trigger you
real
that I'm
man,
just
and you
talking?
are. You're a pussy.
Does this trigger
Wants
you?
to up the butt,
With my
okay?
voice?
You're mad at
With
me
my
because
voice?
I will not
Yeah,
bend
you
to
have
intimidation.
respect for Paul,
Like,
but
you-
now,
Like
so
my
because
I'm not
of you don't like
No, I'm not
him,
taking it.
so
And then you dox me,
you
that's when the fun is
What is
really
doxing? Public records on a public platform is not doxing, baby cake.
You
It's
can
not
find
fair.
it. You
Don't be
can
fair.
find my public
I'll
records.
put everything I find on a public record on the internet, dude. You're an idiot.
You're a Nazi. That's what Nazis do. That's what Nazis
When
do.
cupcake Karens are clicking up and they're Granny Fanny Karen, it's like you
That's
guys
not
the Karens are
Oh,
fucking. You Karens are extended, man. You guys got chapters now,
You know, that's
basically. The
where
Granny
Nazi
Fanny.
comes from, right? Jewish people.
Why don't you get a job instead of collecting welfare? You live off
I
other
do have a
people.
job. How
and-
do you know how I make a living?
I know everything about you.
Oh, you're like
Yeah,
that.
you
You're
records
all
on
over,
you.
right? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Okay.
Yeah, I had to come over here to confront you because you're making videos about me and you block me in the chat because I'm
You
not allowed
are
to
a
be
new
on.
breed of Karen. I am sorry I made a discovery.
That's all just bullshit. You're just full of shit.
I'm
Stop
not.
looking
They
at me.
can see the videos.
Go ahead, go and show them these videos that he's making
I
about
don't
me.
need
and I'm not
to.
allowed to
You are
respond. I
so
have
crazy.
phone
You're
calls.
posting them
Please don't-
everywhere.
I am not letting up.
I
You
honestly
will not
want
intimidate
to
me.
probably
I
go
will keep
viral.
on
You
streaming.
fucking Karen.
Why don't you have my own man come and get you? I'm gonna come and beat your ass, you faggot. Why don't you go get it? I'm frustrated little boy.
Yeah.
Okay. Keep making
Yeah, and we have the
videos.
other
My
thing
channel
that
is
you guys
just
are
probably-
listening to.
my
Keep
channel is whatever I want. You
incriminating
and that
yourself like a
are
trigger
not
Karen that thinks you know the law, that thinks you know
Cool.
everything,
I'm
and keep
not.
incriminating yourself like a crazy bitch that I'm trying to point out that this
No, you're the
programming,
crazy
the
bitch. You are
mentality of Karens like
You're
you and people, men like Ian, and people like Calcott, this love
No, I
love
have
buddy
nothing to do with
fucking
anybody.
shit is real.
We get
And
talk
now
No,
I
I found
discovered a
this
new
channel
breed of
because of your
Karen.
snaps. Because of
Now
you.
I discovered
You
a
are
new breed
harassing
of
me.
Karen.
Could you shut him off so I could talk to him and talk to you? This person is posting videos about me and not allowing me.
What is our problem? Y'all not here? This is not a financial problem,
Hey,
okay?
take the drink
Y'all not
for it,
worried.
Goblin. Goblin, take big old kiss. I thought you were going to
Welcome to the circus, everyone.
He's a bitch.
Paul loves you.
You're
Who's your
a bitch
daddy?
too,
Who's your daddy? Snafu.
Yeah,
Who's your daddy?
Is it Paul your daddy? Is that what you guys say? That's
I
the
don't
thing,
got no
right?
daddy.
But no, he hasn't been. You guys haven't been learning anything.
I don't got
You
no
guys don't
daddy.
learn anything from others. You guys are
But
fucking.
what have you learned today? What have you learned during your stay on this place?
Dumbass fucking idiot creatures that fucking
Yeah, you're clown.
Exactly. He's a whole circus.
He's a clown.
Regurgitating, looping.
Yeah.
Moron. Idiot.
He actually.
So he is making videos about me and he's putting my head on other
He
bodies.
knows, he knows what he's doing. And that's the whole episode. All right? Welcome to the show. This is Paul's
You're
Madhouse.
disgusting pervert snaps.
Don't forget
You're not
to lock
gonna-
yourself in. All right?
You're not going to intimidate me. I'm going to continue to stream on my channel and do what I want on my channel.
Welcome to Paul's Nightmare. There you go.
Underwear on my head. I will do it.
Do
and
I
you will
have
not
the
do it.
password, you crazy bitch, to your channel?
Oh, you're the bitch.
Why
You
would
are
you be getting this one in my channel? Like you others?
You are a crazy fucking Karen. Me Too movement with the drunk talk
I'm not in the Me
above
Too
me.
movement,
But the difference is you are
I'm almost
granddaddy
fighting.
Karen. And
I'm
yeah,
almost
well,
fighting
okay,
back.
snap, you snap dick.
Give us the wizard. Shut up, you fucking regurgitator.
These bitches, you'll pay for yourself.
Guys, I will keep coming for you. I'm not intimidating me. I will continue to do my channel. I will
There's
not
a
stop.
whole promotional
I'm not
commercial
listening.
like this.
Make
Hey,
a
go for it.
She disappeared because of him. Where's Illuminati at? He hasn't left his YouTube stream.
You want her, Snafu?
That's not intimidating me. I will continue to spend my channel. You can make as many videos you want about me and try to connect to me. I don't give a shit. I just face to face. I'm punching you out, you little faggot.
Ooh, little faggot. She loves
Tell me
that.
about it,
Woo! Faggot. Hell yeah. What else? Let's talk about his hat. Let's give him some more ad hom tag. You have nothing else to say, so you call him a faggot.
Yo, I heard. Snafu, you're looping. You're looping. Hey, Lou, if you are here to say today, I would definitely give you some cookies. All right?
All I can hear is music. Naps is a big old pussy. Likes it up the butt. Likes to play videos on his
Some
YouTube.
salad and a drink.
Snafu.
Comment.
I like to play videos on my YouTube channel. Isn't that what you do on YouTube?
We're all a pogo pedo and a
He likes to play these. All right?
I'm done. I had to come here to confront him. I'm not
All
going
I
to
can
be
say
by
is-
you. I will
What did
continue
you confront me on? Your granny parenting fucking character?
She just wanted to give you her opinion about you because you're a fucking bully, dude. Period. I'll say it if she won't. You're a fucking bully. And you bring nothing to the table but division. Fuck you. That's public record.
They think they run the YouTube streets like you and the Illuminati did.
As usual, Paul serving it up, everybody. Very entertaining, very entertaining.
Yeah, I really appreciate that Paul let me confront him here because he has blocked me and he's just dissing me, and I'm not allowed to respond to what I have to say. Okay.
He tried to run me off the YouTube streets too. And you know what? I said, fuck that. All right? Because I rock with Paul. I rock with the wizard. All right? And I know what the fuck's going on. All right? And real recognize real, period. All right? And that motherfucking dude is a looper. I'm not going for that shit. And I'm not about the soap opera either. Let's keep it going.
Individual, but it's all
I was just going to say I wasn't quite about the soap
So
opera
I'm all about
when it's
me,
earned
but I
him.
rock with
bringing
Paul,
it
right?
down. But then again, Paul's the one that wants to come out with the ego and maybe help correct the bitch. Oh, I'm
Well, I
sorry.
mean-
I call her a bitch. I'm sorry. That's just the way she comes on.
If you can get a breakthrough, you can get a breakthrough. But I mean,
And that's what I said. You guys watch the video. I want to bring this up. I did in chat. I even told Paul privately in private chat. I said, "Hey, Granny and Panny and Karens are attacking me." But again, you guys have more important things to deal with. So yeah, I tried telling people, hey, but I didn't come on here and make it a big thing.
Snafu, you gotta remember though, this is public record now.
Fucking women.
Snafu, you gotta remember this is public record.
And Tucci ran around putting granny panties, yelling at the camera, and fuck Snafu. He put a picture of me on the internet. And
I can do whatever I want on my channel, dear.
All I can say is maybe those two need to get married.
Well, my companion was saying it sounds like they're both on the fucking rag, so I don't know. But
Yeah, I was thinking they were going
at
through
the same
divorce.
time, like maybe take it to one of you guys' channels and we can watch from there. I don't know. Maybe ask Paul.
Hey, come to my channel. I'll confront him.
Soap operas are free without cable. We don't need it.
all I know is,
That's one of your panel because you're the one that was up here begging him to mute everybody so you could say your word. Just go to your channel and say your word, and everybody can watch it.
Right. I agree.
yeah, that's all I got to say about the situation. You want to see some crazy granny panties that I discovered? New Karen, go check Snap 6. You want to hear her version? Do that. But this is Paul's panel. You can do what he wants if he wants to. But I mean, cupcake. Fuck you.
Switching them around. Fucking around. Jesus Christ. This is insanity.
Go intimidate some other people. I'm not.
So you're intimidated by him then, is what you're saying.
He's a black belt. She shouldn't be.
Right.
Now I understand what it means. Is this real?
Is this real? Get out of my imagination. I am Jack Talcott.
Definitely needed that.
I'll say thank you guys. Always
You guys want to come to my channel and hash it out? I got like 100 subscribers.
Here it goes.
Nice. That's like 50 more than ours.
That's what I saw, John. The cat like your numbers.
Yeah. Excuse my grift.
No, I don't need no numbers, dude. I've been doing this for you. Like I said, my first channel was 10,000K. I'm on channel 6. I do my channel the way I do it. I'm not doing this for numbers. It just shows you the cupcakes get triggered and they get attacked.
You're a whole cupcake on your own.
I mean, that's all that we were doing. Definitely watch it on and on. I ain't trying to say
it'll be all right.
It's the example of the programming, man.
The optics are slow.
Get on, boy, Nick.
To tell you the honest truth, guys, I haven't heard really much from either
You don't
side.
like it? Fucking click out of
As
the way.
weird as that sounds, I couldn't articulate any arguments. All I heard from her was like some threats, and that you said that she had a video of her with granny panties on her head.
So all you heard was some Tourette's. You heard him?
She's mad that I posted a picture of her on the internet, and she said that it's terroristic acts to post public records of someone on a public platform where you get public records. She got triggered because she's with the privately owned government operated fucks that we're looking into deeper. She's been fucking following and tracking and being a little cupcake pogo fucking spy.
Cupcake, pogo. All these catchphrases, right? Yeah. What does that mean?
You have a lot to say, so tell everyone where your pal Illuminati is. Where's Illuminati? Hey, why don't you tell everyone why you really disappeared, though? Why you in Illuminati have been running these streets?
What happened was I reappeared, but I never left.
He got infiltrated.
I never left. Honestly, I've been here all the time.
No, you just changed your name and shut your channel down and came back after you decided to see Illuminati run the streets.
Hey, you know what, Snap Hoops? I'm gonna tell you like this. All right, I already said once to you on Paul's panel that I do not respect and I don't honor or acknowledge what the hell that man does or says. All right, and that's why I had to take a break to recollect myself. Okay, but I brought that to you as a man on another man's panel.
Hey, that's the first
you can
time
only respect that. You can only respect.
I'll give you that. You said that what you actually accountable for. I'll give you that. Okay, that's fair. I'll give you that.
Because I never made no threats. I didn't. You know that.
You guys are running on there, doing your thing together.
No, that's what. No, that's why you're trying to do peace and podcast. No, now you're trying to do peace and podcast. Fuck that. I'm my own man.
You and Illuminati were fucktards.
No, now you're trying to flip script. Now you're trying to flip script, bro. Now you're trying to flip script.
Exactly. I thought that was my point. You guide them. I think that you're telling me, no, let them run free. No,
I'm not saying I'm
elder because I wanted to guide them.
Got their vision. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the vision that they have on. You see what I'm saying? Young kids today have the vision on where they want to go. Yeah. Like your generation, somebody might have told you, man, get into construction and get into working with.
So, Jack Talcott, your story was kind of all over the place.
Sorry, Tom. I didn't realize I was that stage because I had to leave my own to let the insane people cycle with nonsense that could not be perceived as intelligible. So I just ironically left.
I wouldn't have brought that shit.
No one even noticed the weird thing. It was almost as if no one even noticed. So you guys are like, have a great career in broadcasting if I ever leave, because you could just do that. So what I was going to say is this panel just continues to be all the rejects from here that can't get along with me because I'm just so unkind and rude. Try to correct everybody in their ineptness, which is clear and present and self-evident. So yeah, Illuminati. Well, I'm not going to go through the list, but every single night we have the same folks who pass through here and don't come back, who pass through there and don't seem to leave, because that's the place you can go and just say anything you want, do anything you want. Nobody's going to fucking check you or call you a fucking dumbass like the wizard will here, apparently.
As soon as you let Snafu in, he doesn't have an intelligence.
And that was a formidable job. But guess what? Today, you can't give that to the youth. And that don't mean it's bad. That just means you got to tell them, hey, you might want to get into coding. You might want to get into learning how to work computers, because that's where the world is headed. You see what I'm saying?
Check this out. As a youth, I sold drugs. I just stopped like 5 years ago. So I sold since I was in high school and throughout. As a youth, someone came to me and said, use your hands, man, blah, blah. He didn't just do that. He took me on the job, put me, showed me how to do drywall and all that shit. And I took it in. I still use that shit today.
All I'm going to say is, Uncle Joe, I'm going to say this. We probably also drugs. We just did it differently. But because you know what? Hey, I'm going to sit there and say I stopped around the same time you did. But I did my shit. Well, we're not gonna talk about that. Anywho, it's
about my Air Force Ones.
Hold on. As far as what you were saying earlier, that's the whole idea. Whenever I'm going to get this house, I'm going to have it made, which means I'm going to buy the land, and I'm going to buy the land.
What did you mean by that, Wizard? Joe is a separatist, because it's always bizarre how the ones I don't like come back all the time to use me and fuck with me and interfere with me. The ones who I actually do like Joe, they find themselves everywhere but here regularly. What is that?
You will find Joe within a certain community, known by the tone of their skin. And like I said earlier, I don't like to mention it, but they are what they are.
Wait, so we don't have folks here of all skin colors? I'm confused.
Joe has a favoritism. Let's put it that way.
You are the I am that I am. What are you manifesting? What are you focusing on? You could draw these people in just by thought. Facts. This is quantum physics at this perspective.
But this is what's kind of sad, is that I thought me and Joe like each other, respect each other, but it does seem at times there's some divide there.
Listen to his rhetoric. Go back and listen to his videos and listen to some of his rhetoric. You will find in his rhetoric he is not so much for bringing people together. He has a certain divide.
Okay.
Well, this is a problem that we have here as far as with the awakening, is because everyone is quote unquote awakening at their own levels, perspectives, points, and philosophies.
Right. Big white gorilla like myself sometimes can be off-putting to certain folks.
Well, if I seen you, I'd probably, I don't know, white gorilla, I'd probably hunt you down for deer meat or something. You know?
I mean, I did play the Michael Richards N-word clip while he was on the panel with Illuminati. I'm sure it didn't help anything.
Yeah, but
where are you?
y'all,
What is the fuck happening right now?
Hello.
I yield.
All right. Always good to practice a well-placed yield.
Plenty of tired people
Gonna actually acres on
like
top of
this
my
year.
house. But there are certain moves that I'm making.
What happened?
And of course, when it comes to Joe, everybody must realize, of course, that's just my opinion because I have no facts. I just propose it as my opinion is, as like I said, the way I relate to the parlance of his speech when I watch his videos. There are certain things that he mentions that once you catch on to him, it's kind of like the news media. It's kind of directed.
Have you took culture into consideration with this matter, Wizard?
Well, of course.
Because that is a benefactor, you know.
Well, yeah, but that's also the main course of what I detect in his dialect is that he is strictly a culture-centered man that really doesn't give a shit about any other culture, and that's not the culture I'm looking for.
What culture are you looking for?
A spiritual oneness. Anybody that separates himself through some kind of nationality or anything.
Which is imminent anyways, Wizard, because even with the new normal.
See, there you go with the new normal. I don't comprehend those terms. It either is or it isn't. When we think about
what I'm saying is, all as you probably have already come to the conclusion of, is that most of the per se quote unquote religions, a lot of them come down to the same principle. So for the most part, there are differences. But what I meant by the new normal was the new world order, which is a one world order. And I'm just saying that in my own humble opinion, at this point in my experience, I think that that's imminent as a oneness anyways, or no. I didn't mean to cut you off though. I'm just saying.
Well, Scripture tells us there's always been a one world order.
But we're all going to be divided.
Exactly.
So everybody in fear of a one world order is already in fear of something that's already is. What is done is what ought to be done. There is nothing new under the sun. And if you really believe in that Christian where there's one God, then you realize under that one God there is one world. And that one world.
And that's not a pogo narrative either, is it?
No.
Yes.
That's just facts, right?
That's scriptural narrative. The land shall not be sold forever, for it is mine, and ye are strangers and sojourners with me. And in all the lands of your possession, ye shall grant a redemption. And in the neighbors, if they shall be waxen and wane, ye shall grant a redemption to them as well. This is our duty. We have been redeemed, and it is our duty to redeem now. Nothing else. We don't pay debts, we redeem.
Now all the chats, all the slaves in the chats, bow down and worship Jack. He's finally arrived. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Prostrate.
No, none of that.
I'll help Jack here, gracing us with his presence.
How about see the similarities?
Let's all bow and ask in his glory that the Creator has blessed us with his presence today.
Wizard, I caught what you said though, on the backside, behind Jack's back when we were talking something called truth.
You're not high viber. Are you high vibing right now?
Fascinating.
This is fascinating.
Holy shit. Seriously. A moment of consciousness. I'm sitting here alone looking at myself in like these different patterns. And I really got to wonder, is this real?
Is this real, man?
Is this real? Are you guys really part of my life?
Every single fucking
really
step
how I'm
you've
living
made in your
today?
life has led up to this right now, Talcott. Every fucking breath. Look at you now.
Oh, God bless. Hello, brother.
What's on your mind, Jack? Wait a minute. I've already had enough of what's on your mind. What's on your heart, brother?
I appreciate that question. My heart is filled with love. That's what's on my heart. It's
When
been
you
a
love
little.
something, do you do something for it?
I got some mild.
Or is love something that's free and worthless?
Yep.
I believe love is a gift from our Creator. I'm just a benefactor and like the messenger, the one that receives and transmits in order to share it. And when you ask about my heart, if I may, my heart does have a little trouble. I don't like seeing you so angry, my brother, especially.
Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself, brother. Because when you end up living in a tent, I'm not going to be there beside you. And it's not going to be on a mountainside where I can teach you how to live. It's going to be in the middle of some borough somewhere out there in Spokane, Washington. Okay? And you're going to be forced to make new friends with people that know nothing. That's why they're in those tents. Because they did the same thing you're doing now. Nothing. There's no reason any man should be in a tent anywhere unless it's his will to follow the way of Christ. And he does so regularly.
I believe you're right. There's some truth to that. I do, but I don't know. I don't claim to know. I mean, I've met some truly gifted messengers of Christ living on the streets brothers who don't want to live in the home because they want to look out for the kids that end up out there. I don't agree with their choices. I think they could actually do more in a home or from a home, but everyone's on their own path. My path is different. My faith is strong though, brother. And it's something I never understood in my past. So
well, I don't see your faith as being strong. I see it as very weak. I see it as very weak and troubled.
I understand you do.
Why would I think it's weak and troubled though, Jack?
That's honestly, I don't know.
Because maybe as an adult,
but you understand.
I might think your son might have some kind of reason or logic. But again, I too come from a background where I had to give up my daughter. She's not quite there. I had to give up on the woman, the mother to my children, because she wasn't quite there. I don't want to have to give up on you, Jack. But somehow I get this feeling you ain't quite there.
I understand that.
What makes you think that?
I'm being very fucking serious, brother.
I know.
What makes you think that these people you meet on the street aren't just giving you a line of bullshit like you give everyone else? You really think somebody who could do more for the children would choose to live on the streets with the children instead of create something that they could offer these children another opportunity with? That makes any sense.
I agree. They're lying to themselves.
They're live out there because they can't make it any other way, and they're trying to write a story for themselves when they're taking care of the children. And the children are probably taking care of their bummy ass.
What do you mean? I agree.
There's some truth to that, and I'm not a sucker. I know when people are making excuses, but I allow myself to see what they're doing.
Bye, Neil. Come back. And, I'm so close.
Hey, and what related to what Wizard was saying regarding his family and their confusion, that was me. I had to walk away from my son and everyone I cared about because they were freaking out when I came around. But I have to accept responsibility. I'm the guy who fucked my kid up. I'm the one who taught him to believe in governments and money and all this other bullshit. And I raised him without God.
And had her with a mama that's probably equally, if not more so, goofy.
She was a confused young lady as well when we got together. We were very confused people.
Could you imagine?
I'm not anymore.
That's debatable.
Believe it or not. Well, I'm trying not to debate. I'm trying to just present my worth. I mean, and I appreciate the little you're doing like, holy shit, dude, this broadcast, Paul, this broadcast is like, it is historic
insanity. It's historic insanity. Oh my God, is this real?
Right?
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit, man.
Holy!
This world can piss us off and it can drive us nuts. It can make us feel and do all sorts of crazy shit. Sometimes we just got to relax.
Hi, Jack. I missed you, Jack.
I saw that. Hey, actually, I don't think you and I have ever really talked. I tried.
No, we've been on a broadcast together, but we've not talked.
Yeah, I know.
But this is Salcatia and cheese. All right. And what you were saying earlier is correct. It's just that a lot of people are on their own levels in their experience. And that's what's so fascinating about the quote unquote apocalypse or awakening, if you will.
We have to accept that everyone is somehow, some way, everyone is perfectly where they're supposed to.
And everyone is a care actor, if you will.
We are. It's just some story.
You said that you didn't raise your son with God. How do you think it would have changed if you did?
When I started seeking God and when I understood God, it transformed my life. And had I known God, I wouldn't have been such a coward, wasting my damn time trying to take on everyone else's problems. I'd have paid attention to the problems in my home.
Talcott.
So you attribute having God, faith in God, that it's gotten you where you are today, and it got you out of a
It's like you literally just compared yourself. You just said.
Yeah, you were in, is that what you're saying?
All right, my apologies. I'm back.
Okay, from the past, but I have to admit, I've
You're
tried
insane,
many
Talcott.
different things to succeed in many different ways.
Y'all go
And-
do shit. Look at you in your fucking house with your fireplace, dude. I got one too. It's hidden.
all the world, despite the disagreements and everything
That's a
else.
detriment in a sense. I know I always talk inner peace is one of the most powerful things you achieve. The problem is if you're peaceful and you're not also careful and you're not also responsible, that's insanity. You shouldn't be peaceful with all these obligations and responsibilities that you're not adhering to. You shouldn't
That's
be
how
able
you
to
become respect able and honor able, right, Paul, or no?
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that, like, for the normal person, even no matter how faithful they are, you tie up your camel. So you're like, you don't leave the camel untied and then go, man, I'm so peaceful walking around town with the camel untied. Like, it's an old saying, have faith, tie up your camel. So you have to, like, be in the world, but not of it. And you have to do certain fucking things to make sure you don't come out feeling like a dumbass and then have to walk home.
Hey, Paulie.
In the world.
I'm from a similar
I
timeline.
leave the house for a period of time. I lock shit up and I take my gun.
Polly,
Doesn't
I'm
mean
from a similar timeline, so I wanted to say that I apologize because not many from that
All
timeline.
right, so here's the deal. I'm like 7 minutes behind, so we can catch up and then stream. Merge the panel if you want.
Yeah, dude.
I can even-
This is insane.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
rock this for
Yeah.
a little bit for sure.
Okay. All right.
Merge up.
I'm in 1 3/4 speed, so at 7 minutes it'd be like should be caught up in about 6 minutes. If my math, I don't know. My math's not that good.
Are honor able or respect able. All right.
Yeah, hopefully. Maybe we can get him on here, and then
Hit
we
him
could.
up, dude. Yeah, go send him a link. Call him. His fucking number is
You comprehend what I'm saying, right?
Right.
This sounds like an
Dude,
excuse.
he can talk some sense.
Jack,
into it.
Jack, I have something to say. So when Wizard asked you, okay, I just have something.
Actually, may I
Jack-
respond to what Paul said instead of entertaining John's imagination? Again?
Right.
So Jack,
This is your imagination.
Jack, you afraid I'm gonna hurt your ego or what?
Wait, what? Oh, I thought you said something. My
You're
bad.
afraid the dollar store Paul and Slade is gonna hurt your ego?
You have a vivid imagination, John Vance. That's true.
I do. It's good.
And it's quite.
Anyway,
I like it
so
though. I
Jack,
like it.
Jack. So when Wizard asked, "What's in your heart?" and you said love, it almost seemed like how your tone and how your demeanor said the context of it really didn't mean anything. It was just like a shallow word to you. It's just like you just throw love around, like it's
Very generic. Love a buddy.
like a dollar store napkins.
Wait.
You know?
So that means you totally ignored my explanations.
What does that even mean?
Exactly, Jack.
It's like it didn't mean anything. It didn't. It just. It
No,
just
John, please shut up. Hey, Paul. So what you were?
What are you telling me to shut up for? What are you telling me to shut up for, old man? Freaky hair, long hair, freaky person.
It's all your fault, Jack.
Cut your hair.
It's all
You
your
look better
fault,
with
Jack.
cut hair.
What is
Jack,
dollar
what-
one
Jack,
second, one
Well,
second.
that's a perfect segue. Sorry, Paul.
I don't know. I'm a bit of a ginger.
Right. What does dollar store Paul? Right. What does dollar store Paul mean exactly? Could you
Like a cheap knockoff version.
Oh, he is.
Oh,
It means Jack
Yeah.
Virginia. That's
He's
what
a
it
Talcott's
is.
like a watered down
Yeah.
version of me.
Talcott is like Scott's toilet paper, but he's still not like the Charmin, you know?
So Jack, why do you speak that way? Why you have no conviction in your words and what you speak?
Well, I mean, it is foreplay. He's working with 2 ply, so.
Holy shit.
I kind of.
Are you gonna answer the question?
John, please shut up.
Why are you so blown away by my presence? Is it just when I'm lying down? Is it my presentment? Is it my bald
Jack, you
head? Is
still
it how I
got
shave?
4
Like
ply.
what
We
is
cannot
it? Like
tolerate the 2 ply
you know-
anymore.
what rubs? Is my weird personality? What is it, Jack? What is it, Jack? Please tell me.
Doesn't matter.
Jack, I want to know. This is real. This is reality TV here.
Well,
You
this is
want to
professional,
know
unprofessional
why
reality
you
reality.
despise me so
4 ply.
much that every word that comes out of my mouth you dismiss right away.
2
Why
ply
is
is
that?
unacceptable.
Why is it, Jack?
We will not 2 ply comply.
Sir, please, you're intoxicated.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are a little bit. I can tell
No,
it.
I'm not.
You are.
Actually,
so
I really-
Jack,
actually, I
it looks
really
like you're going to eat your fist,
No.
but maybe I'll let you respond.
That's
that
a choking
possible?
hazard. That's a choking hazard. No, don't do that.
Yeah, you're gonna you're gonna eat your fist and sorrow. Like, I don't want to answer John's question. But, you know, like it was just.
Hey, John,
What's
go
wrong
back
with
and go back and look. Just go back and look at like the past minute or two from a different perspective, right? A different perspective of time, and you can see what I see. And then your question of why I don't like you, it will be
I have,
answered. Look at
is it
yourself.
my high vibes? Is it my high vibes?
No.
I got high antennas and high vibes, baby. That's what I'm working with right now. You're vibing low right now. I'm vibing high. Okay. You know what? Maybe I want you to vibe with me, Jack. Please vibe with me.
No.
You're gonna vibe with me, Jack?
So how can I if you don't shut up?
Yeah,
Okay, Jack.
the vibrator.
Jack, I'll share my high vibes with you if you'll accept them into your heart.
Vibrators. They love vibrators.
Jack.
Hey, how can I if you don't shut up?
Yeah,
Okay, Jack.
Does everybody
Dude,
love
look at that
vibrators?
bong, bro.
What's that?
Look at that bong.
Oh, that thing is sick. What is that? Aluminum foil bong?
I don't know, man. What in the fuck is that?
Yeah, that looks like tinfoil shaped into a bong.
Yeah, the vibrator.
Or a vibrator.
Jack, I'll share my
It has a bunch of skulls on it, actually.
high vibes with you if you'll accept them into your heart.
Oh, now you're talking about too much. All right?
I'm sorry. I got too deep.
How about we just share this time together in reality? Okay, like in this time zone and not in John's head. Like there's 6 people here and like hundreds or thousands that will be seeing, right?
And everybody wants to share the same vibrator. Fuck that.
Well, let's come
Love
back
is
to my,
love, Wizard. Come on.
Can we get out of your imagination for like 3 seconds?
I'm sorry.
please. I wanted to get back to what you said about faith, and because you're right, I understand that. That's always been one of my criticisms of the Christians is I got faith, I just got to wait and believe. And no, I do not agree with that mindset. Now, on my own spiritual path, though, I considered the monk, you know, the monastic path, and go up in the mountains and just fucking pray.
That's your best bet, brother.
Well,
perfect.
But then I chose to follow the Christ, and he didn't go to the mountains and hide off and just only think of himself. He came out to the common man to live amongst the others.
Jack, can I say something to you real quick?
That's the path I took. Hold on, just very briefly. I'm
Tell me
almost done.
What you're saying, and it's quick. All right, 7 chakras, and then you think about the candles with the Hanukkah. All right, that's all I was gonna say. Go ahead. I'm just.
Thanks. Okay, I'm not sure where the
any miracles.
No miracles.
You said you were sitting in the sunlight and you're bathing and you're taking in the sun's energy and putting it into chakras the other day.
We are the second coming. We as one together. No one's left behind. No one's going to prison camps. We're making a better future together.
See, when you say that, it doesn't really mean anything, though, coming from your mouth.
Well, the first form of creation is thought and words.
Yeah.
And I've written these goals, and I'm pursuing my goals. And yeah, I may end up in the streets.
Thought
But
and sound.
Thank you. You're right. Thought and sound.
So you believe that everyone would be better? We have to believe in God.
If everyone knew God,
what if you don't believe in God?
Then
can I walk beside you?
Well, you can, but you'll make your own life miserable. And as your life isn't as fulfilling, then you know what? Eventually, people will not have anything to deny because everyone will know the truth. It's actually far more simpler than anyone thinks. And here's something I shared this in text somewhere earlier today. The Bible, in my opinion, Jack's saying this, no one else.
Yep,
in my opinion, the Bible is much like the legalese. It's man's laws. Okay, what God is the truth. So ask yourself what is real? Because only what is real is true, and the only thing we can ever know is now.
And Jack, you profess that if you just don't think about things, then you don't have any thoughts, and therefore you don't have any beliefs, and therefore you can't be wrong.
Correct.
That's according to you. Yeah, see, and you sit here and agree with that, and the rest of us sit here and look at you as if you are fucking insane.
I know.
Yeah.
I can explain what I said. Paul can explain it. I mean,
Jack,
okay, maybe I'm insane.
We're all a little insane. Until we're not.
Some of us
When
just
we
don't want
stop
to
thinking,
That's the difference.
When we stop thinking, brother, the confusion and the muddy thoughts that
than the air you're falling through. It means you're denser than the air you're falling through. That's why you're falling, because you're less dense, or because you're more dense than the air.
Are you that stupid, dude? Really?
Dude, why do you think helium goes up? Because it's less dense.
No, it's because it's in an envelope. That's where you're very dense.
Not in an envelope. Helium gas travels up.
All side argument. Chris or Steve. So are you correlated as life force or force of life? It's just a force of life.
There's no physical example of that phraseology. Life force, there's nothing to exhibit as that being a thing.
Hey, Steve.
So you don't see anything in life that has any force.
Yeah, things in physicality. Than the air you're falling through. It means you're denser than the air you're falling through. That's why you're falling, because you're less dense, or because you're more dense than the air.
Are you that stupid, dude? Really?
Dude, why do you think
to remember, you just flow.
You just regurgitate and let them settle with it.
You allow yourself.
Jack, there was a last stream when I was timestamping them. They were playing a gay pride parade, like children's song. And I'm just wondering what your in-depth thoughts are about that, because Snafu tends to talk a lot. And so I didn't really clearly hear your point on that last stream. I think it was Sunday. But yeah, so you said you're at a gay pride parade. Do you want to expound upon that, why you were there?
It was.
That's very disturbing.
And
it's also very disturbing the fact that you paid a stranger. I've never heard this before.
You'll make your own life miserable. And as your life isn't as fulfilling, then you know what? Eventually, people will not have anything to deny because everyone will know the truth. It's actually far more simpler than anyone thinks. And here's something I shared this in text somewhere earlier today. The Bible, in my opinion, Jack's saying this, no one else.
Yep,
in my opinion, the Bible is much like the legalese. It's man's laws. Okay, what God is the truth. So ask yourself what is real? Because only what is real is real. The only thing we can ever know is now.
And Jack, you profess that if you just don't think about things, and you don't have any thoughts, and therefore you don't have any beliefs, and therefore you can't be wrong.
Correct.
Yeah, see, and you sit here and agree with that, and the rest of us sit here and look at you as if you are fucking insane.
I know.
Yeah,
I can
Because he is fucking insane.
Paul can explain it.
Jack.
Okay, maybe I'm insane.
We're all a little insane. Until we're not.
Some of us
When
just
we
don't
stop
want to
thinking,
That's the difference.
when we stop thinking, brother, the confusion and the muddy thoughts, they just settle eventually. And then you don't have to remember. You just flow.
You just regurgitate and let them settle with it.
You allow yourself.
Jack, there was a last stream when I was timestamping them. They were playing a gay pride parade, like children's song. And I'm just wondering what your
Gay
thoughts,
pride
in-depth
parade?
thoughts are about that, because Snafu tends to talk a lot.
Okay.
And so I didn't really clearly hear your point on that last stream. I think it was Sunday. But yeah, so you said you're at a gay pride parade. Do you want to expound upon that, why you were there?
It was right about the time I discovered Veterans for Peace. We had a member of the gay community show up, and he's a very anti-war homosexual, and he wasn't being welcomed or supported from the gay community with what he wanted. So he came to us, and so yeah, we'll march. He wanted to march with the flag upside down, and he didn't want to do it alone. So yeah, fuck, I'll walk with you. You know, I'll promote peace.
So basically, this wasn't even a gay pride parade. This was just you and another gay man walking around with us. Very telling. Go on.
Bright yellow vest, yeah.
Right.
No, that was several years ago though too.
Yeah.
College days.
No, 2018. I did a lot of shit, man. I did a lot. But speaking of,
right,
I forgot to bring it up. My anniversary was on Sunday, I think, on the 5th.
Right.
Anyway,
And you spent it on your argument with Snafu.
Probably.
Yeah. So you don't have any friends? I'm not going to judge you, actually.
Losing your family?
Maybe a little bit. So you don't have any friends in real life at all?
No.
Talk to
Dude, today, I mentioned her before. There was an angel who came to the door, and so today she shared some time, and we drove to my two best friends' houses. We've been friends since high school. They were my brothers, and I was blessed to have had them. But we went to both of their houses, and I'm almost certain there was people there. I know there was people there at one of their houses. Wouldn't answer the door. So I've got no friends here in town, other than the stranger who just came to buy my.
Outside. What do we do?
I know. I think that's what they were doing. Man.
Wow.
I swear, I think that's what they were doing. So this is my life. I can't convince adults to have a fucking conversation with me, even on the phone. So it is an honor.
Why is that? Why do you think that is, Jack? Like, I understand, like, there's not, dare I say, bitch or dick out there, but sorry to use crass language. But why do you think that all of these people don't want to talk to you, including your own family? Like, don't you have a phone conversation with you? Do you think, like, have you done some introspection into that, or are you just thinking that they just don't see your point of view on things?
It's their guilt and blame. It's the way our egos work. It's what every human
Right.
problem,
It's
every
their ego.
relationship issue is ego. It's blame and guilt. So
Blaming.
like I said, I screwed my son up. I didn't show him a man who understood forgiveness, and I know his mother doesn't understand forgiveness. But that's not entirely true. I mean, I was a poor. Let me say, I was a poor example of a father in forgiveness. I was.
But don't you think you could still have a conversation with your family, even though, like, obviously none of us here are perfect or anything like that? But don't you think you should at least have a conversation? Say, hey, look, listen, like, if you went to them, listen, I fucked up. I should have talked better. And then, like, have an understanding. And why do you think that they don't want to talk to you, or that nobody wants to talk to you and just have a conversation? Not even saying friendship, just like a casual conversation, even with the old high school friend. Like, I'm sure some of us here, like, we can go to an old high school friend and, like, we're not best friends, but we just have a conversation with them. So why is it that all these people in your life that you come close to never want to have a conversation with you, just a casual conversation with you? That's very disturbing. And it's also very disturbing the fact that you paid a stranger. I've never heard this before. You paid a stranger to phone your son and your ex-wife. Like, that just blew my mind when you like, and then you went off and you called me a retard or something like that. But I've never heard that in my life. Somebody that desperate.
John, I never thought I never thought my life would bring me to this point whatsoever.
Right.
Okay?
You did. Every fucking
Not anymore.
Really?
Yeah. My self-esteem, it's gone. I have no ego. I'm just a vessel now. Whatever God brings, whatever the time reveals. And you ask.
He not only says he doesn't have low self-esteem, he says it's non-existent.
Right.
Yep.
I don't care. I mean, so you ask the question though, why does no one talk to me?
Right. No ego.
How often do you talk to yourself as a friend? How often
Zero
do you talk
ego.
to God as a friend?
Second time coming.
I know how it sounds, but I know for a fact I trigger people. Once we move past the ego, then we'll be spiritual beings. And as spiritual beings, we'll be one with the Creator. And I feel that I am. So the reason people don't talk to me is because I represent many different things to them from their past. That's what the truth does. And that's who I am. So I'm a messenger from God. I'm confident of that. I believe to live without fear. It's no shit.
Go get the bottle,
Live
Jack.
without fear. It's fucking nonsense.
Are you afraid of living in a tent one day?
No.
Possible.
I've lived in tents before. I grew up in the woods. I know how to survive. I know how to take care of myself, but I learned that stuff before I had faith. I have faith that I'm going to succeed. And actually, I've been saying this. I see a future for humanity. Totally the same beautiful, magnificent world, but totally different. Where for me to get there, I have faith that eventually people will see the vision I'm trying to share, that people will help me succeed, help me get in front of the United States government, help me and Paul get in front of the public servants of the United States government. Let us get in front of the UN, explain to them the importance of freedom of speech and that how the truth must be protected, not the lies. We've got, oh, you can get me going on a rant. Yeah.
Jack, have you actually been part of activist work and actually done stuff? I just
yeah.
Off the record, because all I've heard from you right now is abandoned websites and they take $300 from the military. So I'm assuming you did military service, which I respect you for that. But have you actually done like activists? Have you been part of an activist group and said, hey, I'm with this group and we're doing this and we stand for this? Like, have you actually done it rather than just like marching in a gay pride parade or something like that?
I spent after the military, I was a public servant at the Postal Service.
That's a job. That's not like an activist thing.
I was through there. I got active with my union. I spent 14 years or so as an elected officer in the local. And so, yeah, I got active with labor in the narrow vision of my union. But then as I grew into a union leader, I got involved with the labor council in my community.
Why
And
do you need
right
to be
after I
an
started getting
activist?
involved
Why
with
do you
them,
need
that's
to
when
be
I
a part
started
of any
doing
group?
self-development. Then when I lost my job and the ability to serve my union, then I tried getting involved with the homeless coalition here in town, with the Veterans for Peace, with several other organizations that help the community.
Jack, isn't it true that you tried to mail yourself to the Congress? You put yourself in a box and mailed yourself to their door and then popped out?
No, I flew on a plane. And it was just the postal headquarters. I haven't been to Congress yet, but I do want to speak there.
What's stopping you from speaking to Congress?
What the fuck is happening? I was away on a different tab for a second. How long has it been just John and fucking Jack?
Quite a while, and he seems to be interrogating him and like hitting him with some ad homs. And I mean, I get what he's doing, but at the same time, he's sort of, you're not changed. What? How is this activism? Fucking with Talcott endlessly.
Well, this is the other. This is what's going on over here. Look at what's going on over here. We got cupcakes. See the cupcakes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over here, but
Well, something Paul here. Let me say something that's not absolutely fucking useless and retarded. Something that Paul said, being in the world, not of it. This is from Bhagavad Gita. A commentary on verse 1. Entering the door of the spiritual eye, he ascends to Christ's consciousness, union with God's omnipresence in all creation, and cosmic consciousness, union with God's omnipresence in and beyond all creation. This is some heavy reading real quick. The man of cosmic consciousness, never feeling himself as limited to a body or as only reaching to the brain or only to the cerebral lotus light of 1,000 rays, instead feels by true intuitive power the ever-bubbling bliss that dances in every particle of his little body. And in his big body, big cosmic body of the universe, and in his absolute nature as one with the eternal spirit beyond manifested forms. The man into whose pure hand his divine bodily kingdom has been wholly delivered is no longer a human being with limited ego consciousness. That kind of sounds like Jack Talcott is being described. In reality, he is the soul, individualized, ever existent, ever conscious, ever new bliss, the pure reflection of spirit, endowed with cosmic consciousness. Never a victim of imaginary perceptions, fanciful inspirations, or wisdom hallucinations. The Superman is always intensely conscious of the unmanifested spirit and also of the entire cosmos in all its bewildering variety. With his consciousness extended and awakened in every particle in the circumambience of infinite space, the exalted yogi feels his little physical body and all its perceptions not as an ordinary human being, but in oneness with the omniscient spirit. Freed from the intoxications of delusion and delusive mortal limitations, the Superman knows his earthly name and possessions, but is never possessed or limited by them. Living in the world, he is not of the world.
I love that, man. I love the Gita. What chapter is that?
That's verse 1, chapter 1, commentary on it.
Okay. See, I only have Bhagavad Gita as it is. Oh, and I have the Living Gita also. By I think
as
Satya
it is Sanskrit to English, perfect translation.
Right, and it's Bhaktivedanta, and then the Living Gita is Satchidananda, I'm pretty sure. And then there's another popular version, I can't remember.
This is the Yogananda.
Okay. Only thing I have by Yogananda is Autobiography of a Yogi, which I still haven't even touched, barely.
I mean, yeah, think about like that took me however long. I don't know. Fuck, dude. Like, what is fucking with Talcott? How is that getting you into? So you're making fun of him for him talking of like. I understand, you know what I mean? I can sit here and call him a fucking insane person too, but at what point where's your activism in this? So talking shit to him and trying to bring him down even more, a guy who says he has no self-esteem, none left, that his own family doesn't talk to him, you're going to shit on that guy more. Is that trying to bring him up? Like, I just don't understand really, you know, these people talk about scriptures and living the truth and oneself and consciousness, and then you all fucking scream at each other 1 inch away from a cell phone, blue light in your face. Just looping on nothing, not perpetuating disdain for each other.
Yeah, and I've definitely got caught in the looping, my friend, you know, so I can't say shit, you know, in a way. It's like, dude, it's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't? We're all people. We're all guilty of it, right? But at what point, like, you know, look in the mirror. What do you do? What activisms are you at? Not you, Pineal, Mr. Whoever the fuck that is talking to Talcott. Yeah, it's really easy to take somebody who says they have no self-esteem. He's already given you everything you need. Like he has already brought himself down to nothing. So you're not actually like you're not in a power position or anything by doing that to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is one of the only clips that survived. That survived my. You see, when I try to look it up, it separates Pineal and Power, and you can't in order to find the clip. But it's one of the only clips that survived from an old channel that got deleted. That
let's do the world a favor. Let's go rip out some of these fucking garbage signs promoting the destruction of health and society itself. Let's just go fucking. Let's just go do the world a favor here. If no one else is gonna, you know. Tired of seeing this shit. I'm tired of zombies, you know. I'm tired of people thinking that an injection of literal metal and poison and aborted fetal cells and synthetic mRNA, aka the false messenger. Let's just take these. They don't need these anymore. Oh, I'm on camera? Oh, am I? Really? Because I don't really care, honestly. Honestly, don't care. Nobody should be promoting poison. I've already had detectives at my house. I don't really care, dude, honestly. I just, this shit's got to stop, dude. This shit's got to stop. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of this tyranny. I'm tired of this totalitarian, technocratic takeover leading towards a total transhuman fucking... Dude, I'm tired of this, man. So I'm going to throw these in my car, and I'm going to burn them. I'm going to burn them.
Yeah. Good times.
So you did more proverbially, metaphysically, on many levels, dude. You did more in 35 seconds by pulling those down and filming.
Oh, dude, man, that's just one video.
Then motherfuckers spend 6 hours screaming at each other about nothing. Like,
right. I mean, I
same with the cop shit.
I tell people too, if you really want to like take down the cabal, so to speak, that used to be a friend of mine's channel, Resist the Cabal. I think that got deleted too. Shout out to Truth Vibration Podcast. That's what he's on now. But he, yeah. Oh, you know him?
No.
Oh, that's his nickname, Truth Vibrator. His email. That's his email, bro.
I wonder why.
Truth Vibrator 66, I think, at Gmail. That's funny as fuck. But yeah, here, hold up. I used to be on the street like this guy right here. Hold on.
I mean, I see more value in that than, and that's just my opinion. Who really gives a fuck what I think? But I think going around like filming a fucking police parking lot is just a waste of electricity and everybody involved's time. Or in the post office too.
So I used to be holding this up on the street.
Or any of this, like.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna audit someone, go audit a doctor. Go confront them. Go confront a pharmacist. Go really resist tyranny. Like I don't know, man.
I think this guy. What do you think about this guy? Do you think he was a CIA asset? Do you think he was used as a?
I'm looking at a picture of you right now on the screen, so I'm not sure what to say about that. Are you part of the CIA? I'm just kidding, buddy.
I am not Jimmy. I wish, bro. I wish, man. But yeah. I don't even know what I'm doing right now.
I don't know. I think we have a little bit of a lag. Are you trying to show us something?
Oh, okay. Hold up.
Like, at what point can you just go be a good person? And instead of fucking with Talcott, why don't you just go open the door for an old lady? Why don't you go to the world?
His name is Vibing High with a High Antenna. I don't know what that's about. But.
Okay. And not necessarily just this guy. I don't know him. You know, I don't.
I got to hear what Paul says. Hold on.
I find if you just do it, then people will follow you.
Yeah, he needs me to do it because no one's going to listen to him. That's why he's coming here.
That's not true. I'm inviting you to join in here. I'm a man of faith. I believe God is using me as a messenger, and eventually people will want to hear what I have to say. So I keep doing videos.
Why don't you just go down to Congress, go down to DC, and just talk to them?
Well, it's a long drive.
Why don't you just run for president? Like, I don't understand.
That.
Yeah.
I almost did. Actually, I was ready to register in 2018, but I couldn't come up with the 10 grand or whatever it was. And you know what? It wasn't my path. It was not my path. But
okay, I get that. But at least you could have went to Congress. You could have done something.
Did you ever think of like fundraising in Haiti or something?
I work for the Clintons.
Oh, yeah, they love you in Haiti, Jack. You'll be a Jesus figure there.
Well,
seriously, in Haiti.
There's people all around the world that need some help, not only in our neighborhoods and our communities. There's people around the world, man, that have it. This corporate and government corruption has created disease and destruction around this world. That's how it got Trump. I want to have a conversation with Trump too. He's probably got connections. He's established connections around the world. So we can get a man like Donald Trump on our side. He can open up the doors and we can.
Trump's gonna say.
So you haven't even met Donald Trump yet. You don't know how you're gonna do that or talk to him, but you know that just like me, you're already gonna use him for his connection.
Right.
Hey, Don, can I help you here? Can I offer an opinion? Because you got a lot of connections.
We're gonna have a different conversation than that. But if you look at the
why don't you just say the truth? Like go to Congress or if you see Donald Trump, just speak your truth, speak from the heart instead of just like beat around the bush and lovey-dovey and can I use your connections? Like it's just you have some knowledge for sure, and like you could probably teach some of us what you have because you've been on this earth longer than some of us anyway. But the thing is, like from my experience, you just say the truth, and they they respect you, but they won't like you. But you want to go around life being liked and using people's connections.
Not true.
Yeah. Well, why don't you just go to Congress? Go to Congress right now. Do it. Tell them you want to end all wars. Do it.
Hey, Newt Gingrich, I hear you have a lot of connections. Can I get access to?
Yeah, he's just making excuses. Man. You're just making excuses. Oh, I gotta find somebody with connections.
Isn't that Newt Gingrich right there?
I'm telling you what you should do.
No,
I'm giving you a suggestion. You've done this so many times,
John.
And I'm trying to. You know what you are. You're not overcoming your failures. I think you're afraid to fail because you got fired from your
delusional, dude.
I'm psychoanalyzing you right now.
Why?
Shout out to Mitch. Yo, man.
Yeah.
You should be looking at yourself, trying to figure out why. Okay, here.
I have to look at myself.
John, let me
You're me and I'm you. We're one. I see you and me.
What's more important is the facts. Let me present the facts. You gave me your advice based on. We'll use those facts.
Yeah.
You recognize that I do have these goals of trying to end wars. Okay.
Have you like you should do a petition or something like that, like go door to door and like.
Well, no, back to now. So you recognize you're speaking to a man who's been trying to explain his faith, his experience and knowledge regarding God and the divine, who also wants to end wars, and you're telling me go do it myself.
Yeah, start with that. I'm serious.
Wait, I want to respond to this. There's no fixing Tal. I don't know who Tal Cunt is, but I'm assuming it's pejorative towards me.
Yeah, that's you, Tal Cunt.
Yeah, delusional. Many people have thrown that accusation at me, but
do you want me? I could maybe tell you a story and maybe I could. I don't know. Share my perspective on things. Yeah.
Well, I don't really
just like doing things on your own.
Wait, John, here's the thing, though. I really don't care about your perspective because you've offered me no value whatsoever.
I don't care. Like I don't care if you care, but I'm just sharing my perspective, and it's just like if you want to get these things done, do it yourself.
All right.
And then everything else will fall into place.
Okay.
That's from my lived experience, from what I've done.
All right.
Activist work. I don't want to get into it in specifics right now, but that's what I've done. Like with the political or whatever.
Right. I've done
activist groups, NGOs. I do. It's just part of my journey. We all have a different journey, but I'm just telling you.
Well, I'm talking about now.
Waiting for people. I'm telling you, waiting for people. Oh, now?
Yeah.
I just feel like you're putting me in a box.
Well, I'm not. You keep repeating things. You keep repeating things, placing yourself into a box by trying to
define.
No, you're putting
me in the box of just now.
Now is the only thing that exists, John.
Now, the past. What does it say? The past is the future. What you do in the past shapes your future.
Okay.
And the now is
the past brought us to now.
Yeah.
Now is where it starts becoming revealed. So what we discuss right now today, what we learn from each other today, becomes it affects what we experience tomorrow. So there's only today that we need to worry about. Is that making sense?
Because
we have no control over the future. We can imagine probabilities, but
we can control our actions. We can control our discipline.
I've been asking
what we do today affects tomorrow. Right. It's like a gradual progression. It's just like an ebb and flow. It's just like you want to have like a snapshot of just today, right? But there's cause and effect in the universe.
Right.
So what you want to do is you want to.
What do you think I'm trying? Why do you think I'm here today?
Because
why do you think I've been coming here?
Because you want to use people instead of just doing it yourself.
What's the difference between using?
If you're here like, to get a game from Paul and to get his insights, that's one thing. But I feel like you're also kind of just using him as well as
John,
to do stuff that you can do yourself.
John, if anyone's using Paul, it's people like you. Okay.
Why is that?
Well, again, I'm going to ask you.
I can't even think of a reason like that.
I'm trying to get
you. I have the same footing. We're using Paul in our own different ways.
Somebody else down to bring you up. I think this dude's on the right path of like maybe he has a close idea of the right thing to say to Talcott, and Paul's always quoting the Tao, right? Which is to awaken all of humanity, you have to start with yourself, right? And then the rest of the world just follows with that. So maybe instead of telling you to go right to Congress and walk in there and tell them to end the war, maybe like work on helping somebody build them out of that place of no self-esteem, depression, no one will answer the phone, you know. Maybe then he'll actually change something. Like, how much do you want the world to change? How much do you want Talcott to change it? Because you're not doing a very good job of, I don't know, anything very constructive. I am HO.
Yeah, I mean, I would consider hands-on, like physical activism to be beneficial, and like that clip I showed of that individual, that gentleman there who physically got involved. Not going to say who that individual was, but yeah, interesting clip. And I think it's like everyone has their own way of doing things, and I'm curious to know what his activism is exactly, so to speak, quote unquote, allegedly.
I think just doing good acts, dude. Doing selfless service is how you do it. Like, that's it.
Yeah, I need to get more involved.
As above,
myself,
so below, right? Like, all these people talk about fucking hermetic science and all this shit and don't actually apply any of it. Or don't live it. Maybe you talk about it, but are you living it? Are you acting it out?
Yeah. What do you want to do?
What up?
You hear me?
Yeah.
I said, what do you want to do? Do you think you want to keep watching this? I think we're almost caught up to the live, or should I switch over to a different stream, or should I try to merge? There's this shit too going on here. I don't know what. What do you think, bro?
I think we all need to just step out of our imaginations for a second. Step into the now.
Okay, on that note then, here I got the perfect, hold on. Let me see here.
Maybe like play like a fucking how to grow microgreens at home, dude, or something. Like something that's applicable to people where they can change the world.
Again, admitting to his duality.
Yeah, easiest DIY microgreens, urban growing.
We live in duality. The key is to rise above it.
No, you live in
Have you done that?
Grow some
Have you done that before?
Give it to a homeless guy. Like, maybe you can cause a ripple effect and actually change something with YouTube. Or not.
Wow.
Maybe nobody will give a fuck either, but I mean, it's just a thought. I'm just spitballing at you.
Yeah, I do really want to grow microgreens and sprouts, but I know it's an investment.
Or anything, maybe urban foraging, North America.
Right.
Which it's not nearly as entertaining. Like, I get it, for sure. There is an entertainment aspect to this, or I wouldn't be sitting here watching it with you. But it's confusing to me. Like, I'm not sure at what point I'm getting stuck in the trap of this and it's no longer benefiting me. I think it's a fine line.
Can you even hear that or no?
I can hear like a little lo-fi hip-hop in the background, and I can hear your mic.
Actually, no. This is lo-fi. Right here. It's funny you said that. It was one up from the one I was on. I was on night driving. Night driving, yeah.
Yeah, I can hear it. It's cool. I mean, it's nice. I like it. It's giving me
I'm wondering, here, hold up. All right. We got Mr. Jeff here with us. What up, bro?
Jeffrey, tattoo buddy.
What up,
The
y'all?
most hated man.
Yes.
When are you gonna beat the fuck out of O'Shea for hitting on your girl?
Whoa, what was that? What the hell is that?
Pineo shifting.
What did you say? What did you say? Watch the collapse?
I said, my tattoo buddy, when are you gonna beat the fuck out of O'Shea for hitting on your girl?
Like,
No, I don't advocate violence. Just kidding.
it wouldn't be worth it.
You have the same bad brains tat as me, dude. That's why I keep saying that to you.
No way. Do you have an alien up here?
No. That's pretty dope, though.
That's crazy as fuck, dude. You know that I served when I was like a young 17, when I was maybe 16 years old, I served I think it was a guitarist for Bad Brains at the restaurant I worked at.
Look at that. All comes
That's
full
wild.
circle. That's sick,
Crazy.
Dude. Fucking nasty, bro. Dr. No, a guitar. Yeah, I bet
Is that
you
his
used
name?
to some sick punk shows back in the day, Jeffrey Phillips, out there. Or what?
Yeah, I promoted shows for years, punk and hardcore shows and metal shows and stuff up in Northern California.
Yeah, that's sick.
I love the Lionheart days. Trying to remember, man, some of the groups I even listened to.
Fucking Gigi Allen, bro, #1.
Have Heart, Lionheart. Damn, I can't remember, man. It's been so long. Hardcore punk wise.
MDC, Millions of Dead Cops.
Admittedly, I was more into like I don't want to say pop punk, but like Newfound Glory and yeah, I guess more so that kind of. I guess that is kind of pop punk in a way.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, dude.
Emo,
It's
pop
awesome.
emo.
Well, yeah, definitely emo. I mean, in middle school especially.
We'll put on the
and-
radio now, and it's way better than any goddamn thing you're gonna hear playing now. So,
Right.
at least they're playing fucking instruments, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, real music has definitely taken a dive. It's hard to find.
Well, look what it's done to society too, dude. Like there used to be the punk, like yeah, sure, people were classed up and they were identifying as things, but at least wasn't just walking the same path of like idols. You know, everyone wasn't looking up to the same one fucking guy. People were doing.
There was a lot more emotions in music in the 90s.
Right, and a lot less.
They took it all out.
It's carbon copy. It's coming out of a fucking conveyor belt now.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, look what it's doing to the ghettos of our country with drill, violence, music, you know? Endless promotion
Yep.
of senseless murder, drugs, sex, violence.
That shit's all in country music now too.
Yeah. Well, it's
Have you heard
merged.
the new country music? It's all like hip hop lyrics. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's a country rap merge.
So weird.
New World Order. They all have engineers. They're all produced. It's all product. You know, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not fucking Hank Williams sitting there with a guitar, like with a broken heart, writing a song about shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true.
How are you living tonight, Jeffrey?
Good. What did we do today? Yeah, we're just chilling.
Same. I slaved away at work and came home, took care of the children. Now I'm here in a fucking psychotic loop for like 2 hours somehow. I have no
Diminishing
idea what
gains, bro. I heard you talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I just
Diminishing
figure I'm gonna be in
gains.
this loop anyway, right? Might as well be in the loop with other people.
Yes. Diminishing gains? Is that what I said?
Huh?
Diminishing gains?
Yes, you said something about like being drawn to this as far as what's the word? Entertainment value, but at a certain point not learning
right.
much.
Yeah. Where is it hurting me and where does it stop helping, you know? I shot my email in there for you guys. If you hit me up, and we'll get in touch a little bit more here.
Word.
Cool. Yeah, I got to go pick up my wife from her job here in a little bit, in a few moments.
Oh, you do
I'll-
food not bombs? That's dope.
Yeah, he actually back in like 10 years ago, I got arrested and I had like 150 hours of community service. He's like, oh, call these people. You can go work for them once, and they'll sign off the whole thing. And they did. And then from that point, I just volunteered there a bunch of times too after, because I loved what they were doing. That's like, that is the shit people need to be promoting. What, I don't know. Put up a Cash App that just goes right to fucking charity. Why does it need to go to anybody's pocket? You know?
Yeah. My dad took me to this anti-war rally during Gulf War I in San Francisco. And that was the first place I saw Food Not Bombs in probably like 1994 or something. Awesome. And the soup was pretty awful, as well as I've had it a couple times since then, and it's been about the same.
Right.
But it's dope shit.
Yeah, dude, it's selfless service, all voluntarism, true freedom, anarchy, right? I actually, man. You know, I've been meaning to reach out to you, dude, because I watched the video of you, anarchist destroy statist, and the thing that struck me the most is somebody with the name Freedom in their name saying how anarchy is impossible and no good, even though the two words are completely synonymous. It means the exact same thing. And the reason that you can't have anarchy is because there would just be too much bloodshed and how people can't think for themselves. But here, with governments in place, they've mass injected billions of people in prisons, poisoning the fucking water supplies. Like, how is that not mass bloodshed? How is that not mass murder? And I think the smartest thing, dude, that I heard you saying that was, yeah, because the law is the only reason we don't go around killing people, right? That's the only reason I don't go fucking kill someone right now. Because
none of those guys had anything to say when I was saying all that shit. They're all, because I was like, dude.
Joke, right? Now it's a joke. Yeah. Now we're just joking. Now we're losing the point. Jeffrey's making a point, so let's shy away from it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what usually happens.
One, dude.
Yeah, man. It's funny. Word. Yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was a panel of anarchists when I first started watching. And then I was like, oh, there's no anarchists up here. These guys all believe the state still. They still believe that there's enough bad actors around, that like real bad actors, that we actually need a government to, you know, like keep us safe from these bad actors that we wouldn't normally be able to handle on our own. Right. But yeah, it was pretty funny.
Yes, kudos on that one.
I like being able to actually say this stuff in front of people that haven't heard it before, you know, like in the liberty movement and the freedom movement and shit. It's like we're all doing a lot of infield baseball, you know, inside an echo chamber, just telling each other the same stuff over and over again. But it's cool being able to go someplace and, you know, spit fire and have it be like the first time people have heard stuff like that, you know, like the stuff about, you know, bad actors. And like, you know, when you have government, they allow police, and those are bad actors that are just walking around at all times, and you're guaranteed, you know, you're guaranteed a certain huge number of bad actors when you have government. But if you didn't have government, there'd only be a few bad actors, because there really aren't that many true bad actors, and those few bad actors would definitely be able to.
How many people are drawn to crime? How many people are not drawn to it, but pushed to it, right? Because
it's government making our situation so desperate that we have to do crime. You know, it's not that it would normally happen if we all had, you know, better resources.
Right. Maybe people wouldn't be robbing and stealing if there wasn't such fucking wealth inequality.
The government wasn't taking just enough money that we don't freak out and fucking stop going to work. You know, like.
I wish I could continue this, because this is my shit that I love to talk about, and the microgreens. This is true activism, I think.
Well, follow me. Do you follow me on YouTube?
I think I do, dude.
Okay, yeah, hit me up. Let's do something.
I will. I drop my email
on your email.
We usually go. Yeah, shoot me an email on there, because I don't have social media or anything. But we go on Sundays and like Wednesdays and Thursdays usually, and we always post a link, so you can come up with us anytime, dude. And cool. Pineal, God bless you. Namaste, friends. I love you.
Yeah, I hear my guy.
In the loop.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Is my mic working?
Hey,
yes,
bro.
Swimmingly. God bless you. Get out of your imaginations and get in the now, motherfuckers.
Right.
Get in the now.
Right.
Now.
Right.
Now.
Right.
Caught.
That was Watch the Collapse podcast. If you're not subscribed, what are the 4 of you in the chat doing? Yeah, I wonder who's even here. Whoever you are, you're probably bored. Nothing better to do, but I have no idea what I'm doing myself. I'm guessing Mitch is probably in the chat. And maybe this new sub here.
Did you meet, did you say something about meeting Narco Longo?
No, I was going to go last night. I had car trouble, unfortunately, and I didn't make it out there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sucks. What's wrong with your
Yeah,
car?
it really does. Yeah, it really does.
What's wrong with your car?
Oh, man, a lot. A lot.
Must
Yeah.
be. It's that bad.
Yeah, I've been, well, I was going to jump it, and then, like, so out of it, and he wasn't feeling good that he didn't read my text properly. And, he thought, he ended up, he said, I'll leave it out for you out front. And so I went there and he left a nug for me. I was like, oh, what the hell? All right, thanks, bud. Because I told him the other day I ran out of bud and I was asking if I could buy a little bud or whatever. And then, so he ended up just leaving a bud for me. Tends to do that sometimes. And,
but no jumper
not the
cable?
battery. Yeah, not the, well, I did try to jump it though. And I did try to jump it and it didn't jump. So I probably need to get the jumper box and charge it and then that whole spiel. But yeah, I've been slacking. I need to put work into it, put some money into it, and not a terrible car.
Yeah. What kind of car is it?
Nissan Altima. It's a 2005, but it's not bad. I mean,
Oh, those are good cars.
Yep. Reliable, dependable, long-lasting. Usually,
Yeah.
Any car that's on the top, 5 or 10 most often bought cars, obviously, is for a reason. So,
Yeah.
The Camry, the Accord, pretty much the most popular Honda,
Toyotas
Toyota,
and Hondas.
and Nissans. Yeah, all the Japanese cars, especially. Yeah, I don't like American Motor personally, but what do you think? Should we talk about microgreens? Should we watch this We Are Awake stuff going on? I don't know what the fuck's going on over here.
Wait, what was that? 100%. Do you know?
Oh, Illuminati's over there. I don't know who this new guy is with a brick wall.
She's not part of Z's friends, correct?
She didn't tell me anything. I'm just saying as
All
a guy
right,
that
there you
lurks on
go.
all
So you're
these
just
panels, I see her in the chat of
You're
Z
simply
and
assuming.
Damn. It looks like somebody got their wrench taken and they're getting deleted and shit. What the fuck?
No, I'm saying I see her chatting on
This
very
drama, man.
There you go. So you're just assuming who she's with and who she's a part of.
No, I'm just not thinking of who she's with. I'm not
There you
assuming.
go. There you go. That's another part of assumption. Assumption is the mother. Know this. Assumption is the mother of all mistakes.
Go over there.
I've made no assumption.
No. I mean, we know that. Every truther knows that at this point. Assumption is the mother of all mistakes. And all truthers should know that at this point in time.
I think even liars know that assumptions make an ass out of you and Elchin.
Oh, wait, well, hopefully that's something that they go with because that's something they're going to use to manipulate you.
But if we all know it, we all still make assumptions.
Well, we hope we know it. We hope we know it when we're going up against the manipulator. Yeah, you know what? I'm a master debater, so I'm going to ask the chat. Do we have any questions for Ryan Russ? Let's go.
Why are you trying to make us about you?
Real question.
You just third person asked the question. That's some hell shit.
Stupid fucking dumbass. I assume drama. Does anyone have a real question? Thank you.
I have a question.
Any real questions?
I have a real question.
All right, let's go.
What is the flight velocity of an unladen African swallow?
I love that question. So what we would then do as a truther is look up that question, okay? And with.
But our friend Chris isn't going to find that valid if we just look at it.
Well, if you look it up on Google, you can just get your whatever.
Yeah, we have to also compare that off the top of my head. I could give you whatever, or I could.
Well, we also have to compare that to the flight velocity of a European swallow.
Can I give you the flight velocity of?
This is the guy who just got deleted from, or he got hidden and unhidden. He got his mod taken. So I'm curious to hear this shit, man.
Sean and Angelo.
I like where this is going, but I'm
down
going to
under the ground about 8 miles. Let's go. 8 miles down. 8 miles under the ground, brother. And you know what that's about. Wait, 7.8 miles down, actually.
Well, does that also
Let's
depend on this?
Let's
too?
go.
Do you feel more like you do now than when you first got here? I mean, I'm asking you now.
What? Actually, my dick hard's now.
Yeah, my dinner, man.
Since you want to know.
Is it a lot later now than it was?
My dick hard's now.
Hey, bro, we really don't give a fuck. Please don't get out of
Don't be doing that.
Never mind.
Don't be doing that, man. Don't be doing that.
bro. I want to get him out of here.
Okay, I was just.
Now, hey, who was that speaking?
Tis I, sovereign soul, unchained mind. And who are thee?
Dude, I must say, I like your voice and I like your attitude.
Hang around for a little bit.
We're living in the fucking Twilight Zone. I don't even believe. Is this even? Like, are people this fucking stupid? Is this possible?
What do you think? Do you
I
think
don't
a
know.
salad
Was
a
we
day
adopted
is
somehow?
too much?
Okay, I like where you're going, bro.
I feel like this game's playing a part of it.
Do you think a salad a day is too much in terms of oxalates and phytates and all that? I do put steps in, keep in mind to like reduce it, you know, lemon juice and like I kind of crunch the leaves in my hand to like make it more bioavailable and like it activates certain enzymes in the greens and stuff. But how do you feel about eating greens every day? I'm sure you know about oxalates and phytates and shit, right? Can you hear me? You were muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we eat like a lot of greens. We'll eat like a couple pounds of broccoli a night sometimes, or I mean, mostly eat rice, cereal, bread, vegetables, Brussels sprouts, sweet potatoes. White sweet potatoes are bomb. If you cook a white sweet potato and put salsa on it, it tastes like a tamale. Shit is fire.
That sounds bomb.
Yeah. But no, I'm not worried about any oxalates or anything like that. All that shit is cancer. That shit all kills cancer. Like, that's good stuff.
What? Oh, yeah, cruciferous. Yeah, cruciferous for sure. Brussels is one of my favorite foods. Brussels and sweet potatoes are actually up there, top 10 for sure. Especially some like balsamic roasted.
Oh my god, dude!
With like candied nuts. Yeah, balsamic roasted Brussels with candied nuts and like some maybe even some like raisins or and then sweet potato. I really like sweet potato in the like the Thanksgiving casserole without the. I like it without the marshmallows because the fucking marshmallows are ass. But
sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get back to the drama bonding.
Live right now or this earlier?
Whatever.
Yeah, no, this is right now. I'm behind like 10 minutes, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm behind about 10 minutes here.
You're not tapped into of yourself totally. Like we're all a certain percentage. Whatever percentage you're not tapped into, that gets used for many different things out of your control. I really believe that.
I've got to collect the faux pas.
Yeah, I don't even know what they're talking about.
Cage showed up. Cage is a friend. Like to say hello.
Yeah, much love.
Yeah, I haven't been hitting the Discord because life.
Man, we're barely on there anyways. Maybe like once.
Yeah, it helped too. I don't see you guys anymore. I've never seen that UK accent guy since the first night.
Yeah, we're barely on there, bro. Like maybe once every couple weeks. Because
it's a little churchy in there. It gets a little churchy in there, I think.
I just
like, I believe in Sky Daddy, but that place is very KJV version.
There's not many people in there. It's gone anyways now. Discord updated their service. Now they record everything you say and you type in there. So I'm already.
Oh, thanks for the heads up. Thank you, sir.
Well, I mean, that's anyways. I don't get people. They're like,
no, but now they announced it though. So now they're
yeah, I mean,
to that extent. Like, at least
everything's being recorded.
Things gonna be on next time now.
Exactly, but the difference is the legal. Were we let known or not? That's where it's significant.
Yeah, they're telling us. So now, they're telling you.
It's like CIA always recording, but use against you requires your acknowledgement you're recorded. Hashtag B system.
Look, man, it's being recorded regardless of your electronic devices or not. This shit's going in the Akashic record anyway. It always has.
Oh, I can tell you a story about the FBI. You guys want to hear a story about the FBI?
But you know, wait, hold on. Let's stick to this subject. This is actually interesting.
By the way, if you have any ideas of anything you want to watch, I might just fuck it, you know, because once you reach your streaming cap, I literally have to log in with a different email. That's too much work, so I might as well just stream for like 4 days straight, you know. Anyway, yeah. If you have any ideas for any videos, let me know.
Saying they're not going to use anything against you if they're telling you. They're telling you, then yeah, even just the things you say now.
Or if anybody in the chat wants to watch a video, drop it in the chat. If you have a mod, you can drop it. Mitch dropped some good videos before. So yeah.
In Canada, we don't have fucking free speech anymore.
Yeah, Castro's son. Shout out to Castro's son. Spit in the fucking image of him, man. Just like Prince Harry, he looks exactly like that tennis player Diana was fucking around with.
But like you said,
weird.
The software, we're looking into the word of Dr. Person. And yeah, everything, if you want to call it the Akashic record, it's actually a real thing that we proved through neuroscience. And so it's like the Earth's magnetic field, all thoughts are stored in there. I mean, they've been having technology to act either way.
Hey, can I give... We got connected.
After the beat.
All right.
Chris, can I take a quick second before I cut you off?
No, you've been talking enough, dude.
But listen, I was on this panel asking Joe Cool and the girlie if they could help me find Goblin. In real time, I'm looking at him on that unslaved fucking panel right now. My heart is broken. Real time, right next to Snap.
You don't give a shit, dude.
Oh, I know. We'll all answer for
it, bro.
All right, I can't see chat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Christopher, tell the story about. We already know who the story's about.
Okay. It's a story about Gumby. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, Gumby one day gives me a call. All right. And they say, well, all right, hold on. They say, well, this certain individual is using, how do I phrase it? High security laptops to try to figure out who you are and what you've done and what you've been doing, right? So they give me this call and I say, okay. I say, well, you guys know who I am. And I said, you know what I can do? And I said, when I was 14 years old, your guys came to my dad's house and wanted to take me to your facility. And my dad said no. And that was the end of that. And I said, you guys know what I can do. And I said, this needs to stop and this needs to stop now. 2 days later, I see him pull up over there. And they hold this guy away and they called me back and they said, do you want to know what happened to this guy? And I said, no, I don't. And that was the end of that conversation. Yep.
Wow. Wait a minute.
So yeah.
That's nuts, dude.
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
I'm a little bit confused, bro. A little bit.
That seems like there was a lot missing in that.
Yeah, it seemed like when they saw you, you just saw someone getting hauled away and they called you to tell you, do you want to know why we just hauled them away?
No.
Okay.
Gumby called me and told me someone was hacking in to the information about me that was illegal. The Gumby did. And they told me what he was doing. And he was working for the police department. Okay, I just said the police department. Well, they found out, yes, indeed, he was doing that. And he was trying to find out who I was and what I was doing and where I came from. And that's when they called me back. They hauled him away and he said, do you want to know what happened to him? I said, no. And they said,
there's a lot to the story they're not telling us. Maybe this should make sense.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But a lot of things.
They're going to catch you alive in like 30 seconds and you'd be fucking right.
No, I'm not. I'm not lying.
I just want to give a shout out to my agent if he's watching.
Shout out to Agent Smith. You know, I'm watching you.
Right. They want to take me to the facility because they thought I was a genius.
There's something going on there.
Yep.
Please refrain from that type of talk in the chat, guys. When we talk about that, I'm going to have to delete that comment, dude. It's just not necessary.
I know it's hard to believe, but nowadays, what is it?
I got it.
Yeah.
Refrain from that type of talk in the... There's something going on there.
Yep.
Please refrain from that type of talk in the chat, guys. When we talk about that, I'm going to have to delete that comment, dude. It's just not necessary.
I know it's hard to believe, but nowadays, what is it?
I got it.
Yeah.
Made the wrong thing.
Won't let me do nothing. Oh, it's because it's a mod. Okay, yeah, you have to do it. Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
I'm gonna get out of here, bro. I got some shit I gotta do.
I hate labels. I hate
fucking
labels.
annoying.
Shut the fuck up. Kind of shooting the shit, but
right. Well, this whole idea. Listen, I hear these people using little buzzwords.
Much love,
and it's
dude.
starting to get on my nerves.
That was
Like,
Jeffrey Phillips, everybody.
Look, man, we're just
Hopefully,
people that are somewhat like-minded. We like to discuss the ideas and shit like that.
find it in his heart to
we don't live together, we don't eat together, we don't cohabitate together, we don't hang out
forgive
together.
him.
We see each other. Okay?
I don't even know what the hell's going on there.
There's a
with
metaverse.
Jeffrey.
No, there
but,
is not any kind of a verse. It's just a fucking YouTube channel. It's what we do.
No, even if this, like, you can talk to people privately.
Probably some nonsense. I don't know.
And then, yeah, let's see them in real life. Right?
Yeah, well, that's
we're all
the
sitting
thing.
around the table. Watch how fucking different people act. It'd be hilarious.
What you see is what I am. I don't put up any pretension. I don't put up that I'm anything other than what I am or who I am. Do I put my entire life on display? Absolutely not. I don't do that for anybody. However, I can be quite candid.
I think on that note, it might be a good time to maybe stop the stream because Watch the Collapse jumped off and Jeffrey jumped off. But yeah, if anybody wants to join the Pineal Powered Pizcast, the Metaversal Malarkey Shit Show. Sorry, Metaversal Malarkey Madhouse, Sacred Secretion Circus Shit Show. Man, that's a fucking tongue twister. Jump up. Link is there.
When it comes to things like that, and that's the whole thing. I'm very honest, and I put out information that'll make you think. That's what I want to do. I want to make people think. I want them to free their minds, because I truly believe that, despite what other people might say. I truly believe that if you free your mind, your ass will follow. If you just free your body and you don't have anywhere to go with your mind, well, you might as well just still be a slave.
Right. I just want to make it clear that I stand beside everything that I've said to be true.
I mean, I hate when somebody will come on and try to do. I mean, be belittling. You know, it's like I got this guy, this fucking physics professor. He keeps wanting to come on and act like a little child, and I find that the higher educated these people are, the more childish they fucking act.
Yeah, I know. You could be anyone on the internet just lying and shit. I know you can do that. Right. First of all, second of all,
broadcast from his classroom before during lectures and shit. So.
Right.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you never know. People are always just nation. People lie all the time, right?
Oh yeah. Well,
I would love to meet you guys face to face and just chill out and just have a conversation. That would be nice, man.
A lot of you people don't know it, but I'm a Nigerian prince. Yes, it was me that was sending you the fucking emails. Okay.
No, you're
Thanks for your help.
You're lying, that was me actually. So I know you're lying with me.
Thanks for all your fucking help. You know.
It's ridiculous, man. People can say whatever. Action speaks louder than words. I want to see action. I want to see people actually doing something real. And then I'll believe it. You know? People can talk all they want. They can say, oh, you want freedom, you want this, you want that. No, do you really want that? Are you willing to actually act and do it? Most aren't, to be honest with you. What are you willing to give up? It's not going to be easy. You have to set yourself up to lose in a way because you go against it.
You just have to be a little uncomfortable, and people aren't willing to give that up.
No, God forbid anybody should suffer any kind of discomfort. You know, and that's what the problem is. See, it goes right back to that where it says, strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. Weak men create bad times. Bad times create strong men. It's cyclical. We're in the bad times that has been created by weak men. And so it's up to the strong men to bring about good times again. Somebody to jerk this fucking knot in the ass of this, whatever the fuck is going on, and say, hey man, no, we're not putting up with that. We're not going to tolerate it.
Because the social engineers are trying to create a class of people that are weakest mentally and physically possible. What's going on? I've seen this video the other day. There's people going around asking people basic questions, basic math questions, and basic things that any little child should know. And they have no fucking idea. No one knows anything. People are so stupid nowadays. It's unbelievable. The younger generation, you know? People born after like 2000 are fucked.
I know.
School and prison are the same.
Yeah,
they are. Same shit. You know, I couldn't wait to get the fuck out. I couldn't wait. As soon as I found out when I was old enough that I could quit school, I didn't hesitate. I was like, fuck this shit. They say, oh, you have to have a high school diploma. No, you don't. I still don't have one. I still don't have one. I don't even have a GED.
Neither do I.
Never do
I.
What if I did?
I don't care.
Listen,
executive chef's pass and everyone below me went to culinary school from 50 to 100K.
Well, here's the thing: is that piece of paper is only as good as the stupidest person that has one.
Right? That's the truth.
Hey, need I go any further with it? If you know, I know a lot of people got one of those things and they can't even fucking read it. You know, so what good is it? It's no measure of intelligence.
The optics are high, ladies and gentlemen.
And every job I've ever applied for that said you need to show GED or diploma or something, they've never once, ever in my life asked for that.
Nope, me either.
Never.
It's a fucking scam. It's an indoctrination camp. Yep. Pretty much. You want to hear something fucking hilarious? For me, I grew up in a very poor area as well. So I went to school in grade 10. I went in there to get my time people, and because the school's so fucked, no one shows up ever because you don't learn anything there. It's that fucked. That they're just graduating people on purpose. Just falsely. I don't know. I went there. I had 33 credits. I had a credit extra. You're supposed to have 32. I had 33. Boom! I got my shit. I never even fucking attended. They have to do that because they don't have enough people graduating every year to get closed. They won't get funding. They'll get closed down. Yep. So they push people through either way. They're just getting enough to show up.
Yeah.
Schools like that. Yeah. Schools like that. That's how it is.
But look, guys, it's so cool because something happened to where we found each other on this channel. And on this journey, we found each other. How and why, I don't know, but we did, and we're all connected. We're all connected.
Yeah. This is just for you to be existing is nearly impossible. Like,
I know.
If you look at the odds, which I don't believe in odds, the probability, so you can manipulate that shit easily. I think that's. But I'm saying, just for you to be alive right now, never mind me, everyone having a conversation. Just for you to be alive right now, you could get hit by lightning 3 times in a row while winning the lottery, then I'll probably give you a better chance of being able to speak.
Yeah, make no mistake, guys. We are unique. We are one of a kind.
I say that all the time. I love it when people try to pigeonhole me into their little categories. You know,
exactly. That's what they want. That's divide and conquer. You're in this group, and that's that group. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear about that.
You can't be categorized. See, that frustrated the school as much as it frustrated me because there's a categorization process that takes place during that indoctrination, and they couldn't fit me into any fucking. There was no pigeonhole for me. You see, I never conformed to any one type of a thing. I was always just very unique, and I'm still unique. You know, and that's what makes me me. I think I saw one time it was this lady was wearing a shirt that said, "You were born an original. Don't die being a copy." And I was like, "Oh shit, that makes sense."
And you know what's funny? Everything is divide and conquer. You know, all this shit on YouTube is all divide, zero conquering. You're really conquering nothing. This is affecting zero change. There's no organization. There's no proper goal that everybody's working towards. If you guys want to enact change, you have to have. You can't really be fooled into this fucking trick. It's all divide.
That's what I was going to say. That's who's winning is this grand plan, this grand algorithm. That's
exactly. You're a part of it. This is a part of it. I've been observing it. It's completely a part of the fucking plan. It's hilarious. Like they're keeping people fucking enslaved, if you want to call it that, by fighting amongst each other. Like, how are you ever going to formulate a plan if you're fighting amongst each other? You're done. You're in. You've lost.
How in the world is anybody?
I'm definitely going to watch that clip after. I'm going to run it.
You're going to fight anything when they are so weak that a mere word.
Drop the link in the chat if you can.
Make them cringe and curl and cry.
Or the people who have those one-trick ponies, the one solution that no one else thought of, so everybody else shut up and listen. When I hear people like that, I in my mind, I think of the narrowest road possible. Anyone could think that there's just one solution given to one actual meat suit is a ludicrous idea.
No, what you have to do is you have to formulate a proper plan and use the element of surprise. You have to use the force that's being put onto you against itself. In a circular nature, bound like the it's all cyclical. But you have to use their energy and their momentum against them in a certain way. You can always win. You just have to strategize and act with your action. Thought, emotion, and finding action is the hardest thing to do for most people.
From my own experience,
thoughts all the time, but they don't have any actions.
Right,
so you
right.
have to physically bring it to existence.
From my own experience, being able to walk away from bad situations, you didn't put that on a billboard. You thought, you planned, you experimented different ways and what you needed to do, but you didn't go to the person who's
the abusive video on Snafu Snap 6, which degrades Mad Mystics X-Mods and abuses them with lies and bullshit. That please report her videos and his videos while I work in the background on some things. I will still host live streams. I plan on going live tomorrow about 5:30 Pacific time. We will welcome everybody into the chat, and then I will do a short public video, and then we are going into a private chat from there. So come by, and you're gonna have to go into the StreamYard backstage where you don't have to show your face or anything. And when I go, after I'm done doing the public video, we will go into a private chat and have a good old time. We do not want views. I do not want to grow my channel. I just want to hang out with my friends, and no one is going to restrict me or tell me that I cannot do that or try to bully me to make me stop streaming. So I think I'm going to change the announcement to Thursday at 5:30 p.m. and we will have a public chat, which will be. Why they gave you so much time.
Snaps. Why do I know she edits shit and she's full of shit?
Firstly, because it's very enjoyable to me to call people out who are doing unspeakable things to other people and saying things that are very wrong. And secondly, I'm snowed in.
She edited that. It used to say snaps and snaps. Why do I know she edits shit and she's full of shit? These crazy ass bitches think public record is fucking they think putting public record is terrorist action. They get triggered. They fucking want to call police and waste police time for their triggered cupcake Me Too weaponized bullshit. This bitch is a fucking danger to society. She's a danger to the planet, but they have upped the fucking Karen game 100%. For that, Venus meets Penis, I'm very proud of you. You have upped your Karen game. The Snafu crew, the Truth Yo, is there for you. Now, yes, do you support criminals and frauds, and have you made threats like Survival Living? And are you a fraud yourself, just like his wife? Yes. Just like the fake heart attacks? Yes. Just like the witches trying to put spells on me? Yes. But ladies, the Granny Panty Club is something you should be proud of. You should be very proud of the Granny Panty Club. I mean, you guys, you have upped the game of Karens.
The abuse. We will welcome everybody. So I think I'm going to change it to the background. I do not feed the trolls. Do not feed them any longer. I do not want you to feed them. Do not leave comments on their videos. Just report them for harassment. Report them for everything that you can report them for on the YouTube list of reportable events, which you can report the same video over and over again in different categories. Please do that, and we will see you all tomorrow at 5:30. I will change the announcement time. I love you very much, and I'm going to put the link in the chat for you to find these videos. But if you go to Snafu Snap 6, you you will see the only video there, a very derogatory picture of me and my two friends standing around Snaps, who has a naked body, and we're touching him. This is what he kind of wants, and he's a very sick person, and you need to report this for me and Tin and Skies and Leslie. Report. The video will come down. I think you are the granny, not me. I know, and we're going to. I'm not got much love. You shoot me. Be derogatory like that for photograph. Okay.
Fucking piece of shit scumbag. The fucking crazy. And that's the truth, yo. Fuck off, you fucking crazy ass batshit Nazi weaponized Me Too Karen fucking piece of shit scumbag. Venus Cupcake, Tinfoil, Tamara, Donna, Tamara, and Leslie, and all you little cupcake fuckers. Remember, you're the one who supports pedophiles, criminals, traitors. You're the one who are fucking batshit crazy Karens. Yes. Batshit crazy Karens. What?
No. Start out your life. They're dangerous. Shoot. They're yelling at us. Oh, yeah. I'm yelling at you guys. And they're calling out what we're saying about this charity fraud. It's a huge deal. This is a big deal. It's not just... They were having a watch party. Like a stalking watch party. You know, that's why I want to keep Danny's putting on her head. These women are terroristic in nature. She's like, oh, these terrorists are the most public records. Public looking at she's showing her little bloody fucking nasty Danny's putting on her head. Like a crazy triggered old crazy. All of them are. And then laughing. And Leslie's going to have a heart attack. And this bitch addict. You know, they blame others for their health issues. They're acting a fool on camera. Mister, I'm very proud of your journalistic exposing. I'm very glad you got these fucktards out of your lives. They're dangerous.
Are you pogo, sir? Are you pogo?
To Leslie, you know, behavior. Firstly, because it's very. Shoot. They're yelling at us. Oh, yeah. I'm yelling at you guys. And they're calling out what we're saying about this charity fraud. It's a huge deal. This is a big deal. It's not just... They were having a watch party. Like a stalking watch party. You know, that's why I want to keep Danny's putting on her head. These women are terroristic in nature. She's like, oh, these terrorists are the most public records. Public looking at she's showing her little bloody fucking nasty Danny's putting on her head.
Crazy shit, though.
ISIS will be a force motherland. And American ISIS and ISIS is the one who reassembles the body and fashions the others to create the resurrected force. Well, Kourtney Kardashian's middle name is Mary. So Kourtney Kardashian here is ISIS in the ritual. And so yeah.
You to be you. From the dawn of man, we have turned to nature to help attain balance within ourselves. The question is, available to TFR, the IO life.
If there's, or even just telling someone what your goals are, writing them down is so important because once you can identify your goal.
Out of her head. She's this old lady with a big.
Yeah.
I wanted to, like, if you could tell me more about the Jesuit Saturn connection. I know the whole black cube thing, but if there's anything else you knew.
Well, it's again just a turning order, Saturn worship, and sacrifice. Back, True Seeker. Over the break, I'm reading about CNN's 9/11 p.m. post, the zombie virus. All right, but yeah, that is Novelty. Again, that's the Truth Vibration Podcast Wingman. If you guys want to check out what they're doing, trying to bring some humor to the truth scene. And I know he's gonna be working on his Ben Shapiro in the meantime. Let's go out to 347. What's up, 347? 347?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, anonymity. What's up, Zach?
Yeah, what's up?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, cool. Is it open or is it a topic?
It's open mic night.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, is this the Bulls 66 game?
Is tonight the Bulls 66 game?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know Bulls equals 66, but did they play their 66th game tonight? Let's see. They were 29 and 36 coming in. Oh yeah, it looks like nice because I thought the Bulls had a shot to upset tonight. The Nuggets are going to stay on 46 wins.
What's the name of the arena they playing in?
Ball Arena. That equals 66 too, like Bulls, doesn't it?
Wait. How are the Navis?
Yeah, again, so Bulls, nice upset tonight over the Nuggets. Nuggets staying on 46 wins. Chicago 46. You're right, it is the Bulls' 66th game.
How about this one? How about the Knicks breaking a 9-game winning streak and 9 to 66 on a 66 day?
Well, what I liked about that one is Charlotte had the date numerology and Charlotte kept them on 39 wins when New York and Charlotte both equal 39. Indeed.
Like you're a genius. Have a good night. Have a good night.
Hey, congrats on the wins. I think you made a few bucks tonight. Way to go.
Listen, everybody should really subscribe to the page.
We already know why.
Okay, the other thing that caught my eye, I think you just announced the female energy. So I don't know if that has anything to do with anything there, but it's been changing a lot of streetlights to red for me since I went. So the kids going to school pretty much. Now they're going out to do a homeschool, but they might put them back. But if their shots come up again, they might.
So it's like I've been holding people's hands my whole life. It's just like okay, yeah. A stingray stabbed him. I don't know what RuneScape is, but I'll wish you luck. RuneScape. It's a new one to me. Like Holy Roman Empire. You guys might want to do a decode on stocks and companies that equal 23 because they seem to be performing better in 23. Be talking more about that on the Friday investment group. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is already 26 years since Notorious B.I.G. died. It's weird. I associate his death with Carl's Jr. The reason I do it is because like a Carl's Jr. just opened by where I live at the time. Like the first Carl's Jr. They were like this California company that was expanding our neck of the woods. And I had this friend. He wanted to go get some waffle fries in the morning. And he was just getting into hip-hop music. He was all sad about the death of his waffle fries at Carl's Jr. But yeah, where does the time go? I was like 13 years old. No, I wasn't even. Yeah, I was 13. I guess I was 13, close to 14. Biggie on March 9th. Biggie 39. Something tells me we'll get some more names added to this list as the days go on that have not been released yet. An Israeli actor died today, too. On 3/8. June 38. Let's see real quick. He was older. He's got to live to be 87. He died 180 days after his birthday, or his 181st day of his age, 42nd prime. Anyway. Whoa, hold on. Mitch McConnell with a rough fall today. What would we do without the turkey gobbler? Can't stand Mitch McConnell. I think he got some surgery on his neck. Doesn't have as much of that turkey effect as it used to. Oh. Got another shooting, supposedly. LA shooting. The Lincoln Heights neighborhood on 3/8.
At Corwin Ford.
Stop it. Again, Lincoln does have that 38 connection. Lincoln Heights neighborhood shooting on 3/8. All right, but yeah, we'll follow up with whatever else is to come tomorrow. And I don't know. We'll see if they do Jimmy Carter tomorrow. Not only is he number 39 in terms of the presidency, but yeah, hospice. And they've been saying since President's Day weekend that he's on his deathbed. So let me go back and see when that first Jimmy Carter headline broke. Could be the latest slap in the face by the numbers. They announced that news on February 18th that he was going to go into hospice care. So tomorrow will be 19 days later, or a span of 20. And we do see that number a lot with death. R.I.P. to Lisa Marie Presley, who died 20 days before her birthday. But yeah, that's it for now, True Seeker. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Have a good evening. If you're D26, have a good day. Lincoln Heights 223, huh? Number of the year. All right. Appreciate that, Gorilla J. Gorilla I, not J. Can't even read letters anymore. Women's wear daily equals 83 and 70, and the writer dies on 8/3 at age 70. Go figure. On National Women's Day, too. Yeah. Good one. You guys, by the way, before I do sign off, Amy's channel, Crack Their Code. She said she's getting close to 1,000 subscribers. If you guys want to give Amy a sub. Crack Their Code all together, no spaces. About 200 more to go. And she does have a website too, cracktheircode.org, if you guys want to check that out. Indianapolis is where they did the Mike Epps thing, huh? Go figure. She's been busy. She's been posting away during the show. Amy's on the grind like yours truly. Keep it up, Amy. All right, all. Until next time.
Over young circles and out.
Alternate history be like. There are many pivotal events in human history, but all pale in comparison to the Finno-Korean Hyperwar. The Hyperwar was fought between the two great superpowers at the time, the Great Han Empire and the ancient Finnish Empire, also called the Proto-Finnic Holy Roman Khaganate. The commune of Lemuria had also briefly joined the war on the side of the Finns until they disappeared without a trace. Starting in 8,245 and ending in 6,172 BC. The war lasted 2,073 years. Battles occurred across the planet's surface and orbital sphere. Both armies were evenly matched in technological advancement and experienced commanders, with the Han Empire utilizing proto-ninjas and Jedi Knights against the famed Ursine cavalry and pre-horse archers of the Finns. The Lemurians were the most destructive, unleashing arcane techno-sorcery onto the battlefield and horrors beyond comprehension. The war could be divided into 4 phases: the departure of the Nephilim in 8000 BC and the unexplained disappearance of the Lemurian people from Earth, the Huan Civil War in 6201 BC, which led to the collapse of the Huan Empire eventually, the Indo-European Rebellion in 6000 BC, which caused the Third Neanderthal Genocide, and finally the War on Autism, which is still an ongoing conflict today, in which the autism plague was unleashed on mankind. The most likely culprit was the last emperor of the Huan Empire, Emperor Kim Il-sung, first Huan who activated the Giza mass autism array before ending his life. This weapon of mass destruction ended the Finno-Korean Hyperwar with the Proto-Finnish Khaganate partitioned and Huan Africa ceded to King Weihwus I. The war ended with heavy ground losses on both sides and the destruction of both empires' space fleets. Both empires also ceased to function, with future descendants of the ancient Finnish Empire having underdeveloped social skills and the descendants of the Huan Empire losing on average 3 inches of the penis length. The war would also destroy humanity's overall scientific advancement and wouldn't be reached again unleashed on mankind. The most likely culprit was the last emperor of the Huan Empire, Emperor Kim Il-sung, first Huan who activated the Giza mass autism array before ending his life. This weapon of mass destruction ended the Finno-Korean Hyperwar with the Proto-Finnish Khaganate partitioned and Huan Africa ceded to King Weihwus I. The war ended with heavy ground losses on both sides and the destruction of both empires' space fleets. Both empires also ceased to function, with future descendants of the ancient Finnish Empire having underdeveloped social social skills, and the descendants of the Yuan Empire losing on average 3 inches of the penis length. The war would also destroy humanity's overall scientific advancement and wouldn't be reached again until pre-Diluvian Babylon. The causes of this war are largely unknown. Some say both armies were fighting over their shared ancestral land of Turan. Some say the war was orchestrated by the dastardly scientist Yaqub. Some even blame the now disappeared Lemurians. But after my research, I can safely say that you should subscribe to youtube.com/master.
The things that you said. The things that you said about Brazilians, for example, Chael, where you're saying that while you were playing with computers, they were playing with mud. You understand how it is that some of that would be taken as race baiting. Do you not? No?
Dan, I've got a degree in sociology from the...
The day in Norway, another group of babies left out alone in the cold. Look at me. But it helps with their breathing and makes them more independent. That's why so many people leave home earlier in Norway than other countries.
I have in my lifetime made 10 gardens, and wherever I go, I plant 2 things for sure: rosemary and southernwood. Rosemary is one of my most favorite herbs. My children.
Oh, hey, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
What's your message to Joe Biden before you leave?
Thank you.
Oh.
Get over here.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Forest for the tree, yeah. The forest for the tree, the forest for the tree.
Hey, thanks for joining, Mr. Watch the Collapse, sir. Appreciate it, bro. It was fun. No crybabies on a full moon. I like. I'm guessing this is from a book that has been removed or is in the Vatican archives or is just extremely hard to get your hands on, but it says here this is the last page that this Instagrammer posted that I follow. It says the oceans and winds took 6 days after the start of the cataclysm. I'm guessing this is from a book. The oceans and wind took 6 days after the start of the cataclysm to resolve their holocaustic wars on the surface of the earth, and in the seventh day began to settle down to 5,000 years of normal complacency. The 2-mile thick ice caps of the Laurentian Basin and the Indian Ocean, having shifted from their polar homes and started a new course of resolving equatorially, proceeded to melt at tremendous speeds in the torrid heat, carving great grooves in the mountains as the rushing, gushing, swirling water and ice overwhelmed everything in their paths. The great amounts of moisture being poured into the atmosphere were to shroud the torrid zone in a dark fog for many years during several generations, and the oceans rose 200 feet over all the world with the sudden melting of the ice caps as they do after each cataclysm. The end of the Laurentian Ice Age and the start of the Old Stone Age was complete. The Mayan tongue lived on in scattered remnants. Polynesian tongues, Greek, Yakut, Egyptian, Eskimo tongues, nomadic, Oriental, German, American Indian, just about all languages. The resurrection from the waters, Tao, lived on in many stories of a man who's survived later to become Ta'aroa, Tongaroa, Taroa, depending on which tribe's legends you find. Adam and Eve would have sprung from the same story. Who knows? Interesting. I would read all this, but it would take a long time. But it does look very intriguing. It's a good one right there. I like that.
I've been told that the moon is a machine filled with computers. It watches, observes, downloads, uploads information.
I've been told you're a shill, so I don't know.
In the universe. It has been used as a monitoring and manipulation station by non-humans for millions of years. I have talked with people who have worked in government intel agencies, people who would be CIA, NSA, have said, it's absolutely right. I've been told that the moon is a machine filled with computers. It watches.
Your journey to financial freedom could start right now, but if you're looking for a reason...
Another object in the sky. There have now been 3 objects shot down in a week, and there were worries that a 4th might have been spotted in Montana.
In the year 2024, a global event will alter the course of mankind's future.
The world will stand witness to a massive alien invasion. Thousands of projected holographic alien warships will blanket the skies, sending people into a global panic. Real military crafts within the holograms will inflict actual damage to the surrounding areas the cell begin. And as a result of the ensuing looming chaos, a one-world government will immediately form without any resistance from the people. They will be the new world order. Once this happens, we as a people will be doomed.
Another object in the sky. There have now been 3 objects shot down in a week, and there were worries that a 4th might have been spotted in Montana.
In the year 2024, a global event will
start. Let me give you a little inspiration.
The amount of energy we're talking about here is 3.6 million watts. To give you an idea of what that is, the largest legal AM radio station in North America is 50,000 watts. HAARP is 72,000 50,000 watt radio stations, injecting their entire output into a spot that's about 12 miles across by about 2.5 miles deep by about 90 miles up.
This is where HAARP is pointing. It's an area located roughly 300 miles from Anchorage. The U.S. military says HAARP is merely being used to study the physical and electrical properties and behavior of the ionosphere for both civilian and defense purposes. But another theory has surfaced. The intense energy being beamed into the sky by HAARP is actually heating up the atmosphere, causing weather changes.
HAARP is being used for weather modification. The military's own record proves it. They've admitted it within their own documents, and yet they still deny it to the public.
The amount of energy we're talking about here is 3.6 million watts.
All right, so here's what happened when I replaced my coffee with.
You can do. You're free to say what.
We're all on medication right now. Did you use toothpaste with fluoride today to block the pineal gland? And they put children on it. It's inside the deodorants that we use. It's all these things to create like a disconnect to God, to serve that. We're all on medication right now. Did you use toothpaste with fluoride today to block the pineal gland? And they put children on it. It's inside the deodorants that we use. It's all these things to create like a disconnect to God, to serve that. We're all
but the thing is, though, that you have different intentions and you have different conviction.
What are the intentions I've said?
You have used him just like anybody.
John,
just like
you're
Donald Trump.
deflecting the conversation and repeating things. And
I'm not repeating things. I'm trying to make a point. You're not even listening.
Actually, here's the
point. I don't even know why Paul lets you on here all the time, because you won't even listen. Why don't you listen? That's your problem, is you don't listen to people.
No.
Just because I'm bald and younger than you think you have some sort of superiority complex.
John, look how you're behaving. Trying to establish domination and control by constantly interrupting.
You're just not taking any.
You're describing yourself.
You're just looking at your own failed ideology. You don't want to do anything. You don't need to do any work. Faith without works is dead, bitch. I'm sorry you had to bring it out, but yeah. Just like, is this always this ebb and flow? Is this like you just think, oh, we're there, and then bam, it just like rug pull. Jack Talcott's ego gets in the way of any progression of actually changing his life and actually doing something good for himself. He's a goddamn loser. He can't cut his own goddamn hair. He's never gonna learn, so it's pointless getting angry at him. So anyway, I guess he just has to suffer more. All right, everyone else, get up on here. I'm done with him.
Yeah, I think you did a good job with him, John. You're right, he can't cut his own hair. Lazy, no good son of a bitch.
Like you think you're getting somewhere, like you get really, really close and he just pulls a rug pull on you and he's like, well, who are you to say, why are you trying to gain dominance over me? It's like his ego just gets in the way and it's just really frustrating, So,
yeah, I agree. It's been that way since day one with me. Yeah. And regardless of what you think about me despite everything, you can still go back and look. Our conversation started out congenial. And it wasn't until I got to know Jack for the fake that he is that I let everybody know he's just being fake. And I'm tired of it. And I've been tired of it ever since. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
Both of you.
You're not angry for no reason, Wizard.
Yourselves.
It definitely shows that Wizard is not angry for no reason.
You guys are both egotistical, enabling each other's anger and ignorance.
Aren't you projecting Jack Talcott?
Only you will know. What are the facts?
It's just like you just leave people on. It's just like I thought we were really going somewhere, man. And you just fucking pull a rug pull on me.
Right.
You pulled the fucking rug on me, and now I call you a bitch because you're a bitch. You have no fucking works, okay? But it's so pointless getting angry. It's like getting angry at a stone. Like you're not going to change. You're always going to stay a long-haired freaky person. Maybe that song did have some wisdom into it. No, long-haired freaky people should not apply here. I guarantee that. Jack Talcott, don't apply here. Get out of here. I yield.
See, Jack, I'm not afraid to admit I'm one of those long-haired freaky fuckers too.
I know.
See, that's the problem. When it comes down to finally admitting the fucked up shit, they ain't got nowhere to run. That's your way out, and you ain't yet realized it, dumbass.
Keith, we're more similar than your disagreements make you believe. And unfortunately, I'll probably say the same about John. I'm sure there was a time where I didn't control my mouth and constantly sought attention.
This is why no one wants to talk to you, Jack. They don't want to talk to
I'm honest. I'm honest, right? We live in a world of liars. People don't like honest
You're a
people.
fucking psychopath. That's what you are.
No, I'm not.
You're fucking passive-aggressive, manipulative.
No, you're describing
psychopath.
you again, John.
Oh, really? We're gonna play the projection game now?
That's what you're doing.
You like playing games, Jack?
No. I like having
You like
philosophical
going to the carnival?
discussion.
You like playing the circus?
No.
Playing ball toss?
No. Look at you.
You don't like going to the circus?
Holy fuck. Holy.
I like going to the circus.
Holy.
I like seeing the lions. I like seeing the people walking the top rope. The tightrope.
I know.
I like to see positivity coming from Jack. How do you bounce back from Jack? You look like you just got shit on. How do you come back from it?
I'm me. This kid of John. He's. I can't wait.
You just let him destroy you. Like, come on, buddy.
There's no one's destroying me. Don't play into this bullshit.
No, well, at least you got your smile back, so you're not down to nothing.
Right,
You
I'm still
got
good
faith in what you're talking about. This is where you understand this is where God comes from, and the scriptures and things that motivate you. This is where you're coming from now.
I'm coming from a place of love. I'm filled with gratitude for the fact that I live. You know that we get to live? I mean, that's pretty fucking cool. It's pretty amazing. Not everyone gets to make it through today. Many are going to die. Many did die today. There's probably a bunch born today, too. You know, there's shit happening beyond what we just pay attention to. It's a big world. I kind of think ending wars and oppression would be a cool thing to experience in this lifetime. DD 2 to 14, did you say you through?
Jack, have you been an opponent of the gay community being attracted to kids, pedophiles in the gay community? Have you been
That's a good question. No, I do not promote immorality, and I include pedophilia and the abuse of the innocent to be quite immoral.
So, Jack, is morality subjective or is it objective? Everybody love everybody.
It's my favorite treat. A yummy cupcake. They taste so sweet. Freshly oven baked. I want them in my tummy. Cupcakes are yummy.
What the fuck?
Cupcakes are yummy.
What am I doing?
Jack, so is morality subjective or is it objective?
Why does my opinion matter to you?
It tells me about character. That's how I do my character assessment.
Define morality in the context of your question, please.
I'm asking you, is it subjective or is it objective?
Place your definition of morality, and then I'll be able to answer.
Good and evil.
Okay. Good and evil.
Objective or is it subjective?
I suppose in the deepest level, it's completely subjective, because there is the light and the dark, there is the good and the bad. Between those, they reveal the distinctions and details of perfection. Perfection exists. Our opinions keep it away from us.
Freshly oven baked. I want them in my tummy. Cupcakes are yummy. Cupcakes are yummy.
That's good stuff.
Cupcakes are yummy.
Wow. Maybe I am a cupcake.
That's the fucking truth, yo. You are a cupcake.
Hey, I don't care. I am that which God has formed me, and I've chosen to become.
Jack, why don't you get a job?
Because I'm not a slave?
No, you're a bum.
Well, again, I'm not looking for a job as much as support in creating value into the world. I think
You're
if I
looking
can...
for donations, right? Are you looking for money and donations? People, the great Calcott audiobook is coming soon, right?
Oh, yeah.
But
Is it going to be $50, Jack?
No, if people want to discuss it,
All and all the kind of
I just want to apologize to everybody for lacking any direction whatsoever on the stream. So, excuse me. Future streams will have more direction and a stream of consciousness that is directed in a direction. Hopefully.
free copy. Do we get a free copy of the Jack Calcott audiobook?
Anything I share will be offered freely or for donation.
I will only read if you have a chapter on cupcakes, okay?
You might be the cover page for that fucking chapter, dude.
I want one chapter of cupcakes and how everybody is hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, everybody with everybody, New World Order.
How we just see one another, show respect for one another.
You don't have respect for yourself. Why do you think people will respect you?
I have plenty of self-respect.
Why haven't you gone over to Ian China's and spread the message of Calcottism over there? Have they blocked you to be in China?
No, I just haven't been. I haven't been pulled to go. It looked a little chaotic. I went and hung out with Dave over on his channel for a little bit.
Calcott, you're vibing low.
I'm chilling, dude. I'm fucking high on life.
No, man, you're vibing low right now. You got up your antenna.
You're a confused man who actually says words that you don't even know. You don't even pay attention to what you say. I'm certain of that.
Are you preparing for a new background? Because once reality hits you, you're going to have to find a new background, right?
Well, when reality hits others, they'll wake the fuck up and we'll work together and create something big. And yeah, maybe I'll be
right. It's never your fault. It's always our fault. Now I can see why no one wants to fucking talk to you because you're a goddamn fucking parasite.
I know.
You're a fucking fuck a buddy. Everybody loves everybody. Morality is subjective.
No, well,
you have no conviction. You're a loser.
Yeah, have you contacted the United Nations yet? You told us last week you were going to work with the United Nations and moving forward. And you talked about the great things Talcott doing. How's the United Nations first meeting, conference call, meeting, whatever you're going to do over there with Nazi scumbag government?
Yeah, you told him?
How the fuck is that going, buddy?
Did you write them a letter at least?
You guys are such fucking simpletons. That is a distant goal. I
No, you
repeatedly
said it was
stated my.
you did specify. You actually made it sound
Hey,
very
snafu,
critical.
snafu,
You said,
snafu.
I'm a current godlike creature.
You come on in here and you're like, oh yeah, we gotta go in, and you never fucking do anything. You're a fucking leech. No wonder why no one wants to be with you. You just fucking just tag along. Like one of these fucking bum hippies that just like goes to the colony and just eats all the fucking food and never works. And sleeps in until like fucking 2 o'clock. You're a fucking deadbeat, you piece of shit. Fucking get a job and grow some fucking balls once in your life, you piece of crap.
Hey, if I may ask, you've been giving a lot of good uplifting, opinions on things. But am I assuming I heard you're losing your home and you don't have income, you're not working? Why are you not working? If you don't mind me asking.
At this point, no offense. Go back and listen to my words, or check out my many videos that I do on my own.
Are you afraid your story's going to change, Talcott?
He's a dumb man.
Are you afraid that when you tell him your story's going to change? That's why you told him you can't answer the man's question right now?
Ooh.
I feel it's an easy question to ask without saying I have to go watch the videos to understand.
It was an easy question, dude.
Irrelevant. It's an irrelevant ear. You didn't like my answer.
It's a simple question.
Holy fuck.
And tell the man, aren't you both the veterans? Talcott, you should brother it up or whatever. Tell the man the fucking question he asked you. Instead, you're trying to make excuses.
This book backs you. They lead you on, and then they just fucking rug pull. You're a fucking scammer. You're a fucking scam, Jack Talcott.
John,
you're not a real person.
John, can you really?
No, you're not.
Right, that's why you're treating me like this, because you don't. You're
Are you really going to cupcake it, me too, on his ass, dude? Grow a pair of balls, the other veteran asked you about your job, and now you're me too in Karen mode. I literally had granny panties attack Talcott. I don't need some fucking cupcake Talcottism. Just fucking answer the man's
I'm
question.
calling you a little bitch, Snapper.
I know you're calling me a little bitch. I know it. Talcott, answer the man's question.
Holy shit, you're like a scared little mouse, dude. You don't fucking shut up.
I am. You Talcottism is scary. Granny panty shit scares. The world is scary, dude. Yes. I'm me too in it right now, too.
There's reasons I don't go to work. I've explained it repeatedly. Now,
well, explain it for people who have been here. There's lots of new people here.
Are you ill? Is that why?
Or explain it to the man to answer the simple question. Like, let's let him answer the question, but the man asked you one-on-one why you're not working, why you haven't. Everyone knows for a while. I kind of see what I see. Everyone sees what easy, but this man said why you don't work, and then you made an excuse. Yeah, and then you turned into a Karen Me Too victim. Just answer the man's question. Don't cupcake it, Talcott. Don't cupcake it, dude. Please. Do not put icing on your fellow veteran brother.
Jesus, would you shut up? So, I'll address the working as well as why didn't I contact the UN. At the same reason, I don't give a fuck about the material things. I am seeking relationships, connections with my family, my old friends, the people in my community. Now, in my physical community, I found none. So I ventured into this nonsense, fucking virtual reality. And I've got morons who really believe that people on the other end are not real. That's the ego. Egos are fucking insane.
So we're just supposed to believe that Jack Talcott on the other end of the camera talking all this crazy I'm the Messiah shit. Can't even answer the man's question about job, and then you cupcake it. It's not real. We can't quite say it's not real. So we're just saying
it's our fault. We've heard Jack's feelings too much for him to go out and get a job.
No,
here.
Can you listen?
You said you're not into materialistic things, so why would you do the house? I understand now. That's why you're not a job. Because you don't want to materialistic things.
Those who have no faith have no trust. That's why you guys trust
your
your
I'm saying you're like some you
know what?
That's the type of person he is.
Nonsense, John. Can you please stop?
You're not a hard worker. You're a bum.
Holy fuck! You know what? You're a clown. I'm a man. I'm a messenger.
At least I fucking have a job.
I'm no fucking different than you assholes. You know what? You guys are fucking seriously.
So Jack,
let me share a bit of wisdom rather than listen to your fucking opinions again, John.
Why are you treating us
the stories of God and creation?
Jack, do you feel threatened like a cupcake?
Do I look like I feel threatened?
You feel threatened? Are you cupcake threatened?
No, I'm not.
I know about the granny panty Karens.
Hey, I answered your question. Recognize my answer, Snafu. You're such a clown, dude. You guys fight and argue for fucking entertainment because you're conditioned as slaves. Apparently, you don't give a shit that wars are going on, and that God brought you potential opportunities to explore. Have a good night.
It's people like you why we act this way. Oh, there we go.
So he's worried about wars, and he's not going to want materialistic things, so he's just going to not work, so he loses all that, and now what is he going to do? How's he changing wars? I don't understand how he's spending it.
I think this guy's up bed.
Hey, I was like busy. I just got back. Like, where's Jack?
We chased him away.
Well, what's that about? So I leave for like a few minutes, and I come back.
You called him cupcake too many times.
I don't understand. Like, what happened?
We called him cupcake.
He tweeted on everyone.
Yeah.
So like you guys had I'm sure he gave you an opportunity to do something, work on something, and you guys probably fucked it off, right, to make fun of him. He didn't want to answer the man's question about why. So he didn't come up and say like he had a whole plan on how to make the world better, and you guys went and made fun of him and fucked it off, right?
Yeah,
no, they were asking why he wasn't working. Jack ran away when the question came. Why don't you get a job, Jack? And that's when he ran away.
Yeah, you got.
All right, well, I'm to come back and I'm wrapping up. All right.
Okay.
You know, I leave for a few minutes. I turn around. I come back, and now you guys are like completely fucking went off the reservation.
Literally jumped up from the first story to the second story.
No, this isn't about fighting for controversy and entertainment. That's what you guys are all about. I'm trying to get something done here, and that's why I have Jack here. And you guys go and do this again. That was my fault. You know what, Snafu? I'm taking the responsibility. That was my fault. I should have fucking been here with Jack to get something done. I shouldn't have left him to the likes of you people, knowing how you would act. I've seen you all in action. John Vance, yeah. I bet you were probably the lead offender, like you always are. Harassing Talcott.
I mean, I called him a cupcake too many times. I apologize. Probably shouldn't have done
All right, well, if Talcott's not coming back, I'm wrapping up, right? I had some stuff to do, and now I can't. I go get some stuff done. I turn around and come get back and get some other stuff done. And main reason why I'm here is now he's not even here anymore. What am I supposed to do now?
I didn't run him off. I was quiet.
Well, that's a surprise because you're one of the other lead offenders usually. So it's good to know that maybe you got your act together recently. I'm just telling you to bang Jennifer now. Okay? Yeah, that's right. I might have to bang Jennifer. Might throw my stomach on top of her and let her know who's boss. Keep her in line. Go ahead, gentlemen. I use that term loosely, of course. Please. Final words. Let's wrap up. Get the hell out of here. I got to come back to this insane asylum 7 days a week. That means tomorrow again. It's always tomorrow. There's actually, you know what? Tomorrow doesn't exist. There's only the now. And every time I turn around in the now, I'm here with you people. An insane asylum. And you have the balls to run off a great man like Jack Talcott. Yeah, I'm pissed. I'm really pissed. Or I'm going to bed upset tonight. I'm telling you right now.
You always communicate to yourself. All right. With that, I'll sadly leave and pray for his return. Love y'all, brothers.
Thank you, Keith.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to him and obviously couldn't get anywhere and got a little bit frustrated.
I don't even try to explain it to me because I know what you do. You probably didn't even try to listen. You just had all these different types of imaginatory opinions.
Yeah.
You probably got in the past, probably went in the future. Yeah. I'm not even discussing it with you. I've seen you in action. I know what you're up to.
All right. Okay, with that said, Godspeed.
All right, John, man. Get a hold of yourself, man.
All right, I'll try. Okay, all right, talk to you later. Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Fucking pissed, man. You don't run Jack Talcott off out of here.
You left the room and let all the kids get out of control, Paul. What do you expect, man? These are your kids.
I'm trying to get something done here.
They're running around everywhere, including yourself.
Final words. All right, it's too upsetting to even bear continue to talk about.
I gotta say the optics are high, and maybe next time Talcott's asked about why he doesn't get a job, he can think about this one, so he'll not run off and he'll answer a simple question. When did you run off from your own Snafu?
Yeah, I'm not even gonna get started with you, Snafu, because you're another one. You know, I didn't hear what went on, but I wouldn't be surprised if you called him a cupcake, a pogo, a marfugal, a Karen, a granny panty, on and on. Or if I had to guess, you went down the list of all the same attitudes.
He's going to check his own episode. That's his episode, but I just want to say that I appreciate you coming back on the streams tonight, and yeah, much love, man. You're doing your thing. I appreciate it as always, and have a good one.
All right, Jackie Talcott, get some rest. That seems like that might not be your name, but I'm gonna go ahead and accept it for now.
Swamp monster.
Right, swamp monster, goblin creature. Go ahead, so get some rest. You're leaning in. It's not a good angle for you. Okay, so thank you, folks, for being here and being part of the insane asylum social life experiment. This is my life, Lauren. Okay, coming to a fucking panel with a bunch of sovereign citizens talking about crap. Sorry, that's a poor choice of words. I've been experiencing a holy divine energy lately. Is really what it is. That's what I meant to say. So with that, I will be leaving you. Again, please get some rest, stay inspired. Try not to descend into a vortex of madness while being here. If you need to take a few minutes away, I totally understand. It can be a lot. Jack Talcott, of course, I'm sorry for whatever went on. I couldn't do anything. Right? My hands were tied. You know I would have done something. I couldn't get it done this time. I'm sure that you'll be back at some point, maybe even tomorrow, like as soon as I come on. So I look forward to that. Yeah, I'm out of here. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Much love.
More people that can be woke up between now and then.
For sure, anybody can be woke up. It's whether or not they are willing to be woke up. Are you comfortable in their sleep? Are they comfortable in their dream? That's what's important. You know how it is when you're in deep sleep and you're having a really good dream, and then you wake up, you have to piss, right? You wake up, you have to piss, and you don't want to leave that dream. Well, it's that same type of a thing. These people, a lot of them, they're so immersed in the illusion, they believe it wholeheartedly. And how do they believe it? How do they believe that they're anything more than just a meat sack? They don't. Why? Because science doesn't say so. You know, they've never taken the time to
no, it depends on science.
A philosophical question of the human condition.
That depends where you're looking. Mainstream science is a lot of the real stuff. There's a lot of real research. But if you're comfortable in the illusion, you have to find it. You have to go looking for it. Right.
That's right. If you're comfortable in the illusion, you're not going to want to break out of it. You know.
Listen, what I'm saying is, it's like for me, I was chosen. I don't know about you guys. Like I had a near-death experience. It's like I was chosen to wake up for a reason.
Over.
Yes, and it really is only meant for certain people. So listen, I don't think that's true. No. Because that's another program that's inserted into your mind. I don't mean like people were chosen out of a hat. I mean like people who are capable of having an open mind. People who are able to.
Yeah, I have to agree with the whole thing because where it even says.
Yeah, I got some before you try.
It doesn't say everybody's going to have eyes to see.
Right.
Some are going to choose not to. Okay?
Right. Well, even in the paramedics, they say that this is like the seal of 70 years of lifespan. They say that. But what I think is, I don't think. Talk about dreams, right? Think about it in a dream. There's a bunch of characters and landscapes all being generated by your mind. Everything within your mind. So these people that are ignorant are actually, that's the ignorance inside of you, I think. I don't think if you had ignorance within any of us, we all have it. I feel like we wouldn't be seeing this shit happening. For all that hate, all this fucked up shit, I think it's a part of us. Unaccountable. And we're just been pointing the finger at the outside instead of looking within. Well, I was going to tell this little story. I have a cousin on the East Coast. She has the amount of children she wants to have. She supports her life. All is good. She's my cousin. We love each other. I tell her I'm going to Colorado. I'm going off grid. I'm doing shit my own way. I'm fed up with the system. And she couldn't wrap her head around it, guys. She even asked such odd questions. How do you shower out there? And I only tell the story to say that when you've been raised to
Not quite. Not quite. But as you can see, I have a library of clips here. You could really pick what one you want, really. I mean, you're here. We have, is this real? And a thought experiment. Jack gets educated. Z and Jack. Mitch gets bumped. Or no, Mitch makes Z leave. Got a lot of good clips here, bro. Let's see. Classic Jack-off.
I'm just hanging out with friends, man.
We're just shooting the shit, Jack.
Yeah, well, I wanted to discuss some other things. We can discuss history, politics, we can discuss government, consciousness, we can discuss spirituality.
Sure. Yep.
What part of history do you want to talk about? You talk about slavery. Okay, you start.
Getting down.
You start, Chap.
Can I give a little tale on history the way I've seen it?
Yes. Yes.
So, after the time of the Christ, he died a victim to the Roman Empire.
Can't
and
escape the loop, bro.
By the banker's lies. So Jesus was murdered by the police state. Then the Catholic Church rose, gained the power, claimed itself the king of the earth, and then leased out the properties to the various corporations established as governments. And then to oppose the Catholic churches, the Illuminati formed together, some of the more bright minds that were repulsed by what they'd seen. And then, of course, as they started standing against the church, the division was used to separate spirituality and science. And then the corruption was allowed to continue and thrive because of the chase for money.
I agree with that.
So
Isn't
slavery.
there something you're missing, though, Jack? Don't you remember that when I'm not backing the Catholic Church because I believe it's evil. But after the Catholic Church was formed, for 2,000 years, despite whatever they did, it was illegal to commit.
You know, I don't think I caught the Mitch clip.
It was illegal for 2,000 years. Now
you tried this before, Lou. It didn't work last night.
It was in. I think I.
Please shut up. Damn.
Well, hey, actually, that usury, I don't know this for sure, but the Abrahamic.
Fuck you, Jack. Literally, shut the fuck up. Fuck you, Jack. Nobody cares. You're an asshole. You're a piece of shit.
I'm actually a pretty wise, well-educated. I'm a well-educated man. Wisest to be.
You're real
academic. Academic. Yeah. I'm a philosopher. That's who I am. I'm a philosopher and a storyteller. That's not who I used to be, but it's who I discovered that I'm most comfortable being right now.
Yeah. Jack is doing Jack all the way. Yeah.
I've been allowed a very interesting adventure. I'm telling you guys, the past 5 years, I've been put through the ringer as a human being in my mind and what evidence shows.
By who, Jack? By who?
By the world.
Yep. The evildoers.
Anybody else?
I don't think that God created at this time. We're just sharing time. And you know what?
Again, admitting to his duality.
We live in duality. The key is to rise above it.
No, you live in reality. We are above it.
I don't know where your mind is
See,
at.
Jack, I think you've been embodying the persona, Jack, for so long that you probably are no longer in touch with your real being.
I don't know what you're.
He's got a placate
Dude, I am me. I am Jack.
personality.
I'm the organism, the biological organism that has records and even a capital name pseudonym, but I am the Jack Talcott that I've always been, about 49 years now. It took me a while to figure that God created at this time.
I'm just going to try and figure out how to follow the.
It's kind of settled already. It's how you want to handle it. And Paul, I think I really need to go, and I appreciate.
And that really was enlightening to me. So I just want to thank.
Notice, right? So this way, no one has an excuse. Oh, we didn't know what they were doing.
And that really was enlightening to me. So I just want to say thanks to everyone. You know, good job. Same thing. I love everyone here, man. You guys have really helped me. Helped me to help myself, or to get me to help myself moving in the right direction. So on that note, thank you.
Sir, put you under detainment against your will. Unlock. It's kind of settled already. It's how you.
Well, I'm gonna scoot it out with this. That's one fine example of putting the law in someone's face.
Purposes, just doing content. I mean, that'd be so like horrible and bad.
Well, you know.
Ready for lawsuit.
Yes.
Live streamed and documented with claims, corroborated by witnesses, and a record on YouTube and a UPU. So yeah, it's kind of settled already. It's how you want to handle it. And Paul, I think I really need to go, and I appreciate, man. I can't tell you how much I appreciate this broadcast. This is epic once again. There's a reason why I was here the whole time, was to see this synchronicity once again. I have nothing more to say, but blessings to everyone. Salute.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, trust tonight, God willing, later on my channel.
Thank you, sir. Call the small-hatted lawyer. Call Maury Feinberg immediately and tell him that you just got another slip and fall case essentially because this guy just said you're fucking detained, which is determined as an arrest.
Which we fear. We all
no, there's man. I felt scared.
Yeah,
I couldn't imagine how you felt. You need a victim advocate for this.
Yeah,
because I was. Imagine how you felt, right? The emotional, injurious, punitive damages are just off the charts. Like Maury Feinberg's gonna come in there with them pants that don't fit. You know them chubby good lawyers. You know you're fucked when you got that guy who's got pants that don't fit right. You know them guys, the fat lawyer who's got the pants at the bottom that they're big and they just don't fit right and hang over the sneakers, hang over the shoes. She's like, you know the guy I'm talking about. When you get that guy as your first of all, you get a public defender at all your fuck. But when that guy comes in, you know you're screwed. His pants don't fit right. It's the husky pants, exactly. He's got to buy the huskies and he don't get them tailored, so you're covering his feet. Sorry, I went off on a whole thing there. Maybe it's just me. But you better call that small-hatted lawyer and tell him they just falsely arrested you and gave you a warning and tell him you bagged the evidence if he wants to look at it.
That expresses the trust right on that instrument, brother.
Exactly.
Did I rewind enough, by the way? Because I thought something happened where Mitch got like pulled over, or there was an incident with a cop, and Paul took the phone, or yeah, I don't know.
Green colored one. See, he knows. She knows. I thought it was Talcon. those green colored Docker Huskies that ain't tailored right because the motherfuckers just don't care that much.
I was just fucking really just joking around.
Maury Feinberg here for the defendant.
I wasn't being serious. I was bagging that evidence.
Right, Mr. Feinberg. I remember you. You already know you're fucked because the judge knows him. He has the same attitude as me. Oh yes, Mr. Feinberg. Right.
Really bad last year.
Well, I'm gonna scoot it out with this. That's one fine example of putting the law in someone's face to get them to stop doing what they're doing. Just like last night when
of evidence for these critical points that I need to
ground should lead. Then how is it comparable that any?
Yeah, I don't.
It's evidence. It's evidence.
With the lawsuit?
Well, it wasn't these guys, but I got 75,000 last time.
75,000. So is the city ready to pay another 75,000? Ask them for trying to force code on you.
It's because they're claiming I'm trespassing.
And go, yep, and it's not like
whole stream. Need to know.
Victim advocate with Disturb to go on here. Oh, victim advocate is here. Victim advocate, do you perceive anything that needs to go on here? Is there any victimizing? Is there any? What's that look you got? With Disturb.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, we got.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
We got cops threatening me with arrest because they're claiming I'm trespassing, and now they said I'm trespassing, so they said my dog is off the leash, so they're messing with my vehicle.
So you're trespassing on public property, according to them?
Yeah, they're trying to get me to step out so they can arrest me.
Okay, so can you ask them for the owner of the property to be present?
Yeah, is the owner of the property present? Is the owner of the property present?
It's the city.
Who's the complainant? Who's the complainant?
Mr. or Mrs. City.
Who's the complainant? Who's the complainant? Yeah, you do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Who's the complainant? Who made the complaint? Who made the complaint?
Who's going to show up in court and take the stand?
Right.
Who's testifying? Who's making the claim?
Who's making the
claim? Thank you.
Yeah. Right. So you're making the claim.
Can they name a defendant?
All right. Can you name the defendant? Can you name the defendant? Yeah. Maybe. The name of the trust account? You can have the name of the trust, right? Right, the name. No, I'm just a man. So, yeah, to protect myself from you guys. Well, you're making claims that you can't substantiate. You said I was trespassed. Who trespassed me? Who asked me to leave? Who asked me to leave? Who asked me to leave?
You better let them know they're being recorded and live streamed to thousands of people right now.
You don't have my ID. I can't be identified. I'm a living soul.
Tell them they're being live streamed to thousands of people right now, so they're going to be held accountable.
No, these are the guys that they fucked up real bad last year. So it's gonna open up a whole fucking can of worms of what they.
Right, so they're looking for another lawsuit.
Yeah, they're the ones that trespassed me from my work.
Right, and how much did you get from them last time when you beat them with the lawsuit?
Well, it wasn't these guys, but I got 75,000 last time.
75,000. So is the city ready to pay another 75,000? Ask them for trying to force code on you with no fucking claiming or complaining.
I'd go for much more than that this time because that was only intentional.
Accountable. I'm going more for his property. I do commercial liens on his property. And so
right, so get his name, get his first and last name, so that you can take his private property for acting as an officer.
What's your name and badge number? Name and badge number. 1605. What's your name?
I'm sure
issue ID?
Yeah, or escapable by conduct. He's refusing to identify himself.
I need three forms of identification.
And how do you know he's a policy enforcer?
Right. Well, I'm not subject to your policy. I'm not in your jurisdiction, so.
Right, so you're going to lose in court and you're going to get sued again. Make sure you put him on camera. You're going to get sued again and you're going to lose in court because you're going to have to take the stand. You're being live streamed to thousands of people right now. So I would suggest you stop harassing this man. If you want to tell him to leave and get on his way, I'm sure he would if you want to be reasonable. If you want to, do color law and strip people of their God-given rights and make false claims, it's all on record. So
and not only that,
next time it's going to be a lot more. So
and not only that,
think about it.
And not only that, guys, remember, the court can only obtain personal jurisdiction first by proper service in the state in which the court sits. This is not proper service. Proper service is held through the Postal Service. They are the registered agent. Remember, 5 CFR 575.102. Now, according to that, also, the second part of requirement for personal jurisdiction is that the defendant must voluntarily appear in court. Have a good day with that one, gentlemen.
It's not going to happen.
And by presuming
the city more and more, so keep it up. And you're giving everybody content, and you're causing a change on this land and in this country. Exactly what we need, fellas. Get back to our God-given rights and be the men we need to be for ourselves and each other, because this is unacceptable.
And by presuming my identity, it makes you a fiduciary in this trust action. So you better do whatever you do, better be beneficial for the trust, or else I'm going to be holding you accountable because you're the trustee. You're liable.
Absolutely, brother. Great point.
I'm a living soul. I'm not who you presume me to be. I'm not the trust account that you want me to identify as. I identify as a living soul. I'm protected under God.
Remember there you go. Remember the benefactor versus beneficiary, guys. Benefactor is the one that places the facts on the record for the beneficiary. The benefactor gives to the beneficiary.
Is all your property held in trust? Do you own property? You don't own anything. You don't own a vehicle. You don't own a home.
No, it's in the name of his person, and that's okay because there's no qualified immunity there.
All right.
So put on my arrest body to turn. Make sure you're ready to take the stand. You can't as the arresting officer. He's got a lot to learn about the law and life and spirituality. He's got a lot to learn.
Am I detained? Yeah, please, claims I am.
Start timing.
He's claiming he's the victim.
He's the victim while getting paid. He's the victim while getting paid on the clock. That's moronic.
Seems like unlawful confinement.
Well, you better call that lawyer of yours. Get him on the phone now.
Claiming he's the victim in a trust situation would mean that he's the beneficiary. He's claiming to be the beneficiary, not the trustee. That's their problem. They don't realize this is a trust action. You are on property that has an address. And that address is why it's the Postal Regulatory Commission and the United States Postal Service that is the actual trustee, because they are the ones that have the real estate investment trust for that land, because they have the interest on the easement to enter for the mail purposes. That's why there's an address. That's why the city claims it. It's all trust. Good job.
Well, they're going to see you're on live record, and that's why they're not trying to fucking act up. So I'd call that lawyer right now and tell him he's got another $75K coming to him.
Great job, brother. Great job. They have no right to make you move. That citation means nothing. It's not a court action. Side of the road is piracy.
Yeah, they love making the city and the citizen slaves pay. They don't care. They want to play games, and they're going to make them pay again. Call that lawyer, get him on the phone, tell him another 75. Yeah, this fucking slave right there trying to get you to comply.
Don't litter.
Excuse the washer.
Stop littering.
He just broke a code. He just broke the code that's written for them only.
Where's the litter you accused me of? That's not litter.
What's the county?
As soon as you walk away so I can get my stuff. Yeah, like I told you. Yeah, they walk away, you fucking tag.
Don't challenge them like that, Mitchell.
We're going to be reviewing this in full tomorrow again. I want people to be on panel with me while we review this. This is great, man. I can't believe I missed this, bro.
Don't just stay honorable.
They
get the county on
commercial citation attached now, and they were taken and trying to make merchandise of Deuteronomy 24/7. Anybody?
Put him on camera, Mitchell. Get him on camera.
Hold on, I got my hands full. Shut the fuck up.
Don't yell at them.
Stay in honor, Mitch.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Just be honorable. Get him on camera. They're going to cost the city another 75K.
Everything's on record.
Are you leaving?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to take the arrest right now, unfortunately.
Are they following you?
Yeah. They will. Let's go ahead and get his litter. I'm not responsible for his litter. It's not my fault. All right, so, yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was more prepared. I got flustered. I was going to handle that a lot better than I did. But I just wanted to share my experience.
Thanks, Mitch.
Except for the fuck you.
Hey, he can use what words convey his meaning the best he can. That's that's not to be judged. But yeah, it's better.
Even I, when I'm with the police, it's all cordial now. You got to remain there.
I'm just saying.
Bad people you want to trigger, you other police. Don't let them trigger you.
I may lose connection, but I'll be watching. Good job, Mitch.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to figure out how to turn this camera around real quick. back camera. Just so I'm parked legally. They're on the street. So they're still sitting over there. I don't know if you can see them.
Yeah.
But these guys are the ones that had trespassed from my work last year, and they created a huge fucking ordeal out of it.
Did they put a summons on your car?
Yeah, it fell off. I'm not touching it. I mean, should I take it?
It's a piece of paper, brother. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't.
It's evidence. It's evidence. Look at that.
That's warning.
Scottsdale Police Department warning. It's a warning. That's all it
So
is.
it's more bullshit. So they said get out and we're gonna arrest you, and then he put a warning on there.
Yeah, trespass warning.
Right. So
Yeah, so it's
was
not a
it gonna
trespass,
arrest you
it's a
for
warning.
trespass, or is it a warning? This is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. Are we warning or we'll get out? We're gonna arrest you and have a nice conversation. Because we're being
No one calling it in. No description of what the trespass was. Therefore, there's no foundation. Period.
Yeah. He said. I asked who the complainant was. He said that. It was multiple people.
That's still a title, though, Mitch. That's still titles. Like, because men don't complain, right? Men make claims.
Right, but we're not
So be
dealing
careful
with
with that language.
We're not dealing with men.
Right.
We're dealing with citizens.
I didn't ask that slave to give anyone a piece of paper. So as far as I'm concerned, I just call up and say, come get your papers because you're littering. Why is he putting papers on your property?
And detaining for a warning.
Unlawful attachment.
Yeah, and detaining for a warning is an abuse of authority too. So under color of law.
Should I get an evidence bag and bag it up, or just leave it there?
I would. It's evidence.
I'm literally gonna get a plastic bag and write evidence on it. Oh, I'm fucking bored.
Yeah, there might be some slave DNA on there with some kind of disease. So, do you have gloves?
Right.
Is there anything on there that can stick you and poke you?
Exhibit A, biohazard sample bag. I think you did excellent as far as all things considered, Mitch. So props to you. It's great. You did a live stream, so beautiful synchronicity. I might get lost in connection. If so, I just wanted to get that out to you. I'm trying to stick around.
All right, my bad. So they're getting ready to end their pussy powwow. So they're getting in their vehicles. But yeah, I guess I need to work on holding these guys accountable for the shit that they pulled last year too.
I think you did a good job documenting this one.
Thank you. Thanks for the support. Didn't mean to hijack the show here.
Hijack? You saved it, man.
Fuck, that was one of that's part of the whole fucking thing so far. That's what I enjoy. On that Tuesday and Thursday Zoom that we do that almost regularly sometimes. People will call into the Zoom while we're in the middle of research and stuff with the being pulled over or something, or the CPS at the door or something. Yeah, it's up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be dealing with these guys for a while. If you want, Paul, we can do it. That might not be bad content to help build up that other channel.
You want to put that over there?
Yeah, I might just go live 24. Stay on these guys because they're gonna be fucking with me. I literally have nowhere to go. It runs for miles. It's like the only place with grass here. So it's like the only place my dog can go. But it's right along the bakery. So the property backs right up to the property back to the bakery.
Well, you might have to spend a little expense and go mobile a little bit more. You know, just choose a different spot each day.
Yeah, I could just park on the street, but I can park at the bakery.
That's what I do, Kip. I go to a new spot every night, and I'm lucky I haven't been harassed yet. And I go to a new spot every night.
Yeah, that's exhausting, really. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Fuck, I'll just head out. I need to figure out how to hold them to account for their wrongdoings, though, so they can stop fucking around.
Yeah, so but sure though, the more this gets done, the more people that do this, the more they're going to start learning, and eventually it won't take court cases. It'll just, it'll eventually end up in their training. We hope that, hey, listen, these people are waking up, and we've got to be a little bit more discerning, because that's what it comes down to. Is they're allowed to use their own discretion, and we have to be able to train them to think better because we are better. If we show this, then they'll have to. They'll see that their own discretion is very bad, and that we are wiser than they are. We are their boss because of that. If they're not going to get out there and study, then we will overcome them through our studies, through the knowledge. The knowledge will overcome that for them. So it's good to have these nice complacent.
that's the only thing I would say, Gimp, is I'm actually really proud of how you handled that. The only thing different, what I always do is just stay calm, and I don't go with the calling them fucking shit. I don't know if it helps or not, but try to keep it like guys are saying there, you keep your honor or whatever that shit, right? And even if you're going into jail, you're cuffed up going in, you still fucking show them that you're a fucking man, right? And you're not. But anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's where I slipped up, and I do that too often. And I know it. Like as soon as I do it, I know I'm fucking up. But yeah, when I started calling them names and shit, that's not maintaining your honor.
Don't sweat it, man. It's always next time. It's a learning experience, right? So don't get hard on yourself. You did fucking awesome.
Yeah, you start cussing and swearing at them, they know they got you, and that's, you know, when they're triggered, that's when they start. You stay in your calm. You know, I do this video. I didn't cuss at them, I didn't swear at them. I didn't do that until I got it. But on the roadside, you gotta be careful because they will.
So what was the complaint exactly, Mitchell? It was just about the dog not being on the leash?
Allegedly. He said that I was asked to leave the property, which obviously I wasn't. There's a lady, there's an employee, a city employee that comes and sees my dog every morning and gives her a treat. And yes, okay. I saw her about 11 o'clock this morning. She didn't say anything. It was same as usual, business as usual. But he claimed that several employees asked me to leave. It's bullshit, you know. That's what
What do you mean spike protein? What are you talking about? Did he get the thingy bobber? Did he get the thingy thing? The bleep?
I guess I'm going to have to focus on is there a legitimate complaint there? You know, did they have any grounds to ask me to leave? I mean, because literally, like
that's what you got to focus on is the grounds to leave. If they had no grounds to leave, then how is it comparable that any employee would call in, let alone several? Okay.
15 minutes before they pulled up, there was some guy shitting up against the tree. He was just outside taking a shit, fully exposed. You know, so there's tweakers that it's right there. It's like a little food pantry, so that's where like all the real hard up homeless people and the tweakers and stuff hang out. Because there's outdoor bathrooms. Like I won't dare use the restrooms there because you'll get high on meth just going in there. But yeah, so they got tons of fucking problems right there. And now I'm like, where I'm at right now is where the problems all started last year. There was I could show you, there was a guy. So these guys actually started problem. This guy staring at me started a problem. I need to get the body cam footage from his interaction with the cops because that guy started a problem with trying to lying to the cops. So the cops called property management. They lied to the property management. They had me trespassed. But here's the bakery. So right behind me is the bakery and the gym. And there was a guy in actually he was right over here smoking meth, and he blew out his hit of meth, and he was walking up over here towards the bakery, and he approached a couple of kids right about here, and you know he was giving these kids compliments and stuff, and I interjected because he was still blowing out a hit of meth when he was talking to these kids. And so I just approached him, I told him, hey, you got no business talking to these kids. And so the kids went on about their way, but then he wanted to start a fight with me. And it turned into a big loud shouting match, and the cops got called. It was trespassing me from the property. And the guy continued to sleep on the property, like right down here. There's a Peter Piper pizza and like a foot massage, you know, little massage parlor, little happy ending place down there. And so he was sleeping down there when they trespassed me from the property, and they allowed this guy to stay here. And so, yeah, the owner of the bakery had to call the property management and get it all sorted out, and it came to fruition that the cops lied to property management, and that's why property management said that I wasn't supposed to be there, which gave the cops the grounds to trespass me. And but that took about a week to sort out. But in all of that, there was a business, some employees from the business down the road here, or not the road, down the strip mall, that were protecting that guy that was, I don't know what to call. Kids, giving them compliments, stuff like that. That's just like trying to see if he can get a foot in the door as far as I was concerned. So yeah, I wasn't having any of that in my presence.
You did a good job, Mitchell. You did a good job with those, and glad you didn't raise your aggression too much, because that's when they start acting a fool themselves. So and yeah, glad Paul told you to aim the camera on them. Always get their faces on.
Mitch, you'll get there. Like I said, it's secondhand to me now. Any of those guys come up to me, and the first thing out of my mouth is going to be, you trying to tamper with a witness?
Well, my last interaction with a cop was probably a little over a year ago, and I was sitting outside late at night doing a job in this high-end neighborhood, finishing basement concrete. And I was smoking a joint, and a neighbor phoned, and the cop rolled up. And long story short, you know, I was polite, fucking this and that. And I said, yeah, I'm just working, man, working here, you know, this and that. And he says, okay, you know, we just want to know, we had a whatever. And then, and so I thought I was fucked for the weed, and I had all stuff. And anyway, and then he's like, just so you know, you can't drive impaired, smoking, whatever. And I said, yeah, nope, yeah, thank you. And then he walked away. So he just let me know that he knew he smelled weed, but he didn't go forward. And I'm lucky. I don't know, man. The fucking creator, he's helped me this whole way. But usually, no matter what, even if I went in cuffs, I don't fucking, once you're caught, right? For that's how I looked at it. Yeah, let's go to jail, no problem, right? Keep your honor, and fucking you'll get out. It's the bad days always get better. But anyway, you did fucking awesome, bro.
I noticed too that at first I thought they were gonna call their supervisor, but then you could tell they're like, oh fuck, this guy's got his fucking hand, and you could tell they were like trying to figure it out, like what the fuck to do to try and pressure you. So no, you read them really well, man, and yeah.
At the end of the situation last year, the lieutenant came and found me and apologized, and we shook hands, and I thought we were gonna be good, but we had an incident about a week ago. They tried to run me over when I was filming them.
So they know your situation though. They know that you're like, so they're like at this point fucking with you.
Yeah, and I misspoke. He didn't try to run me over, but he almost ran me over trying to get away from my camera about a week ago. That guy that came back with the citation, or not the citation, the warning. But yeah, so they know exactly who I am. I mean, they came and found me. They know me by name. As you noticed, they didn't get my ID or anything. I had my license plate covered.
Just make sure you always have a battery in a camera or phone, dude, just in case when you're sleeping, if they try and rush your ass one night, just make sure you got something to always be able to like click.
Hey, what up, man? I'm on camera. I just got fucked by these cops. What? They trespassed me from the park. I was just chilling. My dog was laying right next to the truck. We were just chilling here.
Oh, they do that.
Yeah. I don't think they can. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll be chilling. I'll be hanging around here. That's my buddy from the gym. He sees all the shit that happens here. Yeah. Luckily, I have a witness to all that shit too. Multiple witnesses really, but he watched it all go down. And I got it all on camera. So, but yeah, long story short, I don't remember what I was saying. Felt like I was saying something and just completely.
You're talking about last week. You said last week there was an encounter with that, and they almost hit you.
Oh yeah.
I'll be back, guys.
Yeah. So I was just filming him, ironically, in the same parking lot, and he was trying to get away from my camera. Damn near ran me over. It's on camera though. It was pretty fucked up. It took me by surprise. I was blown away. I didn't do anything else the rest of the day. I saw my light flash. But yeah, it's crazy. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're willing to play. But see, I'm trying to figure out the best way to go about it, to not challenge them, but to just maintain an honor. And that's the tricky part.
Why?
I slip up, and why did I call him a faggot? I'll say, come on, it does nothing but make me look bad, But it just slipped out, just impulse. I gotta figure out how to control that.
Yeah, you know how to fix that? Go to Talcott's channel and just watch 30 hours of content and stare at the screen without getting pissed off. Maybe he falls on something.
But these guys are out of control, really. Tempe's worse. I mean, and they're the bordering city. It's fucking endless content here. I got trespassed in Tempe a couple weeks ago. I went down there because I had to do all my blankets and stuff for laundry, and so I was doing laundry, and I got the biggest washer they have, and I just put it all in one really big washer. I made 4 or 5 trips, and I had to get the dog's bedding, and I had to get my bedding, and I had to get my pile of clothes, I had to get my soap, and it may have been 15, 20, at most 30 minutes. It took me to load it, and it was near closing time, and it wasn't like they were gonna get a big rush at the end. There's washers right next to mine, and all over the whole place. They have probably 50 to 100 washers. I have no clue. They have a ton of washers, and so it's not like I was causing an interference with business or anything. But the lady told me I need to hurry up and start my machine. I was like, well, can you show me? Is there a time limit? You wouldn't tell a little old broken lady. I hate to compare myself, but damn, I feel like it sometimes. And it's like, so I wasn't sitting there fucking off. I was going literally as fast as I could. And yeah, so she ended up calling her manager, and her manager, she started acting real crazy. So I busted out my camera. The manager said if I don't stop filming, they were gonna have me trespass. So they ended up calling the cops and having me trespass when my clothes were in the washer. So I fucking, I had to take my wet clothes out. And it was a big mess and go find it. But the reason why I was telling that story is so when I was leaving there, I saw them fucking with some homeless guys, and I pulled over and I started filming it, and then the security guard had me trespass from the Circle K, and so I went across the street, and the fucking security guard had me trespass from there. It was like just fucking outrageous. So really, I need to figure out how to really be confident in taking a hit if they do fuck with me. When I'm knowing that line and not crossing it. Of trespassing. Knowing what a public forum is, and if they do fuck with me to a certain degree, it's what it is in my eyes. I don't know how accurate this is, but I see it as it's discrimination. Because it's like a traditional public forum or whatever. It's open to the public. Maybe private property or private business or whatever they want to call it. But in reality, that doesn't hold true. You know, it's open to the public. And
Hey, bro, there's two more problems here, though. You motherfuckers never go down anywhere and establish yourselves with anyone. If you went down there and talked to somebody in charge and try to create trust and relationship with them, maybe you get further with their fucking minions. The other side of that is you're surrounded by a bunch of fucking drug-addled slaves who can't even govern themselves. So when they see your ass hanging around there, they start going to presuming you're one of them, right?
You're exactly right. So yeah, I think to your first point, you know, put them on notice. I think that's key. You're exactly right. And that's why I think it's important to have that, which I don't have to put together, but I need to, and I advocate for it. But I need to have a portfolio of evidence for these critical points that I need to clearly convey. When my mind's all flustered like that, I'm not going to be able to communicate that effectively.
You don't need like a specific set of bullet points, brother. If you just communicate to them how you usually communicate with us here in good faith, that's all you need, dude. Like, in my opinion, I mean, that's what I need. I'm not going to go off of some bullet points from some fucking Bible or some this or that or some fucking case law. Like, that shit doesn't matter, bro. Like, if it's from your conviction, you're coming in good faith. You are expressing the good faith. You are expressing what you are saying as you as a man. This is my law. And I'm saying, hey, I'm in good faith. I'm here. Like, this is my situation, and I'm not causing no loss or harm to nobody, and I don't intend to. And I'm just trying to live my life here, man. So, can we come to some sort of understanding that, you know, unless do you have reason to believe that I'm doing unlawful activity? Or no? Okay, then can we form some sort of agreement here, some sort of trust between myself and this community? And it seems like you do have good faith with some of the people around you, right? So you already have a record, I'm sure. I'm just presuming, but it seems like you're already having a record with a bunch of folks around that would also stand next to you and say, so you can say to them, look, I do have a reasonable amount of good faith with members of the community. I'm just, you know, I'm not just like all these other quote unquote homeless folk that is a piece of shit and a negative to the community. So can we come to some sort of agreement? And then, dude, see, you by you being honorable like that, coming to them, and I guess you could record it for your sake, right? But then you put the ball in their court, and then they can't say, well, fuck you, you're not this code, because then they're in dishonor, and then they're creating a controversy, right? So then you also have record of them causing controversy, right? But you're just like, yo, can we form some sort of good faith here? And what reason do you have to believe that I'm not, right? Like, in my opinion, I don't think you need some bullet points, man. It comes from the heart, bro.
Yeah. But like, I think I can pretty clearly articulate the fact that, you know, I'm not who they presume me to be, you know, as in, you know, I don't identify as the trust. You know, that
I'm not talking about all that, Mitchell. I'm talking about going and talking to someone man to man who runs the show, supposedly, and saying, hey, I'm going to be in the area, and I'm noticing that there's a lot of low lives around here. That's why I talk like that, so that I can meet the middle ground of truth with folks. I don't go to playing victim advocate. I go to saying, hey, I get what you guys are dealing with. People shitting and pissing everywhere and blowing meth everywhere. Right. And I'm not doing that. So by virtue of the fact that I'm not doing that, can we find a place where you tell your people, just let me be unless I'm observed doing something that you believe to be a problem? And then see what they say. They might put the word out to their people, leave him alone. He seems to be respectable and honorable. You don't know. You can at least try and be proactive.
You're right, and I did actually. You know, I did even do that here, but more specifically in Broomfield, Colorado. I mean, I went all the way. I was having regular meetings with the city manager, the mayor, the city attorney, you know, city council. I was going to, you know, I was going to extreme lengths to try and communicate with them effectively. But then that's when I realized there's no real hope in, you know, reasoning with them. It does make a lot of sense to me to put them on notice. You know, just simply and effectively let them know who and what you are and what you intend to be doing, which is nothing ill. You know,
there's nothing stopping you from working that into the conversation. Hey, I'm here today, Chief, to drop off this notice for you, and I'm not trying to be adversarial. I'm just letting you know who I am, whereabouts I'm going to be, so nobody's surprised of seeing me anywhere. I know I'm a real scary, unsafe looking guy, but, you know, just to keep everybody on the up and up and feeling safe, here's what I am and what I'm going to be doing. And I presume that you understand that if I'm not causing any loss, injury, and harm, and I'm not even breaking code, that we have nothing to talk about, right? So there's nothing stopping you from having that verbal conversation backed up by a piece of paper that you hand him. He's been served. Notice to principals, notice to agent, and the other way, vice versa. Right. So you can also let him know in the paperwork that whoever receives the paper is going to be liable for whatever the little buddies do who should be given notice. Right. So this way, no one has an excuse. Oh, we didn't know what they were doing. Well, I'm going to bring it back to you every time. Every time your people do something with me and fuck with me, you're going to see me in your face. Right, Chief. So that's kind of how it has to be. You go to the top and then you hold them accountable and liable. And you tell them, I don't know what your people are doing. Maybe you don't know. But that's why I'm here, because I'm going to help you to get your people right, because they're getting a little wild out there. Right. And I get it, because there's a bunch of rabid slaves out there who need to be governed. I'm not one of them. Simple.
And they know that, man. They know I'm not. You know, if they could fuck with me over something, they would. And that's why they chose to fuck with me. And people walk their dogs through there all the time without a leash. There's actually a guy that walks up. He has a leash on his dog, but his dog, he's never holding on to the leash. You know, so, I mean, he walked up right in front of the cops right at the end there. And, you know, and they didn't fuck with him. And so, I wasn't doing anything wrong. They actually drove through the park, too, instead of just, like, taking the road. So they treated it like some sort of emergency call. Sorry, side note, just random.
The funniest thing is when the dog never acts out and immediately goes to barking and feeling threatened by policy enforcement. It's almost as if the dogs all know immediately that this is a threat. Yeah. These people are a problem. Something about their energy is a problem, right? I always love that one. They'll say, oh, we don't know why all the dogs keep fucking growling and barking on us. Probably because you're Chatham embodiment, your energy is demonic, and the animal knows it. Slave doesn't know it. Slave is confused. Supernatural animal creature, oh, it knows immediately. Oh, demonic slave right there. Yeah, stay away, demonic slave. Fucking dog knows immediately. I love that one. Till, they take the dog and retrain it to attack slaves, right? Who also, a lot of them have demonic energy, but then they teach them, hey, we're the ones actually good. That weak, predatory, or preyful slave, that weak prey-like slave is the one, right? They'll take the dog and then teach it to attack the citizen slave prey to keep them under order. So, but until they do that, the dog seems to know who the good ones are and who the bad ones are. So yeah, I always like that. Let's wrap up, folks. Let's do final words. I don't want to fucking be on here the way I've been saying that. I did at least 7 hours too of music, I think an hour and a half. So let's do final words, and then I'll be back tomorrow.
I'll go first. I'll just say this. You know, this is not back in the blue, but like basically what honorable man would become a policy enforcer today or in the last 30 years, right? I don't know any honorable man that says, yeah, I'd love to go and be a cop and govern all these rabid slaves, right? So I do see that, right? The ones that do go and do it, why, right? And it's not an excuse for them. But yeah, I mean, I got to still take the radical accountability route and say, well, look at all the rabid slaves not self-governing and calling them constantly. And so it's really funny, man. So I say to myself in these situations all the time, it's like, yeah, there is that energy of like knowing that there's the international like Chatham organization like pushing these agendas. At the end of the day, it's like, yo, I got to be real with what's happening to me and make sure I know, like, all right, let's make sure. Let me not presume or assume that somebody's trying to fuck me, and let me just make sure. So, excuse me, and send them a note and say, are you trying to fuck me? So yeah, that's what I'm feeling these days. All right, thanks everybody. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you, Timmy. Yeah, like I go places and the dog and the animals sit down next to me and like, you know, they show that energy of like, oh, this one's, you know, like this, and then these people come around, the dog hisses and barks and, you know, they go, oh, you know, I'm the guy that go, oh, the dog never does that. He never goes over to people and shows deference and submission. I go, yeah, well, it's energetic. Dog knows who the fuck on some level is secure within itself and not an agent of chaos. The dog knows who is an agent of chaos. That's why it fucking bucks up to him. Just like I could look at a motherfucker and know, you think that dog can't? Come on, this is what I love. You know, folks mistake that life is life. That dog might be more intuitive and perspective than the majority of the slaves running around. I'm not joking when I say that.
And it's not just with the uniform, dude. She's like that with, you know, she can just pick up that energy, you know. It's really interesting to try and observe who she approves of and not. But yeah, it's fascinating. I swear she's a much better judge of character than I am.
That's what you need to do. You need to start letting the dog do all your debates. When you find yourself getting upset, like at me or Z or someone, put us in front of the dog and see what it does.
See what it does.
Hey, the Welsh. Chili's dog put the Welsh. They didn't know what to say at that point. They're like, oh, I can't do the accent, but you know, what a cute dog they were saying in their thickly pond-ridden accent.
I'll jump now. Yeah, thanks a lot, Paul. Fucking take care of yourself. Rest up or take a day off if you need it. Not my last dog, but the one before that I sobered up with. We ran from cops so many times. I never had her on a leash. I didn't have a collar on her. But I mean, if you're situated right at your vehicle, you're kind of fucked. But the very last time, I had 4 squad cars around my truck, and I walked out of the store, and I was actually supposed to go to court that day to deal with the shit that I had gotten thrown in jail for. And I walked past them, right? I'm like, fuck, thinking it'll all go away. And I got a call on my phone. This is the RCMP, Mr. Hard Hat. Fucking want to come deal with this? We got your dog. My dog was so awesome. I was across the parking lot. I do my super whistle. The dog looks up. I do my super whistle again. Fucking Lucy jumps out. Once I see she has her, we're fucking popping fences through residential area. And then, yeah, that's when I got my little gangster buddy with his little clubhouse in the back of his mom's yard. He let me stay there for a week, and I did some cash jobs and took a fucking train across Canada and got my shit together. It was awesome. But anyway, I love you guys, man. Take care. Rest up.
See why I said before that man calls dog its best friend? Because you can't get a woman to do that.
You don't listen to a woman and tell her, come on, she can't say fuck you.
That's part of the problem, though. Why is dog become man's best friend instead of man or woman? We got serious problems. When that becomes a cliche that everyone can agree on, we got problems.
I'll go real quick. Mitchell, great job. I'm glad I was here to witness that. I learned a lot today, a lot of wisdom getting thrown around, and that kind of ended on something that I haven't been a part of and that I'm working on trying to do for myself. And I'm glad I got to experience that. And, you know, I hope I can use that knowledge and hearing Wizard and hearing Paul and Tribe and Timmy, even, you know, walk you through it a little bit, even though you knew what you were doing. Man, that really was enlightening to me. So I just want to say thanks to everyone. You know, good job. Same thing. I love everyone here, man. You guys have really helped me. Help me to help myself, or to get me to help myself moving in the right direction. So on that note, thank you everyone. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. Yeah, I get fucking tired of these coming. I'm not gonna get dishonorable, but I will tell them you better fucking think about it, because I'm sure Mitchell's lawyer like to make another 75,000. So maybe they'll fucking think about it. I'm sure that slave thought about talking twice about it when you heard us fucking talking.
I think that's what I'm doing, Paul. If I got last words now, hey, Steve, I want you. Yeah, thanks. Or sorry, never mind. I first say, Mitchell, thank you. Thank you so much for coming on and doing this. I was going to say, I sacrificed a day at work to be on this panel all day, and look what I was rewarded with. So I want to thank you for that, because I feel like I didn't sacrifice anything today. I got to participate in what we're all supposed to be doing. So I was doing today by being here at this moment. So I appreciate what you brought here today, and Paul, for making this possible for everyone to witness and actually to participate in, because this is what it's all about. This is what I want to say, but that Jack's missing out on is this active role of doing. This is how you get good at doing it. You were excellent as far as I'm concerned. Your presentment, and it's only getting better. As far as I'm concerned, we're all piping up like the peanut gallery. You had it done pretty well. I think you caught the gist of what we had to say. Paul was wise, but you have your shit taken care of fine. Salute to you on that. And last thing I want to say is nothing on here can be construed as any kind of legal lawful advice. Because last night, Paul said to write your documents in feces. When you go in that sheriff's office with a declaratory document written in feces, he might not think that sounds like a consentment. So, take this all with a grain of salt, audience.
Well, you got to remember, too, this shit is under my name, even dealing with him. And if it's going to be on my name, then I'm going to pop the shit, right? Because I want them to know who the fuck I am. I want them to remember my fucking my voice. Motherfucker, I might ride through there. You got to deal with it. Right? Yeah, I'm not saying I don't feel fear. I respect the opponent, quote unquote. I understand what they're capable of. Trust me. Trust me. Hashtag trust me. But with that said, yeah, I'm going to pop shit, and I'm going to do it respectfully and honorably. And I'm going to tell you, better think about your next fucking move, because I wouldn't like to see nothing better than you arrest Mitchell, not hurt him go into a cell for 6 hours and come out with another few $100,000 to live off of. You fucking filthy scum. And when I perfect legal process, I'm not even going to have to call a lawyer, because you're going to know it's me. Daddy's home. I'm suing everybody. Wait for me to get on land and have some fucking time and energy on my hands to devote to this shit. All I have to do is look at it 1 hour a day. Within a month, I'm going to have you beat before you ever fuck with me. I only go to battles I can win before I start. So it's just about preparation for me.
Yeah, on the parting words for me then is Mitch. You did document that he put on record that when you got his name, acting as some type of executive officer, put you under detainment against your will, unlawfully, under color of law for a period of time. That's common law kidnapping for any period of time. Secondary is him abusing his authority under color of law and violating well-established case law and precedent, right? He's violated his oath. He's done, basically, you've got documentation of him doing various things that you could bring about easily within our courts and in various levels, in various cases, but I don't want to say you could. I'm just saying it's possible. The fact is that that time period in Florida, there's a case in the appeals court in Tampa. They established it was $1,087 a minute for unlawful detainment. That was awarded and supported in appeals court. So
these people are so fucked. The more they see Mitchell, tell them to go fuck themselves. And it's not to say something's not going to happen to him. He knows that. He knows something could happen in the future. We're out. We're done with you people. And there's nothing else you can do now. We know it and you know it. Now for the rest of our lives and everybody else who fucking wakes up and acts on it, you got to deal with us differently or put us on record. You're going to put us in a cage and do harm to us. It's over already. It's only going to take so many of these processes before you people get it in your fucking head. You don't have the power but the power we give you. The same thing I got to teach motherfuckers here in the metaverse. You don't have the power but the power we give you. It'll be taken in a second if we recognize who and what we are and where the value is. Bye. You don't exist anymore.
Right, and that value at $1,087 a minute is Trey's Avant versus Tampa. And when it comes to things like this, Mitch has already got an experience where they took some time from him. He got $75,000. This was only a half hour, but everybody got some knowledge. Everybody that was here involved in that got some knowledge, so it was still profitable. So it's up to Mitch whether he wants to make it profitable on his end, which he still can. But I would suggest I would just work continuously working on the motive and the action.
It's a benchmark. It's a way for you to measure how the degree of injury you incurred. Therefore, when you go and you make these claims like Paul said, you see it honorably, it's like there's nothing to contest what they did to you. It's on the record. So now let's start from this position. Now, what are you guys going to do to make it right again? And that's kind of the principle I see here, that you need to stand on that. Paul continually enforces us to stay on that track.
Yeah, particularly since you had me detained, as the evidence will show, and gave me a warning. What did your policy say about that? Look at their policy. They
false arrest.
Right, exactly. They have to avoid false arrests. So in him giving you a detainment statement on record, he arrested you and then didn't give you any charges. That's
right. So he's liable already for lawsuit.
Yes.
Live streamed and documented with claims, corroborated by witnesses and a record on YouTube and the UPU. So yeah, it's kind of settled already. It's how you want to handle it. And Paul, I think I really need to go. And I appreciate, man, I can't tell you how much I appreciate this broadcast. This is epic once again. There's a reason why I was here the whole time, was to see this synchronicity once again. I have nothing more to say, but blessings to everyone. Salute.
Thank you, sir.
Trust tonight, God willing, later on my channel.
Thank you, sir. Call the small-hatted lawyer. Call Maury Feinberg immediately and tell him that you just got another slip and fall case, essentially, because this guy just said you're fucking detained, which is determined as an arrest.
Which we fear.
I felt scared.
Yeah,
you need a victim advocate for this.
Yeah,
because I was that's how you felt, right? The emotional, injurious, punitive damages are just off the charts. Like Maury Feinberg's gonna come in there with them pants that don't fit. You know them chubby lawyers. You know you're fucked when you got that guy who's got pants that don't fit, right? You know the guys, the fat lawyer who's got the pants at the bottom that they're big and they just don't fit right and hang over the sneakers, hang over the shoes. She's like, you know the guy I'm talking about. When you get that guy as your, first of all, you get a public defender, all you're fine. But when that guy comes in, you know you're screwed. His pants don't fit right into the husky pants. Exactly. He's got to buy the huskies and he don't get them tailored, so you're covering his feet. Sorry, I went off on a whole thing there. Maybe it's just me. But you better call that small-hatted lawyer and tell him they just falsely arrested you and gave you a warning and tell him you bagged the evidence if he wants to look at it.
That expresses the trust right on that instrument, brother.
Exactly, them cream-colored ones. He knows. She knows. I thought it was cow powder. those cream-colored Docker huskies that ain't tailored right because motherfuckers just don't care that much.
I was just fucking really just joking around.
Maury Feinberg here for the defendant.
I wasn't being serious when I was bagging that evidence.
Right, Mr. Feinberg, I remember you. You already know you're fucked because the judge knows him. He has the same attitude as me. Oh, yes, Mr. Feinberg. Right.
Really bad last year.
Well, I'm gonna scoot it out with this. That's one fine example of putting the law in someone's face to get them to stop doing what they're doing. Just like last night or the night before when I tried to do the review on.
No, I'm just gonna try to figure out how to file it.
We must be losing him. Yeah, he's in and out, isn't he? You're in and out, Mitch. You're interrupting me while I interrupted you while you were in and out. But anyway, the importance of knowing this stuff is that when you put it to him and through your own discretion, preferably reasonably and logically, you should be able to get them to change their mind. That's the whole premise. Listen, dude, by the way it's written, you're doing things wrong. You're sitting here accusing me of doing something wrong, when in fact, you're the one doing something wrong. And that's what it is about in almost 100% of the cases I've been in. But again, I've got to admit, that is my own fault. I'm the one that started filling out all that information. I'm the one that gave him all that information. So again, we realize that everything's an operation of trust and you're the benefactor to the beneficiary. Realize how important it is that what you're doing is you're actually giving something away. Know who you're giving it to and how to get it there. Otherwise, you'll lose it. Period. I yield.
Thank you, sir. Go get some rest, wizard. Pull yourself away from slavers.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up, Paul. Appreciate you, man. Have a good
Absolutely, sir. We look forward to doing more with you. And if you want to clip that out, we'll put it on the other channel. Start to get something going over there, some attention and action. If nothing else, for a future possible event. So
yeah. And I don't really need anything, so I think it'd be interesting. Maybe we can fuck around and just try and get him with some paperwork and see what happens. But
you sure you're not looking to get 1,000 subscribers so you can monetize, huh?
Yeah.
Trust me, huh? Trust me.
If it happens, I will put it in trust to somebody that will do the right thing.
I'm just teasing you, man.
I just can't manage it.
God forbid you were to make a living right honorably through voluntary purposes, just doing content. I mean, that'd be so horrible and bad.
Well, yeah, I would need someone else to manage it for me, man. I can barely manage what I'm gonna eat, so I'm just kidding. But man, I just can't fuck with it.
Yeah.
But maybe somebody who has the time or it's really easy for them. I don't know. I'm over it. I don't know. Maybe I can change my mind, but.
All right, well, sign your whole estate over to me and trust me, and I'll manage it.
I think you do better than I would. All right.
All right, we'll work on it, man. Go get out of here. Go fucking find somewhere away from these slaves.
All right, good night.
Thank you, Mitchell. All right, folks. Appreciate you being here as always. Some more golden content. Slave followers, policy enforcement slaves, very confused. It's not their fault. Okay, they just don't get it. Well, it is their fault. they just don't get it. But no matter, we forgive them for their trespasses. We would wish others have us forgive us of ours, as the saying goes, I guess, the prayer. So get some rest, folks. Get some sustenance. We'll be back tomorrow. And as always, stay blessed, stay inspired, stay co-creative, stay free in the mind and heart. Your ass will follow. That's the theory. So, all right, I'm out of here. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Much love.
Yeah, that was good stuff. That was golden, man. That was great content, dude. Quality. What now? What now? It looks like you retracted the link, bro. I don't see it anymore. You retracted all your comments and the link too now. I don't see anything in the private chat, so yeah, I don't know. Dude, you gotta drop the link again, Tribe. I don't have. It's not there. Thank you, sir.
For most of the time that humans have existed, there has only been one way of surviving, of getting the food that is the basis of everything we do. That way has been to hunt food that moves, and gather up food that doesn't move. This was the way the first humans lived, and it continued to be the basis of life for more than 1 million years. Significantly, it was a way of life that helped to produce modern humans, by forcing those early hunter-gatherers to use their imagination and intelligence. the first people to move out of Asia into the Pacific colonized many new islands and environments. They found new foods and had to develop new ways of catching them, or in the case of some plants, new ways of treating them before they could be eaten. The discovery of Australia was a whole new story, an entire continent with a completely new range of plants and animals. Somewhere here in the tropical north, the first Australians came ashore more than 50,000 years ago. Their first camps would have looked like this one on Melville Island, north of Darwin. These are the sort of shells they collected for their first meals. The sea snails, the pippies, the oysters, even a large helmet shell. And soon after that, they would have found the local ironstone and used it to make tools, including axes like this one. During their long occupation, the Aboriginal Australians began to control, even modify their environment, to an extent that's only now being understood. And yet they never took the step that people did elsewhere to cultivate crops and domesticate animals. The Aborigines preferred, perhaps perfected, the hunting and gathering way of life, and developed it with fascinating variations right across the continent. In this episode, we'll see what it's like to be a hunter-gatherer, to live off the land.
Dude, I just realized how long it was. Holy shit, it's almost an hour.
What seems so simple and precarious, in fact, provided a rich and sustaining existence for a whole continent full of people. Those first settlers found a coastal environment just like the one they'd left. The seafoods were the same as those in the islands and on the Asian mainland. So it's likely that as populations grew, or new groups...
What is your interest in this clip? I'm curious. Is it just interesting?
...arrived, people spread first along the coast. The sea provided them, as it does now, with a constant and unfailing source of food, if you know where to look. The Tiwi people of Bathurst and Melville Islands, north of Darwin, are a very distinctive Aboriginal group.
You know you love it
They're
with the
probably
background
darkest
music,
of all the
bro.
Australians. A turtle's nest can yield a surprising number of fresh eggs, and carrying the eggs away is not a problem. Their islands are 30 kilometres from the mainland, cut off when the seas rose at the end of the Ice Age, and the Tiwi have developed their own independent culture. They're famous for their funeral ceremony, involving elaborately carved and painted Pukamani grave posts.
Yeah, I'll be honest. It's a little bit long. It's a little bit long. Oh, okay. The first 20 minutes. Yeah, I'm down to watch 20 minutes, but an hour is a little bit much. I was hoping more so like shorter stuff.
Pick him up one by one. Come on. Come here. Come on,
Turtles have been overhunted for their meat and shells, and today they're protected in Australian waters. But Aboriginal people are still permitted to take them, because they hunt in a traditional way for their immediate needs. They pose no threat to turtle populations.
I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Truth Seeker. Much love, bro. Peace and power and blessings to you, sir. I've been witnessing what your the whole debacle going on right now, and it is interesting. I saw the video you posted and took down. I didn't see the first one, I don't think, but I saw the second one. I saw most of the first one actually too. But anyway, much love to you. I'll drop your link in the chat. I'm not sure what we're watching here. This is my friend Tribe's video that he wanted to watch. So we're going to watch the first 20 minutes of it about a hunter-gatherer in Australia. Pretty interesting. I appreciate you stopping by, man, for real.
Every environment has something of value, even those that seem bare and uninviting, like mangrove swamps. Traditionally, a Tiwi man might have a number of wives. The head of a household, as many as 10 or 12. In the past, the men and women went hunting for food separately. Today, men often go collecting with their wives. Shellfish are a staple food all over the world, but they don't often grow as big and juicy as...
See, that's another thing. Tribe is like, you see how there's a lag. It's frustrating, and I wouldn't want to watch. I mean, sometimes people have this issue, and I still watch, but I definitely want to optimize my PC so that the restreaming is better. But yeah.
These. Aboriginal cooking is very simple. Without any cooking containers, nothing was boiled or stewed, just put on the embers or baked in the ashes. These mussels cook quickly, preserving all their food value.
I almost feel like, you know what? I almost feel like just having this gentleman in the chat, we should review his last video. That'd be more interesting for me right now. Just in case, you never know. You never know, he might not drop by here again. So let's just switch from the Jack Talcottism and the Australian hunter-gatherers, because I wanted to watch his last video anyway. So yeah, let's check it out really quick. Here, I could just go to my tab. Hold on. Truth Seeker might be my favorite mod now. How about that? Besides, Paul and Ian and a few others. And you, Tribe, of course, sir. Full bromo. No homo, full bromo. There's actually a couple videos here I wanted to catch up on. 3 or 4. No, wait. I think we watched this video. We reviewed this video on the Saturday Night live stream. But I might have been logged into my other account, which is why the bar. No, you know what? Maybe I didn't finish it. Maybe I only watched the beginning of it. Damn. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna play this one then, because it's about 15 minutes. the 15-minute cities.
People think learning piano takes a really long time, but that's false. Here's how long it really takes with this new method.
We don't have enough green spaces, and
life from where you shop to where you work, all within a 15-minute walk.
Sounds pretty nice, right? Cities around the country are already doing it. NBC2 meteorologist Lauren Hope finds out if during Ian recovery, it could be a reality here in Southwest Florida.
Southwest Florida's population is booming.
We have seen the population literally double in approximately 2 decades, which is unheard of for municipalities.
What used to be an appealing retirement destination is now attracting more young families, according to Fort Myers Public Information Officer Liz Bella-Matthews.
Those that are looking to raise their kids in environments that are healthy, that have a lot of different options, they're coming here. And, we're excited about that.
City officials are working to keep up with the growth.
We have 91 different projects going on in the city right now. I would say probably a majority of those are housing, higher density, multifamily type housing.
Fort Myers Director of Economic Development, Stephen Weathers, says the success of any city comes down to the success of its downtown.
One of the things I've found in the cities I've worked in, what makes a downtown appealing is I don't have to go outside of the downtown for, say, a grocery store or for a gas station or for a dry cleaner. We really want to make this the 15-minute city.
The 15-minute city is an urban planning concept where everyday necessities are easily reachable within a 15-minute walk or a 15-minute bike ride. This concept can promote more green spaces, but it can also decrease carbon emissions.
From an environmental standpoint, one of the biggest pieces is that if we're driving less, we're putting less carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, we're slowing the pace at which we're changing the climate that we have to live with.
Dr. Wynn Everham, a professor at the water school at FGCU, knows a thing or two about creating a usable space.
And I think most good 15-minute city approaches include a significant amount of green space within walking distance, because we're finding out that that's really good for people.
Something that is in the works for downtown Fort Myers.
We don't have enough green spaces, and we recognize that as a municipality. So we are looking to see where it is that we can add more parks. We expect that by 2024, we will have a parks master plan that will be able to show the community what it is that we're going to do and within what time period.
There is a market value to building in a different way, that there is a lot of people who would like to have the 15-minute concept outside their door. They would like to be able to walk to the grocery store, take a bike to their doctor's office. Maybe there really are people who think, yeah, I need a 2-hour commute every day. I love that. I don't know who they are, but maybe they're out there. But we need more options.
And ditching the car is an option many residents enjoy in Mercado, a multi-use community in Naples.
Everything's within walking distance.
Developed back in 2008,
I think it was ahead of its time.
Mercado manager Michael McLean says the community has 92 condos, 43 single-family homes, and over 80 tenants.
You can start at 6 a.m. at Yoga Loft or Mandu or Cycle Bar. Go to Whole Foods, get your groceries, go shopping, go see a movie, and literally spend your entire day at Mercado.
As Southwest Florida grows, more 15-minute cities are likely.
You're going to see a lot in the next 3 to 5 years that I think is going to be that much better to improve the quality of life for so many residents. I know that we're going to have a superb city that's going to just build on what it already has. This city is so special. It's very charming. It has so much history. It has so much personality. And I think as a city, municipality, we are recognizing that and finding more ways to bring that to light so that everybody can see that too.
In Fort Myers, meteorologist Lauren Hope, NBC2.
You are now tuned in to yet another edition of the Truth Zone. As always, this is your host, Truth Seeker here. As always, I would ask that you would please like the video so it gets out to more people. Comment down below. If you are new to the channel and you're viewing my content for the very first time and you like what you see or hear, be sure to hit that subscribe button. You can unsubscribe anytime. No obligations for anything. You can also support the channel via the Patreon or the YouTube membership. But that's enough about me. Let's dive into the story. And let's talk again about these 15-minute cities. Now, of course, they are labeling anybody who comes out and talks against these 15-minute cities as conspiracy theorists or far right and things of that nature, because they always want to make things political. They always want to make things left versus right, when they are both wings of the same bird. Politics are nothing but a sham. There is no left or right. They're both part of the same system. They are all part of the same agenda. The reason they exist is to keep people divided, to keep people distracted, to keep people focused on things that really do not matter. Oh, you voted Democrat. Oh, you voted Republican. I don't like you. That's the whole reason that politics are around, is to keep you trapped in the matrix, to keep you trapped in this idea that you have a choice when you don't. Now, again, as I've said in the past, if you really do believe in politics, that's on you. I'm just here to present information. I'm not going to hate you or disregard what you have to say. If you do believe in politics, if you do believe in Trump or whatever else, that's your choice. But anyways, they are presenting these 15-minute cities like they are a good idea to the general public. They are making you believe, oh, it's going to be amazing to have everything within a 15-minute radius of you, where you can walk where you need to go and you don't have to use a car or anything of that, or just use a smart car instead, and things of that nature. And you're probably like, Truth, how is this a bad thing? Well, it's a bad thing because it's going to lead to more control. Because once people are herded into these 15-minute cities, then they have complete control over you and everything that you do. I mean, they're already surveilling you as is through smartphones and smart devices such as TVs and whatever else. Imagine once you're inside of this 15-minute city, you're going to have cameras on every corner just monitoring your every move, among other things. This is why you see things like even these purple lights popping up. I believe these purple lights are going to be part of everything going on too. And on top of that, then once they have that, they can introduce their new currency system that I've talked about. Their new digital currency system, which is going to come along with this. And it's basically going to be like things that you've seen in China with their whole social credit score system. Go research that and you'll see what I'm talking about. That's coming to a city near you. They're literally rolling this out even in places that are supposed to be quote unquote red states, blaming it on the increase in population. And it makes you wonder if all of these chemical events tie into this too, because they're trying to get you away from these rural areas and into these cities. And then once you relocate to these cities, they can say, oh, we're overpopulated. Let's go ahead and move to these 15-minute cities. You see how it all works? And then once they get that in place, they got you. Then you'll be controlled completely. You'll be told where you can go, what you can do, how much you can spend here or there, what you can consume, what you cannot have, what you can have. It will basically be like a prison. And the reason that they are labeling anyone that comes against this or opposes this idea as a conspiracy theorist also is so they can target people like me for coming out and talking against this, talking about this, speaking out against all this. And they also want to just even make people like me look crazy, which is why you see them labeling it crazy conspiracy theorists and even tying it to how the East Palestine thing happened. And that was a crazy conspiracy theory, tying into this whole 15-minute city stuff. But this is all by design, and it's all part of the Great Reset agenda, the year 2030. Because these people have already stated that you will own nothing and be happy. It's going to get to the point where they want you to do everything that they want you to do, and you can't do anything you want to do. It'll be much easier for them to control the narrative if you're herded into these cities. It'll be much easier for them to activate Project Bluebeam if you're herded into these cities. So just be aware of what's to come. Stay prayerful. Stay vigilant. And I do thank you all again for all your prayers and your support. We are in this together. We are the Truth Movement, and this is the Truth Zone. And as always, this is your host, Truth Seeker, signing out.
The best way to burn fat and get in shape, it's not keto with hate.
Waffle House for the grift. I appreciate it. So
thank you.
Much love. And yes, giving a like, sharing these videos, that is just as good support for everybody. All of you being here, watching and partaking is just.
Oh,
Every time.
Every time. Bernie, stop pushing the buttons. You're blue.
There we go.
Nice. We just forget the little bit that happened before because we're professionals. Welcome
Indeed.
one, welcome all. How are you, Mr. Bernard?
Doing good, and welcome. Atlantis is found. A special treat at the end. I will continue on and have Atlantis is found on after we are done. But electroculture is the topic today, and talk about synchronicities. You chose this topic, even though I myself have also been working on putting together a series on agriculture and electroculture. And thank you, Sister Sherry Ives, for the little book on electroculture that actually we'll be going a bit into today on this.
Nice. So I guess the main question is, did that book come with a bar of chocolate?
Green chocolate, yes.
Smokable chocolate. Chocolate wrapped in paper. Nice, yeah. And this is the thing. I actually did a chat earlier in the week. That's coming up tomorrow night on my channel with some guys who, it's just a friend who makes Organite. Well, I just sort of thought he made Organite. And he brought one of his friends on, and they just started going off, and the stuff they're doing, like they're literally pulling up these things that they're made, and I'm looking at it going, that's the same as like these pictures we get from like the 1500s, these alchemy pictures and stuff. So it's very interesting. All this old tech seems to be resurfacing. You know, we're sort of, we've been looking at Tartaria and our old world, and then we go into Antiquitech and free energy, and it's interesting because everything, we've been told this is not true, and obviously everyone, and increase yields by 100 to 300%. It also eliminates the need for fertilizers, pesticides. Explain that it is not electricity as we know. Oh, sorry. Oh, did you have something up? Oh.
No, just quickly.
I thought you were showing something, so I stopped showing it.
No, I was wanting you to go back to yours. Sorry, but yeah, Chichen Itza, this pyramid here, that the locals talk about farming around the pyramids, and that they would get increased crop yields by planting around the pyramids, and that this is all electromagnetic culture that they're doing with this, and it's exactly it. Whether just from putting a little bit of copper into these more advanced coil structures and antennas, the better the design, the more energy you're bringing in, the bigger the effect and the better the yield you'll have on it. Sorry, Campbell, I didn't mean to interrupt yours there. If you want to continue with
that is absolutely fine. I've just got here a couple of pictures. So this is an aura or a bioelectric field, as you know, it's actually scientifically recognized. And obviously plants have this, trees have this, even rocks, right? Everything has an aura. That's the electric signal, I guess. And this is the kind of stuff people are making. I mean, and how, steampunk is all this sort of tech. It looks so much like the Antiquitech and stuff we look and theorize about.
Powers, the electromagnetic toroidal.
Based on toroid. So this is all to do with just interacting with the energy fields. And, we have things like this from the past, right? With this jed pillar with an antenna. There you go again, the biofield, the pine cones. What were they doing with this stuff in their bag? A lot of people, one of the big theories about the bags that people still think is that they're full of seeds, and these guys were literally going around reseeding. I mean, and if that's true, then
that's a fascinating concept with it, right? And the pine cone being the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence there, that is a universal energy, and that's a lot of the pyramids, a lot of the structures, the Antiquitech, all was incorporating this galactic, almost universal energy, the ether, the etherical energy, just the flow of it, the spiraling sort of natural energy, I guess, that comes with it, and that a lot of the structures that they made were on these ley lines, these energy points, and that you see all the canals going up to them, and the star cities, all those geometrical gardens that they had around them with these canals and whatnot, that they were probably getting bumper crops everywhere, where with the structured waters and all of that, like it's, and the energy from it, it's mind blowing.
That's the thing. And I mean, just look at this dude, right? And this could be tech, like this could be windings of copper.
Yeah, like, or gold, or silver, or gold.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Of course, he's got he's got his watch on, but look what's on his arm. See this? He's got copper wound around his arm.
Yeah, and it can also be copper, gold, and silver.
Oh, yeah, exactly. One of the reason we all use copper at the moment is because it's the cheapest, right? But I'm wearing one of these at the moment, like a tensor ring. So that these, that as well is affecting his biofield. So he's wearing all this tech, right? He's got an earring on here, and then look on the top of his crown, he's got an antenna.
Exactly.
Right. So is that what gives him wings? Maybe he's not drinking Red Bull. Who knows?
Maybe a monatomic.
Yeah, and this, who remembers? Who's old like me, right? Who remembers all the old watering cans used to be copper?
And copper pots and pans at home for cooking too.
Yep. So what that means is every time you're watering your plants, you're putting one atomic copper into them.
Exactly, turning the water into colloidal.
Yep, and it's another jed pillar, more jeds. I just want to get to one picture. Oh, God,
coils. Stuff that I've been working with too.
Where are you? Picture that one. Copper tools. Same thing with copper shovels and that, or even just copper tipped. Every time you're digging in the ground, you're adding,
oil.
And what that means is all the old watering cans used to be copper.
And copper pots and pans at home for cooking too.
Yep. So what that means is every time you're watering your plants, you're putting one atomic copper into them.
Exactly, turning the water into colloidal.
Yep, and it's another jed pillar, more jeds. I just want to get to one picture. Oh, God,
coils. Stuff that I've been working with too.
Where are you? Picture that one. Copper tools. Same thing with copper shovels and that, or even just copper tipped. Every time you're digging in the ground, you're adding, atomic copper, and you're adding to the energy field.
Right? And like what's blowing my mind is how many of these different coils, even this spiral one here, Keshi actually has the same one, only like it goes back out, so it's like a full like shrinking.
Toroid, yeah.
And that the coils that you had going further in there too are also very, very reminiscent of the different Keshi coils and styles of these Magrav coils and energies. And that it seems there's a lot of people now figuring this out and using it, and that the ancients were always doing it as well.
Yeah, exactly. You see right here, the toroid, right? It's all based on energy, and this is all, you know, it's looking at it differently, right? The way they want us to do agriculture is to look at the soil and say, oh, it needs this, it needs fertilizer, it needs whatever. But this is, how do we make the land better? How do we, you know, put the land back to its natural resonance, and then it'll do what it's supposed to do, right? It's kind of simple. This is another Carillion photography photo. This is a leaf. You can see this has had the top cut off it. So this bit of the leaf isn't there, but you can see that the aura or the biofield is still there.
In, right? So there's several of these. It's so fascinating, like,
isn't it? So everything is energy, right? The energy signatures after the solid is taken away, because it's energy that makes the solid. You know, that's the bottom lowest frequency, I guess. But yeah, so everything has energy, and of course that's a leaf, a plant. So that's what they're affecting with these types of things. This is a coil.
That's a solenoid. That's a double coil solenoid. So that, like, it's I love the coil within a coil within a coil. It's pretty similar to some of the Keshi designs, and then some of the designs that I actually have done myself with the coils around coils around coils. But that they're all called solenoids. A slinky essentially is a solenoid. So all of anything that is the solenoid creates and can also capture electromagnetic fields and a bit of current and direct the energy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Don't forget to tune into my channel tomorrow night for a sort of chat with the people who make this stuff. But that's what they were saying, is the straight ones have like a directed energy, and the more toroidal shaped ones are more of a field energy. Like one's vertical, one's horizontal. Yeah, this is the same
bang on.
winding. Yeah,
parallel to Keshi's teachings, actually, and that they also go into agriculture with it. So
isn't that interesting? I find that really interesting too, right? Because one's kind of, you know, the leading edge of science technology, and the other is a group of people in their sheds winding bits of copper.
That essentially is one and the same. We are the leading edge of science is always people in their garages.
Exactly. Look at this one. So check out the shape. Obviously a toroid, but this is a double one. But you can imagine just this top bit. You know, what does that look like?
Welcome, Alistair. Good to have you, sister.
We have this, right?
Yes.
So this shape here, with a cross on top, of course. So that is this. See this top shape? That's what that is. So crowns, you know, and this is another thing. All this jewelry, right? You know, a lot of women used to wear things on their, you know, heads.
We were just reviewing.
Isn't that fascinating?
The video from yesterday. That was great, man. I had missed that. That was awesome. I actually like.
There's so much physics. Like
I think I want to clip that out.
In these different,
I think that should go on the.
It's awesome to see so many others doing it and coming forward and being developed.
My bad. I didn't pause it. I didn't. What do you call it? That should go on the Mitch Truth channel. If not, I mean, I'm down to post it on my own channel. But yeah, the end of that episode from yesterday, I hadn't watched it. On the Paul's a Beta Cook is the name of the stream. But yeah, we were just watching it. Me and Tribe and whoever else was here, and maybe Jeffrey was here, and then Truth Seeker dropped in the chat, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, much love. Get some rest, brother. It's all good. Good stuff, man. Yes, sir. Doing big things, man. You're improving, and so am I. It's good to see. It's beautiful.
And see this one.
See you tomorrow, man. I'll hop on panel.
This is an old ank from, you know, ancient Egypt, or whatever they want to call it. And this, you know, they'll probably tell us, oh, that's just a winding, you know, keep together, but that could be copper.
Exactly, right? Like the copper could have easily eroded off over the years, especially like oxidized off, and they used to have it on there. Like I almost guarantee that they did.
That's someone's hand, the energy field.
See, I really wanted to go deeper into Carillion photography and the frequency of it, because it is a specific Hertzian frequency. And then it's like, is that specific frequency also, well, obviously the bio-life energy frequency and the aura field frequency. Oh, okay. And then I think it's classified because if you
just hit 9 hours. Yeah, man, Carillion photography is freaking incredible. Fascinating.
It's got potential to do great good, but also probably extreme negative. So that's why it's so classified.
So the actual frequency that the picture's taken at is classified. Wow.
It's out there for some, but they try to debunk it. And then on a medical or a military level, it's actually studied as well as medically, but on a very, very classified.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, see 2/3 of it still reappearing there after it being cut off.
Yeah. So it stays there. This is obviously orgonite.
Hold on, you got to keep that picture up, because I swear I might have one built by the same person.
Really? All right. So yeah, this obviously got the basic sort of winding coil here, but we've got up here. This
that's a great idea. That's a great idea.
The thing about doing, you know, springs and that in, because this is fiberglass, basically some kind of resin, is it creates piezoelectricity. So it literally creates a charge. And you can see there's even another little coil at the top here above it, directing energy out the top. So they, you know, they look nice and everything. And of course, you can buy orgonite that looks nice and does nothing, but the real stuff, it's tech, it's technology. You may have heard of Reich or Reich. I think it was Reich, one of them, one of the R guys, used orgonite to bust clouds. So we're still waiting for Bernie. Oh, he's got one in the mirror. Okay, he's got one there. Okay. Take it backwards a little bit. We can kind of see the coil on the top, but yeah, that's pretty similar. Oh, okay, it's got the wind. Oh, okay, it does have the twisty in the front too. Wow, that's very similar. Cool, there you go.
Pretty similar, right? Like it's got the one coil at the front, the same layers of quartz, only mine was amethyst, and that big quartz in the middle that has a spiral going around it. So does the one I have has a quartz with a spiral going up. Fascinating stuff. I like it.
Yeah, isn't it? So, and again, this is, there you go, Queenie. And of course, we brought this up, so often. What is jewelry? What are these crowns? Is it with little gemstones in here?
Advanced orgonite fractal antenna technology as you can get, really.
I mean, that's what it looks like. I've got the ball in here. All right. And this is like, that looks just like a cymatic pattern.
100% that is.
So
at the top. And the resonators with all the jewels. Like,
so
those are multi-million-dollar aura extenders, is what my guess is. Like, you're sitting on your crown, or you have the crown on your crown chakra while you're sitting on the throne in these halls of these magnificent castles and the cathedrals and stuff like that, that would broadcast huge out and connect in, would it not? Like,
yes, definitely. And this is obviously, gold and silver, so it's just the step up in conductivity from copper. But I mean, I'm just wondering if we change this to a nicer, a cymatic that wasn't cross, would she have been a happier queen?
Quite possibly.
I'm going to put that cross on your head. Makes you cross, quite cross.
Quite crossed.
Russian pyramids. So we've mentioned this. These are the pyramids they built in Russia. You can see that's a car, so you can kind of see the height of it. And they did these for testing the energy flow, right? And as you can see, it's creating like a vortex here, a double vortex. And they got all these, really interesting results, like water wouldn't freeze in sub-zero temperatures, and some
seeds would stay good, or like fruit would stay good, seeds would grow quicker, stuff like that. Just all sorts of agricultural aspects of being energized within it.
So this experiment shows us there is a positive effect on plants, on plant matter, whatever you want to call it. It says here the height is 144, interesting number, 144 feet tall, connecting it to the harmonics of light. If the square-based edge length is 1 unit, the elongated slope height is 4.236 units. Units long, which is phi cubed. So this is all sacred geometry.
Exactly. Phi cubed again.
Times 1.68.
That's the golden ratio.
Yeah, informing us that the cosmic structure is based on the harmonics of the golden ratio. The internal tangenting spheres, which are these, are the 2261. Okay, so these, as you can see, it gets higher in frequency. So this bottom sphere is 0.382, and then we rise up to 4.23, which is a higher frequency. I think that's how I'm reading that. Is that right? Because the powers of phi get. Is that getting bigger or smaller? It's getting bigger, but what's going on? Am I reading that backward, Bernie?
It's
the internal tangenting spheres are the increasing powers.
Yeah, it's going up.
It's going up. So it's like as it goes up in power, it gets smaller in mass. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's condensing the energy, right? So it's a focal point that's then squeezing it and giving you that boost through the focal points.
Cool, I do understand. So there you go. So that's to do with the shapes, right? This is another antenna that someone's made. You can see it looks like they got their no water, but I was just seeing it looks like because
all right, so I'm going to take a vote in the chat. Drop a 1 in the chat if you want to keep watching this, or 2 if you want to watch another one of Truth Seeker's videos, since he dropped in the chat. It's kind of cool. And or 3 if you want to watch one of the videos on Mitch's channel, because there's one I wanted to watch on there too. So 1, 2, or 3. This is 1, 2 is Truth Seeker, 3 is Mitch.
Did to that?
It kind of does, but I don't think.
Oh no, it's probably ground. Oh, why it's going to the ground?
But you could, couldn't you? You could pump water, putting it in the top and letting it run through, and then taking it out the bottom, just as through your hose. That would do heaps. But look at this, right? We've got coils here, we've got antennas, and I mean, and apart from being useful, it's cool, right? And you get to make it yourself.
And it looks like what used to be on top of a lot of buildings, almost.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it? There you go. So that's another winding.
So that right there is absolutely epic, because it's essentially like a combination of the Keshe coil winding or tubes and then like the double winding. That I'm gonna be replicating that one right there. That's a good looking toroid, good looking solenoidal coil.
It is, and of course it's connected, so that's a closed circuit, right? So that's literally going to be producing a field and energy and stuff. Here's some more of the old stuff. I just found it interesting that I was looking into sort of jet pillars, and I just found that a lot of the jet pillars are connected to the ankh, right? And this kind of looks like a handheld tool, right? A directional tool. If that was made of copper, I've got it. Actually, I'll show you one photo. I think I've got something that a friend made. Okay, I'll see what I can find. So I'll stop sharing that. And I only show one because you have to watch it tomorrow night to see the rest of what these guys have made.
We're getting a sneak peek, are we?
Sneak peek, man. Sneak peek.
Ooh, sneak peek.
So what they made. I'm going to have to find where I put stuff. Oh, yeah, here it is. So this is something that was made. This was actually it's made as a custom order, like someone's ordered this. You can see. That's like it's,
that's cool.
there are better pictures, but there was only one eye, and I didn't want to get Illuminati confirmed. But you can sort of see that. But he's made this, right? And it's all that's a tool, right? That's a I don't know what do you call it, a free piezoelectricity energy tool.
Yeah, free. Yeah. Free.
So it just shows you this is probably what all these things were. All these anks and jet towers and bits and rods. They love their rods, and starts and what are they called? Crucifix, whatever it's called.
Yeah, the
holy hand grenade. Holy hand grenade. Let's just go with that.
Yeah, the holy hand grenade. That's what it's called. And like the pyramids. Look at the. I guess it's not going to go bigger, but just having the pyramid over top of some of it helps. People are doing the test, the copper pyramids. Of course, if it was gold, it would be more. And there's also
this person here, Mr. Cameron M. Eckhoff, is the man who made that onk. Ank. Is that what I say? Ank, onk. He's the man. So you'll have to tune into tomorrow to see what else he has done.
Which I missed it.
Cameron.
There's Cameron. Okay, welcome. Hi, Cameron.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good to have you here. I look forward to seeing more of the work at Cameron.
Dynamo light. That's interesting. Remember all these dynamo lights, right? But now you've got to get one going by batteries. Right? And it's like the crystal sets. Remember, every kid used to have a crystal set, right? Free, no batteries, free energy. Right?
Yeah, they had to stop it all just by principle, right? You can't have things defying the modern paradigm or what's acceptable. You can't have these questions.
Hello, Alistair. Hello, everyone in chat. What do you think of Foxtrot?
So many different techniques, and that I'm going to start with both structuring water in with the seeds, and then testing that as well as colloidal waters, and for part of my experiments. But then there's also Gerald's part of the Year of the Coil series, WPG Enlightened for Truth 2 YouTube channel, who's been doing some very good prep now and getting ready to use his coils in the electroculture indoor grow room. So
Sorry, someone called me old. I'm not old, I'm wise. And I learned about crystal sets from Fatty Finn, the great Australian movie from the 80s. I didn't actually have one. I'm not that old. I did start fighting dust, so I'm not sure. Might have to check out.
Yeah, the crystal radios are another good example. I got to get one of those going one of these days. So this is just a 1-minute video of Gerald's, and I'll play it quickly. I just posted the link in the chat.
Everybody, in part 2 of electroculture, what we're going to is take these seeds here and put them in the south pole of the coil in order to help facilitate germination.
Is that any better?
Now, these seeds here are all 2 years old.
Can you get up any louder?
Here,
no, sorry. It's only a minute long.
It's only a year old. So we're going to see how all this is going to turn out. And what we will do in the next video is we'll take this cup, we'll put the seeds on here, south pole pulsing, and we'll fit the coil on there and demonstrate. And we'll use a compass to show you where the south pole is. All right, everybody, this is just a quick update. You have a great day.
Oops. Or is there another one? No.
No, our setup is 2 compasses.
Sorry, my bad. There we go. So basically, he's going to try to do some 2-year-old seeds and charge them with his coils. Campbell, you are muted. And then Matthew Reif was also talking about it, and Mike at Fairday Research, as well as with the Hutchinsons, all about putting these coils into the ground and pulsing the gardens with the coils themselves. And that will be pretty epic. Good sunrise.
Wow. And so this is the thing. Obviously after the last a couple of years, many people, if they still have their businesses or jobs, are at least considering changing. And this is the way forward, right? Again, the guys I'm going to talk to tomorrow, they just got interested in Orgonite, started researching, and a couple of years down the track, they're both doing that's what they do full time. They sit there and make these stuff. They do custom orders for people because they just educated themselves. And this is, the tech, this is the way forward. I've said it a lot, is we've got all the answers. We've got them all. We just need to start implementing them. So this tech, literally, we can, start farms and communes or whatever. Don't need fertilizer, don't need wetter soil, don't need any of their crap. We just need to work with Earth Energies and do it properly. So we need to get people trained up in all this stuff. So what I'm trying to say is, if you're looking for a new job, looking for something to do, there's so many options out there, and this is just one of them.
Exactly. And like everybody should be doing their own agriculture, growing some sort of garden, vegetables if you can, like urban gardens, outdoor gardens, like hydroponic, like just a little growing your own herbs even. But once you start it's very rewarding and almost it becomes a passion, and that you're actually growing your own food. You're becoming less of a burden on the old system and freeing yourself into this new system and becoming self-sufficient. And that then you'll also be able to be doing these different experiments, tests, and trials, whether it's with the monoatomics and colloidal waters or this electroculture stuff or everything else in between, the literal hundreds of different topics that we've been discussing and doing and studying on here, that everybody can help yourselves by applying it to your own lives, while simultaneously helping the science and the documentation and the advancements of this technologies and processes and just open discourse and discovery.
And this is, the new earth, to use a term, what do you want to call it? And everyone keeps talking, the new earth, the 5D, the whatever, we want this new thing. This is how we do it. We don't sit on the couch waiting for a savior to come and save us. We look around and realize that we're the ones we've been waiting for. We've got all the answers. We just need to start doing it. And the more people start doing it, the quicker we'll get there, because like Bernie said, all this stuff disconnects us from the system. And I think we all realize that the system is the issue here. So, we just need to get ourselves to a point where we don't need the system for anything, and it ceases to exist.
Exactly.
So this is the thing. It takes action. Action Jackson.
And
there you go.
It's as simple as doing something like building a copper pyramid out in a greenhouse and trying things out. Or
we see these geometrical shapes over and over and over again, right? They're everywhere. It's all, so geometry is a big part of this. You know, and that's a way you could start. You could just twist your copper and start making, you know, go start with the platonic solids, right? See what happens. Because this is all just experimentation, and there is no wrong. It's not like it's toxic and you can blow anything up, right? It's all safe.
No,
It's all earth energy.
Definitely not. All you're going to risk doing is having larger vegetables, which, you know, that's definitely not a bad thing.
It's not. And of course, a lot of people sit under these pyramids, right? That's another thing. You can make
Yeah.
big pyramids for people to sit under. Test the thing. You know, imagine one of these with a big sort of coil and a crystal in it coming off the top. What that would do.
Oh, there's some guys out there I've seen doing it that I'm going to have on in a little bit, I think, that literally have the geopolymer crystals around the rodent coils in the corners of each of the pyramid corners, and then have it over top of your bed. It's pretty intense what I've seen.
Wow. Intense? What, you can't use it in a house?
Pretty
intense. Wow.
Campbell, you got to smash this fork every time you hit the punchline, brother. There we go. Ding. That was good.
Ding. There you go. So this is the place to be for dad jokes. Tell your friends.
Or good. They're good jokes. They're just really horrible. Good meaning. No, I don't know.
Did no one take you pretty respectful to your orders?
Right. Sorry. I'm just trying to bring up the PDF of this electroculture book that Jerry Ives sent to me that I have here, so that maybe we can share it with everybody instead of me trying to hold it up to the screen.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm just having a quick look. Got some videos here. I'm just trying to see which thing of them are good. So chat amongst yourself, guys, because we're professionals.
Well, actually, let's play one more minute as part 3 of Gerald's coil electroculture. Let's see if I can get the sound working a little better.
All right.
To show you what we're doing with magnetic fields here when it comes to illuminating this food. Now, our setup is 2 compasses. This one's sitting slightly below the bottom as it's elevated on this plastic covers, as you can see. This one here is elevated above the pot cover, and where we're going to be putting the seeds in the next demonstration. What I'll do now is I'll turn the function generator on, and we're going to see what these compasses do. Now that the coil is pulsing, we have north showing on the bottom and south showing on the top. What I'll do is I'll flip the coil rather than move the compass.
Oh, that's interesting experiment.
We're going to flip that back around one more time.
Is that these spaces yet?
Again, south on the top, north on the bottom. Not unlike a solenoid coil. But we're doing it this way to show you how we're going to put the seeds in the south pole of the coil for germination in the electroculture. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
So I put the link in the live chat. Yeah, Gerald does really good small short videos explaining stuff, and then does the more in-depth explanations and presentations on our real science episodes, which we always appreciate. And we're going to be doing our full agricultural series starting over the next month here, where I will have like lettuce, radishes, and spinach, I think, where I'll be using the same seeds, and then have one that's watered with like this monoatomic water, one that will be watered with the blue diatomic water, the oxidized version, to see if it affects plants negatively, and then control regular tap water, as well as I might also do microwave tap water to see if there's a difference in that between tap water and microwave water, and then also the structured water from the Rife coils here that will be playing the frequencies through the water. So there'll be at least 5 different types of water that we'll be using in this agricultural trials. And sadly, I loaded the PDF thing, but then I tried going into some like free trial BS. Like, I don't even want to.
Well, we'll have to. Then you can take some photos of it, and we'll approach that on another show. Oh, there we go. Got a bit coming up.
United States Department of Agriculture.
Oh, really? Electroculture. Wow. When's this from?
I believe this one, January 1926. It says.
No way. So there you go. They knew this stuff, right?
Yeah, it's almost 100 years old now. Like 100 years old that they're doing these tests of like electroculture in the U.S. And I believe let's read in a little bit and see if we get in the past 75 years. So they were doing this for over 75 years at that point. Many experiments in electroculture have been carried out with varying degrees of refinement. Some of these experiments indicate that the yield of crops can be materially increased by electrical treatment. Others conducted along similar lines fail to show any marked response to the treatment. So always, of course, things get debunked because they'll change one little aspect or intentionally disconnect one little wire here or there, so that they will make the entire practice null and void because it doesn't work because they didn't hook something up properly or have it shorted out somewhere. And the debunking community is rather well known for such things, especially in free energy and anti-gravity verifications and debunkings, such as even cold fusion, the Martin Fleischmann Pons experiments, where the original cold fusion in Utah in the 80s and 90s, that it was replicated like 100 different credible places, but the 3 biggest U.S. institutions intentionally, I think, undersaturated like a certain neutrino or what's the word, dihydrogen now. Anyways, they messed up one aspect of it intentionally, which then created a bunk reaction in the cold fusion, and thus cold fusion wasn't real.
Exactly right. God, fake science. So Suzanne had a vision of an 8D crystal, I'm not sure what that is, with 36 facets being used for energy. Do you have any idea what kind of crystal that could be?
That sounds like some sort of Atlantean crystal, but for the 8, it would be octahedral crystal, I believe.
Yep. So it could be like 4-pointed or 4-sided pyramid on each side. Together is like an 8-sided, or like an octahedron is a
octahedral,
like hexagon, but with 8 sides. Yeah. Or 3D. Okay. So all right. Yeah. So it could literally be like what's that called? Is it an octagon when it's 3D? I don't know.
Oh no, octahedron is what.
Octahedron, there we go.
Yeah. Experiments in 1915. After the plant had been plowed and put in good shape, rye was seeded on October 22nd, 1914, and the 6,600 volt treatment alternating charge was started. That's a lot of energy to be putting in 6,600 volts. Like
what?
Yeah, like were you intending to fry it? Like what? Right.
Yeah,
So
man. They were trying to put really hot chilies.
Right. Get that molded.
Yeah.
Pumped up with volts.
Lanes. Hexahedral. What's a hexahedral? Hex is 10 hex.
Hex is 6.
Hex is
8 dimensions and 36 sides. Okay. Dang. I'm gonna have to.
And octahedron is 2 shapes in one. What about a dodecahedron? What do they call it? Dodecahedron, is what they called?
Something like that. It's
Dodecahedron, that's right.
We're gonna have to do a full episode just
These are all right.
sacred geometry one of these days too.
Oh, okay. 8 dimensions, 30. What happened to them? Oh, okay. Hang on. Gosh, behave.
And they produce very good honey.
We've all seen these gardens, right?
Exactly. Is this a type of electroculture, or at least electromagnetic culture?
Yeah.
It's got to be a key part to it. The geometry.
And, keep in mind, we don't know what's under the soil in these gardens, so they could still be, wide if you want to put it that way, or it could just be representing, what used to be there, without the tech, right? But all these gardens, they're all, geometric. They're all based on, sacred, cubits and measurements and equations and geometry and all this stuff. And it's not, and of course, I like water, and it's not by accident, right? Like, there's a reason that all of this stuff is like this. And these are the same shapes we see in the windings, they're the same shapes we see on the buildings. It's everywhere, right? All this. I mean, look at this. Look at these gates. Like all these palaces have these big metal.
And like
gates.
The iron is the magnetic, and then the gold is the electric. So it's electromagnetic. It's way more advanced than our current understanding of it. That magnetic current has been classified by the U.S. Army since the 50s, and then officially in science, like debunked. Even though it's so much more, especially when you look into like Tesla's writings, Edward Scallan's writings on magnetic currents, and so many more that has to do with geometry as well as even actually color to some degree with this energy. It's very fascinating.
Imagine if this gate and the whole fence, you can see, we know that they're fences. If that's all grounded into the ground, right, proper with iron or whatever, copper into the, that's going to affect all of this enclosed area and the area around it. And remember these, remember these arch things? We used to see them everywhere, right? This is a bit more ornate.
Yeah.
The little arches that went along, they were just like white arches that were like garden edges. Well, where did that come from? Did that start off being copper or gold or silver? And this is like the same kind of thing.
Even the iron, because iron's ferrite, which is magnetic, and with magnetism, you get electricity at a perpendicular field angle when magnetic energy flows.
Look at this shot. Look at these. I can't zoom in.
I see what you're saying. Those are essentially antennas bringing the energy.
You can see even on the top of them, right? Are they bells? Oh my god! But yeah, I mean, how much like antennas do they look? And look, this is connected up to this big gate. This is Buckingham Palace. So we've got the big gate covered in things like gold and silver. We've got antennas, and then we've got this fence. We've got all these antennas popping out of the ground as well. Right?
Just crazy.
So are they? Or are they? We know that they have tech they use, and this makes like if they had all this super electronic tech, right? We would kind of know. But this tech is so subtle. They could be using it to if their gardens to grow their fruit that they eat and we don't. All this stuff, and we would never know because you can't see it really. And it's all turned into, like we showed before, all these fences and these gates and these archways. That's another one, right? All these metal arch frames, right? Yeah, suddenly it's not ornamental, right? And how often do they do that? They turn what is tech and they try and say, oh, no, it's just a facade. It's just an ornament. And then we get to these old world greenhouses, right? What do they have? What's their frame made of?
Very good point.
Right, so this is, and we know there were lots of these
everywhere. They were literally everywhere, and that's huge electromagnetic fields. Yeah. Wow, like never even thought of that. They were all iron. Like that's
And hang on, I'm just trying to let me open
crystal, like the glass, like
open picture, open image. Okay, let's see. Because see on the top, antennas. Right, and it's the same. Look at the geometry, right? A pyramid, a square, a dome. All this geometry, the arches. It's all the same. And then we come down to the garden, and the same geometry is repeated pretty much.
It is, right? That's a very good point. Like hidden in plain sight, the sacred geometry going into these old world structures, the gardens. Like they would have been. You always see huge plants growing in those sort of old terrariums too, like 2-3 times the size of anywhere else.
Yes. Joseph, was it Joseph Banks? The guy who designed the original Crystal, supposedly, right? Designed the original Crystal Palace. He was supposedly, the story goes, he was a gardener, like 20-year-old self-taught gardener with no experience, and he built one of these greenhouses. And then they went, that's good. So they let him build the Crystal City. And then apparently he built lots of these greenhouses everywhere. But it's just such a dumb story, right? Like, why do they need them this ornate, this big? How did they get that? These are the first greenhouses, apparently. This is what they want to tell us. These are the first ones.
Right, like just such BS.
And there's a picture of the original Crystal Palace back in 1850, and it's got like a couple of massive trees in it inside. So was that a greenhouse?
Really?
I mean, just look at this. This takes a lot of planning and planting.
It does.
So this is the tech of the old world, and of course, no doubt they'd be hooked up to the water system in some way, and all the water would be ionized or copperized.
Structured for sure. Structured water, 100%. That's had to be what 2/3 of their fountains were all about, was making those fountains of youth, structuring the in the water, the holy water in the cathedrals, charging it all.
And how often do we see these?
All right, my ADD. I'm gonna switch up the flow again. I want to watch another one of Truth Seekers videos. So let's see here.
Oh my god, they're so good. Oh my.
Past generations of Americans pursued big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They pushed across an unsettled continent and built new cities in the wild frontier. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system, magnificent it was, and they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. If you look at just 3 years ago, what we were doing was unthinkable. How good it was, how great it was for our country. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living. That's what will happen. Here are just a few of the ways we can do it. Almost 1/3 of the land mass of the United States is owned by the federal government, with just a very, very small portion of that land, just a fraction, 1/2 of 1%. Would you believe that? We should hold a contest to charter up to 10 new cities and award them to the best proposals for development. In other words, we'll actually build new cities in our country again. These freedom cities will reopen the frontier, reignite American imagination, and give hundreds of thousands of young people and other people, all hardworking families, a new shot at home ownership and, in fact, the American dream. Another big opportunity is in transportation. Dozens of major companies in the United States and China are racing to develop vertical takeoff and landing vehicles for families and individuals. Just as the United States led the automotive revolution in the last century, I want to ensure that America, not China, leads this revolution in air mobility. These breakthroughs can transform commerce, bring a giant infusion of wealth into rural America, and connect families in our country in new ways. Likewise, through our Strategic National Manufacturing Initiative, which is going to be very big and very, very successful, we will turn forgotten communities into hives of industry, producing the goods we will no longer import from China. We will also have a major initiative on lowering the cost of living with a special focus on lowering the cost of a new car and lowering the cost to build a single family home. And they will be beautiful homes. And I will ask Congress to support baby bonuses for young parents to help launch a new baby boom. Finally, I'll challenge the governors of all 50 states to join me in a great modernization and beautification campaign, getting rid of ugly buildings, refurbishing our parks and our public spaces, making cities and towns more livable, ensuring a pristine environment, and building towering monuments to our true American heroes. Very importantly, I will also make sure all of these new places are safe. We love and cherish our police. They will do the job the way they have to. It is time to start talking about greatness for our country again. I will dramatically increase living standards and build a future that brings our country together through excitement, opportunity, and success. Thank you very much.
Welcome to yet another edition of the Truth Zone. As always, this is your host, Truth Seeker here. And never fear, Trump is here to save the day for all of those quote unquote far right, conservative, mega people. Trump is here talking about how he wants to create 10 freedom cities. This is sounding more and more like Hunger Games by the day. This is sounding more and more like different districts, different colonies by the day. And you're like, Truth, he's wanting to promote freedom. He's here to save the day. No, he's not. He's part of the system. And, people are like, oh, you're criticizing Trump. That means you're a leftist. No, I'm not a leftist. I'm not a rightist. I'm not anything anymore. I voted for Trump twice, but this is before I was fully awakened and aware to the fact that politics are one big sham. The left and the right is one big sham. It's the wings of the same bird. Trump is promoting the same ideologies, just like the left, just putting icing on top or lipstick on a pig, whatever analogy that you would like to use. This is nothing more of a way to continue to divide people, keep them distracted, divided. And it's nothing more than a way to make sure they get herded into these smart cities, 15-minute cities, whatever you want to call them. As I stated in another video covering this, once they get you in these cities, they got you. You will be pretty much trapped in these cities. You will be told where to go, what you can do, how much you can spend, etc., etc. This is why they want you in these cities, because it will be easier to control you if you are all gathered together in one place. And of course, they're going to blame it on overpopulation, which is why they have to do this and everything else. And, I get that accidents happen, such as, train derailments happen every day for the most part. But like with the East Palestine thing that happened in a rural area. So that should tell you all you need to know, how they are trying to chase you out of these rural areas and they want you to go to these cities. And then you have somebody like Jack Posobiec. He's a big Trump guy, posting images like this on his Twitter, where Trump's looking very, very satanic in his photo with the whole black and the red. saying retribution. So you see what's happening. You see what is coming. If you don't, I don't know what to tell you. All I know is I'm not going to be deceived by this, by either side. I'm not for either side. I'm not for Trump. I'm not for Biden. I'm not Democrat. I'm not Republican. I'm not independent. I'm not anything anymore when it comes to politics because it's all one big sham. But it's quite crazy how the color red has been released anonymous this year. And now we see Mr. Red himself, the Mega Man, coming back out, promoting all of these agendas. And we already know some agendas that he's already pushed. I can't specifically say it here on YouTube, unfortunately, because I will get my channel striked and even taken down. But you can put two and two together on what I'm referring to. I personally, my own opinion, I think he's going to be the one to usher in and push in the rest of the agendas
talking about that warp
for the Mark of the Beast stuff. But that's just my own opinion. I'm not saying that's a factual statement by any means. I could be way off topic on this, but it's just a very weird feeling I have. Also, it's very interesting how he chose number 10, because read this in Revelation 17:12. And the 10 horns, which thou sawest, are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings, 1 hour with the beast. So that's very interesting that he chose that number. Regardless, America is as divided as ever. Pretty much everywhere in the world is divided. And the reason being is because they are pushing all of these agendas to the forefront. 15-minute cities, not even just in America, but all over. It's not just some conspiracy anymore. It's real. It's happening. You see it happening. I know it can be scary seeing these things come to pass. And some people just think it sounds good. Oh, I don't got to worry about a car anymore. I have everything right in walking distance. But that's even what Satan does. He deceives you. He paints a pretty picture, makes it look good, makes it look enticing, and then before you know it, he has you in a trap. So do not be deceived, and don't just take my word for it either. Do your own research. Come to your own conclusion. I'm just an average guy here on YouTube discussing topics. If you choose to still believe in Trump, that's your choice. I can't sit there and degrade you for believing in politics. That's your own choice. I'm just saying, me personally, I don't believe in politics anymore. But it's your right to believe what you're going to believe, just as it's my right to believe what I'm going to believe. But he's making it sound really good, really enticing. So just be aware, is all I'm saying. Be very aware. But that's all I have for today's video. I thank you for tuning in to yet another edition of the Truth Zone. I thank you all for your prayers and your support through all of these trying times. I can't do this without any of you. I can't. I truly can't. But as always, this is your host, Truth Seeker, signing out.
The real reason astronauts can pee in space at zero gravity and never suffer from prostate issues. This
Welcome to another edition of the Truth Zone. As always, this is your host, Truth Seeker here. As always, I would ask that you would take time out to like the video, comment down below, and if you're new here, subscribe to the channel. And the Satanic Temple Weekend of Blasphemy sells out in Boston. I kid you not. You're not reading this wrong. You're not seeing this wrong. It sold out. And they're saying how this is going to be one of the largest satanic gatherings ever. If this doesn't show you that we are in the end times, I don't know what will. And you know, I know there's going to be some people out there like Truth. Anyone can believe what they can believe in, etc., etc. And yes, that's true. You can. But I have a right to believe that these people are evil. I have a right to believe that this is disgusting and disturbing. So yes, you can believe what you believe in. Even if you don't believe in the Christian perspective like me, the Christian worldview like me, this should show you that there is something up. There is something afoot. That we are in perilous times, troubling times. And these people claim that they don't even believe in anything. They don't believe in God or anything. But yet they're calling this a weekend of blasphemy. These people have sold their souls over to the devil. Point blank, period. And it's a shame that things like this are happening. Again, I know that we have a freedom of quote unquote religion, and these people are going to believe what they're going to believe. They have their own free will. But it just shows you how far this country has fallen with the things that they're promoting, with the things that they are doing. Every agenda that they are pushing. I can't discuss most of the agendas on my platform or I will get a strike, unfortunately, but I will let you put two and two together. And it's crazy the things that they are even planning on doing at said event. They're celebrating their 10-year anniversary. That's very telling in itself. The 10, there's that 10 again. You see also where Trump's talking about the 10 freedom cities. Just crazy, crazy stuff that we are in, times that we are in. It is being promoted as a weekend of blasphemy, and remember, it's in Boston. And we'll also celebrate their 10-year anniversary. And they're saying that it's going to be the largest satanic gathering in history. Wow, that's something to really be proud of, huh? Largest satanic gathering in history. It's just every day it seems like there's something else, some new headline that shows that we are in some crazy times. We've seen the stuff at the Grammys where they're pushing satanic stuff. We've seen the stuff at the Super Bowl. We've seen the stuff at the Grammys where they're pushing satanic stuff. We've seen the stuff at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you know, when I was in Boston, it was just super Jesuit.
Every time you turn around, it's just something new, something derogatory, something wild, off the rails, crazy. And then you're like, truth, what can we do about it? Well, really, the only thing you can really do is pray, trust in God. Ask God to guide you and lead you and to protect you wherever you go. That's all you really can do. It's crazy how the culture has just fallen completely. Every day it seems like we are just free falling down further and further and further, like the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. And this year has already been crazy, and it's getting even more and more insane. And of course, they are also doing this in the year of Skull and Bones. So that should tell you all that you need to know there. The year of Skull and Bones, and they're doing this largest satanic gathering ever. Don't allow yourself to be deceived by this event, and really stay prayerful even during the time of the event, because there's going to be a lot of negative energy, especially in and around Boston. If you live around the Boston area, especially. Especially in and around Boston.
Let me take a moment to say something. Let me show something really quick. So as you can see, because I just happened to, earlier I was going to do the stream on this guy, what's his name? Let's see if I still have the tab open here. This guy, Kassar Sunstein, and his role, well, if you've heard of the Chatham House, here, let me type in, look at this, conspiracy theories and other dangerous ideas. Nudging society towards making better decisions, you know? So you can see what kind of a guy this is. What someone called an elitist, probably a Bilderberger, probably a trilateralist, probably Illuminatus. Let me see here. But yeah, the Chatham House, the Royal Institute of International Affairs. Oh, see, okay, see, that's what I forgot. So they're one and the same, as if I'm not mistaken. The Chatham House and the Royal Institute of International Affairs are one and the same. An independent policy institute based in London. Our mission is, it doesn't say. Yeah, but anyway, so what I noticed about Chatham House, it has a matching, gematria with Skull and Bones. I just happened to look into that. It's just a single overlap, but in the reverse cipher. So yeah, both equal 202 in reverse. Found that fascinating. You know, because it's when you just happen to go look something up and find it that you know that you're onto something, you know, and that's how it works. And that's where people fail to understand the language of gematria, because it is a language and it is a universal code, right, that permeates all aspects of consciousness as I've come to understand it and overstand it over the last 3 years of studying it. So some people want to brush it off as this number counting, you know what I mean? And it's it goes a lot deeper than that. So where were we? Yeah.
It's definitely going to be a time to really buckle down and pray like never before, because of all the negative energy that's going to be present. Again, though, They can do what they want. We all have free will. We all have a choice to make. We all have a side to choose. You can choose the side where you lose, or you can choose the side where you win. Now, these people think they're on the winning team. These people think that they're on the winning side of things. What I'm here to tell you, I'm here to give you a spoiler. No, they are not on the winning side of things. And they never will be. All of these agendas, all of these things they push, all of this pride, arrogance, and whatever else will eventually come to an end. And some other events they're even holding is they're holding a witches' night.
Look at Maggie. She had always felt self-conscious about her cellulite. For over 5 years, she avoided wearing swimsuits or shorts.
And they're also holding a satanic ball on the opening night, April 28th. It's just unreal. These people just don't care. They don't care at all. All they want to do is just continue to promote and push all of these different agendas right in your face. This isn't the only agenda they're pushing. They're pushing other things with mixtures of black and white. I will let you put two and two together on what I'm referring to. How anyone can be anyone, anything. And that's as deep in that as I can get on YouTube without being labeled it's just wild. Wild times. But if we say we're going to hold large events, we get a lot of backlash and a lot of hate and things of that nature. But these people can freely do anything with no backlash. It just shows you how fallen society has become and is. And it's sad to see. It's sad to see this in my lifetime. These are perilous times that we surely are in. But it's not a time to be down. It's not a time to be out. It's not a time to give up. It's not a time to feel hopeless, even when you see all these trying things. Because, as I've said, in the end, we do win. It's a time to rejoice. It's a time to be glad to know that God is there for you. So trust in God. And just know that things will eventually get better for those of you out there that believe. Because in the end, we do win. We are on the winning side of things. As always, I thank you again for your prayers and your support. Continue to pray for me. I need all the prayers that I can possibly get as I deal with things myself. And again, I thank you for taking the time to view yet another video and to stop by the channel. Thank you for all of your support. Even if it's just a like on the video, I thank you for your support. Thank you for everything. I can't do this without any of you. And this has been yet another edition of the Truth Zone. And as always, this is your host, Truth Seeker, signing out. Rolling Loud is a festival that happens with a bunch of secular artists. They get together and perform these sets. This year was full of satanic symbolism. Every year is full of it, no matter the event. The Grammys, whatever else, it's always full of satanic Illuminati symbolism. Of course, the pentagram is on the pants, and you also see the pyramid inverted right there in front of your face, because these people are nothing more than a bunch of satanic Illuminati puppets. They're nothing more than a bunch of sellers pushing the same Baphomet agenda, the mixing agenda. And I will let you put two and two together on what I'm referring to. But it's really ridiculous. And the color red has been really synonymous this year. You've seen it in the Super Bowl. You've seen it at the Grammys. You've seen it with Doja Cat, among other things. Anywhere you look, the color red has been really synonymous with this year. And the year of skull and bones. And they're pushing all of these satanic Illuminati agendas right in your face. These people are arrogant. These people are satanic Illuminati puppets. And they're pushing these agendas right in your face. Because as I've stated many times, these people are arrogant. They're prideful. They think that they are winning, but they are not winning. In the end, we win. Little Uzi Vert's name basically means Lucifer when you say the name fast. It's just mind-boggling how many people just don't care because the music sounds good. They don't care what agendas are being pushed. But I believe more and more people are starting to wake up and realize that these artists are pushing satanic agendas. At least I hope more and more people are waking up. But Little Uzi Vert is also connected to Elon Musk. And you're like, Truth, how? Well, Little Uzi Vert and Grimes announced a while back that they have plans to get his Neuralink brain chip. This all falls in line with the Mark of the Beast agenda. This is why you see these people pushing the agendas and pushing the things that they are pushing, because it's all leading up to the Mark of the Beast agenda. It's all leading up to the one world system.
I buy the same products you do, only I get them much cheaper. I save hundreds of dollars a month by doing the.
It's also interesting that this event started on March the 3rd, because there you got your 33, 23, you got your 33 in there. These people know what they're doing. They know the agendas that they are pushing. Travis Scott was also at the event, and he's been involved in so many satanic things that it's not funny. So many satanic events. He was involved in something at a concert of his with portals and things like that. So these people are showing you exactly which side they are on. They are showing you they are on the side of the losing team with all of their signs, with all of their symbols. These people are arrogant. They think that they are cool and edgy. They think that they're doing this stuff just to stand out. And Playboy Cardi was another one of the people at the show, and he's involved in a lot of satanic occult stuff. He constantly pushes Satan left and right. So, of course, he had to be here pushing all kinds of disgusting, disturbing, satanic agendas. Because all these people want to do is they want to warp people's minds. They want to break them down. They want to mind control them. So it makes them more prone to demonic possessions. This is why they do the stuff that they do. This is why they incorporate all of these messages in their stuff. They used to hide it behind backmasking, but now they're just out in the open about it because they know their time is running out and they think that they are winning, but they are not winning. Here's another image of a while back where he was laying inside of a pentagram. This man is a satanic puppet, just like Little Uzi Vert, just like Travis Scott, and all of these other people who have made it big. They've sold their soul over to Satan.
I don't know if y'all hear that. That mess behind me that I'm leaving. Something is not right with that. Jesus, in Jesus' name. I'm walking up and down this whole live concert, praying, clutching my pearls because that sounds like some mess. I can't. Lord God, fix it. That's crazy. I don't even want y'all to hear this. That's how negative and demonic and these souls.
One thing to come out of this is it's awesome to see more and more people starting to realize this stuff is not right. This stuff is satanic. This stuff is not of God. It's the complete opposite. And I hope more and more people continue to wake up and realize that these people are never going to be for them. These artists, and I use that term loosely, are never going to be for them. The only thing that they are for is your destruction. The only thing they are for is your downfall. The only thing they want to do is drag you to hell with them. That's their whole goal, is to drag you to hell with them. In any way that they can push their agendas, they will. We see it all the time. With every music video that they release, they always got to incorporate some kind of symbolism. They always got to find some type of way to show you exactly what they are about. They're always promoting derogatory stuff in their songs about partying and doing this and that, etc., etc. And it's sad to see how artists like this even get promoted to trending. But then people like me, when we're speaking the truth, we got to carefully word things or we get strikes. I mean, Playboy Cardi has even gotten Satan tattooed on the back of his neck. So, I mean, if that's not enough proof, I don't know what will be enough proof. These people are nothing more than a bunch of satanic Illuminati puppets. And that's all they're ever going to be, sadly. These people have given themselves over, I believe, to a reprobate mind. But that's all I have for today's show. And I thank you all for your continued prayers and your continued support. As always, I want to hear from each and every one of you. What are your thoughts on all this? And as always, share the video, get the word out, like the video, and just, I appreciate everything. I appreciate all of the love that you have shown me as I continue to spread the truth. This has been yet another edition of the Truth Zone. And as always, this is your host, Truth Seeker, signing out.
So yeah, that was the home of Truth Seeker. Go check his channel out ASAP.
And we're gonna find these accounts. Watch, this is gonna be crazy. Oh, maybe they're all gone. No, I haven't looked in a while. Let's see. Okay.
giant TV to like fucking Blu-ray. They need a server update for real. Hardware update.
Crazy. Searching different keywords and clicking different filters and just to see what. I think we're surrounded by a bunch of bots.
It's all an illusion.
We're screwed.
Shit. Okay, that link's in the back, Ian. If you want to look at them. I got the pictures. We said the video.
I'm pulling this up.
Are you guys about ready to join the Indian group? I heard.
I'm thinking about it. I mean, they're all that's left. I
No,
think
they're
it's
not-
people
they're
having
not-
a discussion.
They're like Middle Eastern or something. They're ex-Muslims. Whatever the fuck that means. Okay. Whatever that means. There's just fucking bots. What are we even? Should I join the bots? See what happens. Oh. You're kind of watching it from like a camera. There's a random fucking.
That's what is going on. That's crazy. That's what is going on. That's crazy. Some weird shit, man.
What's that one? Open discussion. 272.
We're gonna click on this and see what's going on here real quick.
Let's do it. Anonymous fucking question mark. Yeah.
Rapism, murder. आप कितने केस ले सकते हो, केस ना ले
Not
सकते
even in English. What the-
Okay. Okay.
We found some random. Never know what you're gonna find.
But I mean, just think about it. All of YouTube, open panel, even the discussion live, it's just this with two Muslim people. That's it. And then
It's the
us.
same fucking thing. It's just a different.
I'm sure there's other things. I see a lot of people do open panels. They never have it in the title though, right? So, but still, there's something weird about it. I don't know, man.
Yeah, but I bet if you logged on to a different YouTube account and did it, you'd find different people. It's weird.
No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
It's like the algorithm limits you to a certain thing. So. Look, they got the link in there.
Hey, should we join?
I don't know. Should we be like, who the fuck are you guys? Also, Malenko, whatever the fuck you say.
हो। जमीन की ये जो कुरान की बात है, जमीन आसमान को जोड़ने की बात है वो। जमीन
I
आसमान
guarantee
को
they speak
जोड़ने की
English. Why do they need
बात है।
it?
बोली कि जो
True.
Conspiracy.
I think we're surrounded by a bunch of bots.
It's all an illusion.
We're screwed.
Shit. Okay, that link's in the back, Ian. If you want to look at them. I got the pictures. We said the video.
I'm pulling this up.
Are you guys about ready to join the Indian group? I heard.
I'm thinking about it. I mean, they're all that's left. I
No,
think
they're
it's people
not-
having a discussion.
They're like Middle Eastern or something. They're ex-Muslims. What the fuck that means. Okay. Whatever that means. There's fucking bots. What are we even? Should I join the bots? See what happens. Oh. Have on full channel. Fuck. This is all that's left. He said.
This is it, guys. This is all that's left to join to add to the community.
I know. Where's our subject go? There's a floodie in there. I'm gonna go look it up and see if I can find more.
I do it sometimes. I randomly do certain searches and see just like what, like I'm really big on that. I spend a lot of time actually doing that. Searching different keywords and clicking different filters and just to see what, collect the data that way
That's what I
on the world.
That's how I found people and shit. Because
Yeah.
I wanted to investigate to see what's really going on when that whole shit happened. So that's
Yeah.
how I found out about people. I didn't even know people were on here.
Yeah, that's how I did too. Is I was clicking trending live. That's how I really started finding channels. That's when I found Bro Sanchez back in the days when YouTube was different, like 7 years ago.
And 7 years ago, I was in prison. I was wishing I had YouTube.
But that
Oh,
channel
no,
went to so many other channels for me. That one was the one.
I used to go on these random panels and then try doing certain things. If you want to hit the link I put on there, it's from I made a new channel. I'll make a compilation. I've been on like 50 different fucking random panels and done the same thing with the same result every time. And just showing people what the probability and shit. Comments are hilarious.
I did it a couple months ago, man. Remember I was new on here. It was like 3 months ago, man. Anyways, when I first started doing this on YouTube, I was like, I did that too, Rebel Domain. Effect. I was one of these like God channels, you know, see live and I start talking to them in chat about Mandela Effect. Man, they were losing shit, man. It's wild. I thought they would be more interested, but they just all like either lost their shit or they fucking just ignored it, or they had an excuse every time.
This is like 2 years ago, way before I met you guys. I used to go and like practice it on people. Yeah. So it's funny,
right?
Blue Drake, can you put on screen the coin flip?
So it's funny,
right?
Blue Drake, can you put on screen the coin flip?
Okay, hold on.
So pretty much what happens is
Cage card.
They get heads 3 times. Somebody goes, yo, grab a dice.
All right, okay. What's the next 3 flips gonna be?
Hold on. Can you see me? No.
No,
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 screen white.
All right,
Screen white. You might mute it.
Yeah, might mute it.
Should be showing.
Oh, she got kicked out.
No, she just jumped out. She coming back. Token, what's good, yo?
Her internet got fucked up. Her internet.
Naked to his draws with a helmet on. Right?
Hold on, let me take a look at you before. Okay.
Yo,
Full screen so you can see it.
Talladega Nights is the shit. What up, Blue? There she go. Blue, what it do?
All right, just
Blue. All right, so when you flip the coin, when it lands, you got to put the camera down. All right, so we can see what it land on.
Okay.
All right, word. All money is good. All money is good. It hit what it hit.
No,
it hit what it should.
What are we doing? Before you flip it, you can visualize what you hit for one person at a time.
Okay.
You can visualize what you want to be hit.
The case turn the camera sideways. Stuff
Do I have to say it out loud?
No.
Okay.
Oh, Blue doing
How the hell do you know if she really?
No, Blue. Shake it up and don't look at it.
Will I be in the private chat?
It's hard to watch that when it's all sideways like that, dude. What happened?
She froze. It freezes everybody on
Set
there.
it down.
Watch this shit
Everybody in there
sideways.
watching all got froze. Do whatever you want, bro.
Go. Whoa! Oh, yes! Do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
You ready?
I'm going.
Y'all
I'm
ready?
going, yo. I'm going.
No, what's the next one?
Back to regular body. Back to regular
Yeah,
body.
You got it.
You want for two?
It's supposed to be 1 for 1.
No, you have to-
I told you it's not going to work anymore. I'm done. I need to see it.
I thought you said
That's it. That's all I'm going to see, my friend.
Yo,
You need to start
green
listening,
stick.
you start-
Green stick with age.
That's crazy.
That's funny, Cage.
Yeah, but I do this. It even works on computers and shit. I had another guy saying he wants to bang a fucking bottle off his head because the computer kept fucking up and doing it. I'll make a compilation of this. But yeah, what happened at the beginning was the lady there, she tried doing it, everyone's computer froze, everybody on there. They're all like, what the fuck? Da, da, da. Then they got 3 heads in a row, what they wanted, and then so guys like, fuck this, he grabbed the dice and it worked. He did like a bunch of times, they kept fucking with them. And, it was, you can do shit like that. I don't believe in the probability. You want to see something fucking hilarious? This one's only like 40 seconds long, Ian. But look, it's your best friend, Paul. His face is on there. Look at this. It's in the private. You know, like the deep fake?
What's that?
Put it in the private. It's your friend. His friend's face is in it.
Check it out.
Right, that's the same link, right? That's the same YouTube link.
Oh, hold on. Wrong one. There, that's the right one. I don't know why it didn't copy properly.
Oh, okay, we got it.
You'll laugh at this one after seeing that.
It happens.
What rabbit hole have you went down? 82,000 subscribers.
Hey, that's a good movie right there, though, man.
You remember that one? But you see the
That's
face,
one of my
though?
favorite movies.
It is. It's a great one. You see the face, though? Heads or tails?
What movie was that called again?
No Country for Old Men.
Right, that's a good one. I always forget about that one.
One of the best. It has a deep esoteric meaning to that movie, man.
So if you're an ex-Muslim, wouldn't you stop wearing all the Muslim attire, though? Or am I tripping?
Obviously, the names
It looks photoshopped and stuff.
Like,
That's
look,
so dude. Oh, shit.
Good work. Is
Studying with all these into. Okay. They said I got rid of them. Get this.
fucking image. You know what I mean? It's anonymous or something. And look, just said it.
Hey, Cage, you should try to join the panel over there.
Should I join and come back? Watch, I'll get in the ass. Is that it?
Dude, that was.
इसमें मैं थोड़ा सा बात करना चाहता हूँ हालांकि मैम आप लोगों से सुनना कि हलाला का मतलब सुना आप लोगों से यही थी हलाला का मतलब यही होता है कि अगर शौहर उसको तलाक दे देता है और फिर चाहता है कि हम उस औरत से शादी
Cage is gonna try to go over there. We'll probably be shutting down pretty soon, guys. We'll see if he gets on.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you something. I've been on today, bro. Wait till you see this shit. This is what I've been working on, bro. my fucking living room. I'm busy fixing my shit. Busted the fuck out of my pinky too. That shit hurts. I just got hell busy today, man. I got this dude. I gotta go to his place and put together like 4 trucks to get a motor and training for the Suburban I just got that I gave to Ivan. And then I gotta go fucking fix this other truck for $1,900. So I'm busy as fuck. I'm not gonna be able to get on streams for the next like 2 or 3 weeks, very much. I have to like make one day to come in fucking done with people and stuff. I have to figure out what day of the week I'm gonna do it. Probably Saturday. Maybe. Saturday maybe. I got this motherfucker right here with Ivan. It's like this shit's gonna be nuts, man. I'm gonna be more busy and more multitasking than I've ever been in my life. Hell, I already am now. I feel my brain growing.
Hey,
Yeah, what's up, Phil?
Hey,
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I got that link in the back chat for that green light.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna watch that. Bring it up. I don't use
I'm
iCloud.
keeping on that though in case
I
Cage.
don't know how to use it. Oh, whoa. Okay, maybe I can't throw that up. But it's okay right here. Hide mine. We've been trying to figure it out for a long time, man. That's all we talk about the Mandela effect and all these things we see around the world going on. So we're all collectively trying to figure it out. That's the point of listening. That's my point, you know what I mean? You may not get anything out of 90% of what you listen to, but if you're just still walking away with 10% of aha in your brain at the end of the night, I think it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't know who them is exactly either.
There's no way these people.
It's like, I think they're all puppets, man. There's something above them controlling them. All these government officials and shit. And I'm beginning to wonder, this video I'm working on, seems like my fucking computer to work editor, right? It's going to show you guys the battle, spiritual battle. I want to give away too much, but it's going to be good. Might just have to make it on my damn laptop because my damn laptop's giving me issues. I might do that.
I think of video reactions.
Yeah,
a bunch of big channel. I found some pretty interesting videos last night and different things that were I don't know pretty. Open up the panel and react to this shit. It'll be a few hours, so I'm thinking about when I come across.
Dude, I just had
deep shit like that and just fucking go live and I don't know.
Yeah. The timing or security shit, bro, has been nuts, All of our, like, I haven't been doing just with you, man. There's been other people that have been doing this timing thing with weird, like we did with that photo that one day. Shit like that had a lot more often now, man. It's been tripping me out. It's like, if you try stealing my fucking keys and I call it shit. 3 of them are Asian. The officer that took my case is Zane. They're Zane. It's just weird. It's like they're being replaced. I don't know. But that's from a narrow perspective. Unless there are any officers.
I'm gonna give Cage five more minutes.
Oh, we did not do that, man.
Shut her down.
Yep, for sure, man. I was gonna get off here anyways. I gotta go fucking drop my truck up there. Put a hole in it. Spread up. Trash it on it. I got 1 joint to go, man. I'm about to prep it, clean it up, and put it else on. I think a mile long for a drive truck. 3 joints and a carry burn. Fuck me. They handle it by hand. It's hard. It's all hammers and shit. I feel good with it too. It's cool. How you been doing?
We're gonna shut her down. I think on point. Yeah, I've been all right.
You go to bed.
I've been good.
Hey, it's good talking to you.
I mean,
45 minutes.
I've been dealing with just shit. Right?
Everyone's down. That's time.
So
whatever shit you're doing, if I invite, I hope you get to deal with it in positive outcome.
Yeah, I mean, there's a duality of great things, amazing things, and not so great things, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'll see you later, man. Good talking to you.
Yeah.
Later, Phil. 62 I've ever seen, bro.
We might
be.
We don't want to.
All right, man. At the same time.
No, slow, bro.
All right, be good.
I didn't catch the last part of that. I just heard you might be kind of cut out.
I have a stream set up for tomorrow to give anyone the opportunity to come up. A lot of people I skipped today didn't want to put them up.
Yeah.
So
I think tomorrow I'm not gonna be that busy, so I'll be able to come and check it out. I'll hop up eventually.
Yeah, we'll see. I might cancel.
Good talking to you, man. I talked to you today, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, bro. Nice to see you, man.
You're my bud. It's not like I don't fucking anymore.
Yeah, always. We got shit going on, dude.
All right, brother. You rest well, and I hope you get these situations you got going on figured out, brother. I'm sending positive Positive vibes your way, dog. Much love to
Yeah.
everyone in chat. I love all you guys. Wish I could spend more time at your channels watching. Right now, y'all see me. I'm extremely busy. I've been fucking moving my schedule up by 2 months, so I got 3 months to cram into one, literally. So I gotta fucking be working my ass off every day, as much as I can.
There you go.
But I'm a human fucking booster rocket.
I'll see you guys on
fences with these little points on the top of them.
Everywhere.
That kind of look like antennas. So this is the thing. If these, obviously most of them now, they're not in the ground, right? They love to attach them to the pillars, and so they don't even touch the ground. But if these were hooked into the ground, they would be doing something.
Absolutely, they would be, and most likely are. Always. It's crazy.
Isn't it? So yeah, that's a good one. These gates, I hadn't thought of that before, but you can see it's right here, and then right next to it, bang, straight into the ground.
Always grounding, and they have the antenna up, getting the energy from the atmosphere, and then grounding it into the ground for the plants and the water, and using it.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that they used to build. Yeah, look at that. I mean, and they tell us, I know this was built for a couple. The king and the queen used to live here. I mean, come on. But you can see, like, these are all fountains along here, right, along this bank. And this, obviously, this is covered in gold. This one, gold everywhere, right? All these, you know, special metals, conductive metals, with all these monoatomics. We've got 2 big gold things here, and of course, just the geometry. It's everywhere.
Huge, like,
gold,
and they guaranteed at like ley line intersection points too, where they're on the Earth's grid, and then just directing all of those telluric currents, energy currents in, and then with the water. And no wonder there's such beautiful, epic gardens. And
yeah, I can't zoom in, but can you see this pattern here? It sort of shows energy moving out of the toroid. It's like a toroid, it's just energy moving out, and then the one underneath it, you can sort of see better here. It's the reverse. Looks like it's moving in. So are these, you know, I think it's hidden in plain sight, just showing us that there's all this stuff is to create energy, in the toroid, right? Because whatever's inside the toroid then becomes what's outside the toroid, and vice versa, right? That's what that says.
Structuring it and organizing it and making it usable.
Oh my God. We know so little, but we're learning. We're getting there.
Exactly. Day by day, figuring it out.
And obviously they use this in cities as well, right? We see it in the layouts of cities as well, everywhere. So, was all this geometry and stuff when it was, working properly, was it to working like the cathedrals, to sort of harmonize the energy, right? Make everyone happier and healthier, and including all the water, the plants, all that kind of stuff.
Absolutely. And in plain sight, the fact that they've kept using it throughout time, advancing it in all of their palaces, all of their cathedrals, and their architecture. Oh, Dave's Waffle House. Thank you for the €2 support again, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you very much.
If anybody does feel like supporting me through YouTube, finally YouTube has allowed me to remonetize. Since approving me in November for my smaller channel to be monetized, still rejecting Crypto Alchemist. They took it away 3 times, but they finally accepted my appeal. And once again, on Burn Eye, Mind's Third Eye, Science Sky YouTube channel, you can super chat or become a member. And I have worked on putting up a couple extra videos for the members, as if you're paying for membership, you got to get something out of it. So it's there.
You do have to get something out. Look at that for a greenhouse.
Like, right? Look at that. Like, and explain the area usage. Like, it's so inefficient. You'd want to all of that area covered, wouldn't you? Like, it has to do with energy. There's no doubt about it. Like, why else would you? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you look at it from an energy point of view, it doesn't make sense. This is the first greenhouse that Joseph Banks built. Check out the doorway here. Very cool. They knocked this over, right, as they love to do, and they actually had to bring in special equipment because they couldn't knock it over, and it's a greenhouse.
Thank you, Dave's Waffle House, for the grift. I appreciate it. So
thank you, Dave.
Much love. And yes, giving a like, sharing these videos, that is just as good support for everybody. All of you being here, watching and partaking is just as much the support. We appreciate all of you being here, making this possible and doing this with us. And that literally within 2 weeks, we're going to start planting some seeds with these different waters. And I'm going to be working out with Gerald and Jeremiah some actual electric culture experiments and tests too.
It's Paxton. I got the name wrong. Okay, this was his first one, and when they tried to knock it over, they couldn't. They had to bring special equipment. Right. So this is this guy, untrained, never had any architectural training. He designed. They love to say he built all of these. Right. This, of course, the Crystal Palace. Yeah.
Wow.
And literally, you could walk on them. You could sit on these things, and here's a drawing of someone standing on one. But yeah, you could stand. They were that big, and you could stand on them. Here's another greenhouse. It's a small picture, unfortunately, but I mean, come on. What are we looking at here? This is okay. So this is a modern picture of these lilies. Look at the size of them.
That's absolutely huge.
Yep.
And
under a metal roof, of course.
Like I said, literally every time in these enclosures, sometimes the size you normally see them.
So back in the day, people literally using them as boats, sitting on them. Someone's brought their dog along as well. And Joseph Paxton is said to have invented or whatever crossed the banana. What's called Cavendish, the Cavendish banana. He was growing pineapples in these greenhouses, massive plants, massive lily pads, like everything, right? And these, like, again, look at this. This is a greenhouse. Look how much metal is like come on. And these are all attributed to him. Look at them, greenhouses, man. These are the first greenhouses, right? This is how we started. And
Yeah,
now,
you wouldn't just start with like some wood and some glass panels and a little thing in the yard. No, you're going to start with a 3-story building. Yeah,
of course. You're going to build something that size and then see if it works, right? You're not going to start off with this. Okay, so this is one of the greenhouses, and you see all the antennas on the top.
Yeah.
So this is the thing. Electroculture, they were using nature's energy, whatever you want to call it, fields, etheric energy to help grow their plants, to boost the production. Here you go. Here's a modern picture. This is one of his, apparently, Joseph Paxton's greenhouses, and you can see it's just a metal. It's just all metal. Right? All these go straight into the ground.
I just need 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
No worries. And this is also in England. And as you can see, these are all tropical plants. Obviously, it's a greenhouse. And these days, they want us to believe that greenhouses are just for the heat, right? Here's another one of his greenhouses. I mean, it's just, come on. It's silly. And, oh my gosh, what's that? Joseph Paxton's St. Cloud Project. Oh, I have not heard of that one. Look at the domes. That looks like the Crystal Palace with domes. Okay, shall we go and investigate? Let's get rid of those. Let's see what pops up. Look at this. I've been reading more about Joseph Paxton, and it's interesting to see his final proposal for an iron and glass building. Ferrovitreous, of course. The works of Joseph Paxton by Chadwick refers to it rather unnecessarily. From 1861, blah, blah, that doesn't make sense. Obviously, it shows some kind of development from Sydenham Crystal Palace, yeah. So that's what this looks like. Let's see if we can get a bigger picture. No? Oh, I think I just downloaded the picture. Open. Stop downloading it. What are you doing? Okay, that's my child's picture, but you can see this looks like the Crystal Palace, but with 3 massive domes on the front. So, blah, blah, blah. The St. Cloud Project, picture points, develop iron glass aesthetics, was never fulfilled. So this is another one of these pictures, backing up the pictures that we get of the Crystal Palace that they say was built. So how do we know, right, if that ever existed or not? And of course, Joseph Paxton, right, he's supposed to have designed everything, in England, basically that there was glass and metal. So it's a very dodgy story. There you go. So he was, apparently that was one of his projects that didn't get made. And remember, this guy was uneducated. He wasn't an engineer. He wasn't an architect. He was a gardener. Also, the story goes, and he just started designing these, as you do. So where are we? Lots of metal, lots of Joseph Paxtons. But yeah, I think, we're sort of seeing a bit of a picture here, right? Here we go. Grown adults, right? Standing on lily pads. So this is the kind of growth that they were getting. So I shall. Where are you all? I cannot see. There we are. I'm back. Let's get rid of Bernie, right? Go away, Bernie. All right, where are we? Hello to everyone. Oh, he's come back. Oh my God. Bernie, that's a bit rude. This doesn't get from the Adams family. So hello to everyone in chat. Thank you for being with us. 257 of you watching. We've got here Peridot. Is that what I say? Peridot. Palace is still there. Which palace? Is that about which palace? Crystal Palace? Is this the second Crystal Palace? They moved the Crystal Palace, right? And they burned down, apparently. David Ewing Jr. for the trick history over the past. I've seen a bit of his stuff. It's interesting. I don't think anyone has all this. If someone says they've got all the answers and they know the true history, I'd be walking the other way. But yeah, I've checked out a bit of his stuff. It's not bad. I'm not really sure. I've got to look into more what he's talking about with the World's Fairs. But anyway, they don't need to inject animals just like people are supposed to be injected with injections they should use. Yeah, indeed. No one needs any of this stuff. Anything that needs taken into your body, you should take into your mouth, right? Yeah. So there's still one building in Melbourne, the exhibition building, but the one in Sydney burnt down. And guess what? All because of up and down. So nice story, isn't it? Oh, hello, Tom, the mothership. That ship is a mother. A gardener in need is a friend indeed. Very nice, Mad Primate. And yeah, so we all need to, start testing this stuff, right? Just try stuff out. Stick copper in the ground, see what happens, make shapes, educate yourself. I'm not sure how organized goes, how it affects it, but this is all stuff we can work out ourselves, right? And we all, of course, should be, oh my God, so many comments. We all should, of course, I agree, some people are, they need to cleanse. But I mean, this is the thing. Everyone also has a point of view because we all live in our own little worlds. So to say someone is wrong is saying what? That they're not seeing the world you're seeing? Of course they're not seeing the world you're seeing because they're not you. So there.
Good point. All matter of perspective. Seeing everybody else's perspective. Oh my dog's perspective.
Yeah, man, let the dog talk, man. He knows. The dogs have the answers, you see. They sit around in the rooms, pretend to be asleep, they listen to all these meetings that are going on, and then they use their doggy network to let each other, to inform each other. They know. Dogs are like the mice from Life the Universe and everything. Restaurant at the end of the universe.
Oh, yeah. Apparently there's 2 giants here in my front yard right now, and that's why T2 is going crazy.
What was that? Oh, there was someone there.
2 giants.
What are you talking about there, Iron Horse? I missed the first part of that. Where is it? Iron Horse. If you put one large enough, you wouldn't need a house. Or whether, all right, where are we? Is Bernie outside with the deer? All right, we're out with the deer. Okay, let's make Bernie big. That's what she said.
There is a deer right there. Apparently there's 4 deer in total. Deer in the other 2.
Yeah. All of a sudden,
been on the many grandfather part of those roads. Let's see here. So we're gonna have a special guest. Atlantis is found from Central Time Zone. Maybe place lovely PG Enlightened for a video here of what we're doing with the electroculture.
Show you what we're doing with magnetic fields here when it comes to germinating seeds. Now, our setup is 2 compasses. This one's sitting slightly below the bottom as it's elevated on these 2 plastic covers, as you can see. This one here is elevated above the pot cover from where we're going to be putting the seeds in the next demonstration. What I'll do now is I'll turn the function generator on. We're going to see what these compasses do. Now that the coil is pulsing, we have north showing on the bottom and south showing on the top. What I'll do is I'll flip the coil rather than move the compasses. Now we have south on the bottom and north on the top. We're going to flip that back around one more time. Again, south on the top, north on the bottom. Not unlike a solenoid coil. But we're doing it this way to show you how we're going to put the seeds in the south pole of the coil for germination in the electroculture. Thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
All right, so I've got opened up here just YouTube. If you search electroculture, these are the videos that come up, and there seems to be several channels that have been doing this for a while. Noticing a couple of repeats, looks very good results. That's not sure if they're copyrighted or not, so I'm not going to play them live for the next episodes. Figure out a couple of different methods in specific groups that have been testing their devices and documenting the results for a couple of seasons here to figure out what would be the most efficient or best possible yield results for people to do it themselves, as well as to include into what we're already planning with the different coils and frequency treatments.
Hey, check this out. Every first piano lesson begins with the C major scale. But why?
Over it and it won't come up. Oh, actually, oh, right there, just a little bit. Okay, trigger warning. I'm gonna take this off to show you what it actually looked like. Trigger warning.
Yeah, welcome to Pandora's Mirror. As we step into, or should I say, enter into this new world of spatialism, this new goal towards what many are calling the Internet of Bodies. More accurately, we could say the biodigital convergence, or as I like to call it, the biodigital congruence. And really, this is where we're moving. So we're going to talk about this whole development we're really dealing with here. There's many parts to this, but I think the most important aspects of this are, one, of course, the digital identification, which we've been talking about for years. And it's interesting how everyone wants to talk about it now, because I guess mainstream media has made it okay to do that. So what you have now is a lot of these more mainstream outlets and publications speaking on some of these ideas, things that we've been talking about for years. But interestingly, they seem to stop at a certain point. They fail at really connecting the dots such that we can understand how even some of the most basic and simple things happening around us are directly connected to it. So it's digital ID, okay, is huge. Of course, we had the COVID situation that fed into this, helped prepare such a moment. But also there's the introduction of AI, the timing of it, the hard push towards it, the embellishment of this alleged super powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing, omnipresent artificial intelligence. So we have AI through the guise of personal assistance, as I call it. Really, ChatGPT seems to be being sold to the consumer base as such. It's a personal assistant that will make your job easier, scale your business, but also make you feel a little better about yourself, right? As if you have these new abilities. And it is my belief, and it's always been since we started talking about AI many years ago, that a lot of the way they're going to sell it to the public, such that a culture can be created and diffusion can occur. Let me show you some more. Let me show you some more here. I'm gonna actually go to the WIST site and show you guys really interesting stuff. Here, let me show you this as an example. Can you guys see this? Let me show you this as an example. This thing looks like it doesn't want to play. That happens sometimes. You get these weird videos and they just like don't want to. Yeah, it's like the audio's playing, but okay, that's fine. It's not the greatest example anyways. It just kind of shows you how it works, but let's continue. I got some articles here. I got some stuff for you guys. I got a whole thing here for you, so don't worry. We got plenty to look at. Plenty of evidence here. Now, check this out. This is from Vice. Vice did an article on this. Let's see. There we are. What is this? No, thanks. Okay, this app lets you relive your memories in VR, Black Mirror style. Technology has always enabled us to record moments and get back to them, WIST's developer said. Memory is simultaneously one of the human being's most joyful and painful abilities. A fresh memory of your child's first laugh can be rendered in the mind's eye with sharp lines, color, and sound. But recall the same memory on their 18th birthday and it's a fuzzy blur. Technology has come a long way towards helping us hold onto these elusive memories. But rewatching home videos isn't the same as experiencing the real moment. Andrew R. McHugh, I'm butchering that name, hopes he can close in on this gap with a new app called WIST, which promises to let users capture videos on their phones and transform them into 3D immersive memories viewable either via their phones with AR, augmented reality, or with a virtual reality headset. McHugh, CEO and co-founder of the app, explained to Motherboard that WIST is targeting the feeling that its namesake wistful evokes longing and regret. Very interesting, right? When we think about a time that we're in right now, where depression is high, anxiety is high, confusion is rampant. People are searching for happiness. People are searching for meaning and purpose. We're also noticing how more and more we are going back, in a sense, back to the development of identity, right? We're being pushed back into this return to the self, go inward, as McLuhan has described in his work. We're going inward because there's nothing out there, right? All of our external connections in the real, all of our family dynamics, community, third places, all of these things that used to help define us and give us texture and context to our lives are now disappearing. And all that's left is the internet and virtual communities. So this forces us to go into an internal world that only we're experiencing. Only you are experiencing the algorithm that you use or the algorithm in all your feeds. We don't have the same algorithms. We're not seeing the same things. We're interacting on the same platforms, but still we're all kind of put in this virtual solipsistic experience that forces us all, whoever you are, doesn't matter. It's forcing every single one of us to go inside. The problem is this isn't healthy, psychologically speaking, spiritually speaking, and we're not biologically designed to survive this way. Now, what they're trying to do is increase or should we say deepen and broaden this experience by giving us more experiences and immersive experiences to feed this void, to feed this black hole that is widening in every single person, right? So they're like, hey, how about we'll give you technology where you could go back into your memories and relive? And you think about a time where there's anxiety, depression, people are looking for, meaning and purpose. This is why Netflix has blown up in addiction to series and, TikTok, because people are just in this never ending loop of presence, protopian presence, where they're just seeking a dose of something, a dopamine, the serotonin hit, and this just adds to that. It gives people another world to escape into, another world of virtual, false, I would argue, memories. And here it is. We're already here. Getting us to play. Again, I want to say this too, and we'll be digging deeper into some of this as time goes on as usual. But when we think about memory itself, it's fascinating because one thing about proto-spatial immersive experiences through our phone, it will extend out, or at least it logically follows that the next step is glasses, some type of headpiece, the virtual realm of spatialism, the non-world, the unreal. This is the beginning. This is a very low tech, I would say like lightweight.
Carl, who is using the latest technologies to make art that's expected to last forever. Welcome to Art and Technology. She's the future. It's Amy Carl. Hello.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Since season 1, when you talked about biological materials to create art, how has your work evolved?
Well, when the pandemic hit, the labs where I make my work closed. So I switched my tools. People weren't going to museums, and I could reach so many more people by sharing my artwork online. And I'm thinking about where would I live and create if I was embodied to a machine. This would be online and in the metaverse.
Can you list some of the technologies that you've worked with in the past up until now?
I use exponential technologies to make my artwork. So this includes things like artificial intelligence, synthetic biology, machine learning, bioprinting, 3D printing.
All transhumanist ideals, every single one of them.
And now NFTs and going into Web3 and metaverse.
Wow. As our expert, Amy, I really need to.
Do you see how all of these individuals, whether they're artists, computer engineers, or even philanthropists or environmental activists, they're all moving us towards the same thing. Metaverse, spatial web. She said Web3, which is the spatial web. And the metaverse is just one tiny, again, the metaverse is just one tiny little aspect that doesn't even exist yet. The metaverse is in a sense a community, really. The metaverse is only an idea of a community within the spatial web. Okay. So we have to understand what these things really are, right? A lot of people throwing these terms around. And it's like the metaverse is nothing. The metaverse is like some little Facebook program. The spatial web is where it's at. And it's interesting how everywhere you go, it doesn't matter. They will be pushing us all towards these same things: biotech, right? Spatialism, right? 3D printing, all the transhumanist ideals. It's all here, man. It doesn't matter where you go. Hence, this is not a conspiracy. This is a reality.
Know what these NFTs are.
NFTs stand non-fungible token record, which is called the blockchain, so it can't be changed.
Why should artists be excited about NFTs?
There's a lot of opportunity that comes with NFTs as a kind of digital certificate. It also makes it easier for artists to sell and trade directly to.
Yes. Now, why are NFTs so important? Even though NFTs are dead as of now, and a new version of these things will come, right? So just because NFTs are dead doesn't mean idea is dead. Just because Zuckerberg has put the metaverse down and focused more on AI doesn't mean the metaverse is dead. It just means that there's other technologies that are more far along, such that they can actually be, as an example, what technologies? One type of into
actual human skull and 3D scan it. It exists on the blockchain, and I've also exhibited it in the metaverse.
How has the appetite remained so strong to continue to innovate?
I was born with a life-threatening birth defect, so I had a lot of experimental surgeries that were on the forefront of the cutting edge of medical technology. I really look at this time of humans merging with technology and biotechnology and what that means for us.
Pay attention. Do you hear this woman? Let me run this back. More evidence. Transhumanism is the standard philosophy of the West, not just Asian countries anymore. They may have been down with this a little early, but this is the new Western movement. I don't care what the news wants to tell you. I don't care what the right left political circus wants to tell you. This is the direction. Okay. This is the direction. They are moving every country in. This is international multipolar transhumanism efforts here.
In the metaverse.
How has the appetite remained so strong to continue to innovate?
I was born with a life-threatening birth defect, so I had a lot of experimental surgeries that were on the forefront of the cutting edge of medical technology. I really look at this time of humans merging with technology and biotechnology and what that means for us. But then we get into bionics and implants, bioengineering, and the boundaries of what is separate from this artificial intelligence or what is us, what is human, really start to disappear. I'm currently.
Are you paying attention? This is everything we teach here. All evidence. She said what she's getting at is the binary of real, unreal, machine, human disappears. Okay. This is their goal.
Bioengineering and the boundaries of what is separate from this artificial intelligence or what is us, what is human, really start to disappear. I'm currently working on what I call cyborg fashion sketches.
Amazing.
I'm envisioning this post-natural world when our bodies are altered by biotechnology and we live in these hybrid light web spaces.
As someone completely new to your work,
and we live in these hybrid web spaces, guys. That is, yes, sail away singularity. That is the spatial web, right? That is the Internet of Bodies. Yes, this is why these types are being promoted, being put in the forefront. And we'll see more and more of this because this is how you create culture. Hence the focus of culture here and the philosophy of technology in relation to things like culture, self, society. Because this is how they're transforming the world around us. All right, now let's continue. Now, somebody mentioned in the chat earlier about McDowell, which we always refer to her work because she does some really, really good research in some of these areas. And she has a clip here that she's recently posted that I think is pretty darn fascinating, and it has to do with field tech haptic experiences. Now I have other stuff regarding Japan that I'm going to show you. Actually, let me hold off on this because I have some of my own research that I want to show you here with regard to Japan, and I'll show you guys that when I get there. So let's bring this back. Okay, and before we go there, let's see. Okay, so I showed you that. Oh, now let me show you this. Connecting the World Economics Forum's Great Reset, which is really another one of these thought experiments. They're this type of think tank, right? So they're just ideologues or ideologues, however we want to pronounce that. Not to say they don't have extreme influence, and their hands everywhere. They control a lot of industries and institutions and countries with their global young leader movement. But here's another example of this concerted effort to move humanity towards this concept of spatialism under the guise of metaverse. So metaverse is just, again, it's a small community in a spatial kind of world. This is the way they're going to introduce us to it. And here's just an example from their website of this. Okay, so defining and building the metaverse. The World Economic Forum is bringing together leading voices from the private sector, civil society, academia, and policy to define the parameters of an economically viable, interoperable, safe, and inclusive metaverse, focusing on two core areas: governance, again, right, digital governance, AI controlled governance, and economic and social value creation. Such key terms here that most people reading this would have no idea what they mean, but all y'all know what they mean. And economic and social value creation, what does that mean? What does social value mean? Y'all know. Social credit, right? What are your values? What are your politics? Okay, and economic, and they say economic and because your finances will be tied to your politics. Okay, this is how they indirectly control people through self-policing, back to the panoptic surveillance concept. People will self-police. They will self-censor. We already do it here. We've had to self-censor for the last few years. There's no avoiding this to survive, to even exist on some of these platforms, right? But eventually, they're going to tie this into your bank account. And that's the part that's most disturbing. That I'm not looking forward to it. No one's looking forward to this. Tying your finances to your politics. That's what they mean by an economic and social value creation. In order for you to operate in the metaverse, not only will you have to have a certain type of social value, but it will be connected to your finance. On top of that, you're going to have to provide some type of fully transparent data, right? Which will be biometrics or behavioral data. Totalitarianism. Yes, finally. This is what this kind of turns into, right? The metaverse is a future persistent, very key, persistent and interconnected virtual environment where social and economic elements mirror reality. Digital twin, the digital mirror. All these things we've been talking about for years here. Hyper real. Elements that mirror reality, that create a hyper real that aren't real and do not really represent the real. Okay. Hybrid XRD says, I'm not sure if you said this, but the metaverse may be the world they want us in because they think God has no control in the metaverse, and a world where God may not be in control. Ooh. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard that perspective, and I like it. Well, that's what they think. That they'll They'll think that God's in control of everything. But that's interesting. I like that. You guys got some interesting perspectives. I'm going to think about that one. I like that. Users can interact with it and each other simultaneously across devices, spatialism, and immersive technologies, mixed reality, while engaging with digital assets and property, ownership, access, security. It's all here, guys. Now, persistent. What do they mean by future persistent? We're going to really get into that concept of persistent when we touch on the simulation hypothesis. Persistent in that it's a real-time rendered, photorealistic world that mirrors perfectly, well, through sensors, mirrors the reality or the physical real, the objective environment. Okay. Persistent in that it's very, well, it's designed from video game architecture. Literally, the spatial web, metaverse, it all comes directly out of video game technology. When we go into the simulation stuff, we're going to dive into it. Might be a little technical, but some of you guys, if you come here, you come for some of this more interesting stuff, more of the different kind of stuff. So I want to present it to you. But persistent in that it's like a very similar to like the worlds of generated video games, like RPG games. Whenever you return to it, it's like living. It's like a living world. It's like you think of something like The Sims, right, where people are interacting. It's almost like it's constantly living, hence persistent. Even if you turn it off, it's still going on, like in its own background. It's, you know, you guys kind of understand what I'm saying here. That's what they mean by persistent. An interconnected virtual environment, meaning we're all connected through nodes and networks here. And the only way you'll be able to engage in this world is through a type of yes, Ready Player One, perfect example. We've been touching on Ready Player One for a while now. I even used a bunch of clips from Ready Player One in my Disaster World, documentary, where I covered the Astro World situation, and I was making the claims that Travis Scott is essentially Travis Scott is essentially a type of introduction to the virtual artist, the virtual MC, the virtual entertainer. And I was using clips from his infamous his monumental Fortnite concert as an introduction to this new type of virtual entertainment experience. And I was making a claim that that whole process of what's his name, Scott, you know, joining the video game world, you know, as an introduction. Gosh, hold on a second here. Oh, and in that clip there, I was playing parts of Ready Player One and I showed a clip of a new haptic suit coming out of Korea that is very similar to what we would see. The claim that what eventually we'll have massive concerts that are virtual, and we wear these haptic suits, and we're like actually experiencing the concert through the Oculus lens, but we can touch people and we can feel things because of the suit, right? Very similar to Tron is another one, but yeah, very similar to Ready Player One. And you know, it was more of a theory, but I was like, what if this whole tragedy had a lot to do with the fact that they want to start introducing contactless entertainment or virtual concerts, and that it's too dangerous to have these types of massive concerts because people are dying, and you know the security is expensive, and humans don't know how to behave, so maybe we should just stop having these concerts altogether. Like maybe we should stop having indoors schools because people are getting sick, or you know, maybe we should stop having, you know, such large groups of people together because of transmission, contagion, and all that nonsense. You get it. But thank you for bringing that up. So I just want to show you here that this is a big deal. The whole metaverse is a step towards spatialism, and it might fail. It's already failing as far as the metaverse as an idea is concerned. But it's just a prototype as they step into this world. And it's not just some Zuckerberg thing. It's not just a social media thing, and it's not even just a World Economic Forum thing. It's a transhumanist thing that all countries are down with. Literally all countries. Every single one of them has some part in this transition. I mean, maybe not some of the, you know, the tiny, more indigenous areas, of course, right? But let's continue.
This can't be right.
Trouble with your taxes? You know, filing your taxes doesn't have to be complicated.
Here's some examples of what this will be presenting. So here's The Sims 4 just came out, I think fairly recently. And Cats and Dogs, How to Run a Vet Clinic, right? So these are just examples of virtual worlds that people will be able to live in. I brought up Candy Crush in the past and some of these other video games developing it. I don't care where you're at, all right? So you got all right, let's go here. Let's continue. Now, check this out. So this is interesting. For those that aren't aware, Mark Zuckerberg, in a sense, has just almost discontinued the metaverse after all of these changes and stuff. Pretty interesting. Actually, let me do this one here. So Mark Zuckerberg quietly buries the metaverse. The CEO of social media giant Meta has sworn by AI, popularized by the chatbot ChatGPT. Very, very interesting. Now, I think this is pretty clear and obvious. Well, I mean, what's taking the world by storm right now? Is it the metaverse or is it AI? AI, clearly. And what is needed first before you could even structure something like the metaverse? A very strong AI infrastructure. That's why I think, at least, AI is where it's at right now. AI development is where it's at. So they're going to focus on that and build up AI. And again, they're just not ready to even introduce something like the metaverse because the infrastructure is not quite there, at least from what we understand. And the culture is clearly not there. There's too many of us old folks that want nothing to do with this kind of stuff. So they got to wait. They got to wait it out. In a sense, they got to wait for some of us to disappear because, as I've shown you in clips, all of this stuff is prepared for Gen Alpha and Gen Z. This is for them. So yeah, 6G, exactly right. They're still waiting on 6G, which is a whole other conversation. Wow. Oh man. Yeah. So and ChatGPT, as we've stated, is a pure embellishment. It's totally being embellished, and it's, for me, it's more of a project to get people to outsource their innate instincts, thought, memory, interests, creativity. It's my view that ChatGPT is at least socially being used to break down and deconstruct the psyche and ontological ontological balance and structure of the general population. It's almost like a type of disruptive device, AI. It disrupts our ability to not only understand ourselves in reality, but even make decisions. I mean, imagine if you use AI-generated programs to kind of do it's not real AI, Gene. just a very low level machine learning. And AI doesn't even exist as far as anything being artificially intelligent. But their goal is to get people to believe that the brain is just like a computer. So we'll buy into all this rhetoric that we're being sold from all these engineers. But basically, what we see here is ChatGPT just being an opportunity for them to slowly break down. Imagine like if you use AI for most things you do in your life, how are you going to claim that what you've done is you, right? Like think about if you do some kind of work and AI for the most part does most of your work. Are you doing the work? Can you claim, any rights to it? That this is, and it can go as far as claiming rights to your own ideas, right? Or are you even thinking for yourself, right? I think this is a big part of the introduction of AI to such a layman, pleb-like population of people who have no idea what this stuff is. Why would they be? It's like giving a calculator to an infant. It's not even gonna know what to do with it. It might play with it because it can make sounds and it maybe has some lights and some colors that can distract it and maybe entertain it, but it doesn't know what to do with it. And we're having a similar response with ChatGPT when you see what a lot of people are using it for. It's just idiotic, right? Not to say it doesn't have value, but I think it's really just a disruptive technology to mess people up mentally, but also to introduce this mass confusion, as we talked about for years here, information glut. We talked about how the internet is essentially very random. It has no guidelines. It can be a black hole, a rabbit hole of insanity for people who don't know what they're doing, right? People who aren't properly guided and driven by anything pure and real and good and true, right? If you have a bunch of wackadoos on the internet, imagine what they're going to be doing. Same can be said for AI, especially when you think about all the nonsense that's going to be funneled into the internet or that's going to be funneled into social media as a reaction to the or response to the use of this AI generating nonsense. So what happens is you don't know what's real, what's AI generated, what's not. People aren't going to know if you edited that or if AI did it for you. This is going to cause all types of confusion such that the internet is going to become dangerous. Not only that, but AI will eventually start becoming, as it has in the past, racist and all of these things. The internet, social media is going to be a literal social cesspool that deepfakes have rendered untrustworthy. Not only that, hacking, identity theft, theft of intellectual property. Okay, all of these things will be used as I guess evidence and justification for full transparency, human authentication, which will require Internet of Bodies data sets. In my view, we've been saying it from the beginning, and I'm sticking to it. This is the transition. This is how they do it, and we're going to cause it because we're going to misuse the AI. Right? Companies are going to use AI beyond its limits, and there's going to be a lot of fallout. There's going to be a lot of theft of identity, as I said, but also a lot of breaches of data, which we're already seeing. Right, and that could probably be exacerbated by cyber polygon. And then they'll have everything they need to justify full spectrum digital dominance, and also a requirement for access to the spatial web. And even before this, there's a true spatial web. They might just do access to your social media profile. We got a new system now. We got to make sure you're not an AI bot. We have to make sure you are who you said you are. We did a whole show on this. I think it has over 100,000 views. When we did, I think it was maybe the third or fourth. Things are getting weird, like back in early 2020, where we were talking about all of this before a lot of this even was coming out. We were breaking it down. So, I hate to say we've been correct about some of these things because they're not good things. You don't want to be right about these things, but. So anyhow, there will be no press release, no big announcement, as he would have to acknowledge that he was wrong. But make no mistake, Mark Zuckerberg just buried the metaverse. The metaverse is dead. Nah, man, it ain't dead. Not yet. It's just being put on the back burner until they can get better infrastructure and more support, more cultural support. And that's going to be done. I think that's going to be accomplished through AI applications, right? Filters, just as an example. They need to get people using this stuff more, just like the Whist app I showed you. We need to get more involved in immersive technologies before they can even introduce something as broad and as enveloping as Reels. There we go, Van Allen. That's another one. As the metaverse. The metaverse was supposed to be the next big thing for the social media tycoon who in 2021 went so far as to rename his empire. We are supposed to interact with each other using specialized glasses and virtual reality headsets. It was the future of technology, according to Zuckerberg, whom Tesla CEO Elon Musk dubbed Zuck the 14th, and an apparent nod to the French King Louis the 14th, famous for his hubris and excess. Meta creates a top-level AI team. For those who doubted the company's devotion to the idea, Meta has invested billions of dollars in this massively hyped project to the chagrin of company shareholders. In 2021 and 2022, Reality Labs, the division housing metaverse projects, recorded a cumulative loss of nearly $24 billion, including $13.7 billion just last year. Again, I don't think any of these numbers mean anything to these too big to fail companies. In fact, these are just, in a sense, investments in technological futures by way of thought experiments. So it's like they sacrifice certain amounts of money just to create ideas in the minds of populations. They'll throw away $13.7 billion just to solidify instant consciousness of billions of people, the potential for this world. That alone is worth way more than this money. So those of us who understand psychology aren't moved by these big numbers and these big losses. No, that's not the point. The point is you pay to get ideas put in people's brains. It's called social engineering. And if we want to get a more basic term, we can just say advertisement and marketing. Right? Like economics are psychology systems, or should I say, economics are systems of psychology. Really, I mean, we want to be just completely accurate about what economics are. There are psychological studies. Really. Now let me go to this Alison McDowell clip here. Now we're going to talk about Japan, and I want to show you some of Japan's. I had this whole thing on Japan, but then I found this clip, and I was like, okay, this is a good way to open it up, showing you how Japan has something called feel tech, which is this type of haptic experience. Again, haptics aim to simulate touch. Right? That's the sense that haptics aim to simulate.
So here we have temporary.
Feel tech, right, I'll try to translate this for you guys who can't read the screen. So as you can see, those little rings there. What those little rings do is they mimic touch. Okay, so they give you this false sense of touch. A perfect example of haptics that are being used rather often, I'd say, well, let me pull this up, is the haptic technology in the iPhone, for instance. If you turn on haptics in your iPhone, when you press certain buttons, you'll get this pressure, you'll get this like response. It's basically like a pressure response on your fingertips, and it gives you the sense of feeling. This is what haptic tech does. As you can see here in this image here, what it's doing is it's mimicking her ability to feel the pressure, or should I say the weight of that bird on her hand. It mimics her holding the bird, in a sense. And this haptic technology was first introduced through video gaming, giving you more of a real experience, right? Mimicking actual senses. Change the shape of your memories and anywhere. That will change the world. Back to memories. Here it is. Every single time. Their goal is to create a scenario where their technologies can simulate human experience. And if they get there, this will create a world of surrogates, just like the film, right? Where people will literally prefer to live in their haptic suits and, in their goggles, in their little chair that's in some room in their house. And that's their experience. That's their life, because they much rather engage that way than deal with the world. So then when you think about coddled, fearful, insecure, and weak, these generations are more and more. You realize how easily they will be taken by these worlds and how they are being set up right now psychologically to live in these worlds. And it also speaks to how less important we are as far as Gen Xers, boomers, and even some of us older millennials, right? This place isn't for us, right? Let's see, here's a good comment here. I guess my concern is the divide. I can see and get folks closest to me finding me prude to this path and want to enjoy the experience, but the truth, tough. Okay, maybe speak to someone else, sorry. Yes, Jackie, good to see you, by the way. Says the enemy wants to copy everything God has created with his hating self. Oof, well said. Absolutely. Spot on. That's it, right there. That's it. So let's watch a little more of this, shall we? Until now, we have been... Oh, goodness gracious. I'm sorry, this is so hard to read. Imagine them trying to sell you on the idea of, hey, you can get the experience of touching your newborn child through this device. How could you even compare the two? It just really demonstrates the lack of humanity in the misrepresentation of something so special as stroking the hand of your newborn child. I mean, it's honestly anti-human. It's completely disgusting to even see the idea presented as such. It's like, are you even a human? And I think, and I'm sorry, man, I don't mean nobody any disrespect, but the people who design these technologies are lacking this human essence. Same goes for a lot of these computer engineers. No disrespect if that's what you're into, but like you take Musk, you take Gates, you take all of these individuals, all of these like AI engineers who I show you, and they lack a sense of human essence, or something about them is missing. There's life missing in them. It's like, it's so disturbing to me. But I see this never-ending pattern of the people behind these different forms of technologies. They tend to, yeah, exactly, Rob, lack empathy, but even deeper than empathy, there's like a human essence they're missing that it doesn't even give them the ability to get to something like empathy, because before empathy, you need a type of consciousness that entails connectivity and value and meaning and transcendental understanding of what the human is and why it is. Like that doesn't exist in these people. And the reason I know that for a fact is because you're trying to say this simulated haptic pressure on my finger from this device is going to give me the same experience as me touching my newborn child, as if that's all it is. It's just a mechanical issue of pressure against the finger. If that's all the experience really is, and it just shows you the lack of understanding of real humanness, because there's more than just the pressure that you feel. There's a whole connectivity going on there that's metaphysical, that's completely thrown out of the window with these types, man.
ドコモが取り組んできたのはコミュニケーションの進化です。触覚データに通信を掛け合わせることで今まで相手に伝わらなかった情報も伝わるようになります。例えば映像を見ているときに映像の世界のものに触れている感覚を体験できればそこに確かに存在していると感じられるようになります。ドコモはそんな感覚を相手の特性に合わせた形に変換し共有するための基盤を作っています。今後触覚に加えて味覚や嗅覚なども共有できるようにしたいと考えていますが、それは誰か一人でできるものではありません。だからこそドコモは様々な技術をつなげていきたいんです。フィールテックがさらに進化すればあの時のあの感覚をいつかに存在していると感じられるようになります。ドコモはそんな感覚を相手の特性に合わせた形に変換し共有するための基盤を作っています。今後触覚に加えて味覚や嗅覚なども共有できるようにしたいと考えていますが、それは誰か一人でできるものではありません。だから進化すればあの時のあの感覚をいつでもリアルに再現して誰でも追体験できるようになります。記憶そのものをアップデートする可能性まで含めているかもしれません。感覚や記憶の方がもっと豊かになる未来を作っていきたいですね。新しい幸せを作っていくのは技術ですから。
Wow. Do you want to create, oh man, this is infuriating. I'm sorry. I can't get my emotions right now, but look at this. Do you want to create a future where your senses and memories are richer?
There's something about paper that just feels right. But what if paper were given digital?
Richer? Think about that. richer. This is an important claim here because what it is and human experience, we can simulate it better, more, or richer. We can give you a richer human experience through our technology, through simulation. That's an important thing to pay attention to there because it shows you the hubris in these types. It shows you their misconception of reality and humanity. This different, but I don't know. I want to hear some metaverse. Okay. From the median, from digital ID to CBDC or digital currencies, tying them into the metaverse, but more importantly, tying the metaverse into the spatial web. That cannot be accomplished without the Internet of Bodies. Now, the Internet of Bodies is, in a sense, that point where finances, personhood, or digital ID, or just behavior and biometrics, body, right? Biology, personhood, finances, and the Internet come together. Okay. So what you're going to see more and more is this push towards merging payment processing with virtual experiences, or should we say digital presence, right? So it's my belief. I'll show you here, and we talked about this. I'll show you a clip in a second, but I believe Elon Musk is very interested in Twitter for many reasons. One, developing AI, social engineering, data mining, right? Just based on people's interactivity on the application. But also, if you remember, he wanted to turn it into a payment processing platform as well. And this is the goal. They want to merge everything together. So eventually, in order for you to use it, they're going to have to make sure you are who you say you are because there's so much fraud. There's so much identity theft. And that's when the digital ID comes in. Okay? So we're tying all these in together for you. Tech companies enter agreement for Japan Metaverse Economic Zone. So what is this exactly? A group of prominent Japanese technology companies, including Fujitsu and Mitsubishi, came together in a new agreement to help advance the country's metaverse sector. So what we'll see is the metaverse take off in Japan, probably China as well, in a way that we won't see here. And I'll show you some more evidence about that regarding biometrics. America is not down with this stuff. When we look at the social support, the cultural support, right? We're not down with it because it's, for one, too invasive, right? And we're not really interested in virtuality as much as some of these other countries, right? They're just far more technologically based. And even personality, if we're going to give a personality to a culture, Japan is much different from America. Okay, we're much more extroverted, I would argue. We're much more out there. We're far more individualistic. So you're going to have a lot of conflict in a place like America, not to mention our diversity, right? So this isn't going to be an easy place to get anyone to do anything in a uniform fashion. It's just not going to happen because we're so different and we're very individualistic. We want to do what we want to do on our own terms, right? So this is why countries like ours is going to need more clever social engineering techniques, like faking pandemics, for instance, creating diseases that don't exist and scaring the crap out of everybody. As an example, you want to get Americans to hold up a phone and use a QR code to get access to public places. You're not going to do that in any other way outside of pure manipulation, okay, and frightening the crap out of them. That's the only way you're going to make that happen. Or creating an environment where people are so politically polarized that you can create a thesis and an antithesis that both aren't real. So you could get them to merge into a single. The metaverse economic zone, very important here. Interest in the metaverse is accelerating globally, with countries all over the world joining the rush to get involved. In Japan, a country often associated with its legacy technology sector, a group of well-known tech companies agreed on February 27th to forward the creation of the Japan Metaverse Economic Zone. Very, very.
Folks, welcome to the A Minute to Midnight show. With me today, I have Alex Newman, and for those that have been following A Minute to Midnight for a while, I'm sure you will not need any introduction as to who Alex is, but perhaps very quickly you can let people know and then tell us what you want to share with us today, Alex.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Tony. I appreciate it. Not sure exactly what to say about myself. Love the Lord, and everything I do is for His glory. My job, I guess, is journalist. Ephesians 5, verse 11 has been my motto. I have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove them, or a lot of translations use the term expose them. So I get to expose all day, every day, 6 days a week. And I teach. I'm an educator. I serve on a lot of boards. I host a number of different programs. Senior editor at the New.
Yesterday, we know the days they may have the disease, and they tease us with money and greed to make us hunger and feed off each other like some blood-sucking freaks. And the most ignorant niggas are publishing dream. Nothing but wars and infidelity is up on the screen. No chance of love with a slut and a creep. A lover that cheats. These dumb broads should be running the streets. If you think the letting your daughters watch charm school won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a darn fool. It's so blatant how they raping our minds in plain sight, taking our rights, dignity, it ain't right. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys speaking on nothing but lies. Rise up, times up, cause I'm the trust guys, love guys, like government spies. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys speaking on nothing but lies. Rise up, times up, cause I'm the trust guys, love guys, like government spies.
On clear days, you can often see long white lines being traced high in the sky. They are contrails of jet aircraft, actually long, slender clouds. Weathermen are finding them especially fascinating because a theory is being developed that those long white lines may be changing our weather for the better. Details from Roger O'Neill.
The exhaust from jet engines, usually seen as long, thin trails of white clouds behind high-flying jet airplanes, may be a big reason why there are 30 fewer days of sunshine a year in the Midwest now than there were in 1900. The daily range between high and low temperatures has also narrowed.
In the absence of natural clouds, given the correct atmospheric conditions, jet aircraft in high frequency can almost completely cover the atmosphere, visible atmosphere, with clouds.
Simonin says unlike most changes in the atmosphere caused by man, this one is beneficial. Clouds help farmers in the Midwest by blocking the sun. Temperature extremes can damage plants and speed up the evaporation of soil moisture. In the winter, city people benefit because clouds act as a blanket, preventing warm air from escaping into the atmosphere.
No one is trying to make clouds now using jet engines, but this study suggests that jet travel is inadvertently making our days more cloudy. And someday, weather researchers may be able to use jets on purpose to change our weather.
There are 3 methods scientists are considering to dim the sun. I didn't even know this was possible, but this is what they're looking at. How do they work, or how could they work?
Yeah, the basic idea here is that one way to respond to climate change might be to try and reflect some amount of incoming solar energy back into space. The way to do this is to make some aspect of the planet shinier, right? There are lots of different potential methods for this. A couple that looked at in the report are what's called marine cloud brightening. You can see that in the graphic that you just put up. The idea here is to make clouds over the ocean more reflective, brighter, by artificially injecting salt water from the ocean up into those clouds. And then another proposal, which is on the table, is called stratospheric aerosol injection. This would be putting reflective particles high up into the Earth's atmosphere to reflect again incoming solar energy.
If a government were to move forward with something like this, would the effects be limited to the country that's participating? I think, if the US tries this, we're right next door here in Canada. Who is all affected? And are the effects global, in fact?
Stratospheric aerosol injection is by its nature, if it were used, a global effort, and that would have global implications. They sound like wacky ideas that could be devastating, but so is runaway climate change, right? So the reason that these things are being looked at all is because they might offer, if they're utilized in an effective and cooperative fashion, they might offer a small piece of the response that we need for climate change. But there are downside risks.
You could actually spray sulfuric acid into the stratosphere 20 kilometers over our head and use that to stop the planet warming up in a kind of ugly tech fix.
You can spray something into the atmosphere to change.
Spray pollution into the atmosphere to stop it warming.
How do you do this?
You start with a fleet of modified business jets and say 20,000 tons of sulfuric acid into the stratosphere every year. And each year you have to put a little more. And this doesn't, in the long run, mean that you can forget about cutting emissions. We will need to rein in.
No, we'll get to it eventually. In the meantime, we're shrouding the Earth in sulfuric acid.
So people are terrified about talking about this because they're scared that it will prevent us cutting emissions.
Right, and also that it's sulfuric acid.
We put 50 million tons of sulfuric acid in the air now as pollution, and it kills 1 million people a year worldwide.
Okay, but it'll be better if we put more in.
We're talking about 1% of that.
1% more, we're just killing 10,000 more people.
You can do math.
What happens to the sulfuric acid after it's sprayed? Does it just stay up there?
No, it rains down, but it's a tiny addition to what we're already doing.
Is there any possible way this could come back to bite us in the end?
It actually turns out to be an old idea. This was known since President Johnson.
You ever look at those planes up there? They have contrails behind them. Maybe all those planes with the contrails, maybe they're actually spraying chemicals into the atmosphere right now, and Uncle Sam isn't telling us.
Extremely unlikely.
That the United States is not telling something with me. Read the newspaper. I think they might have your idea already.
Gonna be going for about another hour here, tops. Much love, y'all.
And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain. I told you, it's raining. That's unbelievable. Oh, that's just playing God. It's making its own weather.
In consumer news, Google has reached a record $392 million settlement with 40 states. The investigation started after an AP report in 2018 showed Google kept location information on people even if they disabled that in their phone. As part of the settlement, Google has to show more information now when a location-related setting is turned on or off, and the company will also now face limits on its usage and its storage of some location data.
Hey, Google will have to pay out over $391 million in a settlement over location tracking practices. 40 out of 50 states were part of the lawsuit, and it's being called the largest multi-state privacy settlement in U.S. history. Officials say it was spurred by a 2018 AP article where officials say Google continued to track people's location data even after they opted out. And Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron was part of the lawsuit. He announced in a statement today that the Commonwealth will receive over $7 million. The settlement requires Google be more transparent about consumers with its location tracking settings. Under the settlement, Google must show additional information to users whenever they turn on a location-related account setting to on or off, make key information about location tracking clearly visible, and give users detailed information about the types of location data Google collects and then how it's used.
Residents who appeared in a photograph of Google photos within the last 7 years may be eligible for a portion of a $100 million settlement.
It's a lawsuit settlement similar to that of Facebook's. Elizabeth Matthews is in Studio 32 with those details. Elizabeth? That's right, ladies. Another class action lawsuit that Illinois residents may be able to receive some hefty cash. Google is the latest bigwig company to be accused of violating Illinois law. A settlement has been reached, coming in at a whopping $100 million, split, of course, amongst those Google users impacted. So will you get the money? The settlement states that any person qualifies if you appeared in a Google photo and you were an Illinois state resident through this time period, May of 2015 through April 25th of this year. A local class action lawsuit attorney says the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act is an exploding law, and these settlements will continue to happen.
It's of national importance because it's growing as fast as companies are growing in their efforts to take people's biometric information. So any number of companies, for all kinds of different reasons, are trying to get people's biometric information. This is only going to grow. It's only going to get worse because companies are going to keep violating this law.
So just like the Facebook settlement, you have to fill out a form to be included. The deadline to submit a claim, September 24th. You can go to Fox 32 Chicago to learn how to sign.
All right, network marketers, if you're spending 90% of your time prospecting, I guarantee you're missing out on 95% of the...
Don't let nobody bullshit you. Why is it that the only black leader they give you now is Martin Luther King? This you would think we are world-class damn people. 50 million people. And that's a conservative. I've done it years, they keep pumping over and over, but he's a government agent. There was a spiritual seer, a woman had a spiritual vision somewhere in the 60s, and she saw what was going on. So she went to one of his meetings and tried to stab his ass. And the reason why the woman stabbed his ass because she saw a spiritual vision that this motherfucker wasn't like. And they trained him with the non-violent shit based on the Gandhi thing. As a counter-revolutionary against Malcolm, based on the Malcolm X thing. And basically, as long as Malcolm stayed living, they were going to use him as a counter-revolutionary type figure against Malcolm, and also to shut down the Harlem and the New York side of the whole Adam Clayton Powell thing. As well as they didn't let this boy in Mississippi get in on this shit. There was a black guy in Mississippi.
It wasn't because he was moving into the economic area there.
Yeah, that and it's a lot of things. So what it is they say if we're going to understand that sooner or later we got to merge our slaves into this particular. I'll explain why this had to be, why the civil rights movement had to be. Two reasons. So they say if we're going to do it, we are the ones going to do it. So we will give them a leader. Control. Now one of the keys is they had shut black people out of American society since 1865. Because the last time we were massively employed, where everybody worked was slavery. But they need to make a new kind of slave. See, even with the incompatible because they only let you be teachers and preachers at that particular time. So therefore, we got to take this slave and make this slave a technological slave that can go into the modern era starting around the late 60s and 1970s. So in order to make a person that way, they had to integrate because at this particular time, all the secrets that they stole from black people, they can no longer steal secrets from black people and inventions from black people now that they got black people in the damn workforce. So instead of stealing the inventions from you, they can get them from free. They pay you $20,000 and they told you to complete, and they get all the black secrets for free. And corporations can go into a high technological force based on they got the damn black slaves educated and trained because they understand by us being created and melanated people that we would invent so many things. So therefore, half the inventions, they said, well, we got most of the inventions from slavery on up to like 1965. But what we're going to do is we get into this computer age and all this other shit, and we need the back man's input on that shit too. And it's a space age. So therefore, they had to take a slave and make a slave a higher technological type slave. You see. And so as a result, they had to move us into the workforce, and in order to do that, black people were segregated. So you got to all integrate, because the best way to keep you in a hole is to get down in that hole with your ass. See what I'm saying?
So now JP Morgan is coming out and saying that Bitcoin is a fraud. Okay, he's saying that Bitcoin is a fraud. Jamie Dimon, right? And it's funny that he's saying this right after the European Central Bank says Bitcoin is going to have one last artificially induced last gasp, which means last bull run before it embarks on a road of irrelevance. This is what the European Central Bank is saying, right? And the European Central Bank president came out around 3 years ago and said that they will not be using Bitcoin for a world reserve currency. Then at Davos 2023, they launched their system based on CBDC's Universal Digital Payment Network, right? And they said that unregulated coins such as Bitcoin will not be used. This was in 2023. So do you Bitcoin maxis get the point now? You Bitcoin maxis get the point now? You see how that horn just honked? You hear the horn, right? It's time. It's time. Time is coming. It's going to have one last bull run, and then it will become irrelevant. Okay?
We've just seen the collapse of FTX, the highest profile and certainly one of the biggest cryptocurrency platforms. What do you think that tells us about the state of cryptocurrency?
So I think what it tells you is there's a lot of activity that's developed over the last 10 years on the trading and sale of crypto assets.
Assets without any intrinsic value, so they're incredibly volatile.
And all of that has grown up outside of regulation. And what we saw, I think, in FTX, and there are investigations going on, and I've got no knowledge of what's actually happening inside that. But what we seem to have seen is that a number of activities which in the regulated financial sector would have had certain protections and regulations around them happened in an unregulated sector. And then we saw things like clients' money appears to have gone missing, conflicts of interest appear to have happened between different operations. Transfer all that's happened for that set of activities, and as a result, I think a lot of people have lost a lot of money.
You're considering regulation of this sector at the moment. Is there regulation you foresee that would have protected?
I should say,
investing in crypto assets like Bitcoin and the like is a very speculative activity.
Their value can go up, but it can go down. Over the last year, we've seen that value go down very quickly. So I think if people invest in that sort of thing, they need to know what they're doing. They need to know what it is they're actually buying. This is not a safe investment that you might put your money in for length of time. It's in effect, in my view, a gamble. But we allow people to bet. If you then want to get involved in that, you should have the ability to do that in a place that is regulated in the same way that if you gamble in a casino, they're regulated. You should have the full information on the tin as to what you're doing. There will always be people who want to operate, perhaps on overseas exchanges or exchanges on the internet that are not in regulation. But I think for the majority of people, if they do want to be involved in speculation in this area, not something I would do, but if they do want to do that, then for consumer protection, market integrity, they should have a place to do that where they get the protection that they would get in a similar activity in the UK. And I think that is important.
Isn't there that if you compare it to gambling, was a question I was going to ask you, is it more akin to gambling than investing? But there is an argument that given that it's highly speculative, there's no intrinsic value, it's actually got no place in the financially regulated system and it should be left outside. Do you not, that's clearly not a view you share?
So we allow people to buy very speculative things in the financial system. And some assets are completely safe, but some assets, their value can go up and down, and some are linked to clear intrinsic value. Others are more speculative. This is really at the extreme end because, as you say, there's nothing backing this up. All it is worth, it's a piece of computer code that you own that can't be replicated, and that's worth what the next person will pay you. So this is really at the extreme end of that. So I think if we're going to get sustainable innovation, things that are really useful and that can last, the developers have to know what the regulatory framework is so they can develop within it.
So given people who, what's just happened, the FTX may have confirmed prejudice they already hold about crypto, they might say the UK is crazy to be going near this stuff. This is the Wild West. You know, the Bank of England's been here for 300 odd years. Shouldn't be our business.
So we have to be very clear what we're talking about. If we're talking about using these crypto technologies to create basically crypto assets that have nothing behind them, that are very volatile, change in value. I don't think there's ever going to be a sustainable sort of financial activity around that. There's some people who want to invest or gamble on them, and as I said before, people should be allowed to do that. But I don't think there's a sustainable financial system built around things that can lose half their value in a day or increase half their value. If we're talking about creating the regulation in which people can see whether they can develop services that have benefit using those technologies to the real economy, and the services have benefit because of the technology and the business model, not because they're outside regulation and it's easier for them to operate, then I think there's a real benefit for the UK in terms of the technology and just the services we get as households and firms. And the services have benefit because of the technology and the business model, not because they're outside regulation and it's easier for them to operate, then I think there's a real benefit for the UK in terms of the technology and just the services we get as households and firms.
You're also thinking here about central bank digital currency. Why does the Bank of England need a digital currency?
So we issue money to the public. You're probably carrying some in your wallet in the form of cash, banknotes, and the like. We don't issue currency that can be used on the internet for internet shopping or
Many of the places around the Bank of England here no longer accept cash.
So cash, physical cash, will always be made available by the bank as long as people want it. Many people depend on it, but it's not fully usable in the way we live now. So the question for the Bank of England is that as the way we change, as society changes, as we live our lives more digitally, as they say, should we continue to provide money to the public, which is usable across a range of transactions? Why should the central bank provide money to the public? Well, by providing cash, ensure that all the other forms of money that exist, and most people don't realize when they use their bank account, they're not actually using Bank of England money, they're using their deposit at Barclays. The fact that everybody has the ability to ask for Bank of England money on demand every time you go to an ATM ties that whole system together. It means that all of the money that circulates in the economy has the same value and the same robustness. And if now we're going to get new players using new technologies and the world is going to become more digital, I think it may be important for the bank to issue its own digital currency to tie all the other currencies, all the other types of money in the UK together.
And to be clear, the bank would still stand behind that. There'd be the equivalent, there'd be a digital
There
signature.
would be a digital equivalent of the I promise to pay the bearer, which in the end underpins confidence in money in the UK. So whenever you want, you can turn the money you hold in a bank into basically Bank of England money backed by the state with that promise, I promise to pay the bearer. And we want to ensure that as physical cash becomes less usable in many parts of the economy, perhaps we need to offer something digitally to provide that underpinning.
And is there a world in which that digital currency replaces cash?
We'll see how society develops. I think physical cash will be around for a long time. Many people prefer to use it. Not everybody, as you know. Some of us adopt technology very early. Some of us adopt technology kind of very late.
Do you think cash will see us out?
So cash will certainly see me out. If for many of the transactions that you want to make, you can't use cash, and that's becoming increasingly true. We saw it during the pandemic when all of us switched to internet commerce and the like. Question is, should we provide alongside cash a digital Bank of England banknote, if I can put it that way, that can be used electronically and that can be built into some of those new services that might be developed with the new technologies?
We know that crypto arose in the wake of the financial crisis, and its real advocates have said it was a direct response to remove them and remove institutions like this digitized trust. Do you think about whether there's a possibility that the rise of this highly speculative asset is actually a product of the cheap money era that followed, and perhaps its shrinking now might be a consequence of the end of that?
So I think the motivation of the original developers cross-border means of payment. It actually isn't you. The bitcoins aren't used in payment very much because to be useful for payment, money has to keep its value. If between the time it leaves me and the time it gets to you, it loses half its value, it's not going to be very useful in a transaction.
If you have headaches, rashes,
So now, JP Morgan.
Big Tobacco took the billions of profits they made from generations of addicted smokers and invested in something more family-friendly, something that could have a big effect on our future that we made, the food we eat. In 1985, tobacco giant R.J. Reynolds bought Nabisco Foods. Tobacco pioneer Philip Morris bought General Foods, and 3 years later, Kraft Foods, making them the largest food producer in North America, and leaving the business of food in the capable hands of the same corporations who helped addict us to tobacco. Using the same practice they used to promote tobacco, food companies set about peddling the entire planet a diet of processed goods, loaded with chemicals and additives, masquerading as food. This new machine operates with specific targets in mind, like addicting consumers, without them knowing it.
None of the things which have been found in tobacco smoke are at concentrations which can be considered harmful. But the components themselves can be considered harmful, can they not? Anything can be considered harmful. Applesauce is harmful if you get too much of it. I don't think many people are dying from applesauce. They're not eating that much. People are smoking a lot of cigarettes. Well, let me say it this way. The people who eat applesauce die. The people who eat sugar die. The people who smoke cigarettes die. Does the fact that the people who smoke cigarettes die demonstrate that smoking is the cause?
Have they been proved to be safe, Mr. Coleman? I believe they have not been proved to be unsafe, because when, as and if, any ingredient in cigarette smoke is identified as being injurious to human health, we are confident that we can eliminate that ingredient. And I concluded from that report, it's true. The babies born from women who smoke are smaller, but they're just as healthy as the babies born from women who do not smoke.
What about the high
And
rate
some
of
women would
deaths?
prefer having smaller babies.
English teacher sends out a summer reading material, including gender queer. Okay? Hopefully everybody can see this, yeah? 11, 12 years old. Hopefully you like this, yeah? You guys over there, because you guys make the decisions over there. Okay, 11-year-old. All right? Now, from this book, brother talking to sister. So you never tasted yourself? Sister shows brother. Vagina slime. Then there's words blowjob, gay shit. This is exactly what I would expect a pedophile to behave when approaching a child. To normalize sexual behavior, to abuse them. And this is how I see you. Stop sexualizing our kids. Stop abusing them.
Like our LGBTQ plus health center come in, they were passing around butt plugs and dildos to my students, talking about queer sex, using lube versus using spit.
Meet Joe Bruno, Dean of Students at the prestigious Francis W. Parker Private School in Chicago, which happens to charge $40,000 per student.
They're just like passing around dildos, butt plugs. The kids are just playing with them. They're like, how does this work? How does this work? That's a really like cool part of my job.
Parents might be stunned to learn that Bruno's version of love and acceptance means handing out sex toys to underage students.
So I've been the dean for 4 years. During Pride, we do a Pride Week every year, and I had like our LGBTQ plus health center come in. They were passing around butt plugs and dildos to my students, talking about queer sex, using lube versus using spit. Who is this? This is the LGBTQ plus health center came in to talk to my high school students. They're just like passing around dildos, butt plugs. The kids are just playing with them, looking at them.
In the school?
In a classroom. Wow. Yeah. While I'm sitting there. Then we had a drag queen come in, pass out cookies and brownies and do photos. That's amazing.
And everybody's cool with that, like the butt plugs and the dildos. Nobody complains.
No.
I mean, if parents found out, but they
no. It's queer sex. This is the drag queen that came in.
What's her name?
Alexis Bevels.
Alexis Bevels.
I just hung out in my classroom.
Who was there?
Hung out in my office.
You have so much freedom. So much wiggle room.
So much freedom. So much money.
I mean,
to do stuff.
Teachers are okay with that too? They don't know.
They would. It's like I would even like run it by them. Like, why would I run it by them? They'd be like, oh my god, that's wonderful.
How old were the kids with the classroom?
14, 18. They're like, how does this work? How does this work? So yeah, that's a really like cool part of my job is I don't have to worry about stuff like that.
Joe Bruno.
Yes.
Hi there. James O'Keefe with Project Veritas.
Hell no, no.
You're on camera here talking about giving anal sex toys and butt plugs to little children.
They're just like passing around dildos, butt plugs. The kids are just playing with them.
Sir, why are you running? Why are you running away?
Why are you running?
Sir, anal butt plugs and toys?
Excuse me?
Bruno just, excuse me, this teacher is talking about giving sex toys to your children.
This is the stage where we're dismissing
Right.
children. Can you actually evacuate the patio?
Right, but he was giving sex toys to the children.
I have children here. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Please evacuate.
We're leaving. But he was talking about giving sex toys to children. We understand. Reporters asking someone a question. We are leaving. You bet. As you can see, he ran into the building as quickly as possible. Are we allowed to stand on the sidewalk, sir? Thank you. We're going to stand on the sidewalk right here. You know what, Joseph Bruno? Bruno?
Bueller?
Yes, you're filming me. We're filming you too. Joe Bruno, your dean of students, talking about giving sex toys to children. Okay.
A story straight out of science fiction, replacing human pregnancies with artificial wombs. I know the idea sounds dystopian, but it may be a fast-approaching reality. Dutch scientists are working on it. Influential people are promoting it, like the co-founder of cryptocurrency Ethereum. He recently pitched synthetic wombs as a solution to the income disparities between men and women. He said they could reduce the burden of pregnancy and help women earn equally at their workplaces. Interestingly, he made the suggestion to Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Why did he reach out to Musk? Our next report tells you.
Meet Vitalik Buterin, the co-founder of Ethereum, the second best cryptocurrency after Bitcoin. The 27-year-old inventor has pitched a bold solution to end the economic disparities between men and women and also to prevent our planet from a population collapse. He wants to replace pregnant women with synthetic wombs, a proposal that has drawn the wrath of feminists. Buterin shared this techno-utopian solution in a Twitter exchange with the ultimate tech visionary Elon Musk. Of late, the Tesla tycoon has been expressing his concerns about an impending global population collapse. He's been sharing tweets about falling birth rates the world over, which Musk says won't leave enough people for his relocation plans to Mars. Buterin chimed in to Musk's complaints online with the controversial solution: synthetic wombs. He even shared a graph to justify his views. It pointed out how women's earnings drop significantly after a child, but for men, they remain unchanged. Synthetic wombs, according to him, can remove the high burden of pregnancy and reduce income disparities. This wild suggestion has split the internet. While some have welcomed it, the others are calling it crazy. Those in favor say they would love to have more options and prioritize their health. Some others say that it would help them escape an environment where men condition women. And yet, others think that bearing child the exact same way women have forever is just deeply regressive. Those against synthetic wombs say women do not need to defy the laws of nature to be treated equally. They say pregnancy connects them to the natural world like nothing else, and that synthetic wombs would be the same as growing new species in a lab. The debate continues, but the question is, can we really make a synthetic womb? Well, we already are. Scientists in the Netherlands say they are just 10 years away from developing an artificial womb that could save the lives of premature babies. Premature birth is said to be the biggest cause of death among newborns. Dutch researchers say that an artificial uterus could solve this problem. The technology sounds promising, but there are still ethical dilemmas to overcome. Will the technology only be used in emergency situations, or will it also be available for those mulling an abortion? Will it be available for all individuals, or only for those who can afford it? And above everything else, is letting machines replicate every human element of life a good idea? Bureau Report, WION, World is One.
This concept of conceiving kids, now the mother will no longer have to carry the kid for 9 months. Now it can be raised in a bag. How convenient. Mothers will no longer have to sacrifice their time and, most importantly, their bodies. Does this sound like something you would be interested in? I would love to tell you this is a new concept, but if you know anything about human cloning, you would know they've been doing this for quite a long time. Only now is it finding its way to the consumers. What's your thoughts on this?
This is the first meeting the new Superior General of the Jesuits had with the press. Father Arturo Sosa demonstrated patience and a sense of humor, even when
This looks like it's going to be the last clip because I got to end the stream before it hits the 12-hour mark. So this will be the last video. It's about half hour.
and asked if he likes to be called the Black Pope.
I think Mulemi is better suited for it. Regarding being called the Black Pope, I don't like it.
The idea is to be an organization, the Society of Jesus, that can help the church when, where, and doing what the church needs. And who is going to determine what are the needing of the church? The Pope. The Pope, because his function in the church is that.
Also an accident. It's not an accident, the COVID-19. It's a confirmation of our mission to collaborate, to contribute in the change of this world. We need really to get together so we can go in another way. Something has to change. So don't forget this crisis. Not just, okay, that was a bad night, a nightmare. No, and we are awake again, and we are again in our life as before. No, we have to take the lesson that if we don't change after this, the next one will be worse. If we don't change after this, the next one will be worse.
If we don't change after this, the next one will be worse.
Well, I was on a street ministry in Berkeley about 10 years ago. I became acquainted with a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest from the University of San Francisco. I asked him in one of our conversations, have you read The Great Controversy? And he explained to me that The Great Controversy has a lot of truth in it. In fact, he told me that the Roman Catholic Church will rule the world again. Revelation 17, verse 3 says this, "So he carried me away in the Spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sit upon a scarlet-colored beast." Well, the scarlet-colored beast is all the political powers that are going to pull together to destroy the commandments of God. The woman riding on that beast is Roman Catholicism and fundamental Christianity. John describes these things as taking place in the wilderness. Now, in reading Revelation chapter 12, we know that when the primitive church fled persecution, she went into the wilderness. And in Great Controversy, page 55, Ellen White tells us that the wilderness is a symbol that represents obscurity and seclusion. This means that at the end of time, Roman Catholicism is working in secret with the rulers of this world in an effort to control the world, to take it over. And I believe that time is right upon us. You know, I plan to put together a documentary film called The Missing Dimensions in World Affairs. And for that film, I had gathered together interviews with people who had had either personal experiences with infiltration of Jesuits or Catholic priests, or in one instance, an interview with an ex-Jesuit priest by the name of Alberto Rivera, and another, a secret agent for the federal government working for the Pentagon during the Second World War, and his wife was the chief stenographer of the Pentagon. All the funds that went over to Europe for the troops passed first through the Vatican. This man had had personal working relationships with Roman Catholic priests, and listen to him, he knows what he's talking about. I had to stop my plans to do this documentary and decide to just get these things before you right now. The Jesuit priests have been infiltrating every institution, and they're ready now for a takeover. I want you to pay close attention to this first person that we're going to interview. He's an ex-Jesuit priest, and he tells you about the infiltration by the Jesuits.
Especially I work in dealing with the infiltration of churches and religious institutions as well as government that cover a tremendous number of institutions.
And the purpose of that infiltration was what for?
Well, the purpose is what the Roman Catholic system has all the time as her own purpose, is to infiltrate, to penetrate all the areas of life where the Roman Catholic can have control and access for the coming world government. What that means is, in preparation for that world government, the Roman Catholic institution, especially since the establishment of the Jesuit order in 1541, throughout all these 500 years, they've been in preparation and to infiltration and penetration of every level of society in order to take over the world politically and religiously. There are two doctrines that define very well this dangerous goal of the Roman Catholic institution. Two doctrines define this very well. One is called the doctrine of the apostolic succession, and that is dealing with the papacy. And the other is the doctrine, the temporal power, and that is dealing with world government. Of course, both, because you can see that even the Pope and his own individual office, he meet those requirements. He is not only the head of his church, as he called himself, John Paul II, the present Pope, is that he is the pastor of his church. He is not only that, but he is the head of his state, of his country. But that means he is the head of a political state. Both combinations are in one office. They are, in prophetically speaking, that is what we see in the book of Revelation. The political power always hand to hand with the religious power.
What organizations have now been taken over by the Jesuit order and other institutes of Catholicism? What world powers are in her hands to be used in this final chess game for the takeover of the world? We can get some idea when we look back to the Council of Trent in the 1540s through the 1560s. At that time, during those years, we find vows that were taken by these secret orders to take over the education of the Protestants, take over their schools, take over their churches, especially to destroy the Protestant Bible by creating many translations, destroy the monarchies of Europe, destroy nationalism, to use astronomy and astrology to create new calendars that would eventually transfer the sanctity from Sabbath or Saturday to Sunday. Their goal was to take over the business world, internationalism. They would take over banking, to take over Judaism and the movement of Zionism, to create political strife and chaos and all of these things for one end, that Catholicism should rule. Listen.
I did training in monasteries and convent where I prepare cursigistas, the Legion of Mary, the Blue Army, many of these militant organizations. I train and prepare how they can become Baptists, how they can become Adventists, how they can become Methodists, how they can become Presbyterian, how they can become Pentecostal, and all these areas where they must infiltrate any area.
If you bring up one of the other questions I have, might as well ask it now, particularly the Blue Army. Is that in some way connected with the Fatima?
That's correct.
Is
yes.
that to protect it? Or
that they are the army that creates the greatest promotion of that cult, of that satanic cult here in the United States. And every country the Roman Catholicism display this promotion to the so-called Virgin. There is not even Mary, the Mary that we know in the Gospel, but a distortion of that really, truly Mary of the Gospel. They display to different militant organizations the promotional need for certain saint or Virgin, whatever. And the Blue Army is the greatest promoter of the call to Mary here in the United States. The Opus Dei is another arm of the Jesuits. What that means, you have Masons, you have Illuminatis, you have the New Age movement, you have the Trilateral Commission, you have the Club of Rome, you have so many others. They are in different areas working through certain programs what they need in that particular area where these organizations move, whether they are secret or public organizations, they need to control certain area of certain people. And this is where and how they'll be ready to have them under control through these organizations. The Opus Dei mainly, they move next to what they call Christian democracy. The so-called Christian democracy is an outgrowth of these Opus Dei. It's exactly the words in Latin precisely define that. The Latin definition is for Opus Dei is the work of God. What that means, the Opus Dei, Opus meaning the work, and then you have how you call them. They Opus Dei, the work of God.
When the Council of Trent occurred, it was controlled by the Jesuits.
Yes.
How about the Vatican II?
Now, yes, the connection is very, very, very prophetical. I will say this, and I think that will clear the whole point here, because it's so prophetical that while the Council of Trent was the first council to be managed by the Jesuit order, the Vatican Council was brought about by the same Jesuit order with the same intention. And you know the intention of the Council of Trent. The intention behind the Council of Trent was the Counter-Reformation. What was the intent of the Vatican Council II? Another Counter-Reformation, but called today, how you call it? Renewal. You see the point? Now, the change was a name, but the intentions were the same.
Yes.
See, more sophisticated today.
Yes.
You see, the Counter-Reformation was taken to the Council of Trent. That was the entire Counter-Reformation was performed by the Council of Trent, decrees. Then to that time, until today, Vatican Council II came about with the idea of renewal. That means another step forward. And the final, I will say this is the final stage of a Counter-Reformation.
Now, how about the charismatic movement? What's the connection with that?
The charismatic movement is serving the purpose, as we said, of one of the many issues. As we said about Saturdays and Sunday, they'll pick up every issue with different denominations. In the case of the charismatic movement, they pick up the charismatic movement because one factor. They could not bring under subjection the Pentecostal denominations.
They couldn't.
They could not. Even when they went to the ecumenical movement before, from 1945 down to our day, since this already started. As a matter of fact, if you want to know, the World Council of Churches started financed by the Jesuits in Europe in 1945, after the end of the Second World War already, or by the time that the World War was to end. Already, the Jesuits were at work trying to unite all the Protestants in Europe, and that was the origin of the World Council of Churches and the ecumenical movement. Today, the charismatic movement is serving that purpose. Where Pentecostal could not be bring into the ecumenical forum, they brought it through the exercise of charismatic gift.
Would you consider that Jesuitism to be an occult secret society?
It is an occult secret society from the point of view that the Jesuit order, what you know of the Jesuit order and what everybody knows of the Jesuit order, is not the true Jesuit order. What that means is even the Jesuits within the Jesuit order, they all are not knowing the secret society, the inner secret society that they are surrounded by. It's a pity to have even to say that at this point in the history of the United States, in the history of the presidents, has not been other president. From the time of President Washington, that was the first president to be utilized by the Jesuits. If you were not aware of that, President Washington already was initiated by the Jesuits to bring about the first communication with the Vatican ever known in this country. From there on, President Reagan, to all this time, President Reagan has come to fulfill the greatest moment in the history of this conspiracy, because no other president has come as close as President Reagan with the Vatican, and even not even John F. Kennedy. What that means is they have done to President Kennedy, to President Reagan, what they were not able to do even to a Roman Catholic president. And nevertheless, I will say this: the religious belief of President Kennedy is nothing more, nothing else than another expression of Catholicism. Perhaps I need to clear this. Roman Catholicism is not only the Roman Catholic system. Roman Catholicism is still, and it has been at work outside the Roman Catholic system. What that means, there are many daughters of the Roman Catholic system outside the Roman Catholic system. And as there are many daughters, these daughters have children, and of course, President Reagan fit within that picture. His relationship with the Vatican today brought about several things. One of them is the diplomatic relationship with the Vatican. Second, the preparation for the signature of a concordat between the Vatican and the United States. And if you want to know, this never took place overnight. President Reagan was prepared and initiated for the task that is performing today as President of the United States by the Jesuit of Rome, and the time that he served as a star in a movie that was very well known and still being shown today, a very old movie about the football team of Notre Dame. That's correct. This is the time that the first contact was made by the Jesuits with Reagan. Jesuits, under the stream of an induction, they were not directly to be involved. They only were the elements, the intellectual element that will prepare this. The case of Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, the president, was killed by the Jesuit of Rome, but there was no Jesuit there involved directly. Nevertheless, was the Jesuit who prepared the plot against his life and prepare and train those who were to kill him.
They arranged it.
Yes, it happened with President Kennedy, the same thing. The assassination of Kennedy is another fact that can be proved at any time that was ordered and by the Jesuits in order to get rid of a president that already was a shame to the Roman Catholic institution, being a Roman Catholic. You have two different extremes. In Abraham Lincoln, you have that there was a man professing to be a Christian, solid Christian, and then there you have a man that professed to be a solid Catholic, but then put to shame his own institution when he was confronted about what he will do as a Roman Catholic president about the Constitution and about the interests of the Roman Catholic institution. When he placed the Constitution of the United States above the canon laws of the institution, he called for disaster. Let me tell you where the Knights of Columbus has done and performed a tremendous job in the United States in education, in public education. The authors of the chaotic situation of the public schools in the United States has been and are the Knights of Columbus in the United States.
What about the work of Alcazar and Rivera?
Now, these were two Jesuits that are starting already way back early, and before the 1600 already, Rivera and Alcazar were already commissioned to penetrate, since the infiltration was very difficult in the days through the Reformation. They can spot an infiltrator very easily in those days because the struggle was face-to-face with the Vatican. Then Roman Catholics and the Inquisitors, they have a hard time trying to infiltrate the Christian churches, even in Spain, where it was underground completely. They have a difficult time, and there was a very fearful thing to infiltrate. And nevertheless, they did it. They did infiltrate, and this is how they find many Christians worshiping the Lord in underground places. Now, through infiltration. But in these cases, they were not commissioned under the stream of induction, as I was under the stream of induction. Rivera and Alcázar, they were to work, and then later Lacunza. There is more, but I will mention these three, the most important ones, in dealing with one special area, prophecy. They were assigned to deal especially with prophecy, with the purpose to do two things, at least, to cover up any prophecy related to the origin of the Antichrist, relate to the Antichrist, and relate to the papacy, relate to the Antichrist. And second, to cover up any idea that the Roman Catholic institution was never a Christian church, as I pointed out before. What that means is to make possible in Bible commentaries and church history that the Roman Catholic institution always will appear as a Christian church, falling in apostasy, and then need a renewal. That was the idea that Rivera, Alcázar, and La Cruz tried to trace. Among other things, they tried to implement the idea that most of the prophecies of the book of Revelation were already fulfilled by the time of Nero. What that means is that don't worry about prophecies today. Don't worry about the Antichrist. Don't worry about a one-world government. Don't worry about nothing like that. Yes, that's correct. Walter Martin has been, and confessed by him, as a matter of fact, I could mention that I have a debate already with Mr. Martin. I have already a debate with Mr. Gary Metz, and I took them both by surprise. I took Mr. Gary Metz on radio by surprise. I not only persuaded him, I forced him to answer these accusations and these slanders. And then I took immediately Mr. Walter Martin and Anaheim. And both gentlemen, they were not looking really to meet with me. They were trying to avoid, if it were all possible, that confrontation that I did have with both. We have tapes of these confrontations and these debates. And then Mr. Walter Martin, he himself, even so that I knew his name in the list of very confident persons by the Jesuit order. What that means is that the Jesuit order will have a list made up in the United States of people as well as institutions that are worth trusting. And Mr. Walter Martin, I even mentioned to him in this confrontation with him that his name was listed in that list.
What did he say?
And he said to me, well, I don't know why my name is there. I said, you should know.
You should know.
Yes. I said, you should know. As a matter of fact, why Mr. Walter Martin, 25 years ago, he even wrote about the cult to Mary, a book about Mary, and 25 years after, he have a list, as a matter of fact, that I have with me, a list of cults where he lists the most dangerous cults, and all who in the list of his most dangerous cults are Christian Science, Jehovah's Witnesses, Mormons, starting with the Mormons. And suddenly I was expecting that he will place at the top of the most dangerous cult Roman Catholicism, but were the Mormons. Now, the Mormons become the victim of Roman Catholicism not only, but become the victim of Mr. Walter Martin, because even the Mormons are the product of Roman Catholicism.
I want you to listen to the testimony of Dr. Rivera as he begins to share with us about the Inquisition today.
In your training and in your your life as a Jesuit priest for many years. Did you ever come to the point that you were required to destroy human life?
Definitely, is part of the oath and induction of any Jesuit that come under the oath and induction. And perhaps you care to know that I have revealed a great deal of this in this booklet after Alberto came out, the first part of my testimony, dealing with my minor seminar and major seminar, as we went through these questions. And now you have in double floor, it is a revealing, at least a little part in these pages here, page, let's see, this is 12 and 13 at least, you see that is part of the oath and induction that I was taking, as I swear, to take the life not only of kings and princes and governors and mayors and senators and congressmen, but even my mother or father or brother or sister, whosoever, come to be between the interest of the Roman Catholic system and the interest that they pursued. What that means is, if a president of a nation is there to interfere with the interest of the Roman Catholic institution in their pursuit of power, they will be crushed. They'll actually, I was granted that authority, that power, to exercise that authority, that power. That when any individual, whether it's a child, whether it's a woman, whether it's an elder man, whether it's a boy, whether it's a girl, whether it's a king or a queen, regardless of who the person is, when that person, that city, that nation, this country oppose to the goals of the Roman Catholic Church and interfere with, that already call for disaster. There is enough left of the old Inquisition. I will say there is a new Inquisition today, not even tomorrow, is at work today, and here, even in the United States, and has been always. There is not replacement of a new Inquisition replacing the old. No, what happened is that the old Inquisition, as the years went by, under the sponsorship and guidelines of the Jesuit general and the Jesuit order, they has been changing their devices and their tools, in their I would say their devices, their methods. You see, what happened is the Inquisition is the same Inquisition. The Holy Office never closed the door since it was established in 1200. You see, it never closed the door. As a matter of fact, within the Vatican, this is an office that never closed the door day and night. Today have a different name. It happened that they have a different name today, as they have different devices and methods to bring people to trial. Today, the Inquisition is at work. As a matter of fact, you have a book here that's called Night Journey from Rome that we came to publish. A Night Journey from Rome is one of the last converted Roman Catholic priests in the United States, an American priest that was converted to Christ and his gospel about 2 years ago and came with us to the reading of Alberto, the first part of my testimony. He was Clark Butterfield, is his name, a Californian priest. There is the book here, Night Journey from Rome. And here is the most revealing thing about the actual Inquisition in the United States. He was so much aware of the reality of that Inquisition that in his own will, he prevented even his relatives, his own mother, his own relative, from bringing his body to the Roman Catholic parish the day that he was ready to depart to be with his Lord and Savior. And he almost prophesied, and I will, because exactly that was the intention. Immediately that he was killed by the Jesuits of Rome and Detroit, Michigan, through a Roman Catholic doctor, member of the Knights of Columbus. And you can see the Inquisition is alive and well, with different devices, different methods, and a different name. Today they call the Office for the Preservation of the Doctrine and the Faith. We were trained in many different things, from chemistry for poisons to warfare of any kind. And of course, we were not to be involved in these things. Let me explain this. Jesuits, under the stream of an induction, they were not directly to be involved. They only were the elements, the intellectual element that will prepare this. The case of Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, the president, was killed by the Jesuit of Rome, but there was no Jesuit there involved directly. Nevertheless, was the Jesuit who prepared the plot against his life and prepare and train those who were to kill him.
They arranged it.
Yes, it happened with President Kennedy, the same thing. Yeah. The assassination of Kennedy is another fact that can be proved at any time. The future of Catholicism, according to the prophecy in chapter 17 of the book of Revelation, is what even the Holy Spirit used to convict me to live at once a Roman Catholic system. That means there was no hope. I became a Christian within the Roman Catholic institution, and I want to stay within as many to help the others. And there, from 17 to 18, God revealed to me there was no hope within the institution. The best advice these days for Roman Catholic is to come out of her. That is God's decrees. Come out of her, my people. For Christians is what the book of Ephesians chapter 5 relates. He said clearly, do not have fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness. Rebuke them. That is the position of a Christian, and that is called by the Holy Spirit. I will say these are the two most urgent messages to be communicated. To the Roman Catholics, to come out of her. To the Christian, keep out of her. Keep out of their fellowship there is no fellowship, the light with darkness. Do you believe there is Christians among the Roman Catholics? There are any Christians? And the person says, yes, there are Christians. Oh, I know. My own mother, my own father, you see, they don't believe in all these things. They just go there to witness about Christ. But they are truly Christians. You see the point here. They will say, she was not a Christian church, she's not a Christian church, she will not be, but they come and tell you there are Christians within the Roman Catholic institution. That is impossible. A person, when is convicted under the Holy Spirit, being a Roman Catholic, the first thing that the person felt and know that she or he must do is to leave Roman Catholicism, because Roman Catholicism live first from them, and then they leave after. You see, even a person that leave Roman Catholicism without being a Christian, Roman Catholicism is still with the person. What that means is they can leave the physical system, but Roman Catholicism is still with the person. Only Christ can eradicate from the root Roman Catholicism from the heart of a person.
It looks like I got about 18, a little over 15 minutes left of recording time, so maybe we'll drop one more video.
As a candidate, I promised that I would end this war. And that is what I'm doing as president. And in Afghanistan, we're increasing our troops. But make no mistake, this war is ending, and all of our troops are coming home. I supported the last administration's efforts to create the financial rescue program. And if there's one thing that has unified Democrats and Republicans, and everybody in between, is that we all hated the bank bailout. Families across the country are tightening their belts and making tough decisions. The federal government should do the same. Tonight, I'm proposing that we take $30 billion of the money Wall Street banks have repaid and use it to help community banks give small businesses the credit they need to stay afloat. Like any cash-strapped family, we will work within a budget to invest in what we need and sacrifice what we don't. I urge the Senate to follow the House and pass a bill that will revitalize our community colleges and give families a $10,000 tax credit for 4 years of college and increase Pell Grants. That's the leadership we are providing. No wonder there's so much cynicism out there. No wonder there's so much disappointment. I have never been more hopeful about America's future than I am tonight. Let's seize this moment to start anew, to carry the dream forward. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
How does raising taxes on corporations lower the cost of gas, the cost of a used car, the cost of food for everyday Americans?
So look, I think we encourage those who have done very well, right? Especially those who care about climate change, to support a fair tax code that doesn't charge manufacturers, workers, cops, builders a higher percentage of their earnings, that the most fortunate people in our nation, and not let that stand in the way of reducing energy costs and fighting this existential problem. If you think about that as an example.
There are things we know that we know. there are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things that we now know we don't know. But there are also unknown unknowns. There are things we do not know we don't know. So when we do the best we can, and we pull all this information together, and we then say, well, that's basically what we see as the situation. That is really only the known knowns and the known unknowns.
Did you really think that all of those deputies were off duty?
I'm very proud that last week the police chiefs endorsed me. I'm very proud that 40 sheriffs have endorsed me. I'm very proud of all the support from the law enforcement. We're at a 43-year low in our crime rate. So we invite them to our campaign events, and I'm very appreciative of the ones that came.
But did you think it was a problem to have on-duty law enforcement there?
I'm very appreciative of both their support and those that come to my events.
You didn't answer that question. Should there be discipline?
Look, I'm appreciative of everybody that comes to my events. And gosh, we're at a 43-year low in our crime rate. We should be very supportive of our law enforcement.
So do you think it's okay for them to be there on duty?
I'm very appreciative. Our police chiefs endorsed me last week, the association. 40 sheriffs did. We have law enforcement come to a variety of events and others. And I'm very appreciative of anybody that comes to an event and supports my race.
Why do you think you have a reputation for not answering questions?
Oh gosh, I answer questions. I have the opportunity to talk to the media a lot. I love traveling the state. I talk to people all over the state. It's an exciting time to be in Florida.
You're my favorite. Thank you. I do want to say this. Well, I appreciate it. What we have, and then I guess really has a notion for the future. Right. You are my favorite. Oh, well, that's nice. I mean, you are my favorite. And I teach speech. Well, then what we have, and then I guess. Did you find that to be true on your path? What part?
You know, when things are going on.
And stress is that feeling you feel when you're afraid you're going to feel a feeling you'd rather not feel.
Exactly.
What we have, such as myself, and the honor accorded that. What we have, then I guess really too, right?
Exactly.
I feel like I'm not. What we have been with everybody, and I guess really what I'm saying is, does that sound like Al? I think so. Or is that just going to be too close to call?
I still don't know what you're asking.
What part? No. I'm sorry. You're talking to me? Yeah. No, I didn't understand the question. Did you know that you may something that may haul that?
Did I
or
what?
Not?
Did I what?
I also teach speech. I teach. And I love that, what we have, I guess, with everybody. When I say everybody, I mean, again, a few. Has it?
You know, it's
hard to call.
Yeah, it's hard to call.
I'm not sure I asked you the right question.
Well, I'm not sure what you asked me. I'm sorry.
You start
A compilation of clowns.
so that I know you're saying something real. And then it's very much like what happens in my brain. Do you understand now why you really are my mentor? I think so. I love it. And have you ever heard of Mr. Double Talk? He's been trying to meet you for years. You were fabulous. So you feel better know that this has been a joke. I'm Mr. Double Talk. Look at this. I mean, think about what you just said yesterday. Do you feel better?
You know, when Angela said to me, she has a very tough accent, I'm going, that's the understatement of the freaking year. This guy goes into it. I don't know where it goes. It just goes anywhere.
I'm done with Mr. Double Talk. You are fabulous. We just have some fun. Don't say a word. I won't.
Doublespeak is language designed to evade responsibility, make the unpleasant appear pleasant, the unattractive appear attractive. Basically, it's language that pretends to communicate, but really doesn't. It is language designed to mislead while pretending not to. Doublespeak is not a slip of the tongue or a mistaken use of language. It's exactly the opposite. It is language used by people who are very intelligent and very sophisticated in the use of language and know that you can do an awful lot with language. We should be aware of it so that we can at least be defensive and defend ourselves so that we're not misled through it. But secondly, there are times when we simply cannot tolerate this language. When we talk about important public issues of national policy, we should not use doublespeak as a nation. We should not use it ourselves. We should not allow the politicians who are speaking to us to use it. Language that way can be terribly corrupting in a society and can mislead all of us. And in a democracy that depends upon the active participation of its citizens, it can lead to cynicism and resentment and a withdrawal from the political process.
Does that have anything to do with the reason why only 50% of the American people voted in 1988?
I have a hypothesis that I would love to test, and I hope sometime to be able to do that. I would love to be able to track the pervasiveness of doublespeak as it grew, along with the decline in voting. Because the reaction I get to doublespeak from a lot of readers of the Quarterly Review as they write to me is, well, of course I know this language. I see it all over the place. I see it all the time. But, what else can you expect from politicians? They all lie. They all use doublespeak. It is that cynicism which leads to there's nothing I can do about it, so people withdraw. Is it true that you can put sugar-free on a product and still have sugar in it? Is probably the one question I've been asked most often, because people simply can't believe that happens.
How can it happen?
Because sugar-free simply means they haven't added table sugar or cane sugar to it. They can add mannose, fructose, any of the syrup sweeteners and still call it sugar-free.
So, when you eat something that's sugar-free, there's sugar in it.
Oh, yes. And by the way, I found out in a radio interview when they had people in the audience calling in, a man called in and said,
do you mean that there's sugar in there? I said, well, yes, there's sugars in that food. He said, well, I'm a diabetic, and my wife makes sure she buys only the sugar-free. I said, you can't eat those. You have to use only the dietetic because that's governed by law. Sugar-free isn't. Here's a man who was threatening his health through this kind of false labeling. It was absolutely amazing. But the food, his novel 1984, addressed the importance of language in society and the control and manipulation of language to control and direct society. I think the most important point in 1984 is that power grows not out of the barrel of a gun. Power grows not out of the thought police and rule by terror. It grows out of the power of language in that novel. What is reality? Reality is not external. Reality exists not in the mind of the individual, which soon perishes, but in the mind of the party, which is collective and immortal. What the party says is reality is real. And how else can the party do that? Except by language. The party has taken control of language and has taken it away from the individual. And that's the power, because those in power who control language control the way we see the world. See, any politician in power starts using doublespeak. The Democrats did. Right? I love Jimmy Carter's comment on the failed raid to free the hostages in Iran. He called it an incomplete success. He did that without even thinking about it. He was just automatically using that kind of language. But we doublespeak. So there's always a mixture of language, because anyone who reaches any position of power must either instinctively or knowingly know how to use doublespeak and know how to use it at a certain time and when to turn it on and off and to what degree. You can simply track that in anyone in the rise to power. I'm trying to think of the great Spencer Tracy movie. It's a classic film where he's running for president. He's the ordinary man who gets caught up in the presidential race, and he becomes a national hero. And one of the things they do in the movie is show that as he moves closer to getting the nomination, he starts using more of what we would call doublespeak, until finally there comes a scene at the end of the movie when he gets so disgusted with what he has become that he quits the race. And will, even though he has by this point become a shoo-in for the nomination, if not the election, he just quits it. But the movie has traced the compromises that he makes through language in order to achieve it. And I think that the American public believes that in order to get that far, you have to sell off so much that there's not much left at the other end, and that is reflected in the language that you use.
It's done on purpose and with calculation, and you said yes.
Yes. In fact, I cite a couple incidents in the book where I can document it was done. One is revenue enhancement. They had a meeting in the Office of Management and Budget. They said, we need a phrase to replace tax increase. They came up with revenue enhancement. When Lawrence Kudlow, the economist, was asked why they did that, he said, because there's no better way to sell economic policy than the euphemistic route. He was quite proud of the fact that they came up with that phrase. And Peacekeeper, as the name for the MX missile. Again, Robert McFarland chaired the committee meeting in which he facetiously suggested that they couldn't name it Widowmaker, could they? So instead they came up with Peacemaker. But later, President Reagan misread his cue cards and said Peacekeeper. And since it was a televised speech, it became the Peacekeeper. And it was a name that was deliberately designed to make a nuclear missile sound nice.
Does it work?
Yes. Oh, of course it works.
I mean, most people don't hear it.
They will hear some of it, but not all of it. One of my favorite examples from this past year is the Resource Development Park that they were going to establish in Kansas City, until the good folks in the neighborhood where they were going to put the park asked, what is a Resource Development Park? Do you know what a Resource Development Park is? In Kansas City, it's a dump. They were going to put a dump in their neighborhood until somebody asked what it meant. They deliberately invented that phrase to try and slip a dump into the neighborhood without anyone noticing it until it was too late.
Can you explain a little bit? I don't understand how the 1871 U.S. corporation
Good morning. I am Sage's mother, better known as Nana. I adopted Sage after my son died when she was still a baby. She's been through 6 foster homes by then, but we loved her, and she blossomed into a joyful, lively girl who made music and art. Puberty began and COVID hit, and she was treated for depression and anxiety, at times very severe. Her teachers shared any concerns with me so her treatment could be adapted. The transparency ended in August of 2021 when Sage started high school. She started a public high school, and she told me that all the girls there were bi, trans, lesbian, emo, and she wanted to wear boys' clothes and be emo. Because I saw it as just a phase, it was fine with me. But at school, she told them something different. She was now a boy named Brooke Draco with male pronouns. Sage asked the school not to tell me, and they did not tell me, even though I informed them of her mental health history and medication. If I had known, this would be a much different story. She was terribly bullied. No one told me. The boys followed her, touched her, threatened violence and rape. Something happened in the boys' bathroom. But for 2 days, the school told me nothing. They kept meeting with Sage alone, and she became so distraught, they called me to pick her up. That evening, I found a hall pass labeled Draco, and Sage told me she was identifying as a boy, and that her counselor said she could use the boys' bathroom. She'd been jacked up against the wall by a group of boys. She was crying, terrified. I said, just stay home, we'll figure it out. That was my last conversation with Sage for 5 months. The night she ran, she thought to a young friend she'd met online. She left a note saying she was scared of what would happen if she stayed. The sheriff, FBI, search dogs were called in. I dropped to my knees in prayer. 9 days later, the FBI found her in Baltimore. My baby had been lured online, sex trafficked by DC, then Maryland. She was locked in a room, drugged, gang raped, and brutalized by countless men. It was night. The FBI told us to pick her up in Maryland the next morning. We packed our cars with blankets and stuffed animals and arrived by 8 a.m. But we were told we couldn't see her and were summoned before Judge Robert Kershaw late that afternoon. They didn't even tell Sage that we came for her. We finally entered the courtroom, and Sage appears on a huge Zoom screen from a prison cell. She looks tiny and broken, and I cry out, I love you, Sage. Sage responds, I love you too, Nina. But attorney Anissa Khan rebukes us. She is a he, and his name is Draco, not Sage. We were floored. What? Khan accuses us of emotional and physical abuse, that we are misgendering her, even though we just learned she claims to be trans and we're willing to use any name and pronouns to bring her home. My husband was so tearful he kept forgetting the new pronouns, so the judge had the bailiff remove him from the courtroom. I was pleading for my child to be returned and treated for her unspeakable trauma. Judge Kershaw told me if I used the word trauma again, he would throw me out too. For over 2 months, he withheld custody. He housed Sage in a male quarters of a children's home. Sage told me she was the only girl and repeatedly assaulted. She was given street drugs by the other kids, and Khan told her she didn't care. She just wanted to win the case and all the way to Supreme Court if necessary. Khan tried to prove abuse, but we were eventually cleared by both states of all charges. Sage later told me Khan had told her to lie, that we hit her. Khan even had Sage's school counselors testify against us, though they barely knew Sage, and they didn't know us at all. Khan told my precious child I didn't want her anymore. I found out Sage never received any of the letters I sent her. Sage ran from the children's home and disappeared for months. They told me she might already be gone forever, but I couldn't give up, and I finally found a tip on her social media that led the marshals to her in Texas. She had been drugged, raped, beaten, and exploited. This time I was able to be with her for the traumatic rape exam and to bring her home. Back in Virginia, she entered the mental health facility that Judge Kershaw had ordered, as it would affirm her as a male. The therapist began pressuring her to have her healthy breasts removed. Sage was too scared to protest, but she asked me to secretly buy her girls' clothes because she wanted to be a girl, but keep them in the car. It took a kind lawyer, Josh Hetzler, to secure her discharge. After almost a year, Sage was finally home, safe, alive. Sage is receiving professional trauma care. The first trafficker has already been convicted. Sage has nightmares, panic attacks, rape-related medical issues, but there's hope. I told her she's not broken, she's just scarred. And part of that hope is that in courageously sharing her story, others will be saved. Sage said she doesn't know who she was back then. She wasn't a boy. She just wanted to have friends. But her school, the judge, the attorney, and the doctor were all blinded by their ideology. The consequences for Sage were unspeakable. Please don't let ideology harm another child. Let parents do our jobs. We know our children best, and we love them a million times more. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
All right, y'all. Well, another day in the metaverse down. Yeah. So that's hit that 12-hour mark, which means I got to cut the stream, or else it will not stay up. So much love, peace and blessings. Rest well. Take care of self so you can help others and be of service. Know thyself, heal thyself, feed thy temple, what it needs, all those good things. And yes, sleep is definitely essential. So it is almost 5:30 a.m. here. So I think it's time to cut it. And so the stream could stay up, because if you don't cut it, it just all disappears. So much love to y'all. I'm going to end it right at the 11-hour, 55-minute mark. If I can. Yeah. Take care.